The collected works of Upton Sinclair. The novels. A Prisoner of Morro. Springtime and Harvest. The Journal of Arthur Sterling. On Guard. The West Point Rivals. A West Point Treasure. A Cadet's Honor. The Cruise of the Training Ship. Manassas. A Captain of Industry. The Jungle. The Overman. The Metropolis. The Money Changers. Samuel the Seeker. Love's Pilgrimage. Damaged Goods. Sylvia. Sylvia's Marriage. King Cole. Jimmy Higgins. 100%, The Story of a Patriot. They Call Me Carpenter. The Millennium. The Spokesman's Secretary. Oil. Boston. Affectionately Eve. The Plays. Plays of Protest. The Potboiler. The Nonfiction. The Industrial Republic. Good Health and How We Won It. The Fasting Cure. The Prophets of Religion. The Brass Check. The Goose Step. The Goslings. Mamonard. Letters to Judd, an American Working Man. Mental Radio. The Book of Love. The Autobiography. The Autobiography of Upton Sinclair, Book the First. A Prisoner of Morro. Or, In the Hands of the Enemy. Chapter I. Citing a Prize. About noon of a day in May during the recent year, the converted tug Uncas left Key West to join the blockading squadron off the northern coast of Cuba. Her commander was Lieutenant Raymond, and her junior officer Naval Cadet Clifford Faraday. The regular junior officer was absent on sick leave, and Cadet Faraday had been assigned to his place in recognition of gallant conduct. The ropes were cast off, and slowly the tug glided away from the dock and out toward the open sea. It was not very long before the harbor of Key West was left behind, and then began the long trip to Havana. It was over 100 miles, and that meant 7 or 8 hours' journey for the Uncas. But the Uncas was a good, stout vessel, unusually swift for a tug, and she made the water fairly fly when once she got clear of the land. Cliff leaned against one of the rapid-firing guns in the bow and gazed longingly ahead. He was anxious to reach his destination. There were wild rumors concerning Spanish fleets, Cadiz squadrons, and Cape Verde squadrons and Mediterranean squadrons, which were continually being sighted or heard of nearby, and for all Cliff knew the decisive battle of the war might be fought at any time. And he felt that if it took place while he was absent he would never cease to regret it as long as he lived. The Uncas could not do much in such a battle, but she was anxious to do her share. It was possible, also, that Morro might succeed in provoking an attack. The guns of the Havana defenses kept blazing away at anything that came near, and the American sailors were fairly boiling over with impatience to get a whack at them. And at any time Admiral Sampson might give the word. So Cliff was restless and impatient as he stood in the bow of the swift tug and gazed southward. It was a rather damp place of observation the cadet had chosen, for it had been blowing quite a gale that day, and the Uncas was plowing her way through a heavy sea. The spray was flying over the decks, but who would have thought of going below at such a time as that? It was not Cliff's turn on duty. Lieutenant Raymond seemed to think that after his struggle on board the Spanish Monitor the young cadet deserved a rest. But he was too eager and wide awake just then to wish to take it. When the tug was well underway the lieutenant came out of the pilot house and joined Cliff again. "Thinking of the weather, Mr. Faraday?" inquired Lieutenant Raymond. "No, sir," replied the cadet, "I was thinking of Ignacio. I don't know how he happened to get into my thoughts, but he did." "Who is Ignacio?" "He's a Spaniard I've had some trouble with," answered Cliff. "You may have heard about one of his exploits." "Which one is that?" "He made an attempt to assassinate Rear Admiral Sampson." "Oh, yes, I heard about that," said the officer. "The Admiral told me about it himself." "I believe you were the person who interfered." "I had the good luck to be standing near," said Cliff, modestly. "And of course, I sprang between them." "And the spy stabbed you?" "Yes." In the shoulder, but he did not hurt me very much. He must be a desperate man. He is. That stabbing business seems to be a favorite trick of his. I hope I shan't have to face him again. Whether Ignacio was a Spaniard or a traitor Cuban, no one could say. Cliff had first met him trying to lead astray an American officer who had been sent with dispatches for Gomez. And Cliff had foiled the plot, and had been Ignacio's deadly enemy ever since. Cliff had been keeping a careful watch for him. He knew that the vindictive fellow would follow his every move. Ignacio was acting as a spy for the Spaniards, and so must have found it easy to keep track of the cadet's whereabouts. But so far Cliff had not met him. "We are likely to have a wild night of it," said Lieutenant Raymond. "The clouds seem to get darker every minute." "It'll be a night for the blockade runners," was Cliff's answer. "We may have some excitement." "We'll have it anyway," said the other. "I don't know of anything I less rather do than weather a storm while in among the vessels of the fleet. It will be necessary to stay on deck every instant of the time, keeping watch for our very lives." "I know how it is," the cadet added. "I was on the Porter dining one such night. And we captured a prize coming out of Havana after almost running her down in the darkness." "I heard about it," said Lieutenant Raymond. "You may repeat the performance tonight if you have a chance. We aren't likely to meet with anything till we get there." As the lieutenant said that, he turned and gazed ahead. The broad sea stretched out on every side of them, without a sign of smoke or sail to vary the monotony of its tossing waves. "But it always lends zest to a trip like this," the officer added, "to know that it's possible you may run across a stray Spaniard at any moment. It pays to keep one's eyes open. And then you have the pleasure of chasing 2 or 3 and finding they're some other nation's ships," said Cliff, with a laugh. "That's about all we've done so far," said the lieutenant. "But we're still hoping perhaps you'll bring us good luck." "I'll do my best," the cadet declared with a smile. "Better get ready for it by resting a bit. Your dinner's ready below." Cliff took the hint and went below. The boat was pitching so violently that he found eating a very difficult operation, and it was generally so unpleasant in the little cabin that he was glad to go on deck again. And then later in the afternoon, at 4 o'clock, it came time for him to go on duty. After that he had to remain outside whether he wanted to or not. The gale grew considerably stronger, and as the darkness came on it got much chillier, but Cliff still paced up and down the deck with the glass in his hand, watching for a sign of a passing vessel, or of the approaching Cuban coast. He was left almost alone on deck as the weather got rougher, for the crew made themselves comfortable below, knowing what hard work lay before them through the stormy night. It was not the custom on the vessel to keep the whole watch on duty except at night, and Cliff had only the 2 sailors at the wheel and the lookout in the bow for company. But if he felt any jealousy of those who were below out of the cold, he had the grim satisfaction of being able to disturb their comfort before very long. It was about 4:30 in the afternoon, and suddenly the lookout turned and called to Cliff. The eager cadet knew what it meant. He seized the glass and hurried forward. He followed the direction of the man's finger. "I think I see smoke, sir," was what the sailor said. And Cliff took a long look and then turned, his face betraying his excitement. An instant later his voice rang through the ship. "Steamer ahoy off the starboard bow." Chapter 2. A long chase. There was excitement on board of the Uncas the instant Cliff's cry was heard. The sailors came tumbling up on deck, Lieutenant Raymond among the first. He took the glass eagerly from the lad's hand and anxiously studied the sky in the direction indicated. "It's too far west to be near Havana," he exclaimed. And he stepped into the pilot house to direct the vessel in a new direction. At the same time the smoke began to pour from the funnel, showing that those down in the engine room had heard Cliff's hail. And so in a few moments the Uncas was speeding away in the direction of the stranger. And after that there was a long weary wait while the 2 vessels gradually drew nearer. All that could be made out then was the long line of smoke which always indicates a distant steamer. But it took a sharp eye to make even that out. "This will be a long chase," said the lieutenant. If she takes it into her head to run, we'll have a hard time to catch up to her before dark. Cliff glanced significantly at the bow gun. If we can only get within range, he thought to himself, we won't have to wait to catch up to her. The lieutenant was standing by the pilot house with the glass in his hand, and every once in a while he would make an attempt to catch sight of the stranger's smokestack. It may be one of our own warships, he said, and if it is, we don't want to waste any coal chasing her. But such was not the case, and it was only half an hour or so before the lieutenant found it out. The Uncas rose as a high wave swept by, and the officer, who had the glass to his eye, gave an eager exclamation. "She's got one funnel," he exclaimed, "and it's black, with a red top, and so it's not an American warship." And after that there was nothing now to be done except wait until the two approached nearer. It was evident from the gradual change of course the Uncas was obliged to make that the vessel she was following was headed in a southerly direction. That would take her toward the western end of Cuba, Cliff thought to himself. Perhaps she sighted us and is running away. She must have been a very shy vessel to have taken alarm at so great a distance, but from the slowness with which she came into view that seemed to be the case. And Cliff paced the deck impatiently. It was not very much longer before he went off duty again, but he did not go below. For perhaps an hour he remained on deck watching the strange vessel. It seemed an age, but Cliff had his reward. The chase loomed gradually nearer. The black and red smoke pipe came into view, and then, when the Uncas rose, the top of the black hull as well. And suddenly the lieutenant handed the glass to Cliff. "You may see now," he said. "She is a merchant steamer, and she flies the Spanish flag." Cliff nearly dropped the glass at those startling words. The lieutenant said them as calmly as if he were telling the time of day. "You don't seem very much excited," the cadet thought. And yet the lieutenant's statement proved to be true. It was several minutes before Cliff got a favorable view, but he kept his eyes fixed on the smoke and he finally caught a glimpse of the hull. And sure enough there was the hated red and yellow ensign waving defiantly from the stern. It was blown off to one side by the breeze, and could be plainly seen. Cliff was fairly boiling over with excitement at that discovery. "We've got our prize," he chuckled. "I brought the luck after all." Lieutenant Raymond was not nearly so little moved as he chose to pretend. He had announced his discovery in that careless way, half in a spirit of fun. The news got round among the crew, and however the officer may have felt, there was no indifference there. The engines of the Uncas began to work even more rapidly, and cartridges were hastily brought up for the rapid-firing guns. Nobody meant to let that steamer get away. She must have suspected her danger by that time, for the smoke grew blacker. But the crew of the Uncas knew that there were few merchant ships could beat that tug, and they rubbed their hands gleefully. There is something very aggravating about a race like that. In a rowing race you may break your back if you choose, trying to catch the boat in front, and even in a sailing race you may do something. But when it comes to steam you can only grit your teeth and walk up and down and watch and try not to let anybody see how anxious you are. In that way half an hour passed away, and mile after mile of the storm-tossed waters. By that time the hull of the vessel was plainly visible on the horizon, and the Spanish flag was still waving from her stern. Cliff had been gazing every once in a while at the lieutenant with an inquiring look upon his face, but the officer had only shaken his head. "Not yet," he said. "Wait a little." And Cliff would then take another stroll across the deck. But at last his inquiring look brought another answer. "Go ahead," said the lieutenant. And the cadet made a leap at the gun. It was already loaded, and he sighted it himself. He was no longer nervous and hurried. It was at least a minute before he rose. And then at his signal the sailor pulled the firing trigger. There was a flash and a loud report, and everyone looked anxiously to see the effect. Lieutenant Raymond, who had the glass, was the only one who could tell, for the sea was so wild that the slight splash could not be noticed. The shot of course fell short, for the vessel was still out of range, but it hit right in line, and the officer nodded approvingly. "Now we'll wait," he said. She may give up. But she didn't. So far as those on the Uncas could tell, the shot had no effect whatever. The vessel kept straight on in her course. "She's counting on the darkness coming," said the lieutenant. But that was not the only reason why the Spaniard did not give up. Those upon the Uncas discovered another shortly afterward. "The Cuban coast," exclaimed the officer. Yes, the long, faint line of the shore was at last visible just on the horizon's edge. It lay to the southward, directly ahead. "What good will that do her?" asked Cliff. "If she finds she can't get away," answered the other, "she may make a run for one of the ports or try to get under the shelter of the batteries." For a while after that nothing more was said, and the tug plowed its way through the tossing water. When the lieutenant spoke again, it was to point to the gun. "Try it again," he said. And Cliff did try it. The two ships were then not over 3 or 4 miles apart, and when the cadet fired again he heard the lieutenant give a pleased exclamation. "They're within range." And then Cliff got to work with all his might. Had he had a calm sea he could have raked that vessel without missing a shot. He had only to experiment and get the aim just right and then leave the gun to stay in that one position while he blazed away. But the Uncas in climbing over the waves was now up and now down, so that sometimes the shots fell short and sometimes they went high. But every once in a while he had the satisfaction of hearing that he had landed one. After that the chase was a lively one, for the Uncas kept blazing away merrily. The people on board that fleeing vessel must have had a very large time of it that afternoon. It was just what Cliff Faraday liked. He was beginning to be quite an expert in target practice, and he was willing to experiment with that ship just as long as the ammunition held out. But his opportunity did not last very long, for the land in front was neared very rapidly, and after that there was less fun and more work. The stranger headed round gradually to the west. She evidently had no idea of being driven toward Havana. The Uncas swerved more sharply, in order to head her off. Lieutenant Raymond was in the pilot house, and Cliff soon saw by the way he managed things that he was an expert in all the tricks of dodging. And those who were handling the merchant ship saw it, too. They would have been soon headed off. So they turned in another direction quite sharply, making straight in toward shore again. Under ordinary circumstances, with the short range that he had by that time, Cliff could have riddled the vessel in short order, but aiming in that sea was so far a matter of luck that comparatively little damage could be done. No one knew what the enemy's last move could mean. "But we can go in any water that's deep enough for them," thought Cliff, grimly, as he blazed away. And so thought the lieutenant, too, for he was soon racing in. For perhaps 10 minutes pursuer and pursued kept straight on, the firing never ceasing for a moment. "Perhaps she may run on shore on purpose," said the lieutenant, coming out of the pilot house for a moment. "On purpose," echoed Cliff. "Yes, so that we can't get the cargo." "But she'll be beaten to pieces on the rocks," Cliff objected. "They may chance it anyhow. You see they aren't more than a mile or two from the shore now, and they're running in still. If that's the trick they try," Cliff thought to himself, "we can stay out and pepper her to our heart's content and help the waves to wreck her." But the Spaniard had a far better plan than that, as her pursuers learned some time later. Cliff studied the coast in front of them, as well as he could see without a glass. There was simply a long line of sandy shore without a bay or an inlet of any kind. And there were no towns or batteries visible. "I don't see what she can be hoping for there," he muttered. But he had no time to speculate in the matter, for it was his business to keep firing. By that time the range was short and he was beginning to do damage. It took an expert to fire at the instant when the tossing ship was level, but Cliff had time to practice, and he soon got the knack of it. And then it must have been exceedingly unpleasant living on that ship. One after another the heavy 6-pound shots crashed through her stern, and even at that distance it began to exhibit a ragged appearance. The cadet expected at any moment to reach the engines or the rudder of the fleeing ship, and so render her helpless. But probably her cargo served to protect the former, and the rudder was very hard to hit. She must have something important in view to stand all this, Cliff thought to himself. But I can't see what it is. The chase at that time was a very exciting one. The Spanish merchantman was dashing inshore at the top of his speed. And a mile or two beyond it was the Uncas tearing up the water, plunging along at her fastest pace and banging away half a dozen times a minute with her bow gun. Lieutenant Raymond's eyes were dancing then. He had taken the wheel himself and was hard at work. And as for Cliff, he was so busily engaged that he seemed to see nothing except the high stern of that runaway. But she's a fool, he growled to himself. She'll be so torn to pieces she won't be worth capturing. I wish I could kill the captain. But the captain of that vessel knew his business, as those on the Uncas found later on. He was a Spaniard, and simply gifted with Spanish cunning. He had no idea of running his ship aground, but he knew that coast perfectly, and he used his knowledge. When he neared the land the tug was still some distance astern. As that did not suit the Spaniard's purposes, he very calmly slowed up. And that in spite of the fact that the tug was so close that the rapid-firing gun was hitting him every other shot. That the vessel had slowed up, Lieutenant Raymond of course could not tell. But he wouldn't have cared anyhow, for he had made up his mind to go in there no matter what was there, torpedoes or the very old Nick himself. And he went. For perhaps 5 minutes more the Uncas dashed in at full speed, and the merchantman still never swerved. They're within a quarter of a mile of the shore, gasped Cliff. He turned to his third box of cartridges with a grim smile on his face. For he knew that something must happen soon. It did, too, very soon. It began when the merchantman suddenly swung round to starboard. Aha, chuckled the cadet. They're as close in as they dare. And now I suppose they'll run down shore a while. Lieutenant Raymond was much puzzled to think why the vessel had risked going so close in that storm, but he wasted no time in speculating, but drove the wheel around with all his might. The Uncas swerved and sped over to shut the merchantman off. At that same instant the reason of the whole thing was seen. The Uncas was not a mile from shore, and as she turned her broadside to the land a masked battery in the sand let drive with a dozen guns at once. The whole thing was so sudden that for a moment it quite frightened the Americans. Cliff even stopped firing long enough to stare. But the sudden alarm did not last very long. It left the men on the Uncas laughing. For they had quite forgotten the character of the Spanish gunner's aim. A shot tore through the tug's funnel, another chipped a piece from her bow, half a dozen shells whistled over her. And that was all. Cliff turned calmly to his gun again. If that's the best they can do, he thought, they're welcome. But that was not the best. It wasn't that the batteries were aimed better next time. They were aimed far worse in their eager haste. They did not even touch the Uncas. But an instant later something happened that showed that the captain of the Spanish merchantman had one more string to his bow. He not only knew the location of the batteries, but he knew the location of the sandbars. While his own vessel sped on in safety, on board the Uncas there suddenly came a grinding thud, and an instant later the tug stopped short, so short it almost sent Cliff flying over the top of the gun he was working. And at the same time a shout was heard from Lieutenant Raymond, one that made the sailors' hearts leap up into their throats. We're aground! We're aground! And in front of a Spanish battery. Chapter 3. An old enemy. It would be hard to imagine a vessel in a much greater predicament than the Uncas was at that moment. Everything was in confusion in an instant. That is everything except one thing. Lieutenant Raymond was too busy to notice the coolness of one person on board, but he remembered it afterward, and with satisfaction. It was Cliff Faraday. He picked himself up from the deck where he had been flung and took one glance about him. Then he turned to the guns. Whatever the position of the tug, his duty just then remained the same. He could not free her, and so he did not waste any time rushing about. There was that Spanish merchantman calmly walking off to safety. And there was a gleam of vengeance in the cadet's eye as he went to the gun again. Those on board of the fleeing vessel had seen the success of their clever plan and they gave a wild cheer. It was answered from the shore batteries. The steamer turned at once and headed out to sea. That put her broadside to the Uncas, and instantly the 6-pounder blazed away. That was the time to do the work, too. The vessel was quite near, and a fair mark. The Uncas was now steady, too, Cliff thought grimly to himself. One of the sailors saw what he was doing, and sprang to aid him. They banged away as fast as they could load. At the same time the Spanish batteries opened. They had a fair mark, likewise, and plenty of time to aim. It was a race to see who could smash up their prey the quickest. Cliff would certainly have disabled the fleeing vessel if it had not been for an unfortunate accident. What the accident was may be told in a few words. It spoiled his chance. He turned away to get more cartridges. And at that instant a shell struck the 6-pounder gun. It was a miracle that Cliff was not hit. His uniform was torn in 3 places and his cap knocked off. The sailor next to him got a nasty wound in the arm, made by a flying fragment. And that of course made the merchantman safe. She steamed off in triumph. It was bad for the tug, too, for it showed the batteries were getting the range. The plight of the Uncas was a desperate one. She was being tossed about by a raging sea and cut up by the fire from the guns. Whether she had struck on rocks or sand or mud no one had any means of telling. But her engines were reversed the instant the accident occurred. And a hasty examination of the hold showed that whatever the danger was there was no leak. But that seemed cold comfort, for at the rate the heavy batteries were blazing away there was likely to be a number of leaks in a very short while. And even a steel tug will not hold together long with the sea pounding over her like this one was. Yet as it actually happened, that sea was the only thing that got the vessel out of her unfortunate predicament. They were a great deal luckier than they would have dared to hope to be. For when they realized they were aground there was not a man on board who did not think his last hour was at hand. But as it actually happened, the sandbar upon which the tug had driven lay some distance beneath the surface. And it had caught the vessel by the keel. The engines throbbed wildly, doing their noblest to pull the vessel off, and then one after another came the great waves, tossing her this way and that, wrenching and twisting, lifting and lifting again, while everyone on deck clung for his life. There was a minute or two of agonizing suspense, while the shore batteries kept up a galling fire and the merchantman steamed out to sea, proud of her triumph. And then suddenly came a wild cheer from the imperiled Americans. Then men fairly shrieked in a transport of delight. "She's moving! She's started! She's safe!" And the men fairly hugged each other for joy. Slowly, then faster still, and finally at full speed backward. The gallant tug had torn herself loose from the grip of the sand and was free. The baffled Spanish batteries redoubled their fire at that. One could almost imagine the gunners grinding their teeth with rage as they saw their prey escaping. But grinding their teeth did not seem to sharpen their eyes. Their aim was as bad as ever, and the Uncas seemed like the proverbial man in the rainstorm who keeps dry by dodging the drops. The confusion on board of the escaped vessel may be imagined. How that triumphant captain must have sworn Spanish oaths. It was a ticklish task that Lieutenant Raymond had before him then. He knew there were sandbars about. But he did not know where they were. And the task was to avoid them. He did it by creeping along very slowly, in absolute indifference to the galling fire from the shore guns. He knew that there must be a channel, for he and the Spaniard had come in by it. He had only a vague idea where it was. But the Uncas stopped and then crept slowly forward, heading north. And after 5 minutes of torment they knew that they were safe. They were far enough from shore to start up again and get away from those Spanish guns. The gallant tug was quite battered by that time, but nobody cared for that in the wild rejoicing that prevailed. The vessel swung around to port. "And now for that prize," muttered the lieutenant. And he went for her, too, full speed ahead. He was mad now. The vessel had gotten a start of about 2 miles. She had apparently exhausted her resources in the neighborhood of Cuba, for she was heading north, out to sea again. "And so it's only a question of time," chuckled Cliff. "We've got her." And so they had. The Spaniards must have realized it, too. "Mr. Faraday," said the lieutenant, "try a shot from the starboard gun." The shot was fired, and it did the work. The merchantman had evidently had enough, and saw that there was no further hope. For in full view of the shore batteries she swung round and came slowly to a halt, a signal that she surrendered. It made the Americans give another cheer, and it must have made the Spaniards on shore fairly yell. For they began banging away, even at that distance, though they couldn't come anywhere near the tug. As for the Americans, they sighed with relief. They had worked hard for that victory. And they felt that they had earned it. The race was over then, and they were happy. Cliff was so wearied by his heroic labor at that gun that he sat down on the wreck of the machine to wait until the two vessels drew near. And the lieutenant gave up the wheel to one of the men and came out to look his capture over at leisure. She was a fairly large vessel and seemed to have a big carrying capacity. What she was loaded with no one could guess, but at any rate she was a big prize for a small crew like that of the Uncas. "I think I'll retire from business after today," Cliff heard the old boatswain remark. That personage had had one arm badly damaged in the struggle that had taken place in the morning with the Spanish gunboat, but he seemed to have forgotten his wounds in the general excitement. The little tug steamed up boldly toward her big prize, which lay idly tossing on the waves. One could see her officers and crew standing on deck watching the approach. "I'll bet they feel happy," Cliff muttered to himself. The lieutenant loaned him the glass. Then he could see the faces of the men. There was one of them he might have recognized had he been careful, but he did not recognize it, and so he failed to save himself some mighty unpleasant adventures indeed. They were all typical Spanish faces, dark and sullen, but there was one there even darker and more sullen than the rest. And the owner of that countenance had a glass in his hand and was staring at those on the tug. Though the cadet did not know it, that man was at that instant watching him. And there was an expression of furious hate on his face as he looked. Lieutenant Raymond expected no further trouble, but he took no chances. Men were stationed at the 3 remaining 6-pounders, and the rest of the crew was armed. In silence the Uncas steamed up to within 100 yards of her prize. And then came the signal to stop engines. It was the time for a boarding party. Cliff, as junior officer, knew that that was his duty, and without a word he proceeded to get the small boat off. It was quite a task in that heavy sea, but the eager sailors worked with a will, and though nearly swamped twice, managed to get clear of the tug. And Cliff was seated in the stern, heading for the big merchantman. "Keep your eyes open," he heard the lieutenant shout. "They may make trouble." And Cliff nodded and the boat shot away. They wouldn't catch him napping on board that Spanish vessel, not much. But they come perilously near it all the same. It was a rough trip in that tossing rowboat. It seemed to sink and then fairly bound up on the next wave, its bow went down and its stern shot up. It did everything except turn over, while the spray fairly flew over it. But the sturdy sailors worked with a will, and the distance was not very great. In a short time the little craft shot round in the lee of the Spaniard. "A ladder there," shouted Cliff. And in a few moments the rope ladder came tumbling down. It seemed to come with bad grace though, as if it knew its owners didn't want to send it. The rowboat was backed near and Cliff, with a sudden spring, caught the ladder and leaped clear of the waves. Before he went up he turned to the sailors. "Two of you follow me," he commanded. He climbed quickly up the ladder and stepped out on the deck, gazing about him eagerly. He saw about a dozen dark-faced Spaniards gathered together and glaring at him. One of them, wearing the uniform of the captain, stepped forward toward him. He was a surly, ill-looking man, with a heavy dark mustache. He bowed stiffly to the cadet. "The seigneur takes possession," he said, in a low voice. Cliff was so busy watching this man that he did not look around the vessel. "But we must do so. We must glance for one instant at the capstan, which was just behind where the jaunty young cadet was standing. There was an interesting person near the capstan. Cliff did not see him, and neither did the sailors, nor even the Spaniards on the vessel. For he was crouching behind the capstan, out of sight. He was a small man, dark and swarthy. He was the same one we noticed glaring at Cliff. He had recognized him, and realized in a flash that the issue between them was death for one or else death for the other. For Cliff knew the man, and would secure him the instant he saw him. His crimes were many, treason and attempted assassination the worst. For the man was Ignacio. And his dark, beady eyes were glittering with hatred as he crouched in his momentary hiding place. He was quivering all over with rage, the muscles of his sinewy arms were clenched and tense. And in his right hand he clutched a sharp, gleaming knife, half hidden under his coat. His glance was fixed on the figure just in front of him. The unsuspecting cadet was not 20 yards away, his back turned to his crouching enemy. And Ignacio bent forward to listen and wait his chance. The cadet, the object of his hatred, was talking to the captain. "The Señor takes possession," the latter repeated again. "The Señor does, with your permission," said Cliff, quietly. "You gave us quite a run," he added, after a moment's thought. "A Spaniard would not surrender to Yankee pigs without a fight," snarled the other. "You had best be a bit careful," was Cliff's stern response, "or you may find yourself in irons." The Spaniard relapsed into a sullen silence. "What ship is this?" demanded the cadet. "The Maria." "From where?" "Cadiz." "Indeed. And bound where?" "Bahia Honda." Cliff gave a low whistle. "We caught you about in time," he said, with a smile. "You were nearly there. But I suppose the story is made up for the occasion. What is your cargo?" The captain went over quite a list of articles. The sailors who were with Cliff chuckled with delight as they heard him. "We get a share in all this," Cliff heard one of them whisper under his breath. Cliff smiled, and as soon as the captain finished he raised his arm and pointed to the stern of the vessel. "You and your men will go aft," he commanded. "For the present, I will see you shortly." The Spaniard was on the point of obeying. He had half turned, when suddenly with a single bound the treacherous Ignacio sprang forward. His keen knife glanced in the air as he raised it in his outstretched arm and leaped upon the unsuspecting cadet. Ignacio was clever at that sort of thing. He had tried it before. His spring had been silent as a cat's. Neither the sailors nor the officer heard him. And the blow might have fallen, Cliff's only warning of his deadly peril. But unfortunately for the desperate assassin, he had failed to let the captain of that vessel know what he meant to do. And the captain, as he saw him leap, realized in a flash that would mean an instant hanging for him. And a look of horror swept over his face. Cliff saw it and whirled about. He was just in time to find himself face to face with his deadliest enemy, and the knife was hissing through the air. Chapter 4. In command of the prize. It was a moment of horrible peril. Cliff's blood fairly froze. But quick as a flash his arm shot up. And he caught the descending wrist. For an instant the two glared into each other's eyes, straining and twisting. And then the two sailors of the Uncas leaped forward and seized the baffled Spaniard. And almost in the twinkling of an eyelid, Cliff Faraday was saved. He could hardly realize what had happened, and he staggered back against the railing of the vessel and gasped for breath. But that was only for a moment, too, and then the blood surged back to his cheeks and the cadet was himself once more. He stepped forward, a calm smile playing about his mouth. "Bind that man," he said to the sailors. The two men were grasping the sinewy Cuban and holding him so tight that he could not move. They almost crushed his wrists, and he dropped the knife with a hoarse cry of pain. And Cliff picked it up and glanced at it for a moment, then flung it far out into the sea. After that he turned to Ignacio. "You have met me once more, my friend," he said, "and this time you will not get away." And that was all the conversation he had with him. Glancing about the deck he picked up a piece of rope and stepped toward the prisoner. He did not strike the fellow, as the Spaniards seemed to think he would. But the sailors flung him to the deck and Cliff carefully bound his feet together. Then, while he fairly fumed with rage and hatred, his hands were made fast and he was left lying there, shrieking curses in his native Spanish. Cliff turned to the captain of the vessel. The man was frightened nearly to death, and began protesting volubly. "I did not know it, Señor," he cried. "Indeed, I did not know it. Santa Maria. I don't suppose you did," said Cliff, calmly. "You did not act like it. But you will have to suffer for it." "Suffer for it? Madre de Dios, no, Señor. What does the Señor mean? Surely he will not hang me for—" "The Señor will not hang you," said Cliff, unable to help smiling at the blustering fellow's terror. "Then what will the Señor do?" "He will tie you like Ignacio." The man was evidently relieved, but he protested volubly. He did not want to be tied. "Is it customary?" he cried. "No," said Cliff, "neither is it customary to try to assassinate an officer. After that I think common prudence requires it." "But," cried the man, angrily, "I will not submit. Por Dios, I will not." "You will either submit or be made to," said Cliff, "or else sink to the bottom." And so the man had to give up. Those two delighted tars went the rounds and tied every single man on that vessel hand and foot. And they tied them tight, too, occasionally giving them a dig in the ribs for good measure. And when they came to search them, Cliff was glad he had done as he did, for quite a respectable heap of knives and revolvers were removed from the clothes of those angry Spaniards. But it did not take long to tie them up, and then Cliff felt safe. He took a few extra hitches in the treacherous Ignacio, who was by far the most valuable prize of them all. "Admiral Sampson will be glad to get you," the cadet thought to himself. And then he turned to examine the captured vessel. His sword in his hand, he went down the forward companionway, where he met a group of frightened firemen and stokers huddled below. They seemed to think the Yankee pigs were going to murder them on the spot. But Cliff had another use for them. Being able to speak Spanish, he found it easy to reassure them in a few words, and sent them down to their work again. Then he descended into the hold. He was worried lest the continuous firing he had directed upon the vessel had made her unseaworthy. But apparently the holes were all well above the water line, for there did not seem to be any leak. And that was all there was to be done. Cliff knew that he had the task before him of piloting that vessel into Key West. He was not willing to let that ugly-looking Spanish captain have anything to do with the matter. Cliff had fancied he would rather enjoy that duty, but under the circumstances of the present case he was not so much pleased. For the darkness was gathering then, and the cadet knew that he had a long hard night before him. It would be necessary for him to remain on the vessel's bridge all through the stormy trip. And, moreover, it would take him away from Havana, the place of all places he was then anxious to reach. But the duty had to be faced, and so Cliff sent one of the sailors back to the Uncas to report the state of affairs and ask for a prize crew. It seemed scarcely orthodox to send the small boat away without an officer to command it, but that, too, was inevitable. The boat arrived safely, however, and returned with 3 more men, all the little tug dared spare. Lieutenant Raymond sent word to report at Key West with the prize, but to steam slowly so as not to come anywhere near the shore before daylight. Lieutenant Raymond was evidently a little worried about entrusting that big vessel to an inexperienced officer like Cliff, and Cliff was not so very cocksure himself. No one knew just where they were, and in the storm and darkness reaching Key West harbor would be task enough for an old hand. The cadet realized the enormous responsibility thus thrown upon him, and he made up his mind that eternal vigilance should be the watchword. "If staying awake all night'll do any good," he muttered, "I'll do it." And then the small boat dashed away to the Uncas again, and Cliff was left alone. He stepped into the pilot house of the steamer and signaled for half speed ahead. The vessel began to glide slowly forward again, heading north. The tug steamed away in the direction of Havana. Chapter V. A hail from the darkness. The four sailors who were with Cliff fully realized the task which was before them. It was then about dusk, and the night was coming on rapidly. Two of the men were stationed as lookouts, and the other two took the wheel. Cliff set to work to try to calculate as best he could how far and in what direction he was from Key West. He wished to take no chances of running ashore or getting lost. Those, and the possibility of collision, seemed the only dangers that had to be guarded against. The possibility of meeting a Spanish vessel was not considered, for the chance seemed very remote. The two lookouts were both stationed in the bow. That fact and the other just mentioned sufficed to account for the fact that the real danger that threatened the crew of the merchantman was not thought of or guarded against in the least. For Cliff had no way of knowing that any trouble was to come from behind him, but coming it was, and in a hurry. Within the shelter of a narrow inlet just to one side of the batteries that had made so much trouble for the Uncas had lain hidden and unsuspected an object that was destined to play an important part in the rest of the present story. It was a Spanish gunboat, of much the same kind as the Uncas, only smaller. Hidden by the land, her officers had eagerly watched the struggle we have just seen. The Spanish vessel had not ventured out to take part, for one important reason: she had not steam up. But she would probably not have done so anyhow, for the Uncas was the stronger of the two. And so venturing out would have been little better than suicide. The Spanish captain had a plan that put that one far in the shade. The Uncas was still visible down the shore, and the merchantman had hardly gotten well started out to sea before great volumes of black smoke began to pour from the furnaces of the Spaniard. Her men worked like fiends. Sailors pitched in to help the firemen handle coal, while the shores of the dark little inlet flared brightly with the gleam of the furnaces. Meanwhile the officers with their glasses were feverishly watching the distant steamer, now hull down to the north, and almost invisible in the darkness. It was about half an hour later, perhaps even less, that Spanish gunboat weighed her anchor and stole silently out to the open sea. She breasted the fierce waves at the entrance to the inlet boldly. A minute later she was plowing her way through the storming sea. It was dark then and she could see nothing, but her captain had the course to a hair's breadth. He knew which way his prey was gone, and he knew to what port she was going. He knew, too, that she would not dare go near the harbor of Key West until daylight. And so if by any chance he missed her in the darkness he would still have another opportunity. And those on the shore who saw the vessel glide away chuckled gleefully to themselves. It was something to look forward to, a chance to revenge themselves upon the impudent Yankees who had dared to elude the fire from their guns. Meanwhile the Yankees, totally unsuspicious of this last move, were buffeting their way bravely ahead. The lookouts clinging to the railing in the bow were peering anxiously ahead in the darkness, and the sailors in the pilot house were wrestling with the wheel. It was quite a task to keep that vessel headed straight, for she was going into the very teeth of the gale. And as for Cliff, he was watchfulness personified. When he was not eyeing the compass carefully he was hurrying about the vessel, now down in the fire rooms, making sure that those Spaniards were doing as they were ordered, and again looking the prisoners over to make sure that the sly rascals had not wriggled themselves free. It would be a fine thing to do, he thought to himself, if they managed to recapture the ship. There was something quite prophetic in that thought. It is hard to keep awake all night, but a man can do it if he has to, even though he has been working like a Trojan all day. Cliff kept moving to work off the sleepiness whenever he felt it coming on. "I'll have time enough to sleep by and by," he muttered. He was thinking, grimly enough, of how he would be stalled in the town of Key West with his prize, waiting for a chance to get out to the fleet again. The vessel did not attempt to make more than half speed during the trip, and that, against the storm, was very little. But there was no need to hurry, thought everyone. And so for some 2 hours the vessel crept on, wearily as it seemed and monotonously. The only thing to vary matters was when some extra high wave would fling itself over the bow in a shower of spray. But that was not a welcome incident, for it made it harder for the weary sailors to keep the course straight. The cadet paced up and down the deck. He had been doing that for perhaps the last half hour, stopping only to say a cheery word to the lookouts and once to prop up Ignacio, who was being rolled unceremoniously about the deck. The cunning Spaniard looked so bedraggled and miserable that Cliff would have felt sorry for him if he had not known what a villain he was. "He'd stab me again if he got a chance," he mused. For Cliff had saved that fellow's life once, but it had not made the least difference in his vindictive hatred. "I'm afraid," Cliff muttered, "that Ignacio will have to suffer this time." The Spaniard must have heard him, for he muttered an oath under his breath. "It would be wiser if it was a prayer," said the cadet. "Ignacio, you are near the end of your rope, and you may as well prepare for your fate." The man fairly trembled all over with rage as he glared at his enemy. Such rage as his Cliff was not used to, and he watched the man with a feeling of horror. "I don't like Spaniards," was the abrupt exclamation, with which he turned away. And Ignacio gritted his teeth and simply glared at him, following back and forth his every move, as a cat might. "I may have a chance yet," he hissed, under his breath. "Caramba, if I only had him by the throat." But Cliff paid no more attention to the Spaniard. He had other things to attend to, things to keep him busy. It was not very long before that was especially true. For some interesting events began to happen then. They began so suddenly that there is almost no way to introduce them. The first signs of the storm was when it broke. In the blackness of the night nothing could be seen, and the vessel was struggling along absolutely without suspicion. And Cliff, as we have said, was walking up and down engrossed in his own thoughts, almost forgetting that he was out in the open sea where a Spanish warship might chance to be lurking. And so it was literally and actually a thunderbolt from a clear sky. The blackness of the waters was suddenly broken by a sharp flash of light, perhaps 200 yards off to starboard. And an instant later came the loud report of a gun. The consternation of the Americans it would be hard to imagine. They were simply aghast, and Cliff stood fairly rooted to the deck. His mind was in a tumult, but he strove to think what that startling interruption could mean. "They must have fired at us," he gasped. And if there was any doubt of that, an instant later came a second flash. To a merchant ship in wartime such a signal is peremptory. It means slow up or else take the consequences. There were two possibilities that presented themselves to the commander of this particular merchant ship. One was that he had met an American warship. And the other? It was far less probable, but it was possible, and terrible. They might have fallen into the hands of the enemy. But whatever was the case, there was nothing for Cliff to do but obey the signals. He could not run and he could not fight. "If I only knew," he thought, anxiously. And then suddenly he learned, for a faint voice was borne over to him through the gale. It was a voice that spoke English. "Ahoy there," it rang. And Cliff roared back with all his might. "Ahoy! What ship is that?" And his heart gave a throb of joy when he heard. "The United States cruiser Nashville." "Who are you?" "The Spanish merchantman Maria, in charge of a prize crew from the Uncas." Whether all that was heard in the roar of the storm Cliff could not tell, but he put all the power of his lungs in it. He knew that the story would be investigated. And so he was quite prepared when he heard the response. "Lay to and wait for a boarding party." And quick as he could move, Cliff sprang to the pilot house, and signaled to stop, and the vessel swung round toward the stranger. The die was cast, for good or evil. They had given up. For perhaps 5 minutes there was an anxious silence upon the vessel. Everyone was waiting anxiously, while the ship rolled in the trough of the sea and shook with the crashes of the waves. Her small crew were picturing in their minds what was taking place out there in the darkness, their comrades struggling to get a small boat out in that heavy sea. And then they fancied them buffeting their way across, blinded by the spray and half swamped by the heavier waves. "They can't be much longer," muttered Cliff, impatiently. "Ahoy there! A ladder!" It seemed to come from right underneath the lee of the merchantman. And it was shouted in a loud, peremptory tone that was meant to be obeyed. A moment later the rope ladder was flung down. Cliff peered over the side when he dropped it. He could make out the shape of the boat tossing about below, he could even distinguish the figures of the men in the boat. And then he made out a man climbing hastily up. He stepped back to wait for him. He saw a blue uniform as the officer clambered up to the deck. And then suddenly he stood erect, facing Cliff. The cadet took one glance at him and gave a gasp of horror. It was a Spanish officer. And he held in one hand a revolver and was aiming it straight at Cliff's head. Chapter 6. Repelling Boarders. That had been a cleverly managed stroke, and it left the young officer simply paralyzed. All he could do was to stare into the muzzle of that weapon. He realized of course in a flash how he had been duped. And he was in a trap. Half dazed he looked and saw a Spanish sailor in the act of lifting himself up to the deck to join his superior. And Cliff had no doubt there were half a dozen others following. There was of course nothing that Cliff could do, a movement on his part would have been sheer suicide. He thought the case was hopeless, he had let himself be caught napping. But the cadet had forgotten that there were other Americans on that vessel besides himself. And there were no revolvers threatening the others. The rage of the Yankee tars at what seemed to them a cowardly and sneaking way to capture the ship was too great for them to control. Prudence would have directed surrender, for the Maria had not a gun on board and the Spaniard might blow her out of the water. But nobody thought of that. The same instant the Spanish officer presented his weapon and disclosed his real nationality, there were two sharp cracks in instant succession from the bow of the imperiled ship. And the officer staggered back with a gasp. He dropped his weapon to the deck, reeled for an instant and then vanished over the side in the darkness. There was a moment of horror, and then Cliff heard him strike with a thud on the small boat below. At the same time there was a bright flash just in front of Cliff, and a bullet whistled past his ear. The Spanish sailor, who had only half reached the deck, had fired at him. By that time there was no longer any hesitation as to what course to pursue. The sailors had decided it by their fatal shots. It was resistance to the death. And Cliff whipped out his own weapons and sent the sailor tumbling backward to follow his officer. Then he drew his sword and with two slashing strokes severed the latter. From the yells and confusion that followed there must have been quite a number clinging to the rope. But where they were or what their fate was nobody had any time to learn. Everything was moving like lightning on the merchantman. Cliff leaped into the pilot house and signaled full speed. There was no further need of lookouts and so the two sailors rushed down into the engine room to see that the order was obeyed. The big vessel started slowly forward. The cadet sprang to the wheel, his mind in a wild tumult as he strove to think what he should do. As if there were not confusion enough at that instant there were several loud reports in quick succession, followed by deafening crashes as shots tore through the vessel. The Spaniards had opened fire. But they'll have to stop to pick up that boat's crew, gasped Cliff. We may get away. And that being the case every minute was precious, the vessel had swung round, but there was no time to turn she must run as she was for a while. And from the way the vessel trembled and shook it could be told that the irate tars down below were making things hum. They may burst the boilers if they can, thought Cliff, grimly. The new course they were taking was south, exactly the opposite of the way they had been going. But Cliff did not care about that. The storm will drive us faster, he gasped. And every yard counts. The Spanish gunboat fired only about half a dozen shots at her daring enemy, then the yells of the crew of the small boat must have attracted her attention and forced her to desist for a moment. And now's our chance, was the thought of the Americans. They were making the most of it, that was certain. They were fairly flying along with the great waves. Cliff himself was at the wheel, seeing that not an inch was lost by steering wrongly. We'll know soon, he muttered. Very soon, for she'll chase us. The scene at this time was intensely dramatic, for the big ship had glided out into the darkness and those on board of her could not see their pursuer. They had no means of telling where she was, or whether they had escaped or not. They could only keep on listening anxiously, tremblingly, counting the seconds and waiting, almost holding their breath. They knew what the signal would be. The signal of their failure. If the Spaniard succeeded in finding them, he would open fire and soon let them know. Cliff tried to guess how long it would take them to pick up the unfortunate occupants of that small boat. They'll be raging mad when they do, he thought. Gory, they'll murder every one of us. For they would probably call the shooting of that officer a murder. It did not trouble Cliff's conscience, for he knew that a merchant vessel has the same right to resist the enemy that a warship has. It was not as if they had surrendered and then imitated the example of the treacherous Ignacio. I wonder how Ignacio likes this anyhow, thought Cliff. But he had no time to inquire the Spaniard's views on the struggle. Cliff was too busily waiting and counting the seconds. He did not think it would be very long before the enemy's ship would be after them again, and yet several minutes passed before any sign of the pursuit was given. Cliff began to think that possibly they had eluded their would-be captors. But his hopes were dashed, for suddenly there came the dreaded warning shot. And it was fired from so close that, though the Americans had been listening for it, it made them start. It was evident that the enemy's vessel had come close to do the business. Her first shot seemed fairly to tear the big merchantman to pieces. And Cliff shut his teeth together with a snap. "We're in for it now," he muttered. "That settles it." There was no longer the last hope of escape. There was no longer even any use of keeping on. There were but two things to be considered, sink or surrender. There was a grim smile on the cadet's face as he turned away from the wheel. "Tell the two men to come up from below," he said to one of the sailors. And then he went out on deck, staring in the direction of the pursuing vessel. There was no difficulty in telling where she was now, for a continuous flashing of her guns kept her in view. Cliff was cool, singularly cool, as he stood in his exposed position. He was no longer anxious, for he had no longer any hope. There was nothing on board the Maria that could cope with the enemy's guns. There was only the inevitable to be faced. The cadet soon guessed the nature of the pursuer from the way she behaved. Her guns were all low down and close together. They were about 3-pounders, and rapid firing. "It's a gunboat like the Uncas," he muttered. "Gory, how I wish the Uncas would come back." But the Uncas was then near Havana, far from any possibility of giving aid. And Cliff knew it, so he wasted no time in vain regrets. By that time the Spanish vessel had gotten the range, and her 3 or 4 guns were blazing away furiously. The gunboat was alight with the flames of the quick reports, and the sound was continuous. "They aren't doing as well as I did," Cliff said. "But still, they'll manage to do the work." And so it seemed, for shot after shot crashed through the hull of the already battered vessel. The Spaniards were mad, evidently. There was no hail this time and proposal to surrender. But only a calm setting to work to finish that reckless ship. The sailors came on deck and Cliff, when he saw them, turned and pointed to the Spaniard. "There she is, men," he said. "Look her over." For a moment nobody said anything. The little group stood motionless on the deck. They were in no great danger for the firing was all directed at the hull. Then suddenly Cliff began again. "I guess this vessel is about done for," he said. "She will be either sunk or captured. The only question is about us, what's to become of us. I leave it to you." None of the men spoke for a moment. "I suppose," Cliff said, "that we can manage to let her know we surrender if we choose. We can scuttle the ship before we do it. But you know what we may expect. After our shooting those 2 men they'll probably murder us, or do things that are 1,000 times worse." Cliff stopped for a moment and then he turned. "Think, for instance," he said, "of being at the mercy of that man." He was pointing toward Ignacio, who lay near them, glowering in his hate, and the sailors looked and understood. "It's better to drown, sir," said one. And the rest thought so, too, and declared it promptly. "Very well, then," was the cadet's quiet answer, "we will stay on board. We have faced death before." That resolution made there was little else left to be determined. "We can sink the ship, or wait and let them sink it," the cadet said. "Or else there's one thing more. We are headed in the right direction. We can smash her upon the rocks of the Cuban coast." And the sailors stared at him for a moment eagerly. "And stand a chance of getting ashore in safety," they cried. At which the cadet smiled. "I'm afraid there's very little chance," he said. "But it's as good as anything else. We'll try it?" "Yes, sir. You two go down to the engine room again, and keep things moving. And the others stay on deck and make sure those Spaniards don't try to board us again. I can handle the wheel myself." And with that the brave cadet turned away and sprang toward the pilot house. Chapter 7. A Desperate Chase. That was a heroic resolution those 5 brave men had made. But it was inevitable, for they did not mean that either they or that valuable ship should fall into the hands of the enemy. And apparently the enemy knew they did not mean to. For they kept battering away at the big hulk that loomed up in the darkness, running close alongside and firing viciously. Every shot made a deafening crash as it struck home. But the Americans did not mind it especially. When a man has made up his mind to die, he is not afraid of anything. And the men on deck paced up and down serenely, and Cliff tugged at the wheel with a positively light-hearted recklessness. It would have been a cold sort of a person whose spirit did not rise to such an occasion as that. The wild night and the furious cannonading, but above all the prospect of taking that huge ship and driving her forward at full speed until she smashed upon the rocks, was a rather inspiring one. The reader may have heard about the man out west who drew an enormous crowd by advertising an exhibition railroad wreck, 2 empty trains crashing into each other at full speed. This was a similar case. It does not often happen that a man has occasion to drive a ship aground on purpose. The resolution to which the Americans had come must have been plain to the unfortunate Spaniards who were tied up on board the Maria. Their fright was a terrible one, anyhow. Cliff glanced out at them several times. Their presence was the only thing that made him hesitate to do what he had resolved. "For they haven't done anything, poor devils," he thought to himself. "I wish I knew what to do with them." But there was only one thing that could be done, that was to put them off in a small boat, and that would be practically murdering them. "They'll have to stay and take chances with us," muttered Cliff. As if there were not noise enough about that time, those men began to raise a terrific outcry, yelling and shrieking in terror. But nobody paid any attention to them except that the sailors took the trouble to examine their bonds once more. It would have been dangerous to let those desperate fellows get loose then. For the Americans had enemies enough to cope with as it was. All this while the Spanish gunboat had been firing away with all her might and main. She would cut across the vessel's stern, and send her shots tearing through the whole length of the ship. Then she would come up close alongside and pour a dozen broadsides in. And nearly all the shots hit, too. It was evident to those on board that the merchantmen would not stand very much battering of that sort. Already one of the sailors had come up to announce that 2 of the firemen had been struck. But still the Maria tore desperately onward. Nobody cared very much how much damage was done, except that they did not want the engines to be smashed until the ship had reached the shore. As well as Cliff could calculate roughly, it ought not to have taken them an hour to return to the coast, for they had the storm to aid them. That they could hold out that long under the unceasing fire he did not believe. But the Spaniards may use up all their ammunition, he thought to himself. That was a possibility, for he knew that the supply in the possession of Spain was a small one. And the actual course of events made him think that his surmise was true. The desperate chase kept up for perhaps half an hour, and then unaccountably the Spaniards' fire began to slacken. Cliff could hardly believe his ears when he heard it. "What can it mean?" he gasped. But a moment later his surprise was made still greater. For one of the sailors bounded into the pilot house. "She's giving up, sir," he cried. "Giving up?" "Yes, sir." "How in the world do you mean?" "She's stopped firing, sir. And what's more, she's dropping behind." Cliff stared at the man in amazement. dropping behind. And then suddenly he sprang out to the deck. "Take the wheel a moment," he cried to the sailor. And he himself bounded down the deck toward the stern. He stared out over the railing, clinging to it tightly to prevent himself from being flung off his feet. He found that what the sailor had said was literally true. The Spaniard was now firing only an occasional shot, and she was at least 100 yards behind. What that could mean Cliff had not the faintest idea. Could it be that her engines had met with an accident? Or that she fancied the merchantman was sinking? The cadet gazed down into the surging water below him. He could see the white track of the big steamer and knew that she was fairly flying along. He took one more glance in the direction of the now invisible Spaniard. The firing had ceased altogether. And like a flash the thought occurred to Cliff that whatever the reason for the strange act might be, now was the time to save the merchantman. "We can turn off to one side," he gasped, "and lose her." And with a bound he started for the pilot house. "Hard a port," he shouted to the man at the wheel. But before the man had a chance to obey, Cliff chanced to glance out ahead, into the darkness toward which the vessel was blindly rushing. And the cadet staggered back with a gasp. "A light," he cried. "A light." Yes, there was a dim flickering point of light directly in front of them. Where it came from Cliff could not tell, but he realized the significance in an instant. And at the same time there was another sound that broke upon his ear and confirmed the guess. It was a dull, booming roar. The man at the wheel heard it, too. "It's breakers, sir," he shouted. "Breakers ahead." They were nearing the land. And then the significance of the Spaniard's act became only too apparent. The men who were running her had seen the light, and they had no idea of being led to destruction by their eagerness to follow that reckless merchantman. And so they were slowing up and keeping off the shore. There was a faint hope in that, the Maria might be able to steal away if she were quick enough in turning. Cliff's order had been obeyed by the sailor the instant he heard it. Cliff sprang in to help him, and they whirled the wheel around with all their might. But alas! They were too late. When a steamer waits until she hears breakers in a storm like that, it is all up with her, for she must be near the shore indeed. And plunging as the Maria was, urged on by wind and waves and her own powerful engines, it was but an instant before the crisis came. Cliff had half braced himself for the shock, but when it came it was far greater than he had expected. There was a crash that was simply deafening. The huge ship plunged into the rocky shore with a force that almost doubled her up, and made her shake from stem to stern. And she stopped so abruptly that Cliff was flung through the window of the pilot house. The deed was done. Chapter 8. A dash for the shore. Strange to say, Cliff was not much excited at the terrific moment. The peril was so great that he was quite gay as he faced it. He had risen to the occasion. He picked himself up and stepped out to the deck. There he found a scene of confusion indescribable. Above the noise of the breakers on the shore and the waves that were flinging themselves against the exposed side of the ship rang the wild shrieks and cries of the terrified Spanish prisoners. The vessel after she had struck had been flung around and was being turned farther over every minute. The violence of the storm that was struggling with her was quite inconceivable. The waves were pouring over her in great masses, sweeping everything before them, and the spray was leaping so high and the flying storm clouds driving past so low that there was no telling where the surface of the sea ended and the air began. The big ship had landed among rocks, and every wave was lifting her up and flinging her down upon them with dull, grinding crashes that could be both heard and felt. A moment after she struck, a man came dashing up the ladder to the deck. It was one of the sailors, and behind were the terrified firemen. "She's leaking in a dozen places," the man shouted. He clung to railing as he spoke, and a great wave half drowned him, but he managed to salute, and Cliff saw a look of wild delight on his face, one that just corresponded with his own eager mood. "She'll split in about half a minute, I fancy," the cadet answered, "and the Spaniards are welcome to what's left. We've done our duty." And with that he turned to the pilot house, where the rest of the men were grouped. They were gazing at him eagerly. "Are you ready, boys?" Cliff shouted. Everyone knew what he meant by ready to make the wild attempt to land and reach the shore through all those wildly surging breakers. The very thought of it was enough to stir one's blood. And the answer came with a vengeance. "Aye, sir." "Then get out one of the boats," shouted Cliff. As he saw the men struggling forward to reach the nearest rowboat, he turned suddenly on his heel. He had something else to attend to for a moment. It was an errand of mercy. Those shrieking wretches were all bound to the railing of the doomed ship, and Cliff would never have forgiven himself if he had left them there. Their faces would have haunted him. And he drew his sword and set swiftly to work. He cut the captain loose and put a knife into his hand. "Get to work," he cried. "Get to work." Cliff took the risk of trusting the man, and went on, leaving him with the weapon. The cadet believed that he would be grateful for his release. And besides, they were fellow sufferers then, threatened with the same peril. And Cliff was not mistaken. The man set hastily to work releasing his comrades, and in less time than it takes to tell it the terrified men were huddled together on the deck. The cadet wasted no more time upon them. "There are 3 boats left for you," he cried. "Save yourselves." And with that he turned and made his way down to where his own men were struggling with one of the small boats. There was one other thing which in the wild confusion of that moment Cliff managed to remember needed to be attended to. There was Ignacio. The treacherous Spaniard had nearly been swept off, and he was half drowned by the floods of water that poured over the deck. But his hatred of the Americans was too great for him to shout to them for aid. What to do with that murderous villain was a problem that worried Cliff. Undoubtedly the wisest thing would be to kill him, then and there. Death was the fate he certainly deserved. And Cliff half drew his sword, but it was no use. He could not bring himself to do such an act. And he flung the weapon back into the scabbard. To attempt to carry him away was equally useless. The Americans did not expect to reach the shore themselves. "I'll leave him to his fate," Cliff muttered. "The Spaniards may help him if they choose." And with that he turned toward the sailors again. The men had by that time nearly succeeded in getting the boat away. They were working like Trojans. Every wave that struck the ship helped to fill the boat. Even before it touched the water, the spray poured down over the slanting deck upon it, and the sailors had to empty it several times. While they were wrestling thus, the wind and water and rocks had been getting in their work upon the doomed vessel. Lower and lower she sank, harder and harder she pounded. And then suddenly a great billow heaved itself with a thud against the bow and fairly hammered it around. One of the sailors gave a yell. She split. And sure enough, a great seam had opened amidships and the water surged in with a roar. The vessel seemed fairly falling to pieces. And such being the case, the sailors had no time to delay. The frail boat was lowered into the seething waters. The men tumbled in and seized the oars. Cliff made a wild leap and caught the stern just as one mighty wave raced by and whirled the boat away from the vessel. And in one instant it was lost to sight and sound. What was done by the Spaniards no one could see a thing. The Americans were fighting for their own lives. There was but one thing for them to do. Pull for the shore, sailors, pull for the shore. And the great sweeping breakers to aid them. In fact, they were flung in so fast that they could hardly row. It was a thrilling struggle, that race with the giant waves. The sailors struggled with all their might, keeping the frail craft straight. And Cliff, with a bucket he had thought to bring, was bailing frantically, and shouting to encourage the men. In they swept, nearer, with the speed of a whirlwind, toward the shore. "If it's rocks, heaven help us!" Cliff gasped. It seemed an age to him, that brief struggle. Breathless and eager, he watched the great white caps breaking, smiting against the stern, struggling to turn that boat but a few inches so that they might catch it on the side and fling it over. And meanwhile the wind and waves and oars all helping, on swept the boat, bounding over the foamy crests, sinking into the great hollows, leaping and straining, but still shooting on in the darkness. And every second was precious, for the shore was not far away. The roar of the surf grew louder almost upon them. And then suddenly one great seething billow came rushing up behind. Cliff saw it, and shouted to the men. In a second more its white crest towered over them. It was just on the point of breaking in a giant cataract of foam. It would have buried the little boat and its occupants beneath tons of foaming water. But it was just a second too late. The little boat's stern shot up, for a moment it was almost on end, and then it rose to the top of the wave, and a moment later, as the crash came and the sweep in toward shore began, the frail craft was flung forward as if from a catapult. And in it shot with speed that simply dazed the Americans, but it was toward shore. They had passed the breakers. And Cliff gave a gasp of delight as he felt the wild leap forward. It seemed but a second more before the rush ended. The bow of the rowboat struck and the frail object was whirled round and flung over, its occupants being fairly hurled into the air. When they struck the water it was to find themselves within a few feet of dry land. They staggered to a standing position to find that they were in water only up to their waists. And the great wave was tugging them out to sea again. They struggled forward wildly, clutching at each other. A minute later, breathless, exhausted and half drowned, but wild with joy, they staggered out upon a sandy beach and sank down to gasp for breath. "We're safe," panted Cliff. "Safe. Safe. And on the island of Cuba, the stronghold of their deadly enemies." Chapter 9. The enemy's country. It must have been at least 5 minutes before those exhausted men moved again. When at last they managed to rise to their feet, it was to find themselves in the midst of absolute darkness, with the wild sea on one side of them and on the other no one knew what. The faint point of light which they had seen had now disappeared, but they took it to mean that there were Spaniards in the neighborhood. And they did not fail to recognize the peril in which they were. The firing had probably been heard and the wreck of the merchantman seen. If so, the Americans could not be in a much worse place. "We may be right in front of a battery," whispered Cliff. The first thing the sailors did was to see to their revolvers and cutlasses. And after that they started silently down the shore. "We won't try to go far," Cliff said, "but we must find a hiding place." But in that darkness the hiding places were themselves hidden. The best the Americans could do was to stumble down the shore for 100 yards or so, being careful to walk where the waves would wash out their footprints. Then they were a short distance from the wreck and felt a trifle safer. "We may as well strike back in the country now," said the leader, "at least until we can find some bushes or something to conceal us." That was a rather more ticklish task, and the men crouched and stole along in silence. They had no idea what they might meet. It was fortunate for them that they were quiet. Otherwise they would have gotten into very serious trouble indeed. They stole up the sandy beach a short ways, feeling their way along and getting further and further away from the sea. They were struggling through soft dry sand. And suddenly Cliff, who was in front, saw something loom up before him, a dark line. And he put out his hand to touch it. He found that the sand rose gradually into a sort of drift or bank. It was high, and seemed to reach for some distance. The sailors stopped abruptly, and Cliff crept softly forward, feeling along with his hands. Suddenly the men heard him mutter a startled exclamation under his breath. "Men," he whispered, "we're in a terrible fix. I ran into a gun." "A gun?" "Yes, a big one. We've struck a Spanish battery, and we must be near some town." The sailors stared at him aghast, and then suddenly came a startling interruption, one that fairly made their blood grow chill. "Who goes there?" It was a loud, stern hail in Spanish, and it seemed to come from almost beside them. Quick as a flash the Americans dropped, crouching close together in the darkness. They could hear the beating of each other's hearts. There were several moments of agonizing suspense. The Spaniard who had shouted out was evidently awaiting a reply. And then suddenly he repeated his challenge. "Who goes there?" And a moment later came a sound of hurrying footsteps. "What's the matter?" Cliff heard a voice demand. He was the only one in the party who understood Spanish, and knew what was said. But it was plain to the rest that it was a conversation between a sentry and an officer. "I heard a footstep, Señor Capitan," cried the man. "Cuidado! Take care! It's very near." There was a moment's pause. "You must be mistaken," said the officer. "I am not mistaken," repeated the man firmly. "Santa Maria, my ears do not deceive me. You said to be watchful, for you have heard firing." To that the Americans had listened in trembling silence, but the next made them jump. "I will light this lantern," said the officer. And the instant they heard it, Cliff rose silently to his feet, the men did likewise, and began to creep softly off to one side. But careful as they were, they could not help the grinding sound of their footsteps in the sand, and it caught the quick ear of the Spaniard. "Hear it," he cried. "Por Dios, again! Somebody is stealing upon us." And an instant later the air was rent by a sharp crack of a rifle the sentry had fired. There was wild confusion at once, and the unfortunate castaways were aghast. For an instant Cliff thought of charging the battery with 4 men. But he realized the folly of that. "Quick," he cried, "let us hide. Forward!" Lights were flashing and men shouting and running about behind the sand wall just in front of them, but the sailors were still unseen. They broke into a run and fairly flew down the shore. They fancied the whole Spanish company was at their heels, but after they had run for some distance they found that they had not been pursued. For the enemy were so taken by surprise at the sudden alarm that they were if possible more frightened than the Americans. And so the men stopped for breath. They stared at each other, as if hardly able to realize the peril into which they had so suddenly been plunged. "I think that was the quickest adventure I ever had in my life," muttered Cliff. The suddenness of it made him laugh. They had almost walked into a Spanish fort. But it was no laughing matter, certainly, it was a confounded piece of ill luck. "For they'll be watching for us now," muttered Cliff. "I'm afraid that will settle us." "They'll follow our footsteps," exclaimed one of the sailors. That was so, and it was an unpleasant prospect. It was plain that if the Americans wished to find any safety they must get some distance away from that battery. "We'll make one more effort to get back into the country," muttered Cliff. And amid silence and anxious suspense they once more started up the sloping seashore. They crept along as it seemed by inches. But fortunately they did not run across any more guns. When they came across an embankment it was of solid earth and marked the end of the beach. And there were some trees and bushes there, so the Americans began to feel more comfortable. For all they knew they might in the darkness have been strolling into a town. But they were apparently out in the open country, there seemed to be no people and no houses near. So they started boldly forward. It was then late at night, a dark and damp and windy night, so they were not likely to find many people wandering about. "What we want to do," Cliff said, "is to get back in the country a while where we can hide until morning. Then if we can find some Cubans we'll be all right." Cliff was about tired to death. He had done far more work that day than any of those sailors. But there was no time for resting then. He gritted his teeth and started. They took their bearings from the sea, and then went straight on, watching and listening carefully, but meeting with no trouble. At first their walk led through what had evidently once been a cultivated country, for it was level and had but few trees upon it. At present, however, it was overgrown with weeds. Once they almost ran into a house, which it may readily be believed gave them a start. It was creepy business, anyhow, this stumbling along through the enemy's country without being able to see 10 yards in front. But the house seemed to be empty. In fact, it could hardly be called a house anymore, for it was half burned down. The Americans thought that it was empty, for Cliff had stumbled and fallen with a crash over a pile of dry sticks and rubbish. But when he rose to his feet to listen anxiously there was no movement or sign that anybody had heard him. "It probably belonged to some of the reconcentrados," he muttered. He was about to turn and give the word to proceed. Then suddenly a new idea occurred to him, and he gave a pleased exclamation. "This is lucky," he whispered. "Men, what is the matter with hiding there?" That was a rather startling proposition, for they could not be at all sure but someone lived there after all. But Cliff had come several miles by that time, and he was disposed to be a trifle desperate. A person can get so tired that he will be anxious to enter even a Spanish dungeon in order to get a chance to rest. "We will search the house," he said. "If we find anybody we'll hold them up and make them prisoners, and if we don't, we'll spend the night there." And then without another word he started silently forward. The sailors were right behind him. What was evidently the front of the house was the part that had been burned. Cliff picked his way over the ruins and into the rear, where there was a roof still remaining. There was a door there, half shut. One may readily believe that in pushing it open Cliff was rather nervous. But nothing occurred to startle him, and so they went forward once more. The place about him seemed deserted. Then suddenly Cliff did a startling thing. He took a deep breath and called aloud. "Anybody here?" And then for at least a minute or two the little party stood waiting in silence, but no answer was heard. "I guess it's deserted," Cliff said. "Scatter and search it thoroughly." And that was quickly done. To their relief the Americans found that the place was not inhabited and that there was no one near. That once made sure, it may be believed that they wasted no more time in delay. "I don't think it will be necessary for us to keep watch," he said. "Our safety lies in our hiding." They made their way into one of the smaller rooms of the little building, one which had a key to the door. And having secured themselves as best they could from danger of discovery, the wearied men sank down upon the floor. Chapter X. A startling discovery. It may seem strange that they were able to sleep in the perilous situation they were in, but they were men who were used to holding their lives in their hands. They say that Napoleon could take a nap, during a lull in battle, while he was waiting for his reserves to be brought up. The men were cold and damp, of course, but it was impossible for them to light a fire, even had they dared to take such a risk. But the darkness was their principal shield. But all the cold in the world could not have kept Cliff awake. He and the rest of the men were soon fast asleep, hidden away in the enemy's country, and surrounded by perils innumerable, yet resting as quietly as if they were at home. And none of them awakened either, as the dark night wore on. The day began to break over the mountains to the eastward, and the gay sunbeams streamed into the room to find the sailors still undisturbed and unconscious. The sun had risen and was half an hour up in the sky before any of the Americans showed signs of awakening. One of the sailors turned over and then sat up and stared about him. It was not strange that the man wondered where he was. For a moment, he had been through so much during the previous day. He found himself seated in a little bare appareil apartment half charred by fire, and having damp straw for flooring. His companions, including the officer, were stretched out upon it. They seemed in blissful ignorance of the fact that it was damp. The sailor rose to his feet. He was rather stiff and sore, and somewhat hungry, but he felt that he ought to be glad to be alive. And then he stole quickly over to the tiny window to look out. Naturally enough he was a little curious to see what sort of a place it was they had hit on in the darkness. There was light, then, plenty of it, too much in fact, so the man thought. It showed him everything. And the everything must have included something rather startling. For the sailor acted in a most surprising way. He took a single glance out of the window, and then he staggered back as if someone had shot him. The man's face was as white as a sheet. He stood for a moment seemingly dazed, his eyes staring vacantly. And then suddenly he made a leap across the room and seized Cliff by the shoulder. It was a startling way for Cliff to be awakened. The face of that man had a sort of nightmare look. "What is it?" Cliff gasped. "Quick! The window," panted the sailor. "Look!" The man in his excitement had awakened the rest and they were sitting up staring at him. Cliff meanwhile had rushed to the window, and when he looked out he acted just as the sailor had done. It might be well to describe in a few words what he saw. There was a small clearing around the deserted building, and beyond that a heavy wood. Cliff remembered having made his way through those woods. And now somebody else had done likewise. There was a squad of a dozen soldiers standing on the clearing's edge. And they were Spaniards. "Can they have surrounded us?" gasped the cadet. "Or perhaps they don't know we're here," whispered one of the men. The full meaning of that startling discovery was made evident to them an instant later. The officer of the Spaniards was standing to one side watching a man, who, with bowed head, was carefully scanning the ground. And he was coming slowly toward the building. "They're tracking us," whispered Cliff. And just then the man raised up his head and Cliff got a glimpse of his face. "The villain," he gasped. It was Ignacio. Yes, it was the villainous Spanish spy. He and his Spanish companions must have succeeded in getting ashore. And they had tracked their unsuspecting enemies to their hiding place. "I wish I had killed him," Cliff muttered half to himself. One of the sailors heard him, and he drew his revolver significantly. "It's not too late, sir," he said. But Cliff held up his hand. "No, no," he whispered. "Not yet." That suggestion called him back to action. Not yet because they had not yet been discovered. Ignacio was apparently off the scent. He did not know whether his victims had dodged the building or had the temerity to enter. And instantly Cliff leaped forward, over to the other side of the building. If none of the enemy was there, it might not be too late for flight. "If they are," Cliff muttered to himself, "by jingo, they've still got the building to capture." Whatever was to be done had to be done quickly, for Ignacio was a cunning fellow, and wouldn't be apt to delay very long. Cliff gazed out in the other direction and saw to his delight that the thicket came close to the house, and there were no Spaniards in sight. He called in a low voice to the men, who stole silently over toward him. "Quick," he gasped. "Out, for your lives." It was a thrilling moment, and Cliff was trembling with eagerness. One by one he watched the men crawl out of the low window and gather in the shelter of the building. And a moment later he himself dropped down. The instant he struck the ground he started forward. "To the woods," he whispered. "And not a sound, for your lives." And the men sprang softly forward, not even pausing to glance over their shoulders to see if they were discovered. Cliff fancied at that instant that he was safe. The building was between him and the Spaniards. But he did not know that at that moment Ignacio had observed a footprint in the damp ground that made him aware that they had gone into the building. He rushed around to the other side just in time to see a blue uniform vanish in the thicket. The next moment a wild yell came from his throat. "Myra!" he shrieked. "Forward! Here they are now." Chapter 11. A running fight. That cry seemed the death knell of the Americans, and their hearts leaped up in their throats when they heard it. For a moment Cliff thought of stopping and giving battle then and there. But he realized the hopelessness of that. It was hopeless to run, with no place to run to. But the sailors were already dashing away through the woods. And the cadet soon caught up with them and urged them on. The Spaniards broke into a run the moment they heard Ignacio's cry. A minute later they fired a volley into the bushes, probably in order to alarm the country. It would have been hard for those 5 fugitives to go any faster than they did during the first few moments of that chase. They heard their enemies banging away and yelling in their rear, and they fairly flew over the ground. "Keep together," panted Cliff. "We may find some place to make a stand." The ground over which they were traveling was ill-adapted for speed, for it was rough and the bushes were thick. But it was as fair for one as the other, and the Americans tore their way through and sped on. The Spaniards in the rear apparently knew of other troops in the neighborhood from the way they kept yelling. Cliff groaned as he realized the hopelessness of their flight. For even if they succeeded in shaking off their pursuers, the whole country was alarmed and hunting for them. And they had no food and no one to guide them. But the present evil was great enough, for the furious Spaniards were hot on the trail. "Surrender! Surrender!" Cliff heard the officer shouting a short way back. The chase would have ended in no time had it not been for the woods, which kept the fugitives out of sight so that they could not be shot. But that was a protection that would not last forever. Cliff gave a sudden gasp as he saw a clearing ahead of them. But it was only a small one, and the Americans sped across it at the very top of their speed. They hoped to reach the woods before their foes sighted them. And they did. Then suddenly a new idea flashed over Cliff. "Stop a minute," he cried. "Ready." The sailors saw him draw his revolver, and they knew what it meant. They crouched in the bushes, waiting. "We'll show them it isn't all play," Cliff whispered. And, a second later, half a dozen Spaniards dashed out of the woods. "Fire!" roared Cliff. There was a quick volley, and then instantly the fugitives sprang up again and sped on. They left several of their enemies lying on the ground. That unexpected move had evidently disconcerted the pursuers, who hadn't looked for a reception of that kind. They were not heard on the trail again for fully a minute, while the Americans made the best possible use of their time. But the pursuers did not mean to give up as easily as that, and they soon set out once more, firing away as if a whole army were in sight. Their little success raised the spirits of the gallant tars considerably. They seemed to forget they were in the enemy's country. And they chuckled gleefully to themselves as they raced on through the woods. They were a pretty small army of invasion, but they had lots of courage. But there is a limit to what courage can do, and the unfortunate sailors soon learned it. They came to a second clearing, a broad savanna this time. "We'll have to run for our very lives," gasped Cliff. For if they failed to reach shelter before the Spaniards came up, the former situation would be just reversed and the Spaniards could hide and fire in safety. And so the men set out at breakneck speed, as if they were in 100 yards dash. "I think we can make it," thought Cliff. They seemed to be a long ways behind. The shouts of the enemy indicated it. Cliff's volley had seemed to deprive them of their former confidence and rashness. But unfortunately, they were not the only Spaniards in Cuba. The firing had not failed to attract attention. The Americans had reached about the center of the broad plain. There was high grass and cane upon it, and that made even walking hard. But the men still plunged on bravely, though they were gasping for breath. But then something happened that made them gasp still more. For the shouts of the enemy in the rear were suddenly answered. And the answer came from in front. The sailors halted and stared at each other in consternation. "Do you see anything?" cried Cliff. All that could be made out was a line of bushes and undergrowth, marking the beginning of the woods. But out of it came a confused babble of shouts, as if a whole army were there and had been suddenly alarmed. "They'll head us off," gasped the sailor. But they stood still for only a second. Now was no time to delay. The pursuers in the rear were drawing closer every instant. There was only one thing left. They were shut off in two directions, but off to each side. "Come," gasped Cliff. And the sailors whirled about and followed him in the new direction. It was a hopeless hope, but it was not yet time to give up. And so for perhaps 100 yards they raced on. They had heard a shout behind them, and saw the Spaniards running out from the woods, both in front and behind. "Turn and fight them," shouted Cliff. Like wild animals at bay, the sailors faced about and jerked out their revolvers again. They were on the point of opening fire, when suddenly, as if they were not in trouble enough, there came a new development. There was a yell behind them, and a crashing sound. Out upon the broad savanna galloped a whole troop of Spanish cavalry, their carbines in their hands. And at their head rode a brightly uniformed captain waving his sword and galloping down upon the fugitives. "Surrender," he yelled. "Lay down your arms." And that was the last straw. The sailors looked at Cliff, and Cliff looked at the sailors. The troopers were not 100 yards away, and there were 50 of them. "I guess we may as well give up," said Cliff, grimly. "We've done our best, I think." And he turned toward the galloping men, dropped his sword and revolver, and then folded his arms. "We surrender," he called. "Come on." and a minute later the gallant five were surrounded by the cavalrymen, who stared at them eagerly. "Who are you?" demanded the gruff captain. "An officer in the United States Navy," said Cliff, promptly. "From the gunboat Uncas. And what are you doing here?" "We were wrecked on the coast last night. We surrender, and we expect to be decently treated." "You are prisoners of war," was the officer's stern response, "and you will be treated as such. Forward, march." Chapter 12. The First Prisoners of War. The command had hardly been obeyed when out from the brush at the further side of the savannah came the pursuing Spaniards and with them Ignacio. The latter made straight for Cliff with an upraised dagger, and would have killed the cadet then and there if the commander of the troop had not prevented him forcibly. "You fool," he said, "don't you know the orders?" "What orders?" "From Blanco. Prisoners are to be brought to Havana. If you want to kill him, wait till you get him there." And so the furious Ignacio was compelled to leave his enemy alone. He now rode along behind the troopers, muttering curses under his breath. But he knew that his time would come later. Moreover, he had not so very long to wait, for the capture had been made quite near to Havana. The country through which they were riding was broad and flat, rising gradually to the blue hills at the southward. All about them it seemed as if the land had once been under cultivation, but now it was overgrown with rank vegetation. In the distance could be seen the buildings of a little town, for which they were heading. The Spanish cavalrymen rode along merrily, their accoutrements jingling. They were a dark-skinned, black-haired lot, and most of them were small, and not very sturdily built. The Americans had heard it said that they didn't get enough to eat, and they looked it. The prisoners were mounted upon spare horses, and were kept well in the middle of the group. Their hands were tied behind them, and one of their captors had hold of the bridles of their mounts. Cliff's was a jaded old nag, and kept stumbling and stopping, making the task of riding a difficult one, but he did not notice it very much, for he was busily thinking. His present situation was indeed a discouraging one, and he felt its degradation keenly. It was not that his conscience troubled him, for he knew that he had done all that could be expected of him. But he was a prisoner for all that, and he had before him all the horrors of which he had heard so much. Still there was no chance of escape, and he could only bow to the inevitable, but he could not help feeling a thrill of apprehension as he glanced behind him and saw the malignant Ignacio gazing at him. But Ignacio bided his time, and said nothing. Meanwhile, the troopers trotted on. In about 15 minutes the little town drew near. Cliff did not know the name of it, for he had no idea where he had run ashore on the previous night. But he did not think he was far from Havana. The arrival of the soldiers created intense excitement in the town. Men and women and children and barking dogs rushed out to see them pass. And when it was discovered that 5 Yankees had been captured, the cavalrymen received an ovation. But they made straight on to their destination. What it was Cliff had no trouble in guessing. There was a railroad station in the town, and there the troopers came to a halt. Most of them dismounted from their horses to rest, and the captain hurried off to attend to the task of getting a train to take those prisoners to the capital. Meanwhile a great crowd gathered about the little station. Most of them were ugly-looking, ragged men, and they crowded around the prisoners and stared at them curiously. There were looks of hatred upon their unpleasant faces, and their remarks, it may be believed, were not complimentary. "The Yankee pigs have met their match at last," snarled one tobacco-stained peon, who had forced his way up close to Cliff. "And they'll go to Havana as they wanted to," put in another, with a leer. "They were boasting they'd get there." There were some grins at that sally, which encouraged the Spaniard to go on. "How do you like it?" he inquired. "Santa Maria, couldn't you have run fast enough?" "They won't run any more," snarled another. "They'll be put where they're safe." An old woman with a haggard, savage-looking face and a heavy stick shook the latter in the Americans' faces, as she cursed them in her shrill, Spanish jargon. And then suddenly came a loud cry from the outskirts of the crowd. "Stone the pigs! Kill 'em! Don't let them get away. Cliff could not see the man who yelled that, but he knew the voice, and realized that Ignacio was getting in his fine work again. And he seemed likely to be successful, too, for the cry appeared to please the crowd. Yes, yes, kill 'em, swelled the muttering shout. And a moment later someone, perhaps Ignacio himself, flung a heavy stone at the Americans. It sailed over the heads of the mob, and struck one of the sailors a glancing blow on the forehead. It made an ugly wound, and blood flowed. The sight seemed to please the crowd. Por Dios, they laughed. Good for them. Keep it up. Perhaps the sight of blood enraged them, but at any rate, their hostility became more evident. They shook their fists and muttered savagely. And all the while Ignacio's voice chimed in. Kill 'em. Kill 'em. The prisoners seemed about to have a very unpleasant experience indeed. There was no one to restrain the crowd except the soldiers, and they sympathized with the angry people. And the crowd seemed to know that. They surged nearer. A prison's too good for them, they roared. The old hag was still shaking her cane and yelling her maledictions. At that moment a man snatched the stick from her hand and aimed a blow at Cliff's face. The cadet's hands were tied behind him, and he was nearly helpless. But he managed to turn and catch the blow upon his shoulders. And an instant later his foot shot out and caught the enraged Spaniard squarely in the stomach. The man staggered back. Madre de Dios, he gasped. He's killed me. Cliff's daring action set the crowd in a perfect frenzy. Stone 'em, yelled Ignacio. And seemingly all at once they sprang at the prisoners with sticks and stones and knives and fists. The soldiers made a feeble effort to stop them, but the crowd saw them laughing as they did so. Nobody cares about the Yankee pigs, the crowd roared. Go for them. It would have gone hard with the Americans just then had it not been for the fact that the captain reappeared. He had no love to waste on them, but he knew his duty. And he sprang forward with a stern command. Drive that crowd back. Quick. And then the cavalrymen acted in a quite different manner. The angry mob was forced away, in spite of their protests. The sailors breathed somewhat more freely. Still it was to their relief when they saw an engine and a single freight car coming up the track. They knew that was for them and that they would soon be out of the reach of that mob. But not of Ignacio. Cliff groaned. Not of Ignacio. The private car intended for the strangers came to a stop in front of the little station, and they were told to dismount from the horses and enter. The crowd gave a parting jeer as they lost sight of them. Once inside, the sailors were gruffly ordered to sit down, and their feet were tied securely. A sergeant and 3 men were detailed to mount guard over them, and then everything was ready for the start. Cliff watched anxiously for one thing. He had an idea that his deadly enemy might not succeed in following them the rest of the journey. But in that he soon saw that he was mistaken. Ignacio had no idea of being foiled in his vengeance. Just before the door of the car was shut, his small, crouching figure entered. He stopped just long enough to clench his fist and shake it at Cliff, and then he retired into a corner to snarl angrily to himself. A few moments later there was a creaking of wheels and the train had started. The roar of the crowd died away and was succeeded by the sound of the rapid motion. The prisoners were on their way to Havana. And I wish there'd be a wreck and end us before we got there, mused Cliff. Chapter 13. Ignacio's Plots. For Cliff Faraday had not failed to learn something of what a prisoner might expect in Havana. A classmate of his, Vic Rollins, had spent a couple of months there and had emerged almost a physical wreck. And Cliff could not tell how long he might have to remain. The war had already been going on long enough for him to see that it would last some time. And the amount of cruelty and starvation he had before him was enough to make the cadet tremble. He knew that the severest privation would fall to his lot. Ignacio could be trusted to see to that. I don't think they'll dare to let him kill me, the American muttered. But he'll probably get his satisfaction somehow. At any rate, it was plain that the vengeful Spaniard meant to try. He soon set to work. That Cliff understood Spanish he was well aware. But he did not seem to mind it. For he began a conversation with the sergeant. And he did not take the trouble to whisper what he had to say, though one would have thought he would not care to have so villainous a plot known to anyone. The officer in charge of the Americans was sitting near them with his own sword lying in his lap. And Ignacio crept over to him. "Jose," said he, "Jose Garcia, listen to me." "What is it?" "Jose, have you been paid your wages for the last 6 months?" The soldier gazed at Ignacio in astonishment. "Caramba! What's that to you?" "Nothing, Jose, except that you need money, don't you?" It was evident from the look that came over the Spanish soldier's face that the answer he made was sincere. "Santa Maria," he cried. "Yes." "Why? Would you like to make some?" "How much?" Slowly Ignacio reached his hand inside of his shirt and pulled out a little bag. He loosened the mouth of it and took the contents out. He spread them out on the floor of the car. "It is American money," he said, "the money of the pigs. But it is good money for all that. How much is there?" "Ha, ha. You are interested, are you? Well, well." Ignacio's dark eyes glittered as he slowly went over the pile of bills. "See, Sergeant," said he, "here is $100 bill. Just think of it. Look at it. Think if I should get that bill changed into good Spanish gold. The British consul would do it. Yes, he is a friend of the Yankees. Yes, he would do it for me. And then here is $50 more. Look and count it. Think of what you could do with $150 of the Yankees' money. Think of what it would buy food and I know not what a fine dress for your sweetheart, to take her away from that rival of yours. And it is all good money, too. How am I to know it? Caramba! Couldn't you take my word? You know me, Jose, and what I do for Spain. Do you not know that I am a friend of Blanco's? Hey! And you know that he trusts me when he trusts nobody else. And how did you get that money? How did I get it? Ha! Ha! I will tell, yes, por Dios, I will, and those Yankee pigs may hear me, too. Ha! Ha! There was what they called a trader on the New York, the Yankees' flagship. She isn't much, but she is the best they have. One of our little gunboats could whip her, for it would be men fighting pigs." The sergeant's eyes danced. "And we'll sink her, too," went on Ignacio. "Just wait. I saw her run away once from a little gunboat. The Yankees build their boats swifter than ours so they can run away. But anyhow, as I said, this man was working for Spain. And he tried to blow up the flagship." "Por Dios," cried the sergeant, "like we did the Maine." "Exactly. It would have been another glorious triumph for us. And, Jose Garcia, who do you think it was that prevented him?" The man clenched his fists. "I don't know," he cried, "but I wish I could get hold of him." "You do?" "Yes." "What would you do to him?" "Santa Maria. I'd get him by the throat." "You would?" "Yes. And I would choke him till he was dead." "Dead," echoed Ignacio, with a hoarse cry of triumph. And then he raised one arm trembling all over with rage and hatred. "Jose," he half yelled. "What is it?" "Suppose I should tell you, Jose, suppose I should tell you that the villain is here." "Here?" "Yes. By heaven, he's here. Jose, that is he." And the fellow pointed straight at Cliff, while he leaned forward and stared into the Spaniard's face, eager to see what the effect of his announcement would be. It must have suited him, for he gave a low laugh, a fiendish chuckle. Then he went on. "And not only that, Jose. Think of what else he has done." "Has he done more?" "Yes, por Dios, he has. Listen. Jose, we have in our power the worst of our country's enemies. Jose, he is a fiend, a perfect devil. He has ruined nearly every plan I tried. Do you know, if it had not been for him, yes, for him, I should have stabbed the great pig admiral. Caramba! Yes. Not Samson. Yes, he, the villain who is blockading Havana and destroying our ships. I had the knife at his heart, and that Yankee pig prevented me. Do you wonder that I hate him? No. I hate him, too. Yes. For you are a true Spaniard. But about that money, Jose. I got it, as I say, from this Schwartz. For when this Yankee pig stopped him from blowing up the New York, he ran away and hid. And he paid me this for helping him to Cuba. Ignacio held up the bills before the hungry eyes of the Spanish sergeant. And when he had given him time to look at it and think of what it meant for him, Ignacio suddenly bent forward and got close to him. Jose, he cried, it's all for you. The man stared eagerly. What for? He cried. I will tell you, said Ignacio. Once more he slipped his hand under his jacket. Look, said he. And he drew out a sharp, gleaming dagger. He ran his fingers over the edge, hissing as he did so between his teeth. It is sharp, he muttered. Ha, ha, sharp. And it will do the work. What work? Listen, Jose. There lies the fiend of a Yankee. He is in my power at last. He has baffled me, ruined me, but now I have him. Yes, he can't get away. Ha! Ha! I feel merry. Jose, he is my deadliest enemy, he is your enemy, too, the enemy of our glorious country. I hate him, so must you. I do. Then listen. I want to take this knife, this nice, sharp knife that I have been grinding for him. Ha! Ha! Santa Maria, how sharp it is! And I will put this money, all this money, into your hands, and you will turn away so as not to see. And I will take this knife in my hand so. And I will creep over toward that fellow. And kill him. Listen, Jose. You spoil it. He'll scream. He'll turn pale and tremble like the coward he is. But he can't get away, Jose, he can't get away. I've got him, Jose. And I'll unbutton his jacket, that hated Yankee uniform. And I'll take this knife and I'll put it right close to his soft, white skin. Then I will press down. And you'll hear him scream as it goes in, he'll twist about and shriek, but I will pin him to the floor. And then he will lie there, Jose, and we can watch him die. Ha, Madre de Dios, how I hate him. The Spaniard's rage had been such that his face grew fairly purple. And he snatched up the knife and started forward toward the cadet. How I hate him, he panted again. What were the feelings of poor Cliff may be imagined. He was perfectly helpless and could only lie still and gaze into the eyes of his deadly foe. But there was someone else to stop Ignacio. The sergeant caught him by the arm. So, no, he cried. Stop. What? Panted Ignacio. Why? They would punish me. But they need not know. The others will tell. Nonsense. But they will. What? Cannot a knife kill more than one man? Caramba, I will kill all 5. But I was ordered to deliver them alive. Ignacio was nearly frenzied at those objections. Jose, he yelled, you are mad. We can fix it. I will fix it with Blanco. Say they got loose, chewed the ropes, and attacked us. I will swear they did, swear it by all the saints. And I hate that Yankee so, Jose, that I would cut my own flesh to make the story seem more probable. I will say we had a desperate battle, tell them how you saved my life. And you will be promoted. Blanco will believe me, Jose. But the Spanish soldier shook his head dubiously. I dare not, he said. The captain's last words were to deliver them safely. But think of the money, Jose. Think of the money. Ignacio fairly ground his teeth with rage over the delay. he was like a wild man. "Por Dios," he cried, "how can you hesitate? It is the chance of your lifetime, of your lifetime." The 5 unfortunate prisoners had not all of them understood those words, but they had no doubt of their meaning. And they lay watching Ignacio feverishly. It was as if they had been charmed by a serpent, their eyes followed his every motion. They realized that at any moment the cunning villain might leap at them. But the sergeant, though wavering, still shook his head. "The men will tell," he objected. "Here is another 100 for them," gasped Ignacio. "It is all I have." "Por Dios, what more?" There was at least half a minute of agony after that while the man upon whom everything depended wrestled with that temptation. It was a great one, and Cliff felt a cold perspiration breaking out all over him as he sat and watched. But the stolid sergeant was apparently too much of a coward to take the risk. He said no, and Cliff gave a gasp. "Wait and see, Blanco," he said. "I do not dare to let you do it." And though Ignacio blustered and swore and pranced about like a madman, the soldier was obdurate. "The risk is too great," he reiterated. "I dare not." And so Ignacio once more slunk back into a dark corner of the car and fell snarling to himself. "But I'll have him yet." Cliff heard him hiss. "I'll have him yet. Just wait till we get to Havana." Chapter 14. Bessie Stewart. The event to which Ignacio was looking forward with so much pleasure was not long in taking place. The trip by the railroad lasted about half an hour only. Ignacio would hardly have had more than time to carry out his dastardly purpose before the train arrived. The car came slowly to a stop and the sergeant got up and opened the door. "Here we are," said he. "And I am glad." Ignacio was apparently glad, too, since he had failed in his first plan. He sprang up eagerly and watched the removal of the prisoners. The sergeant untied the Americans' feet and gruffly ordered them to march. With the soldiers before and behind they were led rapidly through the streets of Havana. If the arrival of those prisoners in a small town created excitement, one may well imagine that the big capital turned out a crowd to watch them, but there was almost no demonstration against them, for the party hurried along rapidly. And Ignacio did not try any of his tricks. He knew that his chance would soon come, and he waited patiently. Cliff gazed about him as he walked. He was listless and hopeless, but he could not help feeling an interest in the city he had heard so much of and which he had been so busily helping to blockade. But he had little chance to look about. He was marching down a long street crowded with Spaniards of all sizes and shades. And then suddenly before a dark, heavy-looking building, the guards came to a halt. There was a heavy iron door in front of it that opened slowly. "March in," said the sergeant. And the prisoners, with bayonets at their backs, were forced up the steps and into the building. The door shut again with a dull iron clang that sounded like a death knell to Cliff. Ignacio entered, too. He seemed to have the privilege of going where he chose. The sentries who were guarding that door asked him no questions. It was apparently some sort of a military jail to which they had been taken. Down a long stone corridor they were marched, and then halted in front of a door. The sergeant entered, and Ignacio after him. The rest waited outside. It must have been at least 15 minutes before anything more occurred. Then the sergeant came out, and ordered the prisoners to enter. Cliff, as the officer, entered first, and he found himself facing a tall, military-looking Spaniard with a resplendent uniform and an air of authority. Who he was Cliff had no idea, but he was evidently in command of the place. He was a dark, savage-looking man, and his brows were drawn down as he frowned upon the prisoners. And Cliff was not surprised. "He's had Ignacio to tell him about us," he thought to himself. Ignacio was standing just behind the officer. There was a grin on his face and a look of delight. He rubbed his hands gleefully as he watched what transpired. The Spanish officer glared at his prisoners sternly. Cliff's bearing was quiet and dignified. "So you are the officer who commanded the Yankee pigs," growled the man. "I am an American naval cadet," was the response. The Spaniard said nothing more for a moment, but continued his piercing look. "You put on a bold front," he said at last. "You must have looked differently when you were running away." The remark required no answer, and got none. Cliff did not mean to bandy words with the officer. If he wanted to taunt him, he was welcome to do so. "We treat our prisoners more politely," he thought, "but I suppose this is the Spanish way." Meanwhile the officer went on. "You will be less impudent later on," he snarled, "when you learn what is in store for you. You've no idea, I presume." "I understood that I was a prisoner of war," was the American's quiet answer. "And I understood that Spain considered itself a civilized nation." The Spaniard laughed softly. "A prisoner of war," he chuckled. "So you really expect to be treated as such, and after what you have done?" "What have I done?" asked Cliff. Ignacio's eyes began to dance at that, for the officer turned toward him. "This gentleman," said the officer, "is one of our trusted agents. And I have learned from him of your villainy." Cliff was not in the least surprised at that. It was just what he had looked for. "I should be pleased to learn also, if I may, what has this trusted agent told you?" As he said that, he turned toward the grinning Ignacio. But it was the officer who continued speaking. "I suppose you wish to deny everything," said he. "But I assure you it will do not the least good in the world." "I presume not," escaped Cliff's lips. The Spaniard frowned angrily, but he went on without a change of tone. "You were captured, if I understand it truly, from a merchantman which you ran upon the rocks in order to prevent one of our vessels from recapturing her." "That is true," Cliff said. "And you must have thought it quite a smart trick. But according to this man here, you previously had some fighting with our vessel. Would you mind telling me about it?" "I would not," said Cliff. "We were steaming toward Key West, myself and these 4 men being a prize crew from the gunboat Uncas. We were hailed from the darkness by another vessel." "Ah! And what was the name of the vessel?" "I do not know." "Did you not ask?" "I did. But she answered falsely. She pretended to be an American vessel." The Spaniard gave a sneer. "So that is the yarn you mean to tell," he laughed. "That is what occurred," said Cliff, quickly. "If you have heard otherwise, you have been told a lie. And my men will bear me out in the statement." "Indeed?" "I do not doubt it." There was fine sarcasm in that tone, but Cliff did not heed it. "Would you mind telling me what this fellow Ignacio has said?" he inquired. "He says," responded the other, "that the vessel announced herself as a Spaniard, and called on you to surrender. You did so, and then when the boat's crew came aboard you shot 2 of them and steamed away. Is that so, Ignacio?" "It is," snarled the agent. "I will take my oath upon it." It was of course a lie, and it made Cliff's blood boil. The Spanish vessel had deceived them and tried to capture them by stealth. The men of the Spanish boat's crew had been shot while trying to hold up the American. But Cliff had expected that Ignacio would tell such a tale, and so he was not surprised. The offense with which the lad found himself charged was a terrible one, and he realized that he could be hanged for it. Yet what was he to do? "I fear," he said to the Spaniard, "that it will do me little good to deny this story." "That is true," said the other, promptly. And his cruel eyes gleamed as he watched the prisoner. "Do you deny the shooting?" he demanded. "No," said Cliff, "I do not." "You find it easier to say that the men pretended to be Americans." "I find it easier because it is truer," was the cadet's answer. And then there were several moments of silence while the 3 actors of this little drama watched each other eagerly. Ignacio was fairly beside himself with triumph. He could scarcely keep himself quiet, and under his bushy eyebrows, his dark eyes gleamed triumphantly. He had played his trump card. And he had his victim where he wanted him at last. To watch him under the torture of his present position was almost as good as to watch him under the torture of the knife. For what could he do? He might bluster and protest, but nobody would believe him. For Ignacio knew that the Spanish officer was glad enough to believe the story the spy told him. His prejudice and his hatred of Americans would turn the scale. And it would be fine to punish a Yankee pig for such a crime as this. As for Cliff, he was filled with a kind of dull despair. He knew the odds against him, and realized that his struggles would be those of a caged animal. He had done nothing but his duty, and the law of nations would have justified him. But Ignacio's lie upon that one small point was enough to make him liable to death. The officer seemed to realize the smallness of difference, for he turned to Ignacio. "Are you perfectly sure," he demanded, "that you heard our vessel announce her identity?" "I am, Señor." "And what was her name?" Cliff's eyes brightened at that. He thought Ignacio would be caught there. But the cunning fellow was prepared, and answered instantly. "The Regina." He had chosen the name of a Spanish gunboat he knew to be at sea, and the ruse worked. "What more can you expect?" demanded the officer of Cliff. And then the cadet looked up to make the last effort for his life. "As I have told you," he said, "this fellow's story is false. And now I will tell you why he has done it. He has long been an enemy of mine, and he is making an effort to ruin me. I foiled him." "If you are going to tell me about that attempt of his to kill your Yankee admiral," interrupted the officer, "I know it already." And Ignacio gave a chuckle of glee. "In fact," the officer added, "I have learned of all your adventures, young man. And I have no doubt you consider yourself quite a hero after what you have done against Spain. But you will live to regret it, I think." And Cliff saw that he had nothing to gain by pursuing that tack any further. He was silent, for he knew nothing more to do. The Spaniard went on. "I know also of another affair of yours," he added. "It seems that your pig government sent a naval officer over to see that bandit robber Gomez. And our friend here, Ignacio, was leading him into our camp. I believe that was it not, Ignacio?" "It was, Señor, and this Yankee here met us." "And wounded you and rescued the officer, with the aid of some of the robber's men, and that girl you told me about." "Exactly," said Ignacio. "What was her name?" the other continued. "Stewart, I think. We will soon manage to stop her tricks, I fancy." Cliff had been listening to their conversation without any particular interest. But suddenly, as he heard that last speech, his face flushed crimson and he half staggered back. "Bessie Stewart," he gasped, under his breath. The Spanish officer was looking at him, and he laughed as he saw the American's thunderstruck expression. "Ha, ha," he chuckled, "so you are interested in her, are you? A sweetheart, perhaps, hey?" Cliff did not answer that. He was staring at the man in horror. Stop her? What in the world could he mean? What could he know about Bessie Stewart? The girl was a dear friend of Cliff's who had come to Cuba to hunt for a relative of hers. Cliff had left her under the protection of Gomez, and that was the last he had heard of her. And here was the brutal Spaniard mentioning her. How had he and how had the villainous Ignacio learned about her? It was small wonder that Cliff started back. Bessie Stewart was the dearest friend he had. Meanwhile the Spaniard was leering at him. "The Yankee pig seems worried," he said. "If that girl is his sweetheart, he did not do wisely to leave her with the bandit Gomez." "Did he, Ignacio?" "No, Señor," was that person's grinning response. "For she will soon be somebody else's sweetheart," chuckled the other. That was too much. Cliff had held himself back, for he did not wish those cruel men to know he could torment him. But at that last remark he could no longer restrain his anxiety. He sprang toward the Spanish captain with a pleading look on his face. "Tell me," he cried. "Tell me, where is she?" The other's lip curled sneeringly as he stared at him. "You are very much interested," said he. "Well, to be sure, The girl is pretty as I ever saw, unfortunately for her. But you may see her again. I expect she is likely to be in the same prison with you." Every drop of blood left Cliff's face at those terrible words. Bessie Stuart in prison. "Merciful Providence," he gasped. And then once more he sprang toward the Spaniard, a look on his face, a look of agony that would have touched a heart of stone. "For heaven's sake, sir," he gasped, "tell me." "Tell you what? Is she in Havana?" The Spaniard laughed softly. Then he nodded toward Ignacio. "Ask him," he said. "He keeps track of such people for us. She has been here some time now, and people who get into our prisons don't they don't get out in a hurry, do them, Ignacio?" "No, señor. And then she is very pretty, too," added the officer, with a laugh. To the agony those remarks were raising in the mind of poor Cliff, those two brutal men seemed quite insensible. Or perhaps they were teasing him. But if so, the officer had enough then, for he turned upon his heel impatiently. "Enough of this nonsense," he said. "You need not worry about your sweetheart, for you will probably be dead by tomorrow." And the man turned to the soldiers. "Those 4 prisoners," he said, pointing to the sailors, "will be kept here for the present. They will probably be exchanged in a few days. We do not blame them for the crime this officer here committed. As for him, he will probably be sent over to Morro Castle tonight." And then the file of soldiers closed about the dazed cadet and led him out of the room. He was scarcely able to walk by himself. The last sound that he heard as he left the room was the fiendish chuckle of the triumphant Ignacio. Chapter 15. In Morro Castle. That certainly was a day of triumph for the vindictive Spaniard. Not only Cliff Faraday was made wretched, but there was his friend, too, and each 1,000 times more unhappy because of the misfortune of the other. Cliff, as he went out of that room, was almost dazed. He could think of nothing. He scarcely heard the sailors sadly bidding him goodbye. Nor did he notice anything else until he heard the clang of a door behind him. He realized then from the darkness and silence about him that he was alone in one of the cells of the prison. It was not for himself that the poor cadet feared. He could have marched out without flinching and faced a dozen rifles aimed at his heart. But it was for Bessie Stuart, fallen into the hands of these brutal men. The fate that was before her was enough to make Cliff wish her dead. He racked his brains trying to think of how she could have come to Havana. Could she have been captured in a battle? And what had Ignacio to do with it? But poor Cliff knew nothing, and could think of nothing except that she was here, and he powerless to aid her. His own fate was terrible enough, though he hardly thought of that. He was to be sent at night to Morro. Many indeed were the unfortunates who had gone to take that sea trip in the darkness and never come back, and sometimes not reached their destination either. It was a terrible journey, that short ride across Havana Bay. But the cadet did not even stop to realize that. He had but one thought, and that he kept repeating over and over to himself in a state of confusion and despair. He never moved from his one position on the floor, and the hours flew by unheeded. Once and once only the heavy door of the cell was opened, and that by a man who shoved in a pitcher of water and a dish of food. He must have thought the prisoner asleep. And as a fact, Cliff was half unconscious. He was too dazed to think of anything. He had no hope and no chance of life, and nothing to think of except that Bessie Stuart was captured and he could not aid her. So the long day wore by. It was as a man waking from a deep sleep that the wretched American looked up when the door of that cell was opened again. He found that the hours had flown by, and that the time for the trip to Morro had come. If Cliff had cared about anything, then he would have shivered with horror at that moment, for it was surely gruesome and uncanny enough. 3 men there were, dark, silent, shadowy figures who entered the damp cell. The only light they had was from a dark lantern, which they flashed upon the solitary prisoner. They found him still lying on the floor, but he raised up to look at them, his haggard, tortured face shining white in the rays of the lantern. "Get up," commanded one of the men, in a low, muffled voice. "Get up." The face of the speaker was shrouded in darkness, but Cliff recognized the voice, and a cold chill shot over him. "Ignacio again," he gasped. "Yes." And Cliff thought that this was the last that Ignacio had gained his purpose. The task of murder was left to him. But there was no chance of resistance. Cliff felt the cold muzzle of a revolver pressed to his head, and so he put the thought away. One of the men snapped a pair of handcuffs about his wrists, as if to make sure of him in case the ropes were not strong enough. And then one of them seized him by each arm and Ignacio stepped behind with the lantern. And so out of the cell they marched and down the long corridor and out of the building into the open air. Cliff had chance for but one deep breath of it. A moment later he was shoved into a wagon that was in front of the door. There he was seated between one of the men and the chuckling Ignacio. The other man was driving and they rattled off down the street. Where they were going the unfortunate victim had no idea. Perhaps to some lonely spot where Ignacio could torture him to his fiendish heart's content. But there was no use in making an outcry. And Cliff realized it and sat perfectly silent. He would give his enemies no more satisfaction than he could help. Cliff did not think that it could be the trip to Morro that was before him. It was too early for such a deed of darkness. If he were dropped overboard upon the way someone might see it. But as it actually happened, Morro was his destination. And he really reached Morro, too. Perhaps the city jail was not considered strong enough for such a villain as he. And the carriage stopped at a wharf. A small launch was waiting there, and the party boarded her and were swept across to the other side in a very short while. So in a short while the walls of Havana's strongest dungeon shut upon Cliff Faraday. He was a prisoner in Morro, famous or infamous, for its deeds of horror. For it was in this place, as Cliff knew, that all the torture and cruelty of the Spanish nature had been wreaked upon the unfortunate Cubans or Americans who fell into the hands of Whaler. It was here that Ruiz had been murdered, and hundreds of wretches besides their name and fate being hidden forever by the walls of that horrible place. And Cliff was going then under the guidance of Ignacio. It was plain that the fiendish man had secured his purpose, for he was in command of the little party. And it was his to decide what was to be done with Cliff. How the man had secured that privilege from the authorities Cliff could not hope to know. That he had gotten it as a reward for some deed of darkness he did not doubt. Perhaps it was for capturing Bessie Stewart, was the thought that flashed over the lad. Again when the black, silent walls of Morro loomed up before them and the great gate opened, nobody asked any questions of Ignacio. He showed a note, and it passed him from sentry to sentry, and the party passed down a flight of stairs into a cold, damp, stone corridor black as night. Poor Cliff could not help but think of his own fate then. Ignacio's cruelty and hatred were such that no torture would be terrible enough for him. And he seemed to have his prisoner entirely to his own discretion. The great vault through which they were going echoed dimly to the footsteps of the party. They seemed to be down in a sort of a cellar, and they were winding their way through secret passages in almost absolute darkness. But Ignacio knew the way. Probably the fellow had been in those gloomy dungeons before. He stopped suddenly and flashed the lantern upon a rusty iron door. It was solid and heavy, but Ignacio took a key from his pocket and unlocked it. It swung back, creaking dismally upon its hinges. And Ignacio flashed the light of his lantern in. He staggered back quite white with fright as he did so. For there was a series of thumping, shuffling sounds and a shrill noise that made his blood run cold. But in a moment he again stepped forward, laughing under his breath. "Por Dios," he exclaimed. "The rats! They must be hungry." And he stepped into the room. His foot splashed into a small puddle of water on the reeking, earthen floor. But he pressed on, flashing his lantern about the granite walls. It was a tiny black cavern into which he had come. There was a stone bench at one side of the horrible place, and in the wall by it a heavy ring and a thick iron chain. It was but a minute more before Cliff's ankles were locked firmly in the ring, and then he was utterly helpless. For but a moment Ignacio stood looking at him, flashing the lantern full in his face. And then he turned and motioned to the two men. Without a word they faced about and stole away. They went out of the door, and Ignacio, trembling all over with his fiendish eagerness, shut the great iron barrier and locked it. And then with a hoarse cry of rage he faced about. Cliff Faraday was alone with his deadly and merciless foe. Chapter 16. In the dungeon vaults. Ignacio was a horrible object to contemplate at that moment, and it was but little wonder that Cliff turned sick and faint as he watched him. The man seemed fairly turned into a devil then. He seemed insane. He was alone, absolutely alone, with his victim. And no one under heaven could stop him. He had the key himself. And he had his prisoner iron-bound and helpless. For several moments the man fairly danced about the place, yelling as if to prove to his hated foe that there was no care for anything anymore. And then suddenly he made a leap at him. He crouched in front of him until his gleaming eyes shone into his face, and his hot breath could be felt. His claw-like fingers he seemed scarcely able to keep away from Cliff. "Yankee," he hissed, in a wild voice. "Yankee, do you know where you are?" The fiendish man saw the white look on his victim's face, and he laughed. "You do know," he cried. "You do know. Ha! Ha! You are in Moro, deep in the lowest vault. And no soul can come near you, hear me?" He struck him in the face as if to draw his attention. "Listen, yes, stare at me. I don't wonder you quake. You have defied me, ha, ha. You have ruined all my plans, but I've got you now. And, oh, how I will pay you back, how I will twist you and tear you. You shall pay for everything. And you may shriek and scream and no one will know it more than if you did not. Listen." And again from sheer bravado Ignacio raised his voice and shouted. The sound died in the grave-like cell, the granite and the iron shut it in. "You see," panted Ignacio. "Not a soul heard. And you are mine. Ah, they hate you and they like me, for I told them about that girl. Ha, ha. You wince." Ignacio's face was almost touching Cliff's as he hissed that. "You can't get away," he yelled. "And, oh, the things that I shall do to you. I've got instruments upstairs to tear you to pieces, burn your eyes out but never kill you, oh, no. And all night you will scream, and all tomorrow, if I choose. And I will watch you, I and the rats. And the rats will eat you, too." As if to add horror to the devil's gleeful statement, a huge slimy rat ran across Cliff's body just then. It made him shiver all over. And Ignacio danced about as he saw him. "Ha, ha," he cried. "You begin. But wait till I start, wait till you begin to feel some agony, till I begin to tear your eyes out. Then will you yell? When I get through with you, ha. When you are dead, perhaps weeks from now, you won't mind the rats anymore. You may stay in here in this grave for the Yankees to find if they capture Moro as they say they will. Oh, I will make it a sight for them." Cliff could not have stood the strain of that horrible ordeal much longer, he would have fainted away. But then the fiendish Spaniard's impatience got the better of him. And he turned and crept toward the door again. "I will get the instruments," he whispered, hoarsely. "The torture instruments. Santa Maria, what things they are! And how you will shriek." A moment later he turned the key and stepped out. He shut the door and locked it. And Cliff was left alone in all the blackness and horror of that slimy place. Never as long as he lives will he forget the agony of that long wait. He sat straining his ears and listening for the first sign of the fiend's return. He knew that he might come back any instant and begin his horrible, merciless tormenting. Cliff knew that man for a devil incarnate. He would sooner have looked for mercy in a hyena. For Ignacio was of the race of the Inquisition, and of the horrors of the Inquisition this was a fair sample. The wretched American knew that he was alone and that he could look for no rescue. He was buried in the very center of the earth, or the center of Hades. and his cries would be heard only by Ignacio. Cliff knew also that the frenzied villain would make haste, that he would come back panting and eager. Appalled, half-dazed, he sat and listened. The first thing he would hear would be the grating of the key, and then would come horrors inconceivable. Seconds were years at that time. Cliff thought that his hair would turn white from the suspense. And then suddenly he gave a gasp. There he was. Yes, the key was sliding in. And now it was turning. And then slowly the door was opened, groaning and creaking. Cliff imagined the dark, crouching figure. He had left the lantern behind while these deeds of darkness went on. The tomb-like cell was absolutely black, and Cliff could not see one thing. But he heard the door shut, heard the key turned. He shivered as in an ague fit. Above the noise of the scampering rats he heard a soft, stealthy footstep as the man crept across the floor. And then came the scratching sound of a hand running along the wall. He was feeling for him. And a moment later Cliff gave an involuntary cry as he felt the hand touch his face. Perfectly motionless and paralyzed he sat and fancied what might be going on in the blackness after that. He felt the hand pass downward along his body, felt it fumbling at the monocles that bound his ankles to the wall of the cell. Then to his surprise, his consternation, he heard a key softly turned. What happened then almost took away his breath. The iron fell off. He was loose. Can he be going to take me elsewhere? Cliff gasped. But he nerved himself for one thing, gathered his muscles for it. Before Ignacio secured him again he would get a kick, one that would almost kill him. Eagerly Cliff waited, to see what would happen next. But what did happen was more startling and incredible yet, he could scarcely believe his senses. For he felt the hands running down his arm. They fumbled at his wrists for an instant. And then with a clatter the handcuffs dropped to the ground. Merciful heavens! Cliff thought to himself. Can he be insane? For a moment he actually thought so, then it flashed over him that perhaps the fiend was torturing him with the most horrible of all tortures, hope. He'll wish he hadn't. Cliff gasped, as he braced his muscles. But that was not the true solution of the mystery, there were stranger things yet stranger and stranger. The only things that bound Cliff now were the ropes that had held his wrists at first. He tugged at them, but in vain. There was a moment's silent pause. And then to Cliff's unutterable consternation he heard another sound, a sound from across the room, a low, grating sound. It left him breathless. Someone else was coming into the cell. And with one rush the true state of affairs swept over Cliff. This isn't Ignacio, he panted. And a moment later he received proof positive of that fact. For again the hand stole down his arms and there came a couple of quick slashing cuts that hurt his wrists more than the ropes. But seconds were precious then. In one of them Cliff's hands were free. And his pulses leaped as he felt the knife thrust into his palm. He clutched it, and he heard one word whispered in English. Fight. And then the dark figure stole swiftly over to the other side of the cell. It was at the same instant that the door was opened and the light of a lantern flashed in. It was Ignacio returning. Chapter 17. Out of the dungeon. The furious Spaniard came in like some wild beast, fairly gnashing his teeth and snarling to himself in his rage. Cliff had but a moment, but he was quick to think. He sprang back to his old position, slipping his feet into the iron ring and putting his hands behind him. And Ignacio never noticed any difference. In fact, he did not look at Cliff until he had set down the lantern and shut the heavy door. He turned the key again and then faced about, touching low and muttering to himself. He stole swiftly across the floor. And his gleaming eyes flashed into Cliff's face. "Yankee," he hissed, "I am back. Do you hear me? Ha, ha." As if to make sure that he heard him, he struck him once more across the face. "Listen," he cried. "Ha, ha. And tremble." Cliff's blood rose at that blow, but he held himself back and watched and waited. That was a moment of peril for the treacherous Spaniard, What would have been his terror may be imagined, had he known the victim into whose eyes he was glaring was clutching in one hand a sharp knife, ready at any instant to plunge it into him. But the fellow had no idea of his peril. He was at the very height of his triumph, and his dark, beady eyes gleamed ferociously out of the shadows of that damp and silent vault. But he must have noticed that some of the color had come back into Cliff's face. "You are still defiant," he cried. "You still do not tremble. But wait till you begin to feel what I have for you. Did you see those iron things I brought in? Ha, ha. There is one I will fasten about your forehead and draw it tight till your very brain bursts. And then will you like it? Hey! Will you turn pale then? Will you scream? Ha, ha. And I shall dance around you and watch you. Will you be sorry you interfered with me then?" Ignacio might have taunted his victim that way for hours, but he was too eager and impatient. He whirled about and sprang toward the door. "Santa Maria," he panted. "I will get it. I will begin. I must hear him yelling." And he snatched up something from the floor and, taking the lantern in his other hand, bounded back toward Cliff. "Are you ready?" he exclaimed. "Yankee pig, begin to scream." And he flashed the lantern's light upon him. That was the crisis of the situation, for as the Spaniard looked he made the appalling discovery that his victim's feet were untied. And he staggered back, dazed. "Por Dios," he gasped. And that exclamation was his last sound. Cliff had nerved himself for the spring, for he knew that Ignacio might have a revolver and that no risks could be taken. But at that instant a dark, shadowy form rose up behind Ignacio. And one of his own iron instruments was raised above his head. It came down with a hissing sound, and then a heavy thud. And Ignacio dropped without a groan, without even a quiver. He lay perfectly motionless. His villainy was at an end. Cliff had sprung up as he saw that, and he gave a gasp of joy. Then he sprang toward his deliverer. The shadowy stranger took no notice of him at first, but stooped and picked up the lantern, turning the light of it upon Ignacio. The villain's face was fixed in a look of horror. It made both Cliff and the stranger shudder. The latter regarded it for a moment silently. The cadet could not see, but he was fingering a knife, as if undecided what to do. Who his mysterious deliverer was, Cliff had no idea. The single ray from the lantern did not furnish light enough for him to see anything, and the person had spoken but one word: fight. But the cadet's heart was full of gratitude. He sprang toward the stranger. "Who are you?" he cried. "I owe my life to you, let me thank you." But the other motioned him back, and then for a few moments there was a silence, while both stared at Ignacio's silent form. When the stranger moved it was to point toward the door. "Go," said he to Cliff, in a low, whispering voice. "Go, we will leave him here." And with that the mysterious person unlocked the great iron barrier and followed Cliff out. The door clanged upon that ghastly scene, and Cliff Faraday gave a sigh of relief. Yet there was so much before him that he soon forgot that hideous nightmare. For where was he going? And who was this stranger? And why had he rescued him? And what did he mean to do to Cliff? Nothing could be learned in that dark corridor, for Cliff could see no more there than inside of the room. But the stranger stumbled on and Cliff followed. They came to an iron ladder, leading up to the floor above. Up that the man went, the cadet following. That took them to another long stone passage, dark as ever. On they went, turning and winding about, but still not hesitating. And then suddenly the man halted in front of a grated door. The key was in the lock and the door opened promptly as he turned it. "Enter," said he. Cliff went in, and he heard the door shut behind him. It flashed over him then that he had only been taken to another cell. But when he whirled about he saw that the stranger had entered, too. The dark figure brushed past him and went across the room. A moment afterward Cliff heard him in the act of striking a match. And then the light of a lamp lit up the little room. By it the eager cadet could see his rescuer, and he stared anxiously. Further secrecy seemed not intended. The stranger faced about and each looked at the other steadfastly. What the mysterious man saw was a tall, handsome American in a blue uniform, his face rather pale. Cliff in turn saw also a man in a blue uniform. He had to take but one glance to see that he was a lieutenant in the Spanish army. He was a tall, finely proportioned man, rather young, and with a slight dark mustache. He had the dark skin and the features of a Spaniard, but Cliff thought he had never seen a finer-looking military man. For a moment Cliff gazed at him in silence. Then he stepped toward him. "Tell me, sir," he said. "Why have you done this?" The officer answered in a low, quiet voice. "You will soon know," said he. "Do not be impatient." "You have saved me from a horrible fate," said the cadet, his voice choking. "I do not know how to thank you." "Do not try," answered the other. "You have someone else to thank." And then he became silent again, watching Cliff. He seemed to be very much interested in him, from the way he studied the American's face. And once he gave a slight sigh. Cliff looked at him in surprise, but the man turned away, and he went toward the door. "I will return soon," said he, again in that quiet, firm voice. "Wait here." There was nothing for Cliff to do but wait, for when the door shut he was locked in the cell. That man's action was a mysterious one indeed. It left the cadet plenty to think of. He saw now where he got the keys. He was evidently one of the officers in charge of the castle. But why had he done it? Cliff was utterly baffled before that question. But it was not for very long, he soon learned, and in a startling and unexpected way. Cliff had not noticed it, but there was another door to that cell. It was behind him, leading to a small room in the rear. While he stood there motionless and lost in thought waiting for the Spaniard's return, that door was silently opened, and a figure stood watching him. And then suddenly it stepped out and came across the room. The cadet heard it then, and whirled about. He took one glance. And then he staggered back with a cry of consternation. It was Bessie Stuart. For one instant the two stood and stared at each other as if to make sure that their eyes did not deceive them. And then, with a cry of delight that came from his very soul, Cliff sprang toward the girl. Bessie Stuart looked as if she had been through some terrible ordeal, for her face was pale, the emotion of meeting Cliff almost overcame her, and she burst into tears upon his shoulder. Cliff himself was so dazed that he hardly knew what to think. He caught the girl in his arms to keep her from falling. "Bessie," he cried, "how on earth did you get here?" The cadet's brain was in a whirl at that moment. He began to see what the Spaniard meant when he said it was for some other person's sake that he had rescued Cliff. It was for her sake. And it must have been by some terrible sacrifice that she had saved him from the torture. "Bessie," he cried. "Tell me that officer." "What?" The girl looked up through her tears. "SSH," she exclaimed. "It is all right. Wait." And at that instant Cliff heard a key turn in the door, and knew that it was the man returning. Cliff gazed into the girl's face and he saw a look of joy upon it that partially reassured him, then he looked up and saw that the Spanish lieutenant had entered and was watching them. In his quiet way he studied the faces of the two, he saw the look of happiness on Bessie Stuart's face, and he must have known that it was because she had met the cadet again. Cliff saw him press his lips together resolutely. The cadet was watching him with the intensest anxiety, for he hoped in that man's actions to read the meaning of this mystery. But the Spaniard's handsome face showed little emotion, though his chest heaved and fell as he stood there. And then suddenly he stepped forward toward the two. "I have brought it, Miss Stuart," he said, with a dignified bow. He held out a heavy cloth cape, which the girl flung over her shoulders, then, leaning on Cliff's arm, she stepped toward the door. "I am ready," she said. And without another word the officer turned and led the way out of the cell. He shut the door and locked it behind him and then went on down the corridor. Cliff was mystified beyond expression, but he asked no questions. The three went on silently. Bessie Stuart was so weak that she had to be half carried. They had gone but a short way down the long passage before they met a sentry with a gun upon his shoulder. He glanced at them inquiringly. But the lieutenant was not one who could be asked for explanations, and the soldier saluted and passed on. They passed through two heavily grated doors, each guarded in a similar way. But still not a word was spoken. And then suddenly Cliff saw the passage broaden out into a wide hall, and a moment later he came to what he knew to be the great door by which he had first entered. There were two men standing on guard there, either sentries or jailers. Cliff could not see which. The party came to a halt. "Garcia," said the lieutenant, "these are two prisoners, Americans, whom I have been directed to take across the bay." The man saluted and bowed respectfully. "Have you the order?" he inquired. "I have not. The commander had no time to give one to me. There is some hurry in the matter, I believe." "It is somewhat irregular, Lieutenant." "I will assume full responsibility," said the other, quietly. The man scanned the two prisoners closely. "They are not even bound," he objected. "I will assume full responsibility," said the officer again. He spoke rather sharply, and without another word the man hastened to swing back the door. And the three stepped out of that black prison into the open air and under the broad sky of heaven. And the lieutenant turned toward the two Americans. "You are free," he said, quietly. "Fly for your lives." Chapter 18. Cliff Faraday's Sacrifice. It is needless to say that Cliff stared at the man in amazement. But an instant before he had heard him state that he was willing to assume responsibility for them as prisoners. And now he was saying that they were free. But there was no time to ask any questions. Bessie Stuart was clinging to Cliff's arm and urging him on. "Have you got some place to hide us?" she inquired anxiously of the officer. "It is hardly likely that I would leave you here," was the other's quiet answer. "Come." He led them away from the prison. A short distance off there was standing a small closed carriage. "Here it is," said the Spaniard. "Step in." Cliff helped the girl inside, and then entered himself. He expected the officer to follow, but he did not. He clambered up with the driver. And the carriage rattled off down the road. Cliff saw his chance then. He turned eagerly toward the girl. "Bessie," he cried, "for heaven's sake, tell me what this all means. Who is this man? And why is he setting us at liberty?" The girl sank back weakly in the seat. "I will tell you the story, Cliff," she said. "There is plenty of time, for we have a long ways to go. He is ruining himself for us." Cliff exclaimed. "For you? Why, he will be court-martialed and shot if he lets us get away." "I know it," groaned the girl, choking down a sob. "I know it. We talked it all over beforehand. But it was a question of his life or mine." "Are you sure he is not tricking us?" gasped Cliff. "Kidnapping us?" The girl smiled sadly. "You do not understand the circumstances," she said. "Wait, and let me tell you." Cliff missed in his friend the old self-reliant manner that she had always had. She was nervous and weak, and it was plain that she was not well. And Cliff was trembling all over with anxiety as he watched her. "Go on," he cried. "Tell me. How did you get here, in the first place?" "You left me with Gomez," began the girl, taking a deep breath. "I did not stay very long, for he was marching about, and I could not stand the strain. He wanted me to go to one of the Cuban villages in the interior where his family was, but I was anxious to get back to the United States. And so I came here to Havana." "To Havana?" "Yes, for I thought no one would know me." "And Ignacio saw you?" "Yes, and recognized me. But that was only the other day." "Where were you meanwhile?" "I had a letter to the British consul, and I stayed at his home. There was so much suffering in the city that I couldn't stay idle. I used to go to the hospitals to take care of the poor people, the Cubans. And that was how I met Lieutenant Hernandez. Who is he? He is the man who has rescued us. He had been hurt in the Matanzas bombardment, and one of his arms was terribly cut. I took care of him. He was there because the military hospitals were crowded. And, Cliff, I guess he fell in love with me. The girl flushed as she said that. I should not tell, perhaps, she went on, hastily. But it is your right to know this, and you would not understand if I didn't tell you. Cliff, he asked me to marry him. Cliff started and turned pale. Bessie, he exclaimed in horror. The thought of that girl's marrying the Spanish officer was terrible. It flashed over him that that was the reason why the rescue had been attempted. Oh, Bessie, he cried again. Cliff had never breathed a word of love to her in his life. But all through their trying journey through Cuba he had protected her, fairly worshipped her. And he had thought she understood his feelings. And now he thought that he had lost her. She had promised to be that officer's wife. It was no wonder that he felt his hands grow icy. His heart fairly stood still as he waited for the girl to go on. I will tell you, said Bessie. You must know in the first place that this man is a gentleman, a hero in fact. You will understand it when I tell you what he has done. Go on. When he left the hospital, as I say, he begged me to marry him, declared he would resign from the army if I would. The girl was breathing hard as she continued. It was evident that the subject pained her. I felt so sorry for him, she said, in a low, trembling voice. For I think it has nearly broken his heart. I refused him. I told him that I liked him, but I did not, I could not marry him. I had been kind to him because he was ill. He swore that he would die for me and, Cliff, I think he has nearly carried out his promise. Bessie Stewart choked down a sob. I refused him, she said again. And then came the horrible Ignacio. He saw me on the street. That was 3 days ago, and that same day I was placed under arrest. What for? Why, Ignacio knew that I had been fighting with Gomez. You know, we had a fight with some Spaniards when he was along. And so there was no chance for me. The British consul did all he could for me, but there was no hope. I could not deny the charges. And, oh, Cliff, I have had a frightful time. I was taken over to those horrible dungeons in Moro. And I was sentenced to death. I was to be taken out and shot tomorrow. The girl stopped for a few moments to recover her composure. And how did you find out about me? Asked Cliff. I will tell you, said Bessie. But first I must go on about this Lieutenant Hernandez. I did not know it, but he was stationed over here. And when he found out what had happened to me, he managed to come in to see me. And then Cliff felt able to complete that story. I suppose, said he, that he offered to free you if you would marry him. Bessie Stewart smiled sadly. You do not know the man, said she. I will tell you what he did say. I can almost hear him saying it. What? Miss Stewart, he said, you have said you do not love me. And I think you love someone else, I do not know whom, but I will not make you unhappy by urging you any more. I might take advantage of your present position to get you to promise to marry me. But I will not. If you will be ready tonight, I will help you to escape, and prove what I said about dying for you. The girl stopped and sat silent, too much moved to speak. And Cliff was too astonished. That was indeed the act of a noble nature. The cadet saw it all then, why the man had freed them and why he and the girl were both so quiet and sad. Lieutenant Hernandez had given his life for hers. It was fully a minute before anything more was said. Then Bessie Stewart began again, in a low voice. About you, she said. It was the lieutenant who told me, quite by accident. He said there were 5 Americans captured, 1 a cadet, and that he was to be killed. When I asked the name and he told me, I fainted dead away. And I think that hurt the lieutenant more than anything. Why? I told him the story, how you had twice rescued me from the Spaniards. And he asked if you were his rival. The girl stepped abruptly. And you said that I was, I hope, said Cliff, quietly. Most women would have been embarrassed by a question such as that. But Bessie Stuart was not. There was some of the old-time self-possession in her voice as she responded. She turned and looked fairly into Cliff's eyes. I know you well enough to speak my mind, she said. Yes, I told him that you were. And then the two sat perfectly silent, looking at each other. It was a very few words they had said, but they covered a lifetime of feeling. In that quiet way and under those strange circumstances Cliff had unbosomed his heart, and Bessie Stuart had done the same. It was the first word that Cliff had ever said to indicate how he felt toward her. For the two sat in silence for a minute or so, and then Cliff went on. You told this officer that I was his rival, said he, that you loved me and that I was the only barrier to his hopes. I did, said the girl. And he still was willing to save my life. You see what he has done, answered the other. He said that he loved me, that he would risk his life to make me happy. And here we are. But not happy, Cliff added, half under his breath. Then again there was a long silence. One cannot say much when one feels as deeply as those two felt then. Cliff thought of the heroism of that quiet Spanish officer. And his heart went out toward him. He fancied what the man's own feelings must be, the loneliness and the desolation. He had ruined himself, accepted voluntarily disgrace and a shameful death. And all in order that a woman who had been kind to him might be set free and made happy. Of the death there could be no doubt. When that officer was caught he would have it to face. And he would face it for the sake of Bessie Stuart. And moreover, he was aiding Cliff, his rival, the one who was robbing him of his heart's desire. He was helping him to freedom so that the cadet, when his work in the war was done, might claim the woman he loved as his reward. That was heroism, not the noisy kind in the battle, which everyone sees and applauds, but the quiet kind that knows it is right and cares for no one else. Cliff felt that he could worship such a man as that. And it is needless to say that his conscience troubled him. What right had he to accept such a sacrifice? But the alternative was a terrible one. The lieutenant might flee with them to the United States, and then... Cliff could not finish the thought, it made him shudder. Just then Bessie Stuart spoke again. Cliff, she said, I have something to say to you. And I shall speak plainly, for there is no time to hesitate. I have told you how I feel toward you, I have told you that I loved you. Neither of us would have declared our feelings, I suppose, if it had not been for this situation. But I have been with you for months, and I have never known you to do anything I could not admire. And mine is no childish fancy, Cliff, for we have been doing the work of men, you and I, Cliff. The girl choked back a sob and then went on. We must stop, she said, stop where we are. Cliff knew what was coming, and he felt his blood surging. Bessie Stuart's hand was in his and it was trembling. For a moment she could not speak, the words would not come. But then with that terrible self-command she sometimes displayed, she mastered her emotion and turned to look into her companion's face. Cliff, she said, you know what I mean. You must let me marry this officer. Cliff had known, and so he did not move when he heard those awful words. He sat perfectly motionless, almost frozen. He felt the girl's hand turn cold in his. The carriage rolled on, and for at least one long minute there was not a sound. The girl was listening, trembling again, and Cliff, half dazed, was thinking to himself, thinking again and again of that death knell, you must let me marry this officer. And it was true. Cliff knew it. It was his duty, and the feeling lingered in his mind that if he had half the heroism of that Spaniard he would have said so long ago. At last he spoke. His mouth was dry and his voice husky, but he forced the words out. And they were the right ones. Yes, said he, you must marry him. And we must never meet again. And then once more came the terrible silence. Bessie Stuart heard him choke down a sob, and her heart was ready to break. For this cadet was the dearest friend she had. She had been through terrible dangers with him, coming to love him more every day, as she saw the brave man's daring. And no one could ever know now how she felt toward him. But there was her duty, and though she was nearly ready to faint, she sat perfectly motionless by his side. And so for 2 or 3 minutes they rode on in silence, then suddenly they heard the driver of the carriage stopping his horses. "We are there," said Cliff, in a husky voice. He turned to look at the girl once more. He found that she was gazing at him, and their eyes met. There was anguish in both of their faces. Miss Stuart could scarcely see for her tears. But Cliff took her hands in his. All the emotion of his lifetime seemed crowded into that moment. He bent toward her and their lips met in one trembling kiss. And then with a set look on his face the cadet rose from his seat and opened the door of the carriage, which had stopped. Chapter 19. A Farewell. Cliff found Lieutenant Hernandez waiting for them to come out. Both he and the driver had descended from the carriage. It was quite dark where they were, apparently surrounded by a lonely woods. But by such light as there was Cliff looked at the officer anxiously. Now since he had heard that story he was more than anxious to study his face, to see what manner of man this was. The lieutenant still wore the calm, quiet look. He seemed almost inspired. "If you will follow me a short distance," he said, "we shall reach a place where we can remain concealed until morning." He started across the country. After a few words with the driver of the carriage, they had not gone very far before the faint roaring of the breakers on the beach became audible. "You see," said the Spaniard, "we are near the sea. We are only about 4 miles from Havana harbor, and you may make an effort to reach the blockading fleet in the morning. Obviously, it would not do to try it in the darkness. They might be run down or lost or fired on or swept out to sea. But it will be daylight in a few hours," said the lieutenant. And then the three went on in silence until suddenly a small hut loomed up in the darkness. "It is deserted," said their guide. "We can conceal ourselves there." And accordingly, they crept through the low doorway, and finding the place covered with straw inside, sat down to wait. There was no conversation among them, for each one of the trio was wrapped in his own sad thoughts. The place was in absolute darkness, and so they could not see each other. But Cliff was revolving a plan over in his thoughts, and it was not very many minutes before he made up his mind. He rose to his feet again. "Excuse me for a while," he said. "I will return." And with that he hurried out of the hut. Bessie Stuart knew why he had gone, and after a moment's silence she turned toward the lieutenant. "My friend has left," she said, "in order that I may have a chance to talk to you." The officer answered nothing. The girl went on slowly. "Lieutenant Hernandez," she said, "will you answer me a question?" "What is it?" "What do you intend to do?" "How do you mean?" "I mean that you will be court-martialed if you return to Havana." "Yes," said the other, "I know that." "Do you mean to return there?" "Such are my plans at present," was the quiet response. Miss Stuart thought a moment before she began again. "Lieutenant Hernandez," she said at last, "you have been a hero today." "I have done my best," said the man. "You have done what few men would have. You have given your life for our safety." "Yes," answered he, "I have." "But there are other heroes, Lieutenant Hernandez," said the girl. "You have inspired us too. That is what I wish to speak to you about. I have a better plan than your return to Havana." "What is it?" "Come to America with us. And then? Then I will do my best to repay your favor. I will do as you have asked me." "You mean?" "I mean that I will marry you the day that we arrive." The girl said those words in a low, earnest tone. She saw the officer give a start. She even fancied she heard his heart begin to beat louder. But he said nothing. The two sat as they were in silence. The Spaniard was having his struggle then. The pause continued for at least 5 minutes, it was broken only once. "Does Cadet Faraday know of this?" asked the officer. "He does," said the girl. "We talked it over in the carriage. And he said that he was willing to give you up." "He did." "I am glad that I saved him," muttered the man. Bessie Stuart was a little puzzled to catch the drift of that last remark. But she soon saw what it meant. She was quite startled by the decision to which the Spaniard came. "Miss Stuart," he began, in a low, trembling voice, "this is indeed a reward for my helping you. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. It shows me that those I helped were worth helping. And it makes me all the more sorry." "Sorry?" "Yes, sorry that it cannot be." The girl gave a slight gasp. "What cannot be?" "I cannot marry you." "I will not." The officer paused for a moment, then he went on. "It is plain to me," he said, "that you have worshipped this cadet. I do not blame you, after what I have just seen of him. I have heard of his bravery, too, and he is worthy of you more so than I am. As I say, Miss Stuart, you love him, and you do not love me. You make this proposal to me from a sense of duty, and I cannot think of accepting it. You would never be happy again." The girl started to protest, but the lieutenant held up his hand to stop her. "No," he said, "there are more reasons, even stronger ones. I could not think of going to the United States. I could not think of turning traitor to my country. You forget, since I have helped you, that I am still a Spaniard, and while this war continues I shall remain with my countrymen. But they will kill you. They may do what they please with me. It is not for me to say. I have done my duty, I will not become a traitor." The officer was silent for a moment, sadly staring ahead in the darkness. "You Americans forget how we Spaniards feel," he began slowly. "You think us foolish to fight for a dying country. I know that it is dying, for I am not one of those who blind their eyes and boast. I know that we are bankrupt and disorganized, our men dying, and our enemies closing in on us. We cannot keep up with modern nations. But, Miss Stuart, it is still Spain, my native land, my friends are there, my memories are there. And Spain's enemies are mine." There was a gleam in the proud Castilian's eyes as he said that, but then he sank back with a sigh. "It is useless," he said, "foolish, if you will. And I am tired of the struggle, tired of weeping at my country's trials, her follies. I shall be glad to leave. I can die without a murmur. When I go back to Havana I shall have no one to care about me, and it will soon be over." The man stopped abruptly. "I am through," he said. "You say you have no one to care for you," said the girl. "I will care for you." But the officer only shook his head. "I should ruin your hopes," he said. "You must not think of me at all. If I came I should have no way of taking care of you. I will stay in Cuba. And remember that I have done this to make you happy because I love you. If I leave you unhappy I shall know that I have died for nothing." And there the matter ended. The calm officer only shook his head to all of Bessie's arguments. He had his mind made up, and was as firm as adamant. It seemed strange that the girl should be trying to persuade him to marry her, but in her earnestness she never thought of that. The man's sacrifice quite appalled her. She felt that she was not worth it, and she did all she could to persuade him of her sincerity. But Lieutenant Hernandez was unmoved. "I know that you love him," he said, "and I know that your heart is ready to break at the thought of leaving him. I can see it in the way you look at him. I knew it when you fainted when I spoke of his danger. And I do not blame you, for he is a braver man than I. But I will not be coward enough to separate you. You would hate me." "Hate you?" "Yes, and every decent American, too. What else has any man for a traitor? I should kill myself for shame." "No, no." And the girl realized to her despair what he said was true, but oh, how her heart went out to that man. The officer rose to his feet just then, as if to close the painful discussion. Bessie Stuart rose, too, and she held out her hand to him. He took and kissed it reverently, then his face still calm and dignified, he stepped to the door. "It is best," he said, "that I should go." "Can you not wait to see us start?" asked the girl. "You will find a boat on the shore just in front of you," began the other. "And you had best start as soon as it is light. But there is nobody about here, and you are not in any danger. As to my staying, I will watch you from the woods, a short ways back. It would not be well for me to stay here, for I am human." The man paused a moment as he gazed into the girl's beautiful face. "I am very weak," he said, with a sad smile. "I might accept the reward you offer." And with that he bowed, then turned resolutely on his heel and strode away into the darkness. As he did so he passed Cliff, and Cliff, as he saw him leave, rushed toward the dark figure that stood in the doorway of the hut. What had been Cliff's agony of mind may be imagined. When he saw the lieutenant going away, it had flashed over him that perhaps he refused the act of treason implied in his going to America. And Cliff's heart began to throb once more with the wild hope he had tried so hard to suppress. "Bessie," he panted. "Bessie." "What did he say?" "He has gone back to Havana," was the answer. For an instant the two stood staring at each other, their hearts throbbing with an emotion they were ashamed to call joy. Cliff saw the girl's slender figure trembling. And he sprang forward and caught her in his arms just as she fainted dead away. Chapter XX. An unexpected peril. How the long hours between then and sunrise passed away those two hardly knew. Bessie Stuart, exhausted by her long nervous strain, sank into a restless slumber. And Cliff sat with his eyes fixed on the gradually lightening doorway. Cliff wanted to feel happy, but he scarcely dared. For he had before his mind the thought of that lonely Spanish officer, waiting somewhere in the distance to see them depart and leave him to his fate. It was a solemn thought, and it made Cliff tremble. He almost wished that the man had not rescued him. But then again he thought of Ignacio and his frenzied cruelty, and he felt that he would have died himself to save any man from such a fate as that. And now it was done, and there was no undoing it. There was no way of aiding the lieutenant, no way of persuading him, nothing but death for him to face. But as Cliff sat there through the early hours of the morning and gazed upon that silent figure by his side, he felt that his love for that girl was consecrated by that hero's sacrifice. There was a light of high purpose in the brave man's eyes. He was accepting his life and hers at the cost of another's, and the terms were such as made him feel the meaning of his existence. It was to be no child's play, no blind hunt for pleasure or wealth or fame, but a life with a purpose and meaning, a struggle for the right. "I think his face will always be watching me," thought Cliff. And there were moments in his afterlife when the thought that that quiet Spaniard's eyes were watching made him shrink from the base things of life. The light that shone in from the eastern sky gradually grew brighter and brighter, and Cliff awakened from his solemn reverie to the duty that lay before him then. He had Bessie Stuart to protect, and to lead from that position of peril. It would indeed be a frightful calamity, he thought, if that sacrifice of Lieutenant Hernandez should avail nothing. If that girl should fall once more into the clutches of the Spaniards. For they are not all like that man, thought the lad. And so he waited nervously until the light was bright enough. And then very gently he awakened her and assisted her to rise. The girl was weak and exhausted, but she gathered her strength for this last final effort. "We have not far to go," Cliff said. "And we will soon be safe." The two halted for a moment at the doorway of the hut and gazed out. In the faint gray light they could not make out the line of the shore beyond, but they heard the noise of the breakers and knew that it was not far away. And so, half carrying his friend, Cliff set out in the direction of the sound. Once only he turned again. That was to take a parting look in the direction he knew Lieutenant Hernandez to be. But he could make out only a dim line of woods behind him. No one could be seen, and the place was lonely and silent and gray. But Cliff fancied those quiet eyes were watching him from the distance. There was no time to be lost, however, for no one knew when they might chance to meet with some of the enemy. They were in the midst of a thickly settled country. And so they made their way swiftly down to the shore. There they found a rowboat, drawn up on the beach a little beyond them. Cliff was startled to see a figure standing by it. But it proved to be only a boy, and he hailed them and then disappeared. Cliff knew that he had been sent there to guard the boat. It was more of the lieutenant's thoughtfulness. The sight of that guarantee of safety revived Bessie Stewart's spirits considerably. Her step grew quicker and in a few moments they reached the spot. There were a pair of oars in the boat, which was a small one. Without a word, Cliff set to work to put it off from the shore. That was as hard a task as could have been given him, for great waves were rolling upon the beach. But Cliff was an athlete and a sailor besides, and the realization of their danger nerved his arm. He seated the girl in the bow and ran the boat out with a rush. He caught a favorable moment. He plunged on until the water was up to his waist, and then he leaped into the boat and seized the oars just as another great wave swept them in toward shore again. But Cliff pulled for his life and held his own, and when the current set out again, he breasted the line of breakers and reached the sea beyond. Bessie Stewart sat perfectly motionless, grasping the gunwale, until she saw that they were safe. Then she gave a slight gasp and closed her eyes wearily. Cliff had but one object, and that was to get as far from the coast of Cuba as he could. Every stroke that he rowed put him further away from that dreaded shore. And he knew, though he could not see them then, that far out to sea lay the vessels of the blockading squadron. Once in sight of them and the anxious fugitives were safe. And so Cliff put every ounce of muscle he had into that task. Not a word more was spoken, but the man's lips were set in a desperate resolve and his broad back heaved as he fought his way on. There was a heavy sea, and progress was frightfully slow. Now that they were so near to safety, to be recaptured would be frightful indeed. But yet the cadet knew that Spanish soldiers on the shore might catch sight of them at any moment, and come rushing down the beach to open fire. Cliff had rescued one man from just such a plight as that, and so as he rowed he glanced nervously along the shore. But he saw no one, and no one saw him. The light brightened until he could make out everything along the coast, but there was no sign of anyone's having noticed them. And so with his heart growing lighter at every moment Cliff tugged at the oars and forced the frail boat ahead through the waves. It was but natural that his relief should be great, for his adventures upon that island had been terrible ones indeed. A warship is far from a safe place of residence, especially in wartime. But Cliff felt that if he once got under the American flag again all his worry would be at an end. And so every stroke nearer was a cause for joy. For perhaps 5 minutes he rowed on in silence. By that time he was some distance from shore, though their progress was slow in the heavy sea. But they felt that they were safe. They felt that there was no longer anything to be feared. And there was a silent prayer of thanksgiving in Cliff Faraday's heart. And such being his feelings, the reader may imagine the horror and consternation that swept over him a moment later. For an appalling discovery was made, one that seemed fairly to freeze Cliff's blood. He was struggling with his back toward Bessie Stewart. And the joy that was in his heart was turned to horror by hearing the girl give a shrill scream. The cadet whirled about. He saw the girl, her face transfixed and white as a sheet, pointing with a trembling finger off to starboard. Cliff followed the direction of her gaze. What he saw made his brain reel, made him almost totter backward into the boat. Not half a mile away, coming straight down the coast and bearing down upon them at full speed, was a vessel, a low gunboat. And high above her bow was floating a Spanish flag. Cliff stared at the frightful apparition as if he had seen a ghost. What it meant to him may be imagined: the failure of all their hopes, their capture and death. And there was not the slightest possibility of escape. Perfectly wild with terror the agonized cadet whirled about, gazing seaward, with a faint hope of the possibility of their being seen by some American vessel. But the gray horizon was not light enough for them to be sighted. And all hope was gone. Bessie Stewart continued pointing to the vessel as if she were paralyzed by fright. Row. "Row," she shrieked. And Cliff seized the oars frantically. But he knew that it was utterly useless. The gunboat was coming on like a race-horse. And scarcely had he taken 2 strokes before the matter was settled finally. For there came a puff of white smoke from the Spaniard's bow. And almost at the same instant, with a deafening, blinding crash, a solid shot struck the tiny rowboat. It plunged through, almost tearing the frail craft in half, hurling splinters about and sending the 2 horrified occupants tumbling into the water. Chapter XXI. Recaptured by the enemy. Cliff was so heartbroken at that sudden ending of all his hopes, that he scarcely cared whether he was drowned or not. But he saw Bessie Stuart struggling in the seething waters, and toward her he struck out desperately. It took the cadet but a moment to reach her side. The shattered wreck of the wooden boat was floating near, and to that he struggled, helping her on. And they reached it, in what it sounds like mockery to call safety. The girl scarcely knew whether it were best to hold on or to drown. But instinctively she clung to the side as the great waves swept over them, and the 2 fixed their eyes upon the approaching vessel. She came on swiftly, shearing the water with her sharp bow. And Cliff could see half a dozen men standing in the bow watching them. "Perhaps they have heard of our escape," he growled, "and come after us." The vessel was not coming from Havana, but the cadet knew that a telegram might have sent it out. At any rate, they were recaptured, and the horrors of Morro were before them again. Steadily the gunboat drew nearer, the 2 half-drowned Americans were reached in a minute or 2. And the vessel slowed up and a rope was thrown to them. Cliff, desperate from despair, seized it and drew himself close. A couple of Spanish sailors leaned down from the low side and lifted first the half-unconscious girl and then the cadet up to the deck. And then, weak and pale and dripping wet, they confronted a tall, ugly-looking Spaniard with an officer's chevrons. He stared at them curiously. "Who are you?" he demanded. And Cliff, grim with desperation, looked him in the eye and answered boldly. "We are Americans," said he. "Prisoners?" "Yes." "From where?" "Morro Castle." The Spaniard looked the amazement he felt. "Morro Castle," he echoed. "Humph. How did you get out?" "Take us back there and you'll find out," was Cliff's defiant answer. And with that he turned toward the girl to wipe her dripping hair from her face. He expected that the man would continue questioning them. But he was mistaken. The Spanish gunboat had done a risky thing, running out as it had, and her officers were anxious to get back. The man turned away and hurried off. A sailor with a pair of handcuffs approached Cliff, and the cadet quietly allowed his wrists to be secured. Bessie Stuart was fortunately spared that indignity. The sailor gruffly ordered them to go below. The vessel, meanwhile, had resumed her trip. She had been running along close to the coast under cover of the darkness of the previous night. And now she turned to steal back. Cliff's heart was heavy, and he was miserable beyond description. But he turned and silently followed the sailor to the companionway. They did not go below at once, however, for just then something occurred that made the sailor stop. The man who had first spoke to Cliff, the captain, apparently, had been sweeping the shore with his glass. And just then he gave a startled exclamation. Everybody heard him, and the Spanish sailor stopped and turned to look. Cliff was so listless and despairing that he did not take the trouble to do likewise, but when he heard the exclamations of the men he felt his heart give a leap. They were staring at a man on the shore. "What in the world can be the matter with that fellow?" cried the captain. "Santa Maria, he is calling to us," exclaimed another. "He must be crazy," declared a third. The captain, with his glass, could see more plainly than the others, and his astonishment grew greater. "Why, he's a Spanish officer, a lieutenant, I think. And he is trying to hail us. What can it mean?" "Perhaps he's got dispatches," suggested someone. It flashed over Cliff in an instant what that meant, and Bessie Stuart heard him give a muffled exclamation of delight. For he could see a blue uniformed figure running down the shore and waving its arms wildly. "It's Lieutenant Hernandez," he panted. And there was a wild gleam of hope in his eyes as he realized what that meant. He might rescue them again. Feverishly Cliff watched to see what the gunboat would do. The captain continued staring and muttering exclamations of astonishment. "I wonder if he does want us," he cried. "Por Dios, I do think that's it." And a second later he made up his mind and whirled about. "Hard a port," he roared. And Cliff's heart leaped with joy as he heard that order. The sailor was so much interested in that strange incident that he let his prisoners remain on deck while he stood and stared. The Spanish vessel raced swiftly in toward shore. And the stranger, as soon as he saw that, stopped his frantic gesticulating and stood still to wait. The captain ran in as close as he dared, and then stopped. He stepped into the bow. "What do you want?" he roared. "Send a boat," the man shouted back. "I must come aboard. Quick!" The captain muttered an exclamation of astonishment under his breath, but his curiosity alone would have been sufficient to move him. The gunboat's wary boat was quickly gotten away. As for Cliff, he was simply wild with delight. For he could see that it was Lieutenant Hernandez after all. Bessie Stewart was so overcome by the sudden shock of the discovery that she was scarcely able to stand. Breathlessly the two watched the rowboat speeding in. The lieutenant waded out as far as he could, and when the boat reached him he climbed into the bow. In a few moments he was speeding back to the gunboat. And when he stepped on board he found the captain staring at him. "Lieutenant Hernandez," he gasped. "Yes," said the other with a bow. But he scarcely glanced at the man until his eager eyes had sought out Cliff and Bessie. When he saw them alive and unhurt, a look of relief swept over his face. And then he turned to the captain. "What in the world is the matter?" the man cried. The other nodded toward the two Americans. "It is about them," he said. "What about them? Why did you stop them?" "Stop them? Why, they are Americans, and they were prisoners in Morro." "I know that," said the officer. "But they were released." "What?" "Yes. And I was charged with the duty of seeing them safe on board the American ships." The Spanish captain stared in amazement. "Caramba," he muttered. "Why didn't they say so?" "I don't see that you gave them a chance," said the other. "You fired on them too soon." "But I had no idea of this," cried the other. To doubt that story never once entered his head. He seemed to know who the lieutenant was. "What in the world am I to do?" he asked, after a moment. "I don't see that there is but one thing," said the other. "Take them back to Havana and let them be sent from there?" asked the captain. "No," said the lieutenant, quietly. "That will not do, for the government has pledged its word that they shall be on the ships by daybreak. To make haste is very important." "But what else?" "Give them your small boat." "Caramba! I haven't got but one. And how will I ever get it back?" The lieutenant was puzzled for a moment. But suddenly he hit on a daring scheme. "Captain," he said, "my orders are from General Blanco himself. He charged me above all things to see these people safe at once, even if I had to go out to the ships with them. I don't see that there is but one thing we can do." "What is it?" "We will have to hoist a flag of truce and take them out on this vessel." The captain started. "Can we trust the Americans?" he gasped. "They are expecting us," said the lieutenant quietly. And then for a minute the captain was silent. When he spoke it was to the man at the wheel. "Steer us out to the Yankee fleet," he said. "It will have to be done, and run up that white flag." Perhaps 10 minutes after that the blockading squadron sighted a Spanish gunboat coming toward them with a flag of truce. The New York steamed to meet it, and the vessel came alongside, and without a word of explanation the two prisoners were sent aboard. Cliff and Bessie both gazed longingly at the noble-hearted lieutenant as he stood on the deck and watched them leave. Their look said plainer than words, "Come with us." But he only shook his head, and when he saw the two disappear upon the deck of the big cruiser, and when the gunboat was well on her way back to shore, he turned with a slight groan and went below. Cliff and Bessie wondered with anxiety and sorrow what would be his fate. They dreaded for him the worst tortures of Castle Morro, but the heroic Spaniard escaped that in a way that Cliff learned a few days later. Chapter XXII. Cutting a Cable. The cadet's report was soon made. Under ordinary circumstances he would have been ordered to report back to the Uncas, but that stanch little gunboat was then miles beyond the western horizon. Moreover, the admiral had other work for the cadet. As to Miss Stewart, there was a parting between her and Cliff that was such as should be between acknowledged lovers, but it was a parting of the most decided kind, for his duty lay in the war, hers on land. She was sent to Key West on a cruiser that was then leaving the squadron to recoal. What the young man and the girl said to each other cannot concern us here, for we have now to do with Faraday's experience as a sailor. His love affair had to await the events of war, and so may the story of it. Cliff's next service began on the morning following his escape. A small boat left the flagship and headed for Point Rubalcaba on the Cuban coast. It was bent upon a dangerous mission, so hazardous, in fact, that volunteers had been called for to man the boat. The first one to offer his services had been Cliff Faraday. There was no lack of followers among the brave American tars. 50 offered themselves a moment after the cadet stepped forward, and the task was to select from them 12 men to form the boat's crew. "It is necessary to cut the cable as a war measure," said Rear Admiral Sampson, when the selection had been made. "You will proceed cautiously toward shore and grapple for the cable. If you find it, cut it. If not, you must go ashore and locate the landing place of the wire. Are you ready for the service?" Aye, sir," came the ready response. Rear Admiral Sampson looked upon the brave, eager faces of the men for a moment with evident satisfaction. "There is danger of discovery, and attack from the shore batteries," he added. "Success will depend upon your quickness and skill." The men well knew the danger that lay before them, but there was no sign of faltering upon their faces. Rather, there was an eagerness for instant action that was not lost upon the commanding officer. "Then go," he exclaimed, heartily. The boat was lowered, and quietly set out upon its mission. It was in charge of a lieutenant, and Cliff Faraday, in recognition of his being the first to volunteer, was placed beside him in the stern to steer the boat through the rough waters. It was still dark, though the eastern sky gave promise of the near approach of day. The time had been selected to enable the boat to near the shore without great danger of detection in the dim light. But by the time they should succeed in grappling the cable there would be sufficient light to enable them to complete their task. "All seems quiet on shore," said Cliff, after a time, to the lieutenant, as they both peered forward at the coastline now looming up before them. "The Spaniards don't seem to be looking for us." "True," responded the lieutenant. "It looks that way. But you can't sometimes always tell. They may have a surprise for us." "If they don't shoot any straighter than they have been doing," said Cliff with a laugh, "they'll never touch us." "That's true, too," assented the lieutenant. "But still you must remember—" "The main," interrupted Cliff. "Yes, remember the main. But, as I was saying, these fellows might possibly aim at something else beside our boat and hit us accidentally. At any rate, I hope they don't see us. We are not out to capture a fort armed as we are with nothing but revolvers, and in this open boat we would be an easy prey to decent marksmanship." "Still, the boys like action," said Cliff. "We may have plenty of it yet," replied the lieutenant, with a suspicion of uneasiness in his tone. Meanwhile the boat, guided by Cliff's hand, had drawn nearer the shore. They could see plainly the outlines of the fortifications, which had been recently battered by shell from American gunboats, and which they knew the Spaniards had attempted to repair. But as far as they could see all was quiet there. The boat was following what was supposed to be the course of the cable, and the men were constantly seeking to secure it with their grappling irons. The crew proceeded cautiously but expeditiously with its work, the boat passing to and fro across what they supposed was the line of the cable. "How is it, Wilson?" at last said the lieutenant, speaking to one of the men who was leaning over the side of the boat. "Struck anything yet?" "Not yet, sir," was the response. Nearer and nearer to the shore came the boat, the men coolly continuing their labors, seemingly as unmindful of danger as though the coast was not lined by hostile forces. The sun peeped above the face of the water to the eastward, and the darkness slowly receded before it. Every detail of the frowning fortification ashore was now plainly visible to the boat's crew. Cliff looked intently along the shore, but there was no hostile movement to be seen. But he realized that the fast-growing light of the rising sun must betray their presence to the enemy, if any such were on watch. What a fine target we would make for them, too, he thought. And close range at that. His thoughts were interrupted by an exclamation from one of the men who had been previously addressed by the lieutenant. "Hurrah!" cried the man. "I've got it!" The boat was quickly brought to a standstill, and willing hands assisted him. In a few moments the heavy cable appeared above the surface of the water and was drawn up to the boat. "Now, men, quick with the saws," cried the lieutenant, excitedly. "Quick work, and we'll be done and away before the Spaniards discover us." It required quick work, indeed quicker than any of the brave boat's crew then thought. The lieutenant had no more than given his orders when an interruption, startling and unwelcome, occurred. He had been anxiously scanning the outlines of the fortifications and congratulated himself that no movement was visible in that quarter. The Spaniards were napping, he thought, and all was well. But the reverse was the case, as he quickly discovered. No sooner had one of the sailors began to saw away at the cable than suddenly and without warning a shower of bullets rained around them in the water, and the ominous boom of a cannon from the shore told they had been discovered. "A masked battery to the left," cried Cliff. "They have ambushed us." This was true. The fortifications which had alone received the lieutenant's attention remained silent, while from the left a concealed battery kept up a raking fire upon the small boat and the intrepid crew. The Spaniards had not yet gotten the range, it is true, but it was a tight place to be in an open boat, unarmed, helpless and exposed to the raking fire from shore. But the men in that boat were full of nerve. Not once did they falter while shells and shot whistled and burst over their heads, beyond them and even among them. "Hurry up, Wilson," cried the lieutenant to the sailor sawing the cable. "That cable must be cut before we leave the spot." Aye, sir," responded the other. "If it kills every man of us." It began to look as if that would be their fate. The Spanish shot and shell, which at first fell harmlessly into the water, now dropped nearer and nearer. Cliff heard an awful buzzing and whizzing sound in the air, and seemed to feel something hit him in the face and head. It was not his first time under fire, and he knew that a shell had passed near them. The fire from shore increased in rapidity and with more accuracy. From another quarter, a jut of land nearer to the boat, came a fusillade from Mauser rifles, and their bullets passed near the heads of the American crew. It was a hot place, but the men worked coolly on, determined that their orders should be executed at all hazards. By rapid work one piece of the cable was cut, but that was not enough. Another cut must be made at least 50 feet away, so that the Spaniards could not repair it by splicing. As the last strands parted and the free end of the cable fell back into the water, it was discovered that the sailor held the shore end in his grasp, and that to complete their work they must now draw closer to the fire of their enemies. 50 feet nearer shore," exclaimed the lieutenant, and the crew grasped the oars and unflinchingly began to carry out the order. The shots of the Spaniards began to tell. Bullets splintered the sides of the boat, and they had not moved but a few feet from the spot when another volley severely wounded two of the men. Wilson, the man who had been so active, fell into the bottom of the boat severely wounded in the shoulder, and another sailor who was near where Cliff sat, was shot in the thigh. But the boat kept on, rowing nearer and nearer. Cliff resigned the tiller to the lieutenant, while he bound up the men's wounds and comforted them as best he could. Then he jumped back to the tiller. This was an unfortunate move for him, for in that position he and the lieutenant were the most conspicuous figures in the boat, and the Spanish riflemen were making every effort to pick off the officer. A bullet, intended for the lieutenant, struck Cliff in the arm as he took his place. "Are you wounded?" shouted the officer above the din, noticing that Cliff momentarily paled. "It is nothing," replied Cliff, resolutely clenching his teeth and continuing to guide the boat. Just then the welcome sound of the firing of cannon to seaward reached their ears. "It is the New York," cried Cliff. "She is taking a hand in the scrimmage." It was true. With deadly accuracy, the flagship was hurling shrapnel shell over the heads of the bluejackets into the battery on shore. And thus between the two fires the little band in their frail boat continued coolly with their labors, Cliff assisting those who became wounded, wholly unmindful of the fact that he himself was bleeding freely. But it was soon over. The terrible havoc of the well-directed shrapnel shot from the New York quickly silenced the masked battery and dispersed the gunners, and the cutting of the cable received no further interruption from the Spanish forces. They were enthusiastically received upon their return to the flagship, bearing a section of the cable to be cut up as souvenirs. The wounded were tenderly cared for, and Cliff himself examined the nature of his own injury. Fortunately, though it had bled freely, it was but a slight flesh wound, which gave him no uneasiness after being properly bandaged. This operation was just completed, when a jaunty young ensign appeared, and turning to Cliff, said, "Cadet Faraday, you are requested to report to the Rear Admiral at once." Cliff saluted and promptly followed the officer. Chapter XXIII. A perilous detail. Cliff did not have long to speculate upon the cause of the summons. The ensign led the way to the Rear Admiral's cabin, knocked, and with Cliff closely following, entered. He then saluted and went out again, leaving the cadet alone with the officer. Rear Admiral Sampson noticed the paleness of Cliff's face, and thoughtfully directed him to sit down. "I hear that you were wounded while cutting the cable," he said at once. "You were under hot fire while it lasted, and I am proud of the way the men behaved. I am told that you did not give up the tiller in spite of your injuries." Cliff, though pleased to receive the praise of the Rear Admiral, bore himself modestly. It did not seem to him that he had done any brave act. "My wound was slight, sir," he said quickly. "It has been properly dressed, and gives me no trouble." "I am glad to hear that," replied the officer, "for I have an especial mission upon which I desire to send you, but of course would not think of your going if it should endanger your health." "Other danger you do not seem to fear." Cliff reassured the officer that he was ready and able to undertake any mission intrusted to him. "It is briefly this," continued the Rear Admiral. "While you were out with the boat, I received a communication by the dispatch boat saying that a courier from the Cuban chief, Gomez, is to be at a certain spot near the coast tonight, bearing important dispatches from the insurgents. It is necessary that we send someone to meet him, and your previous experience on Cuban soil and your knowledge of the Spanish language recommend you as the leader of the party. Are you prepared to go? There may be danger." Cliff eagerly interrupted him. To his mind it seemed a great honor, as it really was to be placed in command of so important a mission, and he counted no danger great enough to cause him to hesitate. He told the Rear Admiral as much, forgetting in his eagerness for active service, that he was but a cadet. "Then it is settled," said the Rear Admiral. "Tonight the New York will reach a spot nearly opposite the place of meeting, and you will be ready with a party of 10, whom you may select. Here is a diagram of that part of the coast, indicating the appointed spot where the courier is to be met." He handed Cliff a roughly drawn map, which the latter examined curiously. "I know the spot well," he exclaimed, after looking at the diagram for a moment. "All the better," said the Rear Admiral. Then after some further directions and instructions from the officer, Cliff saluted and took his leave, happy in the thought that he had been singled out for such important duty and that he would have this opportunity of active work. He was really glad, though he would hardly admit it to himself, to be permitted to seek some rest during the day, for his wound was painful, if not serious. It was late at night when, with a picked company of 10 men, all armed, Cliff parted company with the flagship and steered his boat toward the shore. The New York had dropped them near the appointed spot, but it had been deemed prudent not to take the ship near enough to attract attention to the intended destination of Cliff and his crew. They therefore had considerable distance yet to row before touching land. "I know the coast pretty well along here," thought Cliff, as he sat in the stern, tiller ropes in hand. "We'll get there all right." Success depended upon their own efforts, for the New York slowly steamed away along the coast and in the opposite direction. Cliff and his party sped along without any uneasiness. It was night and darkness favored them. There was no reason to think that their presence there was suspected or their purpose known. Still, for all this evident security, Cliff kept a sharp lookout for any of the enemy who might be prowling along like himself, or, worse still, who might be scouring those waters with one of those silent little terrors, a torpedo boat. All went peacefully until they were within less than half a mile of their destination, and quite near shore. Then suddenly a rifle shot rang out upon the shore, and sounds of voices came to their ears. The Spaniards had discovered them. Perhaps not, thought Cliff, hopefully. "Silence everybody," he said, addressing the men, "and listen." Instantly the men ceased rowing, and every one strained his ears to hear the sounds from shore. That there was a company of the enemy at that point was evident, from the noise of many voices and the confused sounds that were borne to the listeners' ears. "They have discovered us," whispered Cliff to the one nearest him. "I caught a few words of Spanish that convinces me that the sentry has heard our oars. Not a sound now? They can't see us in the dark, and will think it all a mistake." It was a waiting game that Cliff had set out to play, and it seemed the only thing that could help them under the circumstances. It was out of the question to think of attacking the Spaniards, superior at least in numbers. There was other work for the night. Silently the American crew waited, listening for every sound. Soon these voices died out, and Cliff concluded that they could venture to move once more. "Row quietly," was his whispered order. "I'd like to give them a volley, but that would spoil our plans." The men cautiously plied the oars and were soon steering softly toward their appointed place of landing. But quietly as they moved, the sound was borne ashore and they had not proceeded many boat lengths before another shot echoed across the water. "To thunder with the Spaniard," exclaimed Cliff, out of patience with the fresh outbreak. "He's firing at random. Go ahead. We'll meet them further down the shore if they're not satisfied." This sentiment met the approval of the men, and they bent to the oars with vigor and spirit. They were gliding swiftly across the water, and had nearly reached their landing place, when Cliff heard a noise that put him on the alert. "Do you hear that?" he exclaimed, after hastily stopping the rowers. The men rested on their oars and listened. "Sounds like the throbbing of an engine, sir," at last said one of the men. "It's a boat, sure." "Yes, but friend or foe?" exclaimed Cliff. "It's not the New York. She went in the other direction, and I don't know of any more of our boats in this place." "Perhaps the New York is coming back," ventured one of the men. "No," replied Cliff. "She's not been here for at least 3 hours. By that time we will be ready to return to her." "It must be a blockade runner," suggested one of the men. "Well, I don't see as it makes any difference," said Cliff, finally. "If it is, we can't stop her. She can't be after us, for I am sure no one of the enemy knows our mission. There is our landing place. We must hurry or we will be late." With this he turned the prow of the boat toward shore, and gave orders to proceed. A few minutes later the boat grated upon the beach and the sailors sprang ashore. There was no one to dispute their landing. The coast at this point was wild and uninhabited, and but a short distance inland was the spot appointed for the meeting with the insurgent courier. Cliff hid the boat among some bushes and quickly led the men up the steep bank toward a clump of trees. "This is the spot," he exclaimed as they reached it, and we are evidently ahead of time. No one was in sight, as far as the eye could penetrate the darkness. There was barely enough light from the moon just emerging from behind a cloud to enable the sailors to take some notice of the surroundings. Where they stood, near the sparse clump of trees, it was smooth and level, but close to one side of them rose a ridge of ground forming a natural rampart. It almost seemed as though Spanish forms might at any instant appear upon it behind threatening guns. Seaward the view was unobstructed, and as Cliff turned his gaze in that direction, he could see the moonbeams reflected on the heaving bosom of the waters. He saw another sight an instant after that caused him to utter an exclamation of surprise. Far out to seaward the beam of a searchlight suddenly shot across the water. It swept from side to side in a gradually widening radius, until after a few moments its glare fell upon a steamer whose hulk rose up between it and the shore. "It is one of our ships chasing a blockade runner," cried Cliff. "She was trying to sneak out, but is caught in the act." The little party on shore watched with eager eyes the chase as shown by the bright beam from the warship's searchlight. In the excitement of the novel sight that was afforded them, they for the moment forgot why they were there. Then a strange and mysterious thing happened. As they watched the pursued vessel, they suddenly saw a flash from a gun on the side facing the land. "What fools!" cried Cliff. "Firing toward the land instead of at our ship. The fool Spaniards must be rattled worse than usual. That beats." He did not finish the sentence. As he spoke, the shell fired from the ship crashed through the trees and landed almost at his feet. The fuse was burning and spluttering, and it seemed ready to explode on the instant, carrying death and destruction to the little party. It was a perilous moment. Several of the men instinctively dodged and seemed on the point of running away. Cliff saw his peril in an instant and the only hope of averting it. Without a moment's hesitation he sprang forward and picked up the shell as it seemed about to burst. With a mighty effort he hurled the spluttering missile over the ridge of earth that he had noticed to one side, and then, with an involuntary sigh of relief, he instinctively huddled with the balance of the party in an expectant attitude, waiting for the explosion on the other side of the rampart. Chapter XXIV. The Cuban Courier. But the explosion never came. The party waited breathlessly, expecting to hear a deafening sound from the shell, and to see the earth thrown up in showers about them. From a safe place of vantage they felt it was a sight worth seeing and felt personally aggrieved when, after waiting an unconscionable time, all was quiet on the other side of the natural rampart of earth. Cliff had been surprised and puzzled in the first place to see the ship firing away from its antagonist instead of toward it, and was now more than ever perplexed. To add to the mystery, the ship did not fire another shot, either at its pursuer or in the opposite direction. Its only purpose now seemed to be to get away from the American ship. It seemed to stand a good chance of doing it, too, for it was evidently a very swift boat, and the pursuing vessel was still far away. "That's the queerest thing that ever happened," exclaimed Cliff, when a sufficient time had elapsed to enable the shell to explode if it was ever going to. "What possessed them to fire over here, and what's the matter with the shell? I'll investigate the latter. At any rate, it's within easy reach." Though it seemed as though more than enough time had passed to give the shell a good opportunity, still Cliff, for reasons of prudence, concluded not to be too exacting on the thing, but to give it a fair chance. He didn't want to crowd it too close. So he waited a while longer, and then cautiously climbed up the side of the embankment and peered over. There in the moonlight he could see the shell lying quietly upon the ground. There was no smoke now rising from it, and the fuse had evidently burned itself out. It seemed a harmless enough piece of steel now. He waited but an instant, and then vaulted over on the other side. His curiosity had been aroused regarding the matter, and he for the time being lost all interest in the chase at sea, as well as the appointed meeting under those trees on shore. When he picked up the shell he was more surprised and mystified than ever. "What does this mean?" he exclaimed aloud. "A round shell of the old-fashioned type instead of the conical ones used nowadays. Why, a shell like this has not been used in any navy for ages." He had been too excited at the moment of picking up the spluttering shell to note its shape or size, but now he saw at a glance that the one he held in his hand was obsolete and out of date. It was well enough for the old-fashioned smoothbore guns, but those of modern make had no use for them. As he puzzled over the mystery surrounding the projectile, he suddenly heard a whistle from the other side of the embankment. He recognized it as the signal from the insurgent courier, and at once was alive to the importance of carrying out the instructions that had been given him. He hastily dropped the shell upon the ground and sprang up and over the ridge of earth. He gave an answering whistle, and soon a form cautiously appeared from among some bushes not far away. "Alto quien va?" called Cliff before the newcomer had advanced a step. This was the challenge, meaning, "Who goes there?" The response came promptly. "Cuba." This is the countersign of the insurgents, and Cliff knew that it was the courier who had reached the appointed rendezvous. He called out to him to advance, and in the moonlight appeared the figure of an insurgent soldier, a Mambis, as he is called in that country, a figure with which American tars were to become more familiar as the war progressed. His equipment was typical of the insurgent soldier. Beside a pair of linen trousers and a knitted woolen shirt, he wore a short blouse, called mambisa. This was a small shirt-like vest, with pockets front and back, opening at the belt, a handy way of carrying their cartridges devised by them through necessity during the previous 10 years' war. A Panama hat turned up in front and fastened with a silver star, completed his attire, for as to his feet, they were innocent of a covering. Rather a summary outfit, thought Cliff as he took it in with a glance. But he knew that it was sufficient for the needs of the insurgents in that climate, and that brave hearts beat under the unpretentious Mambisa, and brave deeds were done by the poorly equipped soldiers of the Army of Liberation. The newcomer was effusive in his greeting. "I bring you greeting from our brave general, Gomez," he exclaimed in Spanish. "Greetings to our noble friends and allies." Cliff received him cordially, but lost little time in preliminaries. Much more time had already been consumed than he had calculated upon, and he was anxious to have his business over with and return to the flagship with the important dispatches for which he had come. "I am honored by your words," he said, in reply to the other. "Cuban liberty is assured by force of American arms, and at the same time we have our own score to settle with Spain." "It will be done," said the Cuban. "But to business," continued Cliff. "You have some papers for me, have you not?" "Yes," replied the courier, raising his blouse and drawing forth a package of papers from its place of concealment. "Important dispatches from our general for your gallant rear admiral. Besides much information concerning the Spanish fortifications and troops, there are details of our own plans and preparations which it would be ruinous to have fall into Spanish hands." "I'll see that the Spanish don't get them," he said, with a confident air. "Be cautious," exclaimed the Cuban. "The enemy have made one effort to intercept them. I was pursued a mile back from here, but my knowledge of the country enabled me to give them the slip. It was that encounter that delayed me. This was a danger that had not been reckoned on. Every preparation for the transfer of the papers had been arranged with utmost secrecy." "But did the Spaniards know of your mission here?" asked Cliff, in some surprise. "I know not," replied the other. "It is incredible how they could have discovered it, but I do know that I encountered a detachment of their troops and that they pursued me." "Then they may be following you to this point," exclaimed Cliff. "I think not," replied the Cuban. "I made a wide detour and know the ways of the land too well to leave any trail." "Nevertheless," said Cliff, "our business is transacted, and the sooner we go our respective ways the better. These papers are now in my care, and I shall run no risk of their falling into the hands of our enemies." "You are a wise officer," exclaimed the courier. "And before we part allow me to present you this. It may interest you." With this he drew from his mambisa a paper which he quickly unfolded. It proved to be a sheet about 10 by 14 inches, and Cliff could see, as he examined it by what light the moon afforded, that there was printing on both sides. "This," said the courier, somewhat proudly, is the first copy of Las Villas ever printed. It is set up and printed at General Gomez's headquarters under his own direction. It contains, besides orders, and an address from our beloved General, an account of your intrepid Dewey's victory at Manila. Ah! That was a magnificent victory. Yes, assented Cliff, and there will be others. The American battleships are invincible, exclaimed the Cuban, with enthusiasm. With such noble allies we cannot fail to secure our liberty. We are no longer instruments, but members of the regular army of Cuba. God bless America. The Cuban seemed in a fair way to continue his rhapsodies indefinitely, but Cliff, having secured the papers for which he came, was now intent upon delivering them as soon as possible to the rear admiral. He therefore intimated as much to the courier, and the latter took his departure. Cliff watched him disappear among the trees in the direction by which he had approached. Now, men, said he, addressing his companions, to the boat. The New York will soon be back ready to receive us. But they had not taken more than a few steps toward the shore when Cliff suddenly stopped as if remembering something. Hold on just a minute, he exclaimed. That shell. I have special reasons for wanting to carry that along. It will take but a minute to find it. As he started toward the ridge of earth beyond which he had thrown it, they were all startled to hear the sounds of musketry apparently near at hand. One volley was quickly followed by another. Cliff sprang upon the embankment for which he had started, and looked off beyond the clump of trees in the direction from which the sounds came. He was in that position but a moment or two. A half-dozen reports in quick succession greeted his appearance, one bullet passing through his cap. He dropped on his feet to the ground beside his companions. The Spaniards, he exclaimed, hurriedly. At least 100 of them. From what I saw they were hurrying in this direction and not far away. They were on the alert on the instant. The sounds that reached their ears told them unmistakably that the force of the enemy far outnumbered their own, and were rapidly approaching. Should they await an attack or run for the boat? Chapter XXV. In the name of humanity and the sailors of the Maine. They must have followed the courier in spite of his cleverness, exclaimed Cliff. And if they have tracked him, they know we are here. The question is, shall we meet them here or take to the boat and run the risk of being shot down without a chance to defend ourselves? The danger is yours as well as mine. What do you say? But before the men could make reply, a rousing cheer from the Spanish soldiers rang out upon the air. The little band of Americans expected to see the forms of their enemies appear among the trees at every second in an impetuous charge upon them. They had no doubt that the cheers were the signal for the attack. But to their amazement the sounds of approaching steps died out. Cliff's practiced ear told him that the enemy had halted, but at the same time he recognized marks of enthusiasm among the Spanish forces. What could it mean? Do they think they can scare us off by yelling at us? Exclaimed Cliff, contemptuously. They don't know us, if they think so, that's all. The group of Americans listened intently. There was no doubt of it, the Spaniards had halted after their vociferous cheers. Cliff decided to find out what it meant. If the Spaniards were preparing a surprise for him, he intended finding it out. Cautiously he climbed upon the little rampart of earth and looked away beyond the trees where he had first seen the approach of the enemy. In the moonlight he could plainly distinguish the forms of the soldiers. There were not as many as he had at first supposed, they numbered not more than 50. In the midst of them he recognized a figure that explained the cause of their mysterious conduct, and at the same time aroused his fighting instinct. He quickly rejoined his companions, his eyes ablaze with the fire of combat. They have captured the courier, he explained to his waiting companions. That was why they cheered so lustily. A lot of jubilation over the capture of one man. They don't have such good luck very often, exclaimed one of the men. They fired enough shots to repulse a whole regiment of insurgents, exclaimed Cliff, but it was all for the benefit of this one Mambisi. I don't believe they saw me at all, but that bullet through my cap was one of their stray shots. But they must know we are here, exclaimed the men. "I doubt it," replied Cliff, "else why do they halt so near and not charge on us? Shall we force the fight and go to the rescue of our Cuban friend?" "How many are there of them?" asked one of the men. "Only about 50. And there are 11 of us here. We can set them on the run." "Let's do it." "We have done almost as much on other occasions," said Cliff, "but now we are armed with only our revolvers. They are 5 to 1. "We have plenty of ammunition," spoke up the men, eagerly. "You know we took an extra supply." "But there is another thing we must bear in mind," said Cliff, who had been doing some quick thinking. "I'd like nothing better than to give them a lively tussle. But here are these important dispatches. They must not fall into Spanish hands. The New York will soon be due. If we delay we might miss her." "That's so," exclaimed the men. "But we can fire one volley at them anyhow." "One volley would do no good. It would simply betray our presence. Either we must fight to the end, or else sneak off to our boat before they discover us." The idea of having a lot of the enemy so near at hand and not offering them battle, went against the grain of all of them. They were not deterred by the superior numbers of the Spaniards, but Cliff's words about the importance of seeing the dispatches safely in the rear admiral's hand had some restraining effect upon their ardor. Cliff, with all his bravery, was naturally prudent, but was strongly tempted to make one effort to release the captive Cuban. He was their friend and ally, and in his heart Cliff felt that if the captive were one of his own men, there would be no thought of hesitancy or delay. "1 minute," he said, after weighing both sides of the question, "I'll take a look and see what they are doing." He sprang upon the embankment and peered off toward the enemy. The main body of the troops were resting on their arms, apparently satisfied with the capture of the solitary Cuban. Cliff, however, could see that several of the soldiers were moving about from side to side, close to the ground, as though hunting for some object among the grass. Cliff was puzzled to think what they could be seeking, but he felt convinced that the Spaniards had no idea of the near proximity of the Americans. Everything seemed to prove that, and Cliff was not slow to make up his mind. There was time yet for some quick action. "They don't know we are here, men," he exclaimed, when he rejoined the others. "The Cuban will not betray us. We can surprise them, and if we sweep down on them with a rush and create noise enough about it we can make them think the whole ship's crew is after them." "We'll do it," chorused the men, eagerly. "Then, forward to the rescue," cried Cliff, leading the way. "But quietly through these trees until we reach the other side. It would seem a foolhardy thing to do to invite battle with such an overwhelming force, when they might quietly reach their boat and make away without detection." But their blood was up, and there was a friend and ally in peril of a Spanish dungeon or death. Without a moment's hesitation or further thought, they advanced silently through the sparse woods, revolvers in hand. They were few in numbers, but determination was written on every face. They reached the further edge of the clump of trees without giving a sound that would betray their presence to the enemy. Here they formed in line under Cliff's leadership, shoulder to shoulder, ready for the charge. The moon had gone behind a cloud, but here and there they could detect the glistening of a hostile bayonet, and the sound of Spanish voices. They did not pause to contemplate the scene. The time for action had come. "The stars are fighting with us," exclaimed Cliff. "The Spaniards will never know how few we are in this darkness. Now, all together." A rousing cheer and at them. At the signal a shout as of 100 voices startled the unsuspecting Spaniards. "Fire!" cried Cliff, and a volley from their revolvers carried consternation into the Spanish ranks. The shots had told. Groans of the wounded mingled with the hoarse, startled commands of the officers. A moment later a return volley rang out upon the air, but the bullets flew harmlessly among the trees. The Spaniards in their fright were firing wildly. The Americans returned the fire and kept it up as rapidly as possible, yelling for all they were worth. This noisy charge had the effect Cliff had reckoned upon. The Spaniards were thoroughly frightened, and Cliff's sharp ear told him that some of the soldiers were already on the run, and that the officers had difficulty in keeping them all from retreating. Cliff knew very well that if the enemy had any idea of how meager were his forces, they would be bolder, and instead of trying to get away would sweep down upon him with overwhelming force. He, however, was too shrewd to give them a chance of finding that out. A bold dash would keep up his bluff, and now was the time to put it into execution. Drawing his sword, he started toward them, shouting at the top of his voice. "Up and at 'em, boys," he roared. "Charge!" Then, facing about for an instant, he added in a lower tone, "Yell like 60. With a wild shout, the little band rushed forward, firing their revolvers as they advanced in compact line. This bold dash had the desired effect. The enemy could be heard retreating in disorder before them. With redoubled clamor the Americans pressed forward, spurred on by the excitement of the chase. The moon at this point emerged from its retirement and showed them the demoralized ranks of the fleeing Spaniards. But, unfortunately, it also showed to such of the enemy as looked back at their pursuers, what a handful of men had caused such terror and havoc. Cliff felt that his bluff would now be called. But the beams of the moon also showed another scene that aroused all the Americans' indignation and fairly made their blood boil with rage. In spite of the panic, the Spaniards had retained hold of their prisoner. But the first sight that Cliff saw as the moon shone out clear once more, was one of the Spanish soldiers deliberately placing his revolver against the unfortunate Cuban's head and sent a bullet crashing into his brain. "Treachery, base treachery," cried Cliff, beside himself with indignation and horror at the scene. "Assassination of a prisoner of war. Boys, shall we allow such a vile deed to go unavenged?" The others had also seen, and there was no need to ask the question. But the answer came prompt and without a dissenting voice. "No, by thunder! Never!" "Then at them to the death," cried Cliff, leading them on. "In the name of humanity and the sailors of the Maine." The blood-curdling atrocity had made demons of them all, and with a hoarse shout they sprang to the charge. Chapter XXVI. A game of bluff. Cliff urged his little band of avengers forward with no thought of danger or of the consequences. The inhuman scene he had witnessed drove from his mind all thoughts of the flagship or the important papers he carried upon his person. Such barbarity called for vengeance, and that brave American handful of American tars meant to wreak it on their treacherous foes, or die in the attempt. "Come on," shouted Cliff, wildly. "Give it to 'em. Don't let a man escape." A well-directed volley was the answer to his command, that sent death-dealing bullets among the frightened soldiers just before them. But, unfortunately for the heroic little band, they were now fighting in the open, and their strength was known to the enemy. A little further ahead Cliff could see that a Spanish officer had succeeded in rallying some of his men, and they were now forming in solid line to repulse the charge of the Americans. The first result of this was a shower of bullets from the Spanish rifles that fortunately for the most part went wide of the mark. But one slightly wounded a sailor at Cliff's side, as a sharp exclamation of pain quickly told him. It also aroused his native caution. What was the use, he quickly thought, of holding his men there in the full glare of the moonlight as a target for the enemy's guns, when a more certain conflict could be carried on from the shelter of the trees just behind him. He had too few men to risk losing any on those uneven terms. He quickly ordered his men to drop back into the woods. But it was with great difficulty at first that he could enforce his commands upon the now thoroughly aroused sailors. They wanted to continue their impetuous charge. But a second volley from the remaining troops showed them the wisdom of Cliff's decision, and with the return volley they fell back into the darkness and shelter of the trees. "Now, boys," cried Cliff, "every man behind a tree and fight for all you are worth. Let every shot tell." The wisdom of Cliff's stand became at once apparent. From the ambush of the woods they could fire with little fear of stopping a Spanish bullet with their own bodies. And they did fire, and that to good purpose. The Spaniards were now bolder and bore down upon the ambushed Americans with some semblance of order. But at each volley from the sailors there was a wavering in the ranks of the foe, and Cliff could see that more than one dropped wounded from the ranks. "We'll lick 'em yet," cried Cliff, with enthusiasm. "Keep it up, boys." But the Spaniards advanced steadily in spite of their losses. They, too, were fully aroused at the thought that they had been so roughly handled by such a small number of men. Cliff and his gallant band were compelled to drop back from tree to tree. It began to look as though the Spaniards would in the end become victorious. But with the Americans it was do or die. There was no hope of help or succor from any source. No reinforcements were at hand, and none could be sent in time from the flagship, even did those on board suspect the plight in which that boat's crew found itself. But desperate cases require desperate measures, and Cliff was equal to the emergency. When it became evident that the Spaniards would indeed fight, Cliff's busy brain thought of a means to turn the tide of conflict. It was a slight hope, to be sure, but the only one that presented itself. He smiled in spite of himself, in view of his meager forces, at the thought that the only way to achieve victory was by a flank movement. "I'll take 2 men," he said hurriedly, "and slip around behind those fellows. The rest of you keep up your fire here, and if our lungs hold out we'll make them think we have reinforcements." It was a very risky move, but with 2 companions Cliff put it into execution at once. They hurried through the woods so as to flank the enemy, an easy task, as the latter were now well up to the little grove. As they reached the edge of the woods which would bring them in the enemy's rear, they set up a mighty shout. "At them, boys!" Cliff yelled at his imaginary forces. "Come on, we've got 'em!" Then in Spanish he cried, so that the enemy could hear. "Surrender, you Spaniards! 12 men have held you, and now we'll take you." He had reached the edge of the clearing, and paused a moment, facing around and beckoning to his imaginary reinforcements. The Spaniards were completely bewildered. The fire from those that Cliff had left behind continued without intermission, and the Spaniards could not but think that the vociferous sailors in their rear were new arrivals. They could not in the first place conceive of the daring and hardihood that would lead a dozen men to oppose their forces unless reserves were near at hand. And now, thought they, these reinforcements had arrived. Cliff and his companions made noise enough to give color to this belief, and without stopping to see what there was behind the demonstration, the Spaniards took to their heels. "They are not men, but devils," Cliff heard someone say in Spanish, as they dropped their rifles and start on the run. Even the officer who had succeeded once in holding a remnant of his panic-stricken forces together, now gave up the fight and sprinted away as fast as the rest. Every man seemed to be looking for his own safety, and they did not pause to see what was behind them. Here and there, it is true, one of the fleeing Spaniards could be seen helping a wounded companion in his flight. But as for further resistance, there was none. Cliff could not forbear to laugh at the odd sight of an army in a foot race to escape a few American sailors. "American bluff has won the day," he laughed. "Our Cuban friend's death has been avenged, and that without the loss of a man on our side. The Spanish are good sprinters, at any rate," said one of the men, as they started with Cliff to rejoin their companions. Here Cliff had all he could do to restrain his followers from continuing in pursuit of the enemy. "No," said he in response to the earnest pleading. "We had better leave well enough alone. These Spaniards say we are not men, but devils, and I guess they don't care for another interview. The New York no doubt is waiting for us, and these dispatches are yet to be delivered." There was no use to grumble, so the party set out on the return to their boat. They were highly enthusiastic over the good work done under Cliff's leadership, and were proud of his pluck as well as the good generalship he had shown. The tide of battle had carried them some distance from the spot where they had met the Cuban courier, and further still from where they had concealed their boat. But they picked their way expeditiously through the woods, and reached the beach without further incident. They were near the clump of trees which they recognized as that behind which they had hidden the boat when Cliff stopped with a sudden exclamation. "Gory," he said, "I have forgotten that shell. It won't take but a minute to return for it." What's the use, sir, ventured one of the men. As you said, we'd better let well enough alone, and not run any further risk for a shell that don't even explode. That's just the reason I want it, said Cliff. That shell is more important than you might think. But here occurred an interruption that opened up more startling possibilities, and drove the unexploded shell from the attention of all. It was in the shape of an exclamation of surprise and alarm from one of the men who had gone a few steps in advance of the others, and had reached the boat's hiding place as Cliff spoke. It arrested Cliff's attention at once. "What's the matter?" he called, sharply. "The boat, sir," cried the Marine, appearing from behind the bushes. "What of it?" "It's gone." "Gone?" "Yes, sir." Cliff, followed by the others, hastened to the spot. The man had spoken the truth. The boat, which was now their sole dependence, was no longer there. They looked in blank amazement at one another and at the spot where they had fastened it in fancied security. What could it mean? Chapter XXVII, in which Cliff meets with a surprise. They were now in a perilous position. They could not return to the flagship, and at any moment the Spaniards, finding they were not pursued, might pluck up courage to seek them out and try conclusions with them once more. If they should find them on that narrow strip of beach, the story of the conflict might be a different one. And then the disappearance of the boat itself pointed to enemies they had not counted upon. Who could have found and taken it? "Well, now we're in a pretty pickle," exclaimed Cliff, when he became satisfied that the boat had really been taken. "Perhaps, sir, this is not the place where we left it," ventured one of the men, catching at that faint hope. "I wish you were right," said Cliff, "but there's no doubt about it. The boat has been taken." "There's no doubt of it," the men echoed. "The boat is gone." But to make assurance doubly sure, they searched the beach under Cliff's direction, examining every clump of bushes that was large enough to conceal the boat. But the result was a foregone conclusion. The boat was gone. "Now what's to be done, sir?" asked one of the men. "What, indeed? Something's got to be done," said Cliff, with determination. "We've got to get off this island before daybreak. It's easy to dodge the Spaniards in the darkness, but entirely a different matter by day. Besides, we seem to have enemies down here as well as back there on the hill." He was scanning the water earnestly as he spoke. It was time, he knew, for the flagship to return to her position opposite that point, and await the return of Cliff and his crew. Was she there? He could not tell. The face of the moon was again obscured by clouds as it had been most of the night, and it was impossible for Cliff to discern any object at a distance across the water. He strained his eyes trying to catch a glimpse of the ship they had left not many hours ago, but the thought occurred to him, what good will it do if I do see her? But even as he looked, the sky suddenly brightened in a tiny spot out to sea. A long pencil of light shot up from the water, and a cloud was tinged with a speck of dull white light. "It's the New York," cried Cliff. "The signal of her searchlight to return." They watched that tiny beam of light as though there was hope of succor in its rays, until it suddenly disappeared, and all was dark as before. "Now they are waiting for our appearance," said Cliff. "But, unfortunately, we haven't got wings." "Hello. What does that mean?" Cliff had turned suddenly in a listening attitude toward the land. The others had heard the same sound that had attracted Cliff. It was the solitary report of a rifle shot not far in their rear. "The Spaniards must be returning," said Cliff. "They have made up their minds that we had no reinforcements because we did not pursue them further. I'll go up and reconnoitre, to see what they are up to." "I'll go, sir," volunteered one of the men before Cliff could get away. "You stay here. You may be able to see some way of getting us off." With this he cautiously hurried up the side of the bank, leaving Cliff and his companions in the shelter of the bushes below. With ears alert to any sound by land, they anxiously strained their eyes across the water. Could any way be found to cross the expanse that lay between them and the flagship? All were silent for many minutes, and then at last the searchlight of the flagship flashed out once more and swept across the waters before it disappeared. "So near and yet so far," exclaimed Cliff. "They are getting impatient for our return." "If we could signal them," suggested one of the men, "they would send a boat." "But we have no means of doing that," said Cliff. "We can't shout at them, and a pistol shot would not be heard, except by our friends the enemy." "Perhaps they will send a boat anyhow," persisted the hopeful member of the crew. "Perhaps," assented Cliff, "after they get tired of waiting for us." In a short time the scout returned with news that was at least disquieting in their situation. "The Spaniards are after us, sir," he reported. "They seem to have rallied most of their men, and are now near the woods where we met them, cautiously advancing. They have scouts out looking for us, for I barely escaped running into one of them." "They have guessed the trick we played on them," said Cliff, "and it will go hard with us if they find us." "How near are they, did you say?" "They seem to be in the woods now, but they are advancing steadily. They are scouring the place thoroughly, and may be down on us any moment." "Well, boys, we'll do the best we can, if they do get here," said Cliff, quietly. A calm settled upon the band, for now they knew their situation was critical. Their ammunition was nearly exhausted, and if the enemy should succeed in attacking them from the vantage of the hillside, there was little hope of a successful resistance. Should they succeed in eluding the enemy in the darkness, there was no doubt that daybreak would seal their fate. "There's no two ways about it," exclaimed Cliff. "We've got to get off this island, and that pretty soon." "See, sir," cried the hopeful member, who had been intently gazing across the water. "They have sent a boat." Cliff looked in the direction in which the other was eagerly pointing. Sure enough, he could discern the outlines of a boat slowly moving toward them some little distance from shore. An involuntary little cheer went up from the others as they, too, saw the boat approaching. "We are saved," exclaimed Cliff, "and these dispatches will soon be in the rear admiral's hands." But suddenly the eager watchers saw the boat stop, then after a few moments veer around, and continue its course down the coast until it was almost abreast of the spot where they stood. Then it as suddenly stopped, and after a moment's pause retraced its course. "What's the matter with those fellows?" exclaimed Cliff. "Are they afraid to land?" "Hadn't we better signal them, sir?" suggested the man. "They don't know where we are." The boat had again turned and was apparently patrolling up and down, seemingly waiting for just such assistance in locating the position of the waiting sailors. But just as Cliff was about to attract their attention by a mighty shout, his practiced ear caught sounds from the hill above that caused him to stop. The Spanish soldiers were unmistakably advancing. "Silence," he cautioned, in a whisper. "The Spaniards are on the hill above us and the slightest noise will betray us." "But the boat, sir," exclaimed the man. "We must signal it." "I'll bring it here," said Cliff, with a sudden resolve. He began divesting himself of his blouse and trousers as he spoke. "What do you mean to do, sir?" asked the man, wonderingly. "Swim for it," replied Cliff. "That's the only way." "But, sir—" "Don't delay me," said Cliff. "Every moment is precious now." With this he quietly slid into the water and with quick, powerful strokes shot through the waves toward the boat. Cliff was in his element. In the whole ship's crew none excelled him in swimming and diving, and it was with a feeling of confidence that he forced his way through the water. He made not a sound as he went along, for it was to avoid alarming the Spaniards that he had hit upon this plan. The boat was not far from shore and he reached it in a few moments. He was overjoyed to recognize that it was, as he expected, one of the boats from the flagship. There were two occupants of the boat, one at the oars and the other in the stern. Cliff did not recognize them, but he did not pause on that account. Time was precious, and the boat must be gotten to shore and the balance of the party taken aboard without delay. "Boat ahoy," he exclaimed joyously, as he reached the side without having been seen by the occupants. "Take me aboard, men, and then pull for the shore for all you are worth." Cliff's sudden appearance and the words he spoke had a startling effect upon the oarsman by whose side Cliff made his appearance. The latter started with an oath, and as Cliff seized the side of the boat and raised himself partly from the water, his gaze fell upon the glistening barrel of a revolver, and back of it he saw a face distorted with rage and hate. "Caramba!" fell upon Cliff's ear. "It is an Americano. Death to the American pigs!" The occupants of the boats were Spaniards. Chapter XXVIII. A struggle against odds. The position in which Cliff found himself was so startlingly unexpected and so full of peril that for a brief instant it almost unnerved him. Had he suspected the possibility of the boat being manned by Spaniards, he would have given up the thought as soon as he recognized it as one belonging to the flagship. It seemed natural that a boat should be sent to look for them after their protracted absence, and it was a decided shock to find that he had fallen, alone and unarmed, in the way of his enemies. But his surprise affected him but for an instant. He did not propose to be shot down if he could help it. The report of the pistol that met Cliff's gaze rang out upon the air, but the bullet did not reach its intended mark. Like a flash Cliff had released his hold upon the boat, and dropped beneath the water, just in the nick of time. The Spaniard peered over the side of the boat in the darkness, expecting to see Cliff's form appear on the surface, and hoping to see his life's blood staining the waters, a testimony to his marksmanship. How could he have failed to send that bullet crashing through the American's brain? Thought he. But nothing of the sort happened. Cliff not only was not wounded, but was chipper as a lark. When he disappeared, he dove under the boat and rose again on the opposite side. The Spaniard would look in vain in that spot for his intended victim. But the Spaniard in the bow discovered Cliff's head as it appeared for an instant above the water. With an imprecation of wrath he called his companion's attention to the spot. But one of them was armed, it seemed. The other rushed to that side, but when he looked in the direction indicated, revolver in hand, Cliff had again disappeared. The American lad was as lively as a cricket, and busy thoughts surged through his brain. In the first place, he did not propose being a target for a Spanish bullet. But, above all, he wanted that boat, and, like the cowboy when he wants a revolver, wanted it bad. "How can I get it?" he thought, as his dive brought him up near the bow of the boat. Help came from an unexpected source, for a few moments after, he was driven by a new peril to attempt the only plan that could accomplish it. The agency that led to his delivery was a shark. That was not the everyday business of his shark ship, that of saving an imperiled life, for those inhabiting those waters are especially hungry and voracious. But it happened this way, as Cliff was quietly keeping himself afloat at the bow of the boat, confident that in that position he ran little risk of immediate discovery by his enemies. The plans and schemes revolving in his mind were brought to a sudden standstill by a sight that filled him with horror. A sharp triangular fin cutting the water like a knife, flashed past him. "Merciful heaven," he muttered under his breath. A shark. Death faced him on every side. To be sure, he might frighten the shark by churning the surface of the water, but that very act would betray him to a no less certain death at the hands of his enemies. His resolve, a desperate one that caused him to shudder as he formed it, was reached on the instant. The broad back of his enemy, who sat in the stern, was within easy reach, and inspired his action. Quick as a flash, Cliff grasped the stern of the boat with one hand and with one mighty effort raised himself high out of the water. Before the Spaniard could divine what was happening, Cliff's free arm was thrown around the fellow's neck, and he was drawn back into the water behind him. An instant after, Cliff clambered over the stern into the boat. With a shudder at the thought of the fate that awaited the luckless Spaniard, he addressed himself to the work that lay before him. And there was plenty of it, and lively, too, while it lasted. The other Spaniard, who had been peering into the water ahead, turned sharply around when he heard the noise made by the splash of his companion, and in the act involuntarily dropped the revolver. What must have been his feelings upon beholding the lithe and dripping form of the plucky young American emerging from the sea, may well be imagined. But Cliff did not pause to study the effects. He seized an oar and sprang toward his remaining foe. "Surrender, you villain," he cried in Spanish as he advanced. The Spaniard seized an oar and with an oath sprang toward the American. And there, on the quiet bosom of the water in the dim light of night, ensued a stubbornly contested duel, in which oars took the place of broadsword and saber. Cliff fought savagely and desperately. His blood was up, and he knew that now, if ever, he was fighting for his life. But in the end it was fortune that favored him. A chance blow upon his antagonist's head rendered the latter unconscious, and victory again perched upon the young American's banner. There was no time for exultation, even if he had felt that way. The work had been too serious, and necessity for action was too imperative. Satisfied that he had nothing to fear from his enemy, now lying helpless in the bottom of the boat, Cliff seized the oars and turned the boat toward shore. It was trying work for one man to row that boat even the short distance that lay between him and shore, especially after the ordeal through which he had passed. But excitement buoyed him up and he made good progress. His companions in the shade of the bushes where he had left them had witnessed his exciting duel and were wrought up to tense excitement. How they bemoaned the fact that they were not there to help him. It became evident that there were other spectators, too, for no sooner had Cliff seized the oars and began to row for the shore than a volley of bullets rattled out across the water from the hill that had witnessed such thrilling scenes earlier in the night. The Spanish soldiers had discovered Cliff. In the face of this, Cliff redoubled his efforts to reach the beach and rescue his companions, who might any moment be attacked by the soldiers in their rear. But the enemy's attention was concentrated upon Cliff and his boat, and he shot through the waters in a perfect hail of missiles. They spattered into the waters all around him, but wide of their mark. He reached the shore, and as he sprang upon the ground his faithful little band could not repress a cheer at his bravery and pluck. But he urged them on. Not a moment could now be lost. The enemy, shut off temporarily by the overhanging hill, might be down upon them any second. Cliff gathered up his clothing and at a word they all sprang to their places and the boat leaped through the water with a bound, and was away. "To the flagship!" Cliff cried, and then uttered an exclamation of alarm. "The dispatches," he cried, as he felt among his clothes. "They have been left behind." At a word the boat was turned round and shot swiftly toward the beach. Yelling Spaniards could be heard racing down the hillside. They had discovered the landing place, and bullets began again to rain about the water. It seemed sure death to return in the face of that fire, but the intrepid crew sped on. The dispatches must not fall into Spanish hands. The boat grated on the sands, and Cliff sprang out. One instant brought him to the spot where his clothes had lain. Fortune favored him. As he felt along the ground, his hand touched a package of papers. "The dispatches," he cried, as he sprang to his place in the stern of the boat, which had been turned ready for the start. He gave the word and away they sped, this time with the flagship as the goal. Spanish bullets flew after them, but they were safe. It was only when they were for a moment brought out into bold relief by the searchlight that again began to play from the flagship that the bullets of the enemy came near their mark. And then the firing ceased and the boat sped on. An enthusiastic and jubilant crew it was. Only Cliff seemed in a dissatisfied mood. "Gory," he suddenly exclaimed, "I came off without that shell after all." "You seem to lay great store by that, sir," said one of the men. "I do," said Cliff. "But will not return for it just now." "To the flagship." Not many minutes later they were safe aboard, the captured Spaniard in proper custody, and, best of all, the dispatches were personally delivered by Cliff to the rear admiral. But still Cliff was not entirely satisfied. Chapter XXIX. Cliff's Second Expedition. In spite of the glorious work accomplished in those few hours, Cliff felt chagrined that he had, in the excitement of the struggle on the boat and under fire of the Spanish soldiers on shore, been forced to return to the flagship without the shell. He had thought considerably about it even during the stirring scenes through which they had passed. He had his own ideas about it and wanted to put them to the test. Everything connected with it indicated to his mind some mystery, the solution of which would materially help the American forces. In the first place, the way in which it was brought to his attention was unusual, to say the least. That a ship being pursued by a hostile craft should deliberately fire away from the pursuer and toward the land was peculiar, even for a Spaniard. It was ridiculous to think that the shell had been aimed at Cliff and his party, for even had it been broad daylight the American boat's crew would not have been visible to those on the Spanish ship. It was merely a coincidence that Cliff happened to be where the shell landed. No, thought Cliff as he revolved this in his mind, that shot was not aimed at our forces. There was some other reason for firing it. What that was he could merely conjecture, and he was not entirely clear in his own mind. That the mysterious purpose had been carried out to the satisfaction of those on the Spanish boat, Cliff felt convinced, was evident from the fact that not another shot was fired. Then the shape of the shell was an important factor. They are not using those round ones nowadays, thought Cliff. This one must be used for a special purpose. What that is, I'm going to find out. The arrival of the Spanish soldiers and their peculiar actions before the little battle that followed also demanded explanation. They didn't know we were there, mused Cliff, or they would not have been so easily taken by surprise. Why were they there? Their capture of the Cuban courier was accidental, I'm sure. They were on some other mission. Last of all, the theft of the ship's boat and the strange behavior of the two Spaniards who had taken it and whom Cliff had been forced to overcome added a peculiar feature to the affair. Taking it all in all, Cliff felt that though they had bravely avenged the murder of the Cuban, and had brought the dispatches safely to the rear admiral, and with them a prisoner, still an important object had not been accomplished. He meant to return for that unexploded shell in the face of every difficulty and put his ideas to the test. He had this purpose in view when he delivered with his own hands the dispatches to the Rear Admiral. Rear Admiral Sampson glanced quickly over the papers after they were handed to him, and seemed highly pleased. "These are of the utmost importance," he exclaimed. "With this information we will be the better able to act in conjunction with the insurgents when the proper time comes." Cliff knew the papers must indeed be of a special value from the Rear Admiral's manner, for it was decidedly unusual for an officer of such importance to unbend to that extent with an ordinary cadet. The Rear Admiral was evidently more than satisfied with the result of Cliff's mission. After a hasty examination of the papers, he turned to Cliff, who had remained standing, and asked some particulars of his meeting with the Cuban courier. Then Cliff briefly but graphically told of his receiving the papers from the hands of the insurgent and of the latter's tragic death so soon after at the hands of the cowardly Spanish soldier who held him as a prisoner of war. Rear Admiral Sampson's blood fairly boiled as Cliff gave him the details. "The cowards!" he exclaimed, with clenched fist. "It was barbarous. But, sir," continued Cliff, "it has been avenged." And then he briefly and with modest demeanor told of their attack upon the company of Spanish soldiers, and their victory over them without the loss of an American life. More than one Spaniard had gone to his death to atone for that cowardly assassination. The Rear Admiral was plainly interested, and at his request Cliff gave the particulars of his subsequent adventures and of the narrow escape in the boat from the Spanish soldiers firing upon them from the hill and shore. "Admirable, admirable!" exclaimed the Rear Admiral, when the brief narrative was finished. "I am proud of the bravery of yourself and the men with you. And now, if you please, sir," said Cliff, calmly, "I want to go back there." "Back there?" exclaimed the Admiral. "Where do you mean?" "To the spot where I met the Cuban," replied Cliff. "What do you mean?" "According to your account the place is swarming with Spanish soldiers." "Not many of them, sir," said Cliff. "And it is not my intention that they should see me. I left something behind that I think is important." Then he told of the shell that came crashing through the trees where they stood, and of the series of incidents that had prevented his examining it as fully as he wished. He insisted strongly that the recovery of the shell was of the greatest importance, and intimated something of his ideas concerning the mystery that it suggested. He spoke to such good purpose that at last the Rear Admiral was disposed to grant his wish. "But it would be better to wait until you have had a chance to rest a bit," said the latter. "Tomorrow night, for instance." "Delay is dangerous, sir, I think," said Cliff. "Others are seeking it, I know, and it may not be there unless I go at once. There are still several hours of the night left, and I can easily accomplish it." The Rear Admiral had evidently been impressed with what Cliff had told him concerning the shell, and at last agreed that he should go about it in his own way. "Very well, then," he said at last. "Take a boat's crew and go at once." "If you please, sir," exclaimed Cliff, "I would rather take one of the small boats and go alone. One man can move about with less fear of detection." "Young man, you are undertaking a very dangerous mission," exclaimed the Rear Admiral. "But you seem to have the pluck, and I have confidence that you can take care of yourself. Do then as you wish, but take some signal rockets with you. Don't hesitate to use them if necessary. We will be ready to send you assistance if needed." Cliff, highly pleased at the confidence that was reposed in him, saluted respectfully and hastened away to prepare for the venture. In a few minutes he was ready, the boat was lowered, and for the second time that night he left the flagship to face fresh dangers on the shore. But this time he was alone. Success and safety depended upon his unaided efforts. Chapter XXX. The Battle in the Brush. Was it a foolhardy venture, he thought, as with steady stroke he forged ahead away from the flagship, and toward the shore he had so recently left amid the clatter of hostile bullets. The enemy now must be on the alert, and he might be detected and captured the instant his boat touched shore. And he was not blind to the dangers that might confront him on land. "I'm in for it now, at any rate," he thought, "and I've got to succeed. This mystery must be solved, and I believe the result will show that it is worth all the risk." Darkness favored him, and besides he was alone, and for that very reason could move around with less risk of discovery once he reached land. He knew exactly where he had dropped the shell, and it would not take long to get it. It was therefore with confidence that he urged the boat forward. It was a long pull, for the flagship lay well out to sea, but Cliff did not seem to feel the strain. He drew near the shore without detecting any hostile movement or hearing any sound that would lead him to think that the enemy were on the lookout. He decided that it would be prudent not to land at the same spot as previously. He therefore steered for a clump of trees a little further down the coast, and still not a great distance from the hill where the shell lay. Not a sound from the enemy reached his ears as his boat grated upon the sandy beach, and he sprang out to secure the painter to a bush. Then, feeling that his revolver was ready and handy for business, he cautiously began to steal his way through the shrubbery that fringed the shore. These screened his advance, and soon he was ascending the steep bank in the direction of the previous encounter. He was getting further away from his boat and near to his destination. "All serene, so far," he muttered, as he advanced steadily without any adventure. "The Spaniards must have gone." But suddenly, as he was about to step from the concealment of the trees into a slight clearing that lay in his path, he heard a sound that caused him to dodge quickly back. Looking out, he saw a figure close at hand and slowly approaching. A step further and Cliff would have brought himself directly within the other's view. It was not Cliff's purpose to invite an encounter, although he grasped his revolver in readiness for an emergency. He desired, rather, to avoid it, and to quietly make his way to the spot where the shell lay. That once secured, he felt that he could in the same way return to his boat and to the flagship. He therefore silently waited in his place of concealment to see what the enemy would do. The latter evidently had not heard Cliff's movements, and continued slowly to advance, stooping occasionally and peering from side to side. "I think I know what you're after," muttered Cliff below his breath. "But you won't find it here, nor me, either," he added, as he began to edge away from the position he held. As he did so, the other turned and slowly continued his course in the opposite direction. The coast was again clear, and Cliff lost no time in putting what distance he could between himself and the unwelcome visitor. His course, too, led him toward the mound of earth behind which lay the object of his coming. When he reached the spot where he had met the Cuban courier, he found it deserted. The Spaniards, after the escape of Cliff and his men, had evidently withdrawn. With a light heart he sprang toward the rampart of earth and began to ascend its side. "In 1 minute it is mine," he thought exultingly, and then back to the flagship and the test. But a surprise was in store for him. As he vaulted over the top of the mound onto the other side, he landed almost into the arms of a man who was just ascending that side. The man was unmistakably a Spaniard, and from his hands there fell a round shell, that rolled away across the ground. The encounter was startling to both, but Cliff was the first to recover his wits. His quick eye detected the fallen shell, and he divined the fellow's purpose. Before the other could recover from his evident fright, Cliff sprang upon him. "So you have found it," he muttered, as he closed in upon the Spaniard, but findings not keepings this time. Cliff's attack brought the Spaniard quickly to his senses, and he was not slow to defend himself. In a flash he drew his revolver, but Cliff was too quick for him. The latter knocked the weapon from the fellow's grasp before he had a chance to fire it. Cliff's own weapon was within easy reach, but for several reasons he did not care to use it. He wanted, among other things, to avoid a pistol shot which might attract others to the spot. The contest must be one of muscle against muscle, and to unusual strength Cliff added a surprising agility that came in good stead in such a struggle. They grappled, and there in that enclosure formed by the mounds of earth on several sides the two began a furious hand-to-hand battle, the result of which long hung in doubt. The Spaniard was no mean opponent, and fought with enraged fury. Cliff's astounding exertions during the past hours had been enough to exhaust the strongest and sturdiest, and he was compelled to acknowledge to himself, as the battle progressed, that it had made inroads upon his strength. Back and forth across the little enclosure the pair fought fiercely. Once Cliff slipped and fell beneath his opponent, but an instant after he was upon his feet. His keen eye followed his antagonist's every move. He was watching for a chance to deliver one blow that would settle the combat. Several times he had landed upon the Spaniard's head and face, inflicting severe punishment, but not enough. At last the moment came. The opening presented itself in the Spaniard's guard, and with all the strength that was in him, Cliff shot out his right hand. It went home. With a force that seemed to lift the fellow high into the air, his fist met the Spaniard's chin, and the latter fell backward to the ground. It was a clean knockout. Breathing heavily, the fellow lay where he had fallen, unconscious of his surroundings. Cliff was panting from the exertion. He had received some punishment, and the wound in his arm was throbbing fiercely. But he paused only long enough to see that the fellow would not give him further trouble, and then hurried toward the spot where the shell had rolled. "I guess that'll hold you for a while," he muttered, looking at his fallen foe as he started away. "But he'll come out of it after a time," he added. "Gory, how my arm aches all the way up to the elbow." It took but a moment for him to find the shell, for he had seen it roll from the other's hand. "That's it," he exclaimed, as he picked it up. "I'd know it in a minute by its shape and weight. Rather light for a cannon ball." But he did not wait to examine it there. There would be time enough for that when he reached the flagship. With a parting look at his unconscious antagonist he started away. "I'm sorry, my dear sir," he exclaimed, sarcastically, as he looked back on reaching the top of the rampart. "You seemed so attached to this shell, I'd like to take you along with it. But as I can only take one at a time, I'll content myself with this." Then he turned his back upon the scene of his contest, and started for his boat as expeditiously as due caution would allow. He met with no obstacle in the way, and found the boat just as he had left it. He threw the shell in the stern, and with a feeling of exultation sprang in after it and seized the oars. A few steady strokes and he was on the way toward the flagship. But there had been a change in those quiet waters while he was on the land. He had not gone many boat lengths from shore before he discovered looming up before him a slowly moving steamer. It was apparently hugging the coast and proceeding with as little noise as possible. "A boat trying to run the blockade," exclaimed Cliff, as he backed water and rested upon his oars. "She'll succeed, too, unless one of our ships should happen to discover her with its searchlight." And then his responsibility, in view of the discovery he had made, flashed upon him. "I must warn the flagship at once," he exclaimed, seizing the oars and sending the boat forward with a spurt. But after a couple of strokes he suddenly stopped again. "What a fool I am," he exclaimed. "By the time I can row out to the flagship, it will be too late. They must be warned instantly, and there is only one way of doing it." He reached for the signal rockets he had brought at the rear admiral's order. Should he fire them? Those on board the strange boat that was nearly abreast of him did not know that he was there. If he gave the signal it would betray his presence, and no doubt lead to an attack upon himself in his open boat. Cliff looked far out to sea for a moment, half hoping to see the flash of the searchlight play upon the water, and lead to the detection of the strange craft. But the delay was only momentary. "It is my duty to warn the ships," he exclaimed, as he set a rocket up in the stern, and drawing a match from his pocket, struck it upon the seat of the boat. "Here goes." A moment later, with a sharp whir and a flash of light, the rocket shot up into the air. A second and third followed, then Cliff sprang back upon his seat and seized the oars. The signal had been given. He had done his duty at whatever risk there might be to his own safety. Chapter XXXI. Captured. Cliff had elected to imperil his own existence rather than allow one of the enemy's boats to pass that blockade without warning to the American ships. But he had no intention of lying idly by in the path of the hostile craft. He waited but a moment after the glare of the last rocket had died out in the air, and then bent to the oars, and urged the boat toward the open sea beyond. And then he had every confidence that he had little to fear from the enemy's boat. "They'll have all they can do to look out for their own safety now," he thought, without paying any attention to me. "The New York has seen the signal, and will not be slow in making out the cause. Then look out, Mr. Spaniard." But there was more taking place upon those waters than Cliff was cognizant of, and peril came from an unlooked-for source. His decision to send up the warning signal had been quickly formed after his first discovery of the strange vessel. He had seen at a glance that it was not a warship, but a merchant steamer. It was moving slowly, and apparently seeking, as much as possible, the concealment afforded by the shadow of the coast. Every feature about it showed that it was trying to quietly steal out past the blockading vessels. Cliff had not delayed, but on the impulse of the moment had sent up the signal rockets while he was yet between the ship and the shore. But a few steady strokes would carry him beyond the enemy and toward the flagship, he thought. But to his surprise he noticed, on glancing over his shoulder as he drew nearer the vessel, that the latter was moving slower than before and in fact had just stopped. This was puzzling to him, for now, if at any time, the boat should be showing its utmost speed. Those on board must surely know from the signals that they had been discovered and that pursuit would instantly follow. A few words will explain the situation to the reader. The vessel was, as Cliff suspected, endeavoring to steal out past the American ships, which were known to be in the vicinity. But a short time before Cliff had left the shore for the second time, the blockade runner had slowed down, and a boat, manned by half a dozen sailors, had been sent ashore. An officer in the Spanish army, with important dispatches, was to be taken aboard at a point not far from where Cliff had landed. The work of the Spanish boat's crew had been expeditiously performed, and when Cliff sent up his signal, they were returning to the ship. Unnoticed by Cliff in his excitement at the time, they were close to one side of his boat at that fateful moment. A pistol shot suddenly ringing out in the air and a bullet flying not far from his head apprised the cadet of danger from that quarter. The Spaniards, as was natural for them to be, were aroused to a high pitch of excitement against the youth whose vigilance promised to set all their plans at naught. With a hoarse yell of rage they tugged at the oars and their boat fairly leaped through the water after the intrepid young cadet. Cliff saw the movement, and redoubled his efforts at the oars. It was a race for his life, 1 against 7. With frantic energy he tugged at the oars, and his boat shot forward with encouraging speed. At that moment the searchlight on the flagship sent its rays across the waters in answer to the signal, and a dazzling stream of light played upon the scene. It brought in clear relief the form of the waiting steamer, and the two boats racing so desperately near at hand. What a thrilling scene it must have been to the officers on the bridge of the flagship as with glass in hand they watched the exciting race. But it was not given to them long to note the cadet's desperate struggle for freedom, or to marvel at his great endurance. The race was a short one, and the result a foregone conclusion. There was no hope of Cliff's escaping from the pursuing boat, with its crew of fresh and eager oarsmen. The latter closed in upon him with a leap and a bound, and soon were within oar's length of him. He recognized the uselessness of trying to escape from them, but was determined not to surrender without a struggle even in the face of great numbers. He dropped his oars and sprang to his feet, facing his enemies. He drew his revolver, but before he could use it one of the Spanish sailors, who had risen in the boat, knocked it from his grasp with his oar. The boats were now side by side, almost touching, and the dark hulk of the steamer was not many feet away. From the latter arose a loud cheer as they saw that Cliff had been disarmed, and above the noise Cliff could hear a few words of command from the Spanish army officer who sat in the stern of the boat at his side. It was to the sailor who had sprung up to attack Cliff. "Don't shoot," he said. "Take him alive." Cliff had seized an oar when his revolver fell with a splash into the water, and there was no doubt that he intended using it. But two can play at that game, and the Spanish sailor, forbidden to shoot, attacked Cliff furiously with the oar, which he still held in his hand. Cliff dodged, but as he did so another sailor aimed a blow at his head. The aim was good. A sharp pain shot through the young cadet's head, he reeled and all became dark before him. With a faint moan he fell senseless into the bottom of his boat. The contest had been short, and well it was for the Spaniards that such was the case. Already the flickering of the searchlight told that the flagship was hurrying to the scene. The Spaniards realized the importance of quick action. They had, on the impulse of the moment, retaliated upon Cliff because it could take but a few minutes and because they felt that the chase would end not far from their waiting vessel. They congratulated themselves that it had, indeed, brought them almost to the ship's side, and now they lost no time in getting themselves and their prisoner aboard. Willing hands assisted from above. A couple of strokes of the oars had brought them to the ship's side, with Cliff's boat in tow. In obedience to a command, Cliff's boat with its unconscious burden was raised bodily to the deck. The captain thought he could use it in his business. A moment later the Spaniards with the army officer reached the deck, and the ship's captain signaled to go ahead. All now was excitement on board the Spaniard. Beyond securely fastening the arms and legs of their unconscious captive where he lay, they paid but little attention to Cliff. They were all too wrapped up in thoughts of escape from the cruiser whose piercing searchlight was streaming upon them. Among the crew there was, here and there, a murmur against the delay that had been caused by stopping to take on the army officer, and with this was coupled a note of resentment against the young cadet whose appearance on the scene promised to spoil all their plans. But the captain's orders were carried out promptly, the more so as their own safety depended upon it. They were not without hope of making good their escape in the end, for they knew what speed their craft was capable of. It was a fast boat, and the throbbing of the engines told that she was being urged to her full speed. Amid intense excitement of crew and officers, the wild dash for freedom and safety had begun. Through all this confusion and flurry the cadet whose prompt signaling had occasioned it lay helpless and unconscious. The steady thump of the machinery below, which was steadily carrying him further and further from his friends, made no impression upon his ears, nor was his mind aroused by the excitement of the chase or the hope of rescue. But the race had not been long underway before he began to show signs of returning consciousness. He stirred uneasily in the bottom of the boat where he lay, attempting to move his penny-wand limbs, then a long-drawn breath, and he opened his eyes slowly. The noise from shipboard fell upon his ears, and the sounds confused him. His surroundings puzzled him and his mind at first could not grasp the situation. Where was he? Then with a rush of recollection came the remembrance of the attack upon him in the open boat. His enemies had triumphed, he thought, and left him a helpless victim to drift about upon the open sea. But whence those sounds? He painfully raised himself to a sitting posture and looked out. To his astonishment, he found himself and boat upon the deck of a swiftly moving steamer. Then he saw it all, and realized what had happened. He caught a glimpse of the rays of the searchlight that still streamed across the water, and a moment after heard the boom of a cannon out at sea. "The New York," he exclaimed. "She is in pursuit. But she's too far away, and can never catch this fast boat. The only chance of her stopping it is with one of her big guns." And then, involuntarily, he shuddered as he thought that, bound and helpless, he would share the fate of the Spanish crew if a shot from the flagship should penetrate the ship's side and send it to the bottom. He moved a little toward the stern of his boat, as best he could, to get a better view of the light that showed the approaching flagship. As he did so he struck a round, hard object that lay behind him. "The unexploded shell," he exclaimed, as he recognized what it was. "I still have that with me, at any rate." And then he began to tug at the ropes that bound his arms in a frantic effort to loosen them. The rapid throb of the engines below and another boom of cannon from out to sea told that the chase was becoming a hot one. Chapter XXXII. Cliff Faraday's Test. The excitement among the crew of the Spanish steamer was intense as they watched the light from the flagship and noted the course of the projectiles that came toward them. For this reason they had not observed Cliff's movements, and gave themselves no concern about him. Whatever may have been his intended course of action, he was at last compelled to abandon it. Strain and tug as he would at the cords that bound his arms, they remained intact, nor could his ingenuity devise any way of releasing himself from their hold. Though hastily tied, the knots had been put there to stay, and Cliff at last realized that it was a hopeless task to try to undo them. But though he could not free his arms and legs, he could use his eyes, and the scene was one thrilling enough to rivet his attention. The fast-moving steamer, urged to its utmost speed, the exclamations of hope and fear among its crew, the more majestically moving flagship whose deficiencies of speed were more than atoned for by the range of her guns, suggested possibilities to one in Cliff's position that might well set one's heart to beating wildly. If the steamer should escape by reason of superior speed, it would bring joy to the crew, but disaster to Cliff, their helpless prisoner. If, on the other hand, a shot from the flagship should sink the Spanish boat, Cliff perforce would share death with them. Little wonder that, brave as he was, he struggled anxiously to free his arms and legs from their bonds. "The New York can never catch us," he exclaimed, when he had settled down to watching the flagship as best he could. "She is too far away, and this boat is too fast." There was little need of the searchlight now, as dawn was approaching. The forms of the ships could be distinguished in the uncertain light without its aid. Cliff had been watching the flagship which was astern, but now, looking forward, he saw a beam of light in that direction. It was several miles out to sea, and shot across their path. "That must be the Wilmington," he exclaimed, cheered by a suddenly revived hope. "She can cut across our path, and all may yet be well." He looked back at the flagship and saw the red and the blue signal lights flashing their message to the ship ahead, which was, as Cliff surmised, the Wilmington. They also carried a message to Cliff, nor was their meaning lost upon the Spanish crew. "They have signaled the Wilmington to intercept her," exclaimed Cliff. "But it will be a close race." He heard the signal from the excited captain of the Spanish boat for more speed, and the throbbing of the machinery told that they were endeavoring in the engine rooms to carry out the order. It seemed as if the engines were already doing their utmost, but Cliff could notice a slight increase in the headway they were making. It was a fast boat and no mistake, Cliff thought, as he anxiously strained his eyes to see what the Wilmington was doing. Answering signals told that she had received the order from the flagship, and that those orders would be obeyed. Cliff fervently hoped that she would be successful. He hated to think of the possibility of a hostile ship succeeding in running the blockade, and now this patriotic impulse was heightened by the fact that he was a helpless prisoner on board the very boat that promised to accomplish that feat. For, as he watched the race, there was a growing conviction in Cliff's mind that the Wilmington was so far out to sea that she could not hope to stop the Spanish steamer except by the power of her guns. And a hole in the side of the enemy's vessel, however desirable under ordinary circumstances, did not coincide with his hopes or ideas on this occasion. He had no desire to share a watery grave with his captors. The two boats were heading for the same point, the Wilmington seeking to block the path the other was following. One of her guns spoke out, but the shot fell short. She was not in range. Faster went the Spanish boat, and nearer to the objective point raced the two vessels. Cliff breathlessly watched the pursuing craft whose success meant so much to him. Could she win? The Spaniards shared his excitement, and watched their opponent with fully as much eagerness. At last they broke out into a cheer. Cliff was not slow to understand its import. The Spanish boat was making really a phenomenal run, and had reached a point where it was evident that if they maintained their speed they would soon be past the dangerous line. That once reached they could show the Yankee boat a clean pair of heels. Cliff's spirits fell when he realized that the Spaniards had good cause for their jubilation. There was no doubt now that the steamer could pass the danger line and then away. The Wilmington, too, seemed to realize that there was no hope of catching up with the other vessel, for now the cannon boomed out in rapid succession. They were rapidly drawing nearer and within range. A shot swept across the Spaniard's bows, but on she went. Then another struck the bridge upon which the captain stood glass in hand, and he had a narrow escape from flying splinters. But the goal was too near for them to stop, and he signaled for more steam. Cliff could not but admire this officer's pluck. Under other circumstances, he would have said that the Spaniard deserved to win. The vessel seemed to struggle to do what was demanded of her, and sped on. Another shot from the Wilmington rattled across her bows, but the crew answered with a cheer. 5 minutes more and they would be round the point, and then what would happen then was never to be known. Suddenly a loud explosion was heard from below, and the whole frame of the steamer shook from end to end. Men rushed on deck in a panic, and wildly proclaimed the cause. A steam pipe, urged beyond its strength, had exploded, carrying destruction with it. The race was lost, and the captain promptly hauled down his flag. But as he did so, he gave orders to steer toward the land, and the steamer came to a standstill not far from the shore. The Spanish army officer carrying the dispatches entered a boat that was quickly lowered, and when the prize crew from the Wilmington boarded the steamer he was safe upon land and his escape was assured. When the officer in charge of the prize crew had finished the formalities, Cliff attracted his attention. The cadet had apparently been forgotten by his captors in the excitement of the chase and the calamity that had come upon them. The American officer was astonished beyond measure to find one wearing the familiar uniform in such a plight on that boat. "Why, Mr. Faraday," he exclaimed upon learning Cliff's identity, and having released him from his bonds, "we were not aware that they had an American on board as a prisoner." "I thought not, from the way you were firing at us," said Cliff, with a smile. "I thought more than once that you would send this particular American to the bottom along with the shipload of the enemy. You were firing too accurately to suit me this time." "Well, the American boys do come pretty near hitting what they aim at," responded the officer, evidently pleased at the compliment to their marksmanship. "But I am curious to know how it has happened that we find you here." Cliff then briefly told of the adventures that followed his finding of the unexploded shell, which he picked up from its lodgment in the boat and held in his hand. "So you have risked your life for that piece of steel," exclaimed the officer. What can have been your purpose in that? Does it not strike you, sir, that there is something peculiar about it?" asked Cliff, as the other examined it. "Yes," replied the officer, "it is decidedly out of date, and might be interesting as a relic, but not of sufficient importance to risk one's life for. I had an idea that there was a mystery about it that was well worth solving," replied Cliff. "And with your permission, sir, I will put the matter to a test." "As you like," responded the officer, with the air of a man who is indulging some childish fancy. Cliff was not slow to take advantage of the permission granted, and carried the shell to a table that stood upon the after deck, the officer meantime paying no further attention to him, but attending to some further detail of transfer. Cliff had procured a fuse and inserted it into the shell and was upon the point of lighting it when the officer appeared. "Stop, sir," he commanded. "Would you blow us all to destruction?" Others standing near made a move as if to stop Cliff, but it was too late. The fuse was burning rapidly. With a cry of alarm and amazement, the officers, American as well as Spanish, sprang to one side and dodged in great fright. But Cliff calmly stood by, his arms folded and a confident smile playing about his lips. He was putting his theory to the test. Chapter XXXIII. The Mystery of the Unexploded Shell. Mingled with evident fright and alarm there was upon the face of each a look of incredulity at rashness of the cadet. Had his adventures and narrow escapes turned his brain, and were they now at the mercy of a maniac? Was in the minds of all. They had not long to wait. The fuse burned rapidly and spluttered to the end, and as they all involuntarily ducked their heads at the impending explosion, a peculiar thing happened. When the fire from the fuse reached the shell there was a sharp clicking sound, and those who were looking at the shell saw it suddenly open like a book, and from its hollow interior fell a roll of paper upon the table. This Cliff seized and waved over his head in triumph. "Hurrah!" he cried. "It is as I suspected. Secret dispatches from the enemy that are worth all they have cost." The officers were struck dumb with amazement, and stood and stared at the smiling young man as though they could not believe their eyes. But after a time they crowded around him and examined the shell curiously, and then the papers that Cliff held in his hand. The papers were evidently written in Spanish, and though the American officers could not read them, they now had conceived sufficient confidence in Cliff to believe that they were indeed of importance. The shell, whose quest had caused Cliff so much peril and danger, was a curious affair. It had been cunningly contrived for the purpose it had so admirably fulfilled. Though very much in appearance like the old-fashioned round shells, it was in two parts, ingeniously hinged so that when closed it required very close scrutiny to detect the seam. It was hollow, and consequently light in weight. This fact had first arrested Cliff's attention and had set his thoughts to work upon the mystery that was connected with it. In the opening where the fuse was inserted there was a concealed mechanism so arranged that it might not be detected or opened with the finger, but would readily give way to the force of a slight explosion in that small cavity. If it should fall into strange hands, unfamiliar with its design, it was meant to defy all efforts at opening it. Cliff was the recipient of many expressions of praise from the American officers upon his ingenuity in fathoming the secret that was so cunningly devised, and they questioned him at length. "That is indeed wonderful," said the superior officer. "But how did you ever guess the purpose for which it was intended or the method of opening it?" Cliff then explained the circumstances connected with its appearance at his feet among the trees where he was awaiting the Cuban courier. "I thought it was strange that a ship being pursued should fire a shell at the land instead of at its enemy," he said, "and when I picked it up I was struck with its peculiarities, but my examination was interrupted by the arrival of the Spanish soldiers. We were kept busy for a while pursuing them, and did not have much time to pursue this mystery." The officer smiled knowingly at this, for he had gathered enough from Cliff's previous narrative to know that the little band of sailors had done great feats that night. "The shell not exploding," continued Cliff, "led me to think that perhaps it was not intended to explode just then, and when I saw that the Spanish soldiers seemed to be hunting for something there, I jumped to the conclusion that it was this identical piece of steel they were after. That explained their presence there and their peculiar behavior. And what could the Spaniards want with that shell if it did not contain something of value to them and of greater value to the American cause? You reasoned well, exclaimed the officer, and so you decided to risk going back for it, and your ideas have come out triumphant through the test. But, young man, don't try any more experiments like that when I'm around. They all laughed heartily at this sally, at which Cliff joined in. But it was decidedly a peculiar way to send dispatches, continued the officer, and it would seem as though it was uncertain and unnecessary as well. There seemed to me to be a good reason for it, sir, said Cliff. I figured that boat had been sent to deliver the dispatches, with instructions that if they were pursued to fire the shell at a point agreed upon, and then make their escape. They were pursued, and did fire toward shore, and the soldiers in waiting evidently saw the flash, and knew about where to hunt for it. I think, sir, that when these papers are examined it will be found that they contain information that the Spanish army ashore wants the worst way. This proved to be the case. Cliff was given custody of the peculiar shell and the papers it had contained, and after a little delay was taken in the boat to the Wilmington. Signals were exchanged between this vessel and the flagship, and in due time Cliff was rowed to the latter and ordered to report to the rear admiral. He turned the shell and its contents over to that officer with an explanation of all that had taken place. I see that you had good cause for desiring to go back to find this shell, said the rear admiral when Cliff had finished. We have learned from the prisoner whom you secured after a struggle in your boat, that they had stolen your boat to facilitate the transfer of some papers. They were late and missed seeing the boat that fired this shell. Now that you have secured these papers I will call your knowledge of Spanish into requisition and allow you to transcribe these for me. And this Cliff did, and when he had completed the task it was found that the most important work he had done that night, was in securing that shell and unraveling its mystery. As he issued from the Admiral's room Cadet Wells, one of Cliff's best friends, approached him. "Faraday, old fellow," he said, "I've got news that will interest you." "I'm listening." "It's about that exception among Spaniards, the lieutenant who helped you and Miss Stewart escape." "Ah, what of him?" asked Cliff, eagerly. "You know he left us on a Spanish boat that brought you over under a flag of truce." "Well, we couldn't touch that boat then, of course, but yesterday she ventured too far out, and the New York sunk her. We saved all her crew and from one of them I learned what became of Hernandez. It seems he sought a lonely part of the boat while she was on the way from us to the shore, and knelt to pray. An officer of the boat saw him thus and withdrew. A moment later all hands were startled by a pistol shot. Hurrying below they found Lieutenant Hernandez prone on the deck, a calm smile on his face, a bullet in his brain. Faraday was deeply affected. "And thus," he said gravely, "perished one of Spain's real heroes." Springtime and Harvest. Or, King Midas. Springtime and Harvest was self-published in January 1901 in New York by the Sinclair Press. The author had been unable to find a publisher for the work and had borrowed money from his uncle to print 1,000 copies. The novel was quickly reissued under the name King Midas, and while it was not commercially successful, it was well received by critics. Sinclair had begun his professional writing career as a teenager writing jokes for comic papers, stories for juvenile magazines as well as cartoon captions and riddles. He started attending the City College of New York at 14 and supported himself through his education by writing dime novels for pulp publishers. He had earned enough money by 17 to rent his own apartment and to escape from his alcoholic father and devoutly religious mother. In the spring of 1900, Sinclair left Columbia University, without completing his graduate degree, and rented a cabin in a remote part of Quebec, Canada. During his stay there, he met his first wife, whom he married in October 1900, and wrote Springtime and Harvest. The novel centers on the young poet Arthur and his love for his childhood friend, Helen. As a baby, Arthur is left in the care of Helen's father, Reverend Austin Davis. The two children form a strong bond that is severed when she is sent away for 3 years to Europe as a teenager. When Helen returns home at 19, a sophisticated young woman, Arthur becomes determined to win her affection and hand in marriage. Sinclair, close to the time of publication. The original frontispiece. Contents. Note. Part I. Chapter I. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter V. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter X. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Part 2. Chapter I. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. The first edition's title page. I dreamed that soul might dare the pain, unlike the prince of old, and wrest from heaven the fiery touch that turns all things to gold. Note. In the course of this story, the author has had occasion to refer to Beethoven's Sonata Appassionata as containing a suggestion of the opening theme of the Fifth Symphony. He has often seen this stated, and believed that the statement was generally accepted as true. Since writing, however, he has heard the opinion expressed, by a musician who is qualified to speak as an authority, that the two themes have nothing to do with each other. The author himself is not competent to have an opinion on the subject, but because the statement as first made is closely bound up with the story, he has allowed it to stand unaltered. The two extracts from MacDowell's Woodland Sketches, on pages 214 and 291, are reprinted with the kind permission of Professor MacDowell and of Arthur P. Schmidt, publisher. Part I. In the merry month of May. Chapter I. O Madchen, Madchen, we leap ich dike. It was that time of year when all the world belongs to poets, for their harvest of joy, when those who seek the country not for beauty, but for coolness, have as yet thought nothing about it, and when those who dwell in it all the time are too busy planting for another harvest to have any thought of poets, so that the latter, and the few others who keep something in their hearts to chime with the great spring music, have the woods and waters all for their own for 2 joyful months, from the time that the first snowy bloodroot has blossomed, until the wild rose has faded and nature has no more to say. In those 2 months there are 2 weeks, the ones that usher in the May, that bear the prize of all the year for glory. The commonest trees wear green and silver than that would outshine a coronation robe, and if a man has any of that prodigality of spirit which makes imagination, he may hear the song of all the world. It was on such a May morning in the midst of a great forest of pine trees, one of those forests whose floors are moss-covered ruins that give to them the solemnity of age and demand humility from those who walk within their silences. There was not much there to tell of the springtime, for the pines are unsympathetic, but it seemed as if all the more wealth had been flung about on the carpeting beneath. Where the moss was not were flowing beds of fern, and the ground was dotted with slender harebells and the dusty, half-blossomed corydalis, while from all the rocks the bright red lanterns of the columbine were dangling. Of the beauty so wonderfully squandered there was but one witness, a young man who was walking slowly along, stepping as it seemed where there were no flowers, and who, whenever he stopped to gaze at a group of them, left them unmolested in their happiness. He was tall and slenderly built, with a pale face shadowed by dark hair. He was clad in black, and carried in one hand a half-open book, which, however, he seemed to have forgotten. A short distance ahead was a path, scarcely marked except where the half-rotted trees were trodden through. Down this the young man turned, and a while later, as his ear was caught by the sound of falling water, he quickened his steps a trifle, until he came to a little streamlet which flowed through the forest, taking for its bed the fairest spot in that wonderland of beauty. It fled from rock to rock covered with the brightest of bright green moss and with tender fern that was but half uncurled, and it flashed in the sunlit places and tinkled from the deep black shadows, ever racing faster as if to see what more the forest had to show. The young man's look had been anxious before, but he brightened in spite of himself in the company of the streamlet. Not far beyond was a place where a tiny rill flowed down from the high rocks above, and where the path broadened out considerably. It was a darkly shadowed spot, and the little rill was gathered in a sunken barrel, which the genius of the place had made haste to cover with the green uniform worn by all else that was to be seen. Beside the spring thus formed the young man seated himself, and after glancing impatiently at his watch, turned his gaze upon the beauty that was about him. Upon the neighboring rocks the columbine and harebell held high revel, but he did not notice them so much as a new sight that flashed upon his eye, for the pool where the two streamlets joined was like a nest which the marsh marigold had taken for its home. The water was covered with its bright green and yellow, and the young man gazed at the blossoms with eager delight, until finally he knelt and plucked a few of them, which he laid, cool and gleaming, upon the seat by the spring. The flowers did not hold his attention very long, however. He rose up and turned away towards where, a few steps beyond, the open country could be seen between the tree trunks. Beyond the edge of the woods was a field, through which the footpath and the streamlet both ran, the former to join a road leading to a little town which lay in the distance. The landscape was beautiful in its morning freshness, but it was not that which the young man thought of. He had given but one glance before he started back with a slight exclamation, his face turning paler. He stepped into the concealment of the thick bushes at one side, where he stood gazing out, motionless except for a slight trembling. Down the road he had seen a white-clad figure just coming out of the village. It was too far away to be recognized, but it was a young girl, walking with a quick and springing step, and he seemed to know who it was. She had not gone very far before she came to a thick hedge which lined the roadside and hid her from the other's view. He could not see her again until she came to the place where the streamlet was crossed by a bridge, and where the little path turned off towards the forest. In the meantime he stood waiting anxiously, for when she reached there he would see her plainly for the first time, and also know if she were coming to the spring. She must have stopped to look at something, for the other had almost started from his hiding place in his eagerness when finally she swept past the bushes. She turned down the path straight towards him, and he clasped his hands together in delight as he gazed at her. And truly she was a very vision of the springtime, as she passed down the meadows that were gleaming with their first sprinkling of buttercups. She was clad in a dress of snowy white, which the wind swept before her as she walked, and it had stolen one strand of her golden hair to toss about and play with. She came with all the eagerness and spring of the brooklet that danced beside her, her cheeks glowing with health and filled with the laughter of the morning. Surely, of all the flowers of the Maytime there is none so fair as the maiden. And the young man thought as he stood watching her that in all the world there was no maiden so fair as this. She did not see him, for her eyes were lifted to a little bobolink that had come flying down the wind. One does not hear the bobolink at his best unless one goes to hear him. For sheer glorified happiness there is in all our land no bird like him at the hour of sunrise, when he is drunk with the morning breeze and the sight of the dew-filled roses. At present a shower had just passed and the bobolink may have thought that another dawn had come, or perhaps he saw the maiden. At any rate, he perched himself upon the topmost leaf of the maple tree, still half flying, as if scorning even that much support, and there he sang his song. First he gave his long prelude that one does not often hear a few notes a score of times repeated, and growing swift and loud and more strenuous and insistent, as sometimes the orchestra builds up its climax, so that the listener holds his breath and waits for something, he knows not what. Then he paused a moment and turned his head to see if the girl were watching, and filled his throat and poured out his wonderful gushing music, with its watery and bell-like tone that only the streamlet can echo, from its secret places underneath the banks. Again and again he gave it forth, the white patches on his wings flashing in the sunlight and both himself and his song one thrill of joy. The girl's face was lit up with delight as she tripped down the meadow path. A gust of wind came up behind her, and bowed the grass and the flowers before her and swung the bird upon the tree, and so light was the girl's step that it seemed to lift her and sweep her onward. As it grew stronger she stretched out her arms to it and half leaned upon it and flung her head back for the very fullness of her happiness. The wind tossed her skirts about her, and stole another tress of hair, and swung the lily which she had plucked and which she carried in her hand. It is only when one has heard much music that he understands the morning wind, and knows that it is a living thing about which he can say such things as that. One needs only to train his ear and he can hear its footsteps upon the meadows, and hear it calling to him from the tops of the trees. The girl was the very spirit of the wind at that moment, and she seemed to feel that some music was needed. She glanced up again at the bobolink, who had ceased his song. She nodded to him once as if for a challenge, and then, still leaning back upon the breeze, and keeping time with the flower in her hand, she broke out into a happy song. I heard a streamlet gushing from out its rocky bed, far down the valley rushing, so fresh and clear it sped. But then, as if even Schubert were not equal to the fullness of her heart, or because the language of joy has no words, she left the song unfinished and swept on in a wild carol that rose and swelled and made the forest echo. The bobolink listened and then flew on to listen again, while still the girl poured out her breathless music, a mad volley of soaring melody. It seemed fairly to lift her from her feet, and she was half dancing as she went. There came another gust of wind and took her in its arms, and the streamlet fled before her, and thus the three, in one wild burst of happiness, swept into the woodland together. There in its shadows the girl stopped short, her song cut in half by the sight of the old forest in its majesty. One could not have imagined a greater contrast than the darkness and silence which dwelt beneath the vast canopy, and she gazed about her in rapture, first at the trees and then at the royal carpet of green, starred with its fields of flowers. Her breast heaved, and she stretched out her arms as if she would have clasped it all to her. "Oh, it is so beautiful," she cried aloud. "It is so beautiful." In the meantime the young man, still unseen, had been standing in the shadow of the bushes, drinking in the sight. The landscape and the figure and the song had all faded from his thoughts, or rather blended themselves as a halo about one thing, the face of this girl. For it was one of those faces that a man may see once in a lifetime and keep as a haunting memory ever afterwards, as a vision of the sweetness and glory of woman. At this moment it was a face transfigured with rapture, and the man who was gazing upon it was trembling, and scarcely aware of where he was. For fully a minute more the girl stood motionless, gazing about at the forest, then she chanced to look towards the spring, where she saw the flowers upon the seat. "Why, someone has left a nosegay," she exclaimed, as she started forward, but that seemed to suggest another thought to her, and she looked around. As she did so she caught sight of the young man and sprang towards him. "Why, Arthur! You here?" she cried. The other started forward as if he would have clasped her in his arms, but then recollecting himself he came forward very slowly, half lowering his eyes before the girl's beauty. "So you recollect me, Helen, do you?" he said, in a low voice. "Recollect you," was the answer. "Why, you dear, foolish boy, of course I recollect you. But how in the world do you come to be here?" "I came here to see you, Helen." "To see me?" exclaimed she. "But pray how?" And then she stopped, and a look of delight swept across her face. "You mean that you knew I would come here the first thing?" "I do indeed." "Why, that was beautiful," she exclaimed. "I am so glad I did come." The glance which she gave made his heart leap up. For a moment or two they were silent, looking at each other, and then suddenly another thought struck the girl. "Arthur," she cried, "I forgot. Do you mean to tell me that you have come all the way from Hilltown?" "Yes, Helen." "And just to see me?" "Yes, Helen." "And this morning?" She received the same answer again. "It is 12 miles, she exclaimed. "Who ever heard of such a thing? You must be tired to death." She put out her hand, which he took tremblingly. "Let us go sit down on the bench," she said, "and then we can talk about things. I am perfectly delighted that you came," she added when she had seated herself, with the marigolds and the lily in her lap. "It will seem just like old times. Just think how long ago it was that I saw you last, Arthur, 3 whole years. And do you know, as I left the town I thought of you, and that I might find you here." The young man's face flushed with pleasure. "But I'd forgotten you since, went on the girl, eyeing him mischievously, for oh, I was so happy, coming down the old path, and seeing all the old sights. Things haven't changed a bit, Arthur, the woods look exactly the same, and the bridge hasn't altered a mite since the days we used to sit on the edge and let our feet hang in. Do you remember that, Arthur? Perfectly, was the answer. And that was over a dozen years ago. How old are you now, Arthur? 21, no, 22, and I am just 19. Today is my birthday, you know. I had not forgotten it, Helen. You came to welcome me. And so did everything else. Do you know, I don't think I'd ever been so happy in my life as I was just now. For I thought the old trees greeted me, and the bridge, and the stream. And I'm sure that was the same bobolink. They don't have any bobolinks in Germany, and so that one was the first I have heard in 3 years. You heard him, didn't you, Arthur? I did at first, said Arthur. And then you heard me, you wicked boy. You heard me come in here singing and talking to myself like a mad creature. I don't think I ever felt so like singing before. They make hard work out of singing and everything else in Germany, you know, so I never sang out of business hours, but I believe I could sing all day now, because I'm so happy. Go on, said the other, seriously, I could listen. No, I want to talk to you just now, said Helen. You should have kept yourself hidden and then you'd have heard all sorts of wonderful things that you'll never have another chance to hear. For I was just going to make a speech to the forest, and I think I should have kissed each one of the flowers. You might have put it all into a poem, for oh, Father tells me you're going to be a great poet. I'm going to try, said Arthur, blushing. Just think how romantic that would be, the girl laughed, and I could write your memoir and tell all I knew about you. Tell me about yourself, Arthur. I don't mean for the memoir, but because I want to know the news. There isn't any, Helen, except that I finished college last spring, as I wrote you, and I'm teaching school at Hilltown. And you like it? I hate it, but I have to keep alive, to try to be a poet. And that is the news about myself. Except, added Helen, that you walked 12 miles this glorious Saturday morning to welcome me home, which was beautiful. And of course you'll stay over Sunday. Now you're here, I can invite you myself, you know, for I've come home to take the reins of government. You never saw such a sight in your life as my poor father has made of our house. He's got the parlor all full of those horrible theological works of his, just as if God had never made anything beautiful. And since I've been away, that dreadful Mrs. Dale has gotten complete charge of the church, and she's one of those creatures that wouldn't allow you to burn a candle in the organ loft, and father never was of any use for quarreling about things. I only arrived last night, the girl prattled on, venting her happiness in that way instead of singing, but I hunted up 2 tallow candles in the attic, and you shall see them in church tomorrow. If there's any complaint about the smell, I'll tell Mrs. Dale we ought to have incense, and she'll get so excited about that I'll carry the candles by default. I'm going to institute other reforms also. I'm going to make the choir sing in tune. If you will only sing as you were singing just now, nobody will hear the rest of the choir, vowed the young man, who during her remarks had never taken his eyes off the girl's radiant face. Helen seemed not to notice it, for she had been arranging the marigolds. Now she was drying them with her handkerchief before fastening them upon her dress. You ought to learn to sing yourself, she said while she bent her head down at that task. Do you care for music any more than you used to? I think I shall care for it just as I did then, was the answer, whenever you sing it. Pooh, said Helen, looking up from her marigolds, the idea of a dumb poet anyway, a man who cannot sing his own songs. Don't you know that if you could sing and make yourself gloriously happy as I was just now, and as I mean to be some more, you could write poetry whenever you wish? I can believe that, said Arthur. Then why haven't you ever learned? Our English poets have all been ridiculous creatures about music. Anyhow, I don't believe there was one in this century, except Browning, that really knew anything about it, and all their groaning and pining for inspiration was nothing in the world but a need of some music. I was reading The Palace of Art only the other day, and there was that lordly pleasure house with all its modern improvements, and without a sound of music. Of course the poor soul had to go back to the suffering world, if it were only to hear a hand organ again. That is certainly a novel theory, admitted the young poet. I shall come to you when I need inspiration. Come and bring me your songs, added the girl, and I will sing them to you. You can write me a poem about that brook, for one thing. I was thinking just as I came down the road that if I were a poet I should have beautiful things to say to that brook. Will you do it for me? I have already tried to write one, said the young man, hesitatingly. A song? Asked Helen. Yes. Oh, good. And I shall make some music for it. Will you tell it to me? When? Now, if you can remember it, said Helen. Can you? If you wish it, said Arthur, simply. I wrote it 2 or 3 months ago, when the country was different from now. He fumbled in his pocket for some papers, and then in a low tone he read these words to the girl. At midnight. The burden of the winter. The year ha borne too long. And oh, my heart is weary. For a springtime song. The moonbeams shrink unwelcomed. From the frozen lake. Of all the forest voices. There is but one awake. I seek thee, happy streamlet. That murmurest on thy way. As a child in troubled slumber. Still dreaming of its play. I ask thee where in thy journey. Thou seest so fair a sight. That thou hast joy and singing. All through the winter night. Helen was silent for a few moments, then she said, I think that is beautiful, Arthur, but it is not what I want. Why not? He asked. I should have liked it when you wrote it, but now the spring has come, and we must be happy. You have heard the springtime song. Yes, said Arthur, and the streamlet has led me to the beautiful sight. It is beautiful, said Helen, gazing about her with that naive unconsciousness which every wise man's son doth know is one thing he may never trust in a woman. It could not be more beautiful, she added, and you must write me something about it, instead of wandering around our pasture pond on winter nights till your imagination turns it into a frozen lake. The young poet put away his papers rather suddenly at that, and Helen, after gazing at him for a moment, and laughing to herself, sprang up from the seat. Come, she cried, why are we sitting here, anyway, talking about all sorts of things, and forgetting the springtime altogether? I haven't been half as happy yet as I mean to be. She seemed to have forgotten her friend's 12-mile walk, but he had forgotten it too, just as he soon forgot the rather wintry reception of his little song. It was not possible for him to remain dull very long in the presence of the girl's glowing energy, for once upon her feet, Helen's dancing mood seemed to come back to her, if indeed it had ever more than half left her. The brooklet struck up the measure again, and the wind shook the trees far above them, to tell that it was still awake, and the girl was the very spirit of the springtime once more. Oh, Arthur, she said as she led him down the path, just think how happy I ought to be, to welcome all the old things after so long, and to find them all so beautiful. It is just as if the country had put on its finest dress to give me greeting, and I feel as if I were not half gay enough in return. Just think what this springtime is, how all over the country everything is growing and rejoicing. That is what I want you to put into the poem for me. And so she led him on into the forest, carried on by Joy herself, and taking all things into her song. She did not notice that the young man's forehead was flushed, or that his hand was burning when she took it in hers as they walked. If she noticed it, she chose at any rate to pretend not to. She sang to him about the forest and the flowers, and some more of the merry song which she had sung before. Then she stopped to shake her head at a saucy adder's tongue that thrust its yellow face up through the dead leaves at her feet, and to ask that wisest looking of all flowers what secrets it knew about the springtime. Later on they came to a place where the brook fled faster, sparkling brightly in the sunlight over its shallow bed of pebbles. It was only her runaway caroling that could keep pace with that, and so her glee mounted higher, the young man at her side half in a trance, watching her laughing face and drinking in the sound of her voice. How long that might have lasted there is no telling, had it not been that the woods came to an end, disclosing more open fields and a village beyond. "We'd better not go any farther," said Helen, laughing. "If any of the earth creatures should hear us carrying on they would not know it was Trunkenheit only wine." She stretched out her hand to her companion, and led him to a seat upon a fallen log nearby. "Poor boy," she said, "I forgot that you were supposed to be tired." "It does not make any difference," was the reply, "I hadn't thought of it." "There's no need to walk farther," said Helen, "for I've seen all that I wish to see." "How dear this walk ought to be to us, Arthur." "I do not know about you, Helen," said the young man, "but it has been dear to me indeed. I could not tell you how many times I have walked over it, all alone, since you left, and I used to think about the many times I had walked it with you. You haven't forgotten, Helen, have you?" "No," said Helen. "Not one. Not one." The young man was resting his head upon his hand and gazing steadily at the girl. "Do you remember, Helen?" He stopped, and she turned with her bright clear eyes and gazed into his. "Remember what?" she asked. "Do you remember the last time we took it, Helen?" She flushed a trifle, and half involuntarily turned her glance away again. "Do you remember?" he asked again, seeing that she was silent. "Yes, I remember," said the girl, her voice lower, "but I'd rather you did not." She stopped short. "You wish to forget it, Helen?" asked Arthur. He was trembling with anxiety, and his hands, which were clasped about his knee, were twitching. "Oh, Helen, how can you?" he went on, his voice breaking. "Do you not remember the last night that we sat there by the spring, and you were going away, no one knew for how long, and how you told me that it was more than you could bear, and the promise that you made me?" "Oh, Helen!" The girl gazed at him with a frightened look. He had sunk down upon his knee before her, and he caught her hand which lay upon the log at her side. "Helen," he cried, "you cannot mean to forget that. For that promise has been the one joy of my life, that for which I have labored so hard. My one hope, Helen. I came today to claim it, to tell you." And with a wild glance about her, the girl sprang to her feet, snatching her hand away from his. "Arthur," she cried, "Arthur, you must not speak to me so." "I must not, Helen." "No, no," she cried, trembling, "we were only children, and we did not know the meaning of the words we used. You must not talk to me that way, Arthur." "Helen," he protested, helplessly. "No, no, I will not allow it," she cried more vehemently, stepping back as he started towards her, and holding close to her the hand he had held. "I had no idea there was such a thought in your mind." Helen stopped, breathlessly. "Or you would not have been so kind to me," the other added faintly. "I thought of you as an old friend," said Helen. "I was but a child when I went away. I wish you still to be a friend, Arthur, but you must not act in that way." The young man glanced once at her, and when he saw the stern look upon her face he buried his head in his arms without a sound. For fully a minute they remained thus, in silence, then as Helen watched him, her chest ceased gradually to heave, and a gentler look returned to her face. She came and sat down on the log again. "Arthur," she said after another silence, "can we not just be friends?" The young man answered nothing, but he raised his head and gazed at her, and she saw that there were tears in his eyes, and a look of mute helplessness upon his face. She trembled slightly, and rose to her feet again. "Arthur," she said gravely, "this must not be, we must not sit here any longer. I must go." "Helen," exclaimed the other, springing up. But he saw her brow knit again, and he stopped short. The girl gazed about her, and the village in the distance caught her eye. "Listen," she said, with forced calmness, "I promised father that I would go and see old Mrs. Woodward, who was asking for me. You may wait here, if you like, and walk home with me, for I shall not be gone very long. Will you do it?" The other gazed at her for a moment or two. He was trying to read the girl's heart, but he saw only the quiet firmness of her features. "Will you wait, Arthur?" she asked again. And Arthur's head sank upon his breast. "Yes, Helen," he said. When he lifted it again, the girl was gone. She had disappeared in the thicket, and he could hear her footsteps as she passed swiftly down the hillside. He went to the edge of the woods, where he could see her a short distance below, hurrying down the path with a step as light and free as ever. The wind had met her at the forest's edge and joined her once more, playing about her skirts and tossing the lily again. As Arthur watched her, the old music came back into his heart, his eyes sparkled, and all his soul seemed to be dancing in time with her light motion. Thus it went until she came to a place where the path must hide her from his view. The young man held his breath, and when she turned a cry of joy escaped him. She saw him and waved her hand to him gaily as she swept on out of his sight. For a moment afterwards he stood rooted to the spot, then whirled about and laughed aloud. He put his hand to his forehead, which was flushed and hot, and he gazed about him, as if he were not sure where he was. "Oh, she is so beautiful," he cried, his face a picture of rapture. "So beautiful." And he started through the forest as wildly as any madman, now muttering to himself and now laughing aloud and making the forest echo with Helen's name. When he stopped again he was far away from the path, in a desolate spot, but though he was staring around him, he saw no more than before. Trembling had seized his limbs, and he sank down upon the yellow forest leaves, hiding his face in his hands and whispering, "Oh, if I should lose her! If I should lose her!" As old Polonius has it, truly it was the very ecstasy of love. Chapter 2. A dancing shape, an image gay. To haunt, to startle, and waylay. The town of Oakdale is at the present time a flourishing place, inhabited principally by suburbanites, for it lies not very far from New York, but the Reverend Austin Davis, who was the spiritual guardian of most of them, had come to Oakdale some 20 and more years ago, when it was only a little village, with a struggling church which it was the task of the young clergyman to keep alive. Perhaps the growth of the town had as much to do with his success as his own efforts, but however that might have been, he had received his temporal reward some 10 years later, in the shape of a fine stone church, with a little parsonage beside it. He had lived there ever since, alone with his one child, for just after coming to Oakdale he had married a daughter of one of the wealthy families of the neighborhood, and been left a widower a year or two later. A more unromantic and thoroughly busy man than Mr. Davis at the age of 45, when this story begins, it would not have been easy to find, but nevertheless people spoke of no less than 2 romances that had been connected with his life. One of them had been his early marriage, which had created a mild sensation, while the other had come into his life even sooner, in fact on the very first day of his arrival at Oakdale. Mr. Davis could still bring back to his mind with perfect clearness the first night he had spent in the little wooden cottage which he had hired for his residence, how while busily unpacking his trunk and trying to bring the disordered place into shape, he had opened the door in answer to a knock and beheld a woman stagger in out of the storm. She was a young girl, surely not yet out of her teens, her pale and sunken face showing marks of refinement and of former beauty. She carried in her arms a child of about a year's age, and she dropped it upon the sofa and sank down beside it, half fainting from exhaustion. The young clergyman's anxious inquiries having succeeded in eliciting but incoherent replies, he had left the room to procure some nourishment for the exhausted woman. It was upon his return that the discovery of the romance alluded to was made, for the woman had disappeared in the darkness and storm, and the baby was still lying upon the sofa. It was not altogether a pleasant romance, as is probably the case with a good many romances in reality. Mr. Davis was destined to retain for a long time a vivid recollection of the first night which he spent in alternately feeding that baby with a spoon, and in walking the floor with it, and also to remember the sly glances which his parishioners only half hid from him when his unpleasant plight was made known. It happened that the poorhouse at Hilltown nearby, to which the infant would have gone if he had left it to the care of the county, was at that time being investigated, with all that the name implies when referring to public matters, the clergy of the neighborhood being active in pushing the charges. Mr. Davis felt that at present it would look best for him to provide for the child himself. As the investigation came to nothing, the inducement was made a permanent one. Perhaps also the memory of the mother's wan face had something to do with the matter. At any rate, the young clergyman, though but scantily provided for himself, managed to spare enough to engage a woman in the town to take care of the young charge. Subsequently, when Mr. Davis' wife died, the woman became Helen's nurse, and so it was that Arthur, as the baby boy had been christened, became permanently adopted into the clergyman's little family. It had not been possible to keep from Arthur the secret of his parentage, and the fact that it was known to all served to keep him aloof from the other children of the town, and to drive him still more to the confidence of Helen. One of the phrases which Mr. Davis had caught from the mother's lips had been that the boy was a gentleman's son, and Helen was wont to solace him by that reminder. Perhaps the phrase, constantly repeated, had much to do with the proud sensitiveness and the resolute independence which soon manifested itself in the lad's character. He had scarcely passed the age of 12 before, though treated by Mr. Davis with the love and kindness of a father, he astonished the good man by declaring that he was old enough to take care of himself, and though Mr. Davis was better situated financially by that time, nothing that he could say could alter the boy's quiet determination to leave school and be independent, a resolution in which he was seconded by Helen, a little miss of some 9 years. The two children had talked it over for months, as it appeared, and concluded that it was best to sacrifice in the cause of honor the privilege of going to school together, and of spending the long holidays roaming about the country. So the lad had served with childish dignity, first as an errand boy, and then as a store clerk, always contributing his mite of board to Mr. Davis' household expenses. Meanwhile, possibly because he was really a gentleman's son, and had inherited a taste for study, he had made by himself about as much progress as if he had been at school. Some years later, to the delight of Helen and Mr. Davis, he had carried off a prize scholarship above the heads of the graduates of the Hilltown High School, and still refusing all help, had gone away to college, to support himself there while studying by such work as he could find, knowing well that a true gentleman's son is ashamed of nothing honest. He spent his vacations at home, where he and Helen studied together, or such rather had been his hope. It was realized only for the first year. Helen had an aunt upon her mother's side, a woman of wealth and social position, who owned a large country home near Oakdale, and who was by no means inclined to view with the complacency of Mr. Davis the idyllic friendship of the two young people. Mrs. Roberts, or Aunt Polly as she was known to the family, had plans of her own concerning the future of the beauty which she saw unfolding itself at the Oakdale parsonage. She said nothing to Mr. Davis, for he, being busy with theological works and charitable organizations, was not considered a man from whom one might hope for proper ideas about life. But with her own more practical husband she had frequently discussed the danger, and the possible methods of warding it off. To send Helen to a boarding school would have been of no use, for the vacations were the times of danger, so it was that the trip abroad was finally decided upon. Aunt Polly, having traveled herself, had a wholesome regard for German culture, believing that music and things of that sort were paying investments. It chanced, also, that her own eldest daughter, who was a year older than Helen, was about through with all that American teachers had to impart, and so after much argument with Mr. Davis, it was finally arranged that she and Helen should study in Germany together. Just when poor Arthur was returning home with the sublime title of junior, his dream of all things divine was carried off by Aunt Polly, and after a summer spent in doing Europe, was installed in a girls' school in Leipzig. And now, 3 years having passed, Helen has left her cousin for another year of travel, and returned home in all the glory of her own springtime and of nature's, which brings us to where we left her, hurrying away to pay a duty call in the little settlement on the hillside. The visit had not been entirely a subterfuge, for Helen's father had mentioned to her that the elderly person whom she had named to Arthur was expecting to see her when she returned, and Helen had been troubled by the thought that she would never have any peace until she had paid that visit. It was by no means an agreeable one, for old Mrs. Woodward was exceedingly dull, and Helen felt that she was called upon to make war upon dullness. However, it had occurred to her to get her task out of the way at once, while she felt that she ought to leave Arthur. The visit proved to be quite as depressing as she had expected, for it is sad to have to record that Helen, however sensitive to the streamlet and the flowers, had not the least sympathy in the world for an old woman who had a very sharp chin, who stared at one through two pairs of spectacles, and whose conversation was about her own health and the dampness of the springtime, besides the dreariest gossip about Oakdale's least interesting people. Perhaps it might have occurred to the girl that it is very forlorn to have nothing else to talk about, and that even old Mrs. Woodward might have liked to hear about some of the things in the forest, or to have been offered the lily and the marigold. Unfortunately, however, Helen did not think about any of that, but only moved restlessly about in her chair and gazed around the ugly room. Finally, when she could stand it no more, she sprang up between two of Mrs. Woodward's longest sentences and remarked that it was very late and a long way home, and that she would come again sometime. Then at last, when she was out in the open air, she drew a deep breath and fled away to the woods, wondering what could be God's reason for such things. It was not until she was halfway up the hillside that she could feel that the wind, which blew now upon her forehead, had quite swept away the depression which had settled upon her. She drank in the odors which blew from the woods, and began singing to herself again, and looking out for Arthur. She was rather surprised not to see him at once, and still more surprised when she came nearer and raised her voice to call him, for she reached the forest and came to the place where she had left him without a reply having come. She shouted his name again and again, until at last, not without a half-secret chagrin to have been so quickly forgotten, she was obliged to set out for home alone. Perhaps he's gone on ahead, she thought, quickening her pace. For a time she watched anxiously, expecting to see his darkly clad figure, but she soon wearied of continued failure, and because it was her birthday, and because the brook was still at her side and the beautiful forest still about her, she took to singing again, and was quickly as happy and glorious as before, ceasing her caroling and moderating her woodland pace only when she neared the town. She passed down the main street of Oakdale, not quite without an exulting consciousness that her walk had crowned her beauty and that no one whom she saw was thinking about anything else, and so she came to her home, to the dear old parsonage, with its spreading ivy vines, and its two great elms. When she had hurried up the steps and shut the door behind her, Helen felt privileged again to be just as merry as she chose, for she was even more at home here than in the woods. It seemed as if everything were stretching out its arms to her to welcome her, and to invite her to carry out her declared purpose of taking the reins of government in her own hands. Upon one side of the hallway was a parlor, and on the other side 2 rooms, which Mr. Davis had used as a reception room and a study. The parlor had never been opened, and Helen promised herself a jolly time superintending the fixing up of that. On the other side she had already taken possession of the front room, symbolically at any rate, by having her piano moved in and her music unpacked, and a case emptied for the books she had brought from Germany. To be sure, on the other side was still a dreary wall of theological treatises in funereal black, but Helen was not without hopes that continued doses of cheerfulness might cure her father of such incomprehensible habits, and obtain for her the permission to move the books to the attic. To start things in that direction, the girl now danced gaily into the study where her father was in the act of writing "Thirdly, brethren," for his next day's sermon, and crying out merrily, "Up, up my friend, and quit your books, or surely you'll grow double." She saluted her reverend father with the sweetest of kisses, and then seated herself on the arm of his chair and gravely took his pen out of his hand, and closed his inkstand. She turned over the "Thirdly, brethren," without blotting it, and recited solemnly. One impulse from a vernal wood may teach you more of man, of moral evil and of good, than all the sages can. And then she laughed the merriest of merry laughs and added, Daddy, dear, I am an impulse. And I want you to spare some time for me. Yes, my love, said Mr. Davis, smiling upon her, though groaning inwardly for his lost ideas. You are beautiful this morning, Helen. What have you been doing? I've had a glorious walk, replied the girl, and all kinds of wonderful adventures. I've had a dance with the morning wind, and a race of a mile or two with a brook, and I've sung duets with all the flowers, and here you are writing uninteresting things. It's my sermon, Helen, said Mr. Davis. I know it, said Helen, gravely. But it must be done for tomorrow, protested the other. Half your congregation is going to be so excited about 2 tallow candles that it won't know what you preach about, answered the girl, swinging herself on the arm of the chair, and I'm going to sing for the other half, and so they won't care either. And besides, Daddy, I've got news to tell you. You've no idea what a good girl I've been. How, my love? I went to see Mrs. Woodward. You didn't? Yes, and it was just to show you how dutiful I'm going to be. Daddy, I felt so sorry for the poor old lady. It is so beautiful to know that one is doing good and bringing happiness into other people's lives. I think I'll go and see her often, and carry her something nice if you'll let me. Helen said all that as gravely as a judge, but Mr. Davis was agreeing so delightedly that she feared she was carrying the joke too far. She changed the subject quickly. Oh, Daddy, she cried, I forgot to tell you I met a genius today. A genius? Inquired the other. Yes, said Helen, and I've been walking around with him all morning out in the woods. Did you never hear that every place like that has a genius? Yes, assented Mr. Davis, but I don't understand your joke. This was the genius of Hilltown High School, laughed Helen. Oh, Arthur. Yes, will you believe it, the dear boy had walked all the way from there to see me, and he waited out by the old seat at the spring. But where is he now? I don't know, said Helen. It's very queer, I left him to go see Mrs. Woodward. He didn't go with me, she added, I don't believe he felt inclined to charity. That is not like Arthur, said the other. I'm going to take him in hand, as becomes a clergyman's daughter, said Helen demurely. I'm going to be a model daughter, Daddy, just you wait and see. I'll visit all your parishioners' lawn parties and 5 o'clock teas for you, and I'll play Handel's Largo and Siegfried's Funeral March whenever you want to write sermons. Won't you like that? Perhaps, said Mr. Davis, dubiously. Only I know you'll make blots when I come to the cymbals, said Helen, and she doubled up her fists and hummed the passage, and gave so realistic an imitation of the cymbal clashes in the great dirge that it almost upset the chair. Afterwards she laughed one of her merriest laughs and kissed her father on the forehead. I heard it at Bayreuth, she said, and it was just fine. It made your flesh creep all over you. And oh, Daddy, I brought home a souvenir of Wagner's grave. Did you? Asked Mr. Davis, who knew very little about Wagner. Yes, said Helen, just a pebble I picked up near it, and you ought to have seen the custom house officer at the dock yesterday when he was going through my trunks. What's this, miss? He asked. I guess he thought it was a diamond in the rough. Oh, that's from Wagner's grave, I said. And what do you think the wretch did? I'm sure I don't know, my love. He threw it back, saying it wasn't worth anything. I think he must have been a Brahmshite. It took the longest time going through all my treasures, Helen prattled on, after laughing at her own joke. You know Aunt Polly let us have everything we wanted, bless her heart. I'm afraid Aunt Polly must have spoiled you, said the other. She has, laughed Helen. I really think she must mean to make me marry a rich husband, or else she'd never have left me at that great rich school. Lucy and I were the starboarders, you know, and we just had everybody to spoil us. How in the world could you ever manage to spare so much money, Daddy? Oh, it was not so much, said Mr. Davis, things are cheaper abroad. And you should see the wonderful dresses I brought from Paris, Helen went on. Oh, Daddy, I tell you I shall be glorious. Aunt Polly's going to invite a lot of people at her house next week to meet me, and I'm going to wear the reddest of red dresses, and just shine like a lighthouse. I'm afraid, said the clergyman, surveying her with more pride than was perhaps orthodox, I'm afraid you'll find it hard to be satisfied in this poor little home of ours. Oh, that's all right, said Helen, I'll soon get used to it, and besides, I've got plenty of things to fix it up with if you'll only get those dreadful theological works out of the front room. Daddy dear, you can't imagine how hard it is to bring the Valkyries and Nibelungs into a theological library. I'll see what I can do, my love, said Mr. Davis. He was silent for a few moments, perhaps wondering vaguely whether it was well that this commanding young lady should have everything in the world she desired. Helen, who had her share of penetration, probably divined the thought, for she made haste to change the subject. By the way, she laughed, we got so interested in our chattering that we forgot all about Arthur. Sure enough, exclaimed the other. Pray where can he have gone? I don't know, Helen said, it's strange. But poets are such queer creatures. Arthur is a very splendid creature, said Mr. Davis. You have no idea, Helen, how hard he has labored since you have been away. He carried off all the honors at college, and they say he has written some good poetry. I don't know much about that, but the people who know tell me so. It would be gloriously romantic to know a great poet, said Helen, and perhaps have him write poetry about you, Helen, thy beauty is to me, and sweet Helen, make me immortal with a kiss, and all sorts of things like that. He's coming to live with us this summer as usual, isn't he, Daddy? I don't know, said the other, I presume he will. But where can he have gone today? He acted very queerly, said the girl, and then suddenly a delighted smile lit up her face. Oh, Daddy, she added, do you know, I think Arthur is in love. In love, gasped Mr. Davis. Yes, in love. Pray, with whom? I'm sure I can't imagine, said Helen gravely, but he seemed so abstracted, and he seemed to have something to tell me. And then he ran away. That is very strange indeed, remarked the other. I shall have to speak to him about it. If he doesn't come back soon, I'll go to look for him, said the girl. I'm not going to let the water nixies run off with my Arthur, there are such things in that stream, because the song I was singing about it says so. And then she chanted as merrily as ever. Why speak I of a murmur? No murmur can it be, the nixies they are singing neath the wave their melody. I will tell you what, said Mr. Davis, rising from his chair as he realized that the sermon had entirely vanished for the present. You may go part of the way with me, and we'll stop in to see the Vales. The Vales, gasped Helen. My love, said Mr. Davis, poor Mrs. Vale has been very ill, and she has 3 little children, you know. You told me that you liked to bring joy wherever you could. Yes, but, Daddy, protested Helen, those children are dirty. Ugh! I saw them as I came by. My love, answered the other, they are God's children nonetheless, and we cannot always help such things. But we can, Daddy, there is plenty of water in the world. Yes, of course, but when the mother is ill, and the father in trouble. For poor Mr. Vale has had no end of misfortune, he has no resource but the little dairy, and 3 of his cows have been ill this spring. And Helen's incorrigible mirth lighted up her face again. Oh, she cried. Is that it? I saw him struggling away at the pump as I came by, but I had no idea it was anything so serious. Mr. Davis looked grieved. Helen, when her first burst of glee had passed, noticed it and changed her mood. She put her arms around her father's neck and pressed her cheek against his. Daddy, Dear, she said coaxingly, haven't I done charity enough for one day? You will surf at me at the start, and then I'll be just as little fond of it as I was before. When I must let dirty children climb all over me, I can dress for the occasion. My dear, pleaded Mr. Davis, godliness is placed before cleanliness. Yes, admitted Helen, and of course it is right for you to inculcate the greater virtue, but I'm only a girl, and you mustn't expect sublimity from me. You don't want to turn me into a president of sewing societies, like that dreadful Mrs. Dale. Helen, protested the other, helplessly, I wish you would not always refer to Mrs. Dale with that adjective, she is the best helper I have. Yes, Daddy, said Helen, with the utmost solemnity, when I have a dreadful eagle nose like hers, perhaps I can preside over meetings too. But I can't now. I do not want you to, my love, but... And if I have to cling by the weaker virtue of cleanliness just for a little while, Daddy, you must not mind. I'll visit all your clean parishioners for you, parishioners like Aunt Polly. And before Mr. Davis could make another remark, the girl had skipped into the other room to the piano. As her father went slowly out the door, the echoes of the old house were laughing with the happy melody of Purcell's Nymphs and Shepherds, come away, come away. Nymphs and shepherds, come away, come away, come. Come, come, come away. Chapter 3. For you alone I strive to sing. Oh, tell me how to woo. When Helen was left alone, she seated herself before her old music stand which had been brought down to welcome her, and proceeded to glance over and arrange the pieces she had learned and loved in her young girlhood. Most of them made her smile, and when she reflected upon how difficult she used to think them, she realized that now that it was over she was glad for the German regime. Helen had accounted herself an accomplished pianist when she went away, but she had met with new standards and learned to think humbly of herself in the great home of music. She possessed a genuine fondness for the art, however, and had devoted most of her 3 years to it, so that she came home rejoicing in the possession of a technique that was quite a mastership compared with any that she was likely to meet. Helen's thoughts did not dwell upon that very long at present, however, she found herself thinking again about Arthur, and the unexpected ending of her walk with him. I had no idea he felt that way toward me, she mused, resting her chin in her hand. What in the world am I going to do? Men are certainly most inconvenient creatures. I thought I was doing everything in the world to make him happy. Helen turned to the music once more, but the memory of the figure she had left sunken helplessly upon the forest seat stayed in her mind. I do wonder if that can be why he did not wait for me, she thought, shuddering. If he was too wretched to see me again, what can I do? She got up and began walking restlessly up and down the room for a few minutes. Perhaps I ought to go and look for him, she mused. It was an hour or two ago that I left him there, and Helen, after thinking the matter over, had half turned to leave, when she heard a step outside and saw the door open quickly. Even before she saw him she knew who it was, for only Arthur would have entered without ringing the bell. After having pictured him overcome by despair, it was rather a blow to her pride to see him, for he entered flushed, and seemingly elated. "Well, sir, you've treated me nicely," she exclaimed, showing her vexation in spite of herself. "You will forgive me," said Arthur, smiling. "Don't be too sure of it," Helen said. "I looked for you everywhere, and I am quite angry." "I was obeying your high command," the other replied, still smiling. "My command? I told you to wait for me." "You told me something else," laughed Arthur. "You spent all the morning instructing me for it, you know." "Oh," said Helen. It was a broad and very much prolonged "oh," for a sudden light was dawning upon the girl. As it came her frown gave place to a look of delight. "You have been writing me a poem," she cried, eagerly. "Yes," said Arthur. "Oh, you dear boy." Helen laughed. "Then I do forgive you, but you ought to have told me, for I had to walk home all alone, and I been worrying about you." I never once thought of the poem. The muses call without warning, laughed Arthur, and one has to obey them, you know. Oh, oh, exclaimed the other. And so you've been wandering around the woods all this time, making verses. And you've been waving your arms and talking to yourself, and doing all sorts of crazy things, I know. Then as she saw Arthur flush, she went on, I was sure of it. And you ran away so that I wouldn't see you. Oh, I wish I'd known, I'd have hunted you up and never come home until I'd found you. As was usual with Helen, her momentary vexation had gone like April rain, and all her seriousness had vanished with it. She forgot all about the last scene in the woods, and Arthur was once more the friend of her girlhood, whom she might take by the hand when she chose, and with whom she might be as free and happy as when she was alone with the flowers and the wind. It seemed as if Arthur too had vented all his pent-up emotion, and returned to his natural cheerful self. Tell me, she cried, did you put in all the things I told you about? I put all I could, said Arthur. That is a great deal to ask. I only want it to be full of life, laughed Helen. That's all I care about. The man who wants to write springtime poetry for me must be wide awake. Shall I read it to you? Asked Arthur, hesitatingly. Yes, of course, said Helen. And read it as if you meant it. If I like it I'll tell you so. I wrote it for nothing but to please you, was the reply, and Arthur took a much bescrawled piece of paper from his pocket. The girl seated herself upon the piano stool again and gazed up at him as he rested his elbow upon the top of the piano and read his lines. There could not have been a situation in which the young poet would have read them with more complete happiness, and so it was a pleasure to watch him. And Helen's eyes kindled, and her cheeks flushed brightly as she listened, for she found that the verses had taken their imagery from her very lips. In the Maytime's golden glory, ere the quivering sun was high, I heard the wind of morning through the laughing meadows fly. In his passion song was throbbing all the madness of the May. And he whispered, Thou hast labored. Thou art weary, come away. Thou shalt drink a fiery potion for thy prisoned spirit's pain. Thou shalt taste the ancient rapture that thy soul has sought in vain. I will tell thee of a maiden, one who has thy longing fanned. Spirit of the forest music, thou shalt take her by the hand, lightly by her rosy fingers, trembling with her keen delight. And her flying steps shall lead thee out upon the mountain's height, to a dance undreamed of mortal, to the bacchanal of spring, where in mystic joy united, nature's bright-eyed creatures sing. There the green things of the mountain, million-voiced, newly born, and the flowers of the valley, in their beauty's crimson morn. There the winged winds of morning, spirits unresting, touched with fire, and the streamlets, silver-throat, they whose leaping steps ne'er tire. Thou shalt see them, ever circling round about a rocky spring, while the gaunt old forest warriors madly their wide branches fling. Thou shalt tread the whirling measure, bathe thee in its frenzied strife. Thou shalt have a mighty memory for thy spirit's afterlife. Haste thee while thy heart is burning, while thine eyes have strength to see. Hark, behind yon blackening cloud bank, to the storm king's minstrelsy. See, he stamps upon the mountains, and he leaps the valleys high. Now he smites his forest harp strings, and he sounds his thunder cry. Waken, lift ye up, ye creatures. Sing the song, each living thing. Join ye in the mighty passion of the symphony of spring. And so the young poet finished, his cheeks fairly on fire, and, as he gazed down at Helen, his hand trembling so that he could hardly hold the paper. One glance told him that she was pleased, for the girl's face was flushed like his own, and her eyes were sparkling with delight. Arthur's heart gave a great throb within him. You like it, he exclaimed. Oh, Arthur, I do, she cried. Oh, how glorious you must have been. and trembling with girlish delight, she took the paper from his hand and placed it in front of her on the music rack. "Oh, I should like to write music for it," she exclaimed, "for those lines about the Storm King." And she read them aloud, clenching her hands and shaking her head, carried away by the image they brought before her eyes. "Oh, I should like music for it," she cried again. "I don't know very much about poetry, you know," she added, laughing excitedly. "If it's about the things I like, I can't help thinking it's fine. It's just the same with music, if a man only makes it swift and strong, so that it leaps and flies and never tires, that is all I care about, and if he just keeps his trombones till the very last, he can carry me off my feet though he makes the worst noise that ever was. It's the same as a storm, you know, Arthur. Do you remember how we used to go up on our hillside when the great wind was coming, and when everything was growing still and black, and how we used to watch the big clouds and the sheets of rain, and run for home when we heard the thunder? Once when you were away, Arthur, I didn't run, for I wanted to see what it was like, and I stayed up there and saw it all, singing the Ride of the Valkyries, and pretending I was one of them and could gallop with the wind. For the wind is fine, Arthur. It fills you so full of its power that you stretch out your arms to it, and it makes you sing, and it comes again, stronger than ever, and it sweeps you on, just like a great mass of music. And then it howls through the trees and it flies over the valleys. That was what you were thinking of, weren't you, Arthur?" And Helen stopped, breathlessly, and gazed at him. Her cheeks were flushed, and her hands still tightly clasped. "Yes," said Arthur, half mechanically, for he had lost himself in the girl's enthusiasm, and felt the storm of his verses once more. "Your poem made me think of that one time that was so gloriously," Helen went on. "For the rain was almost blinding, and I was drenched, but I did not even know it. For oh, the thunder! Arthur, you've no idea what thunder is like till you're near it. There fell one fearful bolt quite near me, a great white, living thing, as thick as a man's body, and the crash of it seemed to split the air. But oh, I didn't mind it a bit. Der Sanger triumphert in Wettern. I think I was a real Valkyrie that time, and I only wished that I might put it into music." The girl turned to the piano, and half in play struck a great rumbling chord, that rolled and echoed through the room. She sounded it once more, laughing aloud with glee. Arthur had sunk down upon a chair beside her, and was bending forward, watching her with growing excitement. For again and again Helen struck the keys with all the power of her arms, until they seemed to give forth real storm and thunder, and as she went on with her reckless play the mood grew upon her, and she lost herself in the vision of the Storm King sweeping through the sky. She poured out a great stream of his wild music, singing away to herself excitedly in the meantime. And as the rush continued and the fierce music swelled louder, the fantasy took hold of the girl and carried her beyond herself. She seemed to become the very demon of the storm, unbound and reckless. She smote the keys with right royal strength, and the piano seemed a thing of life beneath her touch. The pace became faster, and the thunder rattled and crashed more wildly, and there awoke in the girl's soul a power of musical utterance that she had never dreamed of in her life before. Her whole being was swept away in ecstasy, her lips were moving excitedly, and her pulses were leaping like mad. She seemed no longer to know of the young man beside her, who was bent forward with clenched hands, carried beyond himself by the sight of her exulting power. And in the meantime, Helen's music was surging on, building itself up into a great climax that swelled and soared and burst in a deafening thunder crash, and while the air was still throbbing and echoing with it, the girl joined to it her deep voice, grown suddenly conscious of new power. "See, he stamps upon the mountains, and he leaps the valleys high. Now he smites his forest harp strings, and he sounds his thunder cry." And as the cry came the girl laughed aloud, like a very Valkyrie indeed, her laugh part of the music, and carried on by it, and then gradually as the tempest swept on, the rolling thunder was lost in a march that was the very tread of the Storm King. And the march broadened, and the thunder died out of it slowly, and all the wild confusion, and then it rose, glorious and triumphant, and turned to a mighty paean, a mightier one than ever Helen could have made. The thought of it had come to her as an inspiration, and as a refuge, that the glory of her passion might not be lost. The march had led her to it, and now it had taken her in its arms and swept her away, as it had swept millions by its majesty. It was the great Ninth Symphony hymn. Hail thee, joy! From heaven descending, daughter from Elysium. Ecstasy our hearts inflaming, to thy sacred shrine we come. Thine enchantments bind together those whom custom's law divides, all are brothers, all united, where thy gentle wing abides. And Helen sang it as one possessed by it, as one made drunk with its glory, as the very goddess of joy that she was. For the Storm King and his legions had fled, and another vision had come into her heart, a vision that every one ought to carry with him when the great symphony is to be heard. He should see the hall in Vienna where it was given for the last time in the great master's life, and see the great master himself, the bowed and broken figure that all musicians worship, standing up to conduct it, and see him leading it through all its wild surging passion, almost too frantic to be endured, and then, when the last towering climax has passed and the music has ceased and the multitude at his back has burst forth into its thundering shout, see the one pathetic figure standing there aloft before all eyes and still blindly beating the time. There must have been tears in the eyes of every man in that place to know the reason for it, that he from whose heart all their joy had come, he who was Lord and Master of it, had never heard in his life and could never hope to hear one sound of that music he had written, but must dwell a prisoner in darkness and solitude forever. That was the picture before Helen's eyes. She did not think of the fearful tragedy of it. She had no feeling for tragedy, she knew no more about suffering than a child just born. But joy she knew, and joy she was the multitude lifted up in its ecstasy, throbbing, burning and triumphant, and she sang the great choruses, one after another, and the piano beneath her fingers thundered and rang with the instrumental part. Surely in all music there is no utterance of joy so sustained and so overwhelming in its intensity as this. It is a frenzy almost more than man can stand, it is joy more than human, the joy of existence. Pleasure every creature living from kind nature's breast receives, good and evil, all are seeking for the rosy path she leaves. And so the torrent of passionate exultation swept Helen onward with it until the very end, the last frantic prestissimo chorus, and then she sprang to her feet and flung up her hands with a cry. She stood thus for a moment, glowing with exultation, and then she sank down again and sat staring before her, the music still echoing through every fiber of her soul, and the shouting multitude still surging before her. For just how long that lasted, she knew not, but only that her wild mood was gradually subsiding, and that she felt herself sinking back, as a bird sinks after its flight. Then suddenly she turned. Arthur was at her side, and she gave a cry, for he had seized her hand in his, and was covering it with burning kisses. "Arthur! Arthur!" she gasped. The young man gazed up at her, and Helen remembered the scene in the forest, and realized what she had done. She had shaken him to the very depths of his being by the emotion which she had flung loose before him, and he seemed beside himself at that moment, his hair disordered and his forehead hot and flushed. He made a move as if to clasp the girl in his arms, and Helen tore her hand loose by main force and sprang back to the doorway. "Arthur," she cried. "What do you mean?" He clutched at a chair for support, and stood staring at her. For fully a minute they remained thus, Helen trembling with alarm, then his head sank, and he flung himself down upon the sofa, where he lay sobbing passionately. Helen remained gazing at him with wide open and astonished eyes. "Arthur," she exclaimed again. But he did not hear her, for the cruel sobbing that shook his frame. Helen, as soon as her first alarm had passed, came softly nearer, till she stood by the sofa, but still he did not heed her, and she did not dare even to put her hand upon his shoulder. She was afraid of him, her dearest friend, and she knew not what to make of him. "Arthur," she whispered again, when he was silent for a moment. Please speak to me, Arthur. The other gazed up at her with a look of such helpless despair and longing upon his face that Helen was frightened still more. He had been sobbing as if his heart would break, but his eyes were dry. "What is the matter?" she cried. The young man answered her hoarsely, "Can you not see what is the matter, Helen? I love you. And you drive me mad." The girl turned very pale, and lowered her eyes before his burning gaze. "Helen," the other went on impetuously, "you will break my heart if you treat me in this way. Do you not know that for 3 long years I have been dreaming of you, and of the promise that you gave me? You told me that you loved me, and that you always would love me. You told me that the night before you went away, and you kissed me. All this time I have been thinking of that kiss, and cherishing the memory of it, and waiting for you to return. I have labored for no other reason, I have had no other hope in the world, I have kept your image before me, and lived in it, and worshipped before it, and the thought of you has been all that I had. When I was tired and worn and ill I could only think of you and remember your promise, and count the days before your return. And, oh, it has been so long that I could not stand it. For weeks I have been so impatient, and so filled with the thought of the day when I might see you again that I have been helpless and half mad, for I thought that I should take your hand in mine and claim your promise. And this morning I wandered about the woods for hours, waiting for you to come. And see how you have treated me." He buried his face in his hands again, and Helen stood gazing at him, breathing very fast with alarm, and unable to find a word to say. "Helen," he groaned, without looking up again, "do you not know that you are beautiful? Have you no heart? You fling your soul bare before me, and you fill me with this fearful passion, you will drive me mad." "But, Arthur," she protested, "I could not think of you so, I thought of you as my brother, and I meant to make you happy." "Tell me, then," he gasped, staring at her, "tell me once for all. You do not love me, Helen." The girl answered with a frank gaze that was cruel, "No, Arthur. And you can never love me? You take back the promise that you made me. I told you that I was only a child, Arthur, it has been a long time since I have thought of it." The young man choked back a sob. "Oh, Helen, if you only knew what cruel words those are," he groaned. "I cannot bear them." He gazed at her with his burning eyes, so that the girl lowered hers again. "Tell me," he exclaimed. "What am I to do? Can we not remain friends, just as we used to be?" she asked pleadingly. "Can we not talk together and help each other as before? Oh, Arthur, I thought you would come here to live all summer, and how I should like it. Why can you not? Can you not let me play for you without?" And Helen stopped, and flushed a trifle. "I do not know quite what to make of you today," she added. She was speaking kindly, but to the man beside her with his burning heart, her words were hard to hear. He stared at her, shuddering, and then suddenly he clenched his hands and started to his feet. "Helen," he cried, "there is but one thing. I must go." "Go," echoed Helen. "If I stay here and gaze at you I shall go mad with despair," he exclaimed incoherently. "Oh, I shall go mad. For I do love you, and you talk to me as if I were a child. Helen, I must get this out of my heart in some way, I cannot stay here." "But, Arthur," the girl protested, "I told father you would stay, and you will make yourself ill, for you have walked all day." Every word she uttered was more torment to the other, for it showed him how much his hopes were gone to wreck. He rushed across the room and opened the door, then, however, he paused, as if that had cost him all his resolution. He gazed at the girl with a look of unspeakable yearning, his face white, and his limbs trembling beneath him. "You wish me to go, Helen?" he exclaimed. "Wish you?" exclaimed Helen, who was watching him in alarm. "Of course not, I want you to stay and see father, and here you tell me that you do not love me. Oh, Helen, how can you say it again? Can you not see what you have done to me? "Arthur," cried the girl. "Yes, what you have done to me. You have made me so that I dare not stay near you. You must love me, Helen, oh, sometime you must." And he came toward her again, stretching out his arms to her. As she sprang back, frowning, he stopped and stood for an instant, half sinking, then he whirled about and darted out of the door. Helen was scarcely able to realize at first that he was gone, but when she looked out she saw that he was already far down the street, walking swiftly. For a moment she thought of calling him, but she checked herself, and closed the door quietly instead, after which she walked slowly across the room. In the center of it she stopped still, gazing in front of her thoughtfully, and looking very grave indeed. "That is dreadful," she said slowly. "I had no idea of such a thing. What in the world am I to do?" There was a tall mirror between the two windows of the room, and Helen went toward it and stood in front of it, gazing earnestly at herself. "Is it true, then, that I am so very beautiful?" she mused. "And even Arthur must fall in love with me." Helen's face was still flushed with the glory of her ride with the Storm King. She smoothed back the long strands of golden hair that had come loose, and then she looked at herself again. "It is dreadful," she said once more, half aloud. "I do not think I ever felt so nervous in my life, and I don't know what to do. Everything I did to please him seemed only to make him more miserable. I wanted him to be happy with me, I wanted him to stay with me." And she walked away frowning, and seated herself at the piano and began peevishly striking at the keys. "I am going to write to him and tell him that he must get over that dreadfulness," she muttered after a while, "and come back and be friends with me. Oakdale will be too stupid without him all summer, and I should be miserable." She was just rising impatiently when the front door opened and her father came in, exclaiming in a cheery voice, "Well, children." Then he stopped in surprise. "Why, someone told me Arthur was here," he exclaimed. "He's gone home again," said Helen, in a dissatisfied tone. "Home," exclaimed the other. "To Hilltown?" "Yes. But I thought he was going to stay until tomorrow." "So did I," said Helen, "but he changed his mind and decided that he'd better not." "Why, I am really disappointed," said Mr. Davis. "I thought we should have a little family party. I haven't seen Arthur for a month." "There is some important reason," said Helen. "That's what he told me, anyway." She did not want her father to have any idea of the true reason, or to ask any inconvenient questions. Mr. Davis would perhaps have done so, had he not something else on his mind. "By the way, Helen," he said, "I must ask you, what in the world was that fearful noise you were making?" "Noise?" asked Helen, puzzled for a moment. "Why, yes, I met old Mr. Nelson coming down the street, and he said that you were making a most dreadful racket upon the piano, and shouting, too, and that there were a dozen people standing in the street, staring." A sudden wild thought occurred to Helen, and she whirled about. Sure enough, she found the two windows of the room wide open, and that was too much for her gravity. She flung herself upon the sofa and gave vent to peal after peal of laughter. "Oh, Daddy," she gasped. "Oh, Daddy." Mr. Davis did not understand the joke, but he waited patiently, taking off his gloves in the meantime. "What it is, Helen?" he inquired. "Oh, Daddy," exclaimed the girl again, and lifted herself up and turned her laughing eyes upon him. "And now I understand why inspired people have to live in the country." "What was it, Helen?" It wasn't anything, Daddy, except that I was playing and singing for Arthur, and I forgot to close the windows. You must remember, my love, that you live in a clergyman's house," said Mr. Davis. "I have no objection to merriment, but it must be within bounds." Mr. Nelson said that he did not know what to think was the matter. Helen made a wry face at the name. The Nelsons were a family of Methodists who lived across the way. Methodists are people who take life seriously as a rule, and Helen thought the Nelsons were very queer indeed. I'll bet he did know what to think, she chuckled. Even if he didn't say it, he thought that was just what to expect from a clergyman who had a decanter of wine on his dinner table. Mr. Davis could not help smiling. And as for Helen, she was herself all over again, for when her father had come in, she had about reached a point where she could no longer bear to be serious and unhappy. As he went on to ask her to be a little less reckless, Helen put her arms around him and said, with the solemnity that she always wore when she was gayest, "But, Daddy, I don't know what I'm to do. You sent me to Germany to study music, and if I'm never to play it?" "Yes, but Helen, such frantic, dreadful noise." "But, Daddy, the Germans are emotional people, you know." No one would have been in the least surprised at that in Germany. It was a hymn, Daddy. "A hymn," gasped Mr. Davis. "Yes, honestly," said Helen. "It is a wonderful hymn. Every German knows it nearly by heart." Mr. Davis had as much knowledge of German music as might be expected of one who had lived 20 years in the country and heard 3 hymns and an anthem sung every Sunday by a volunteer choir. Helen's musical education, as all her other education, had been superintended by Aunt Polly, and the only idea that came to Mr. Davis' mind was of Wagner, whose name he had heard people talk about in connection with noise and incoherency. "Helen," he said, "I trust that is not the kind of hymn you are going to sing tomorrow." "I don't know," was the puzzled reply. "I'll see what I can do, Daddy. It's dreadfully hard to find anything in German music like the slow-going, practical lives that we dull Yankees lead." Then a sudden idea occurred to the girl, and she ran to the piano with a gleeful laugh. "Just see, for instance," she said, fumbling hurriedly amongst her music, "I was playing the Moonlight Sonata this morning, and that's a good instance. This is the kind of moonlight they have in Germany." She laughed when she found it. After hammering out a few discords of her own, she started recklessly into the incomprehensible presto, thundering away at every crescendo as if to break her fingers. "Isn't it fine, Daddy?" she cried, gazing over her shoulder. "I don't see what it has to do with the moon," said the clergyman, gazing helplessly at the open window, and wondering if another crowd was gathering. "That's what everybody's been trying to find out," said Helen. Then, as she heard the dinner bell out in the hall, she ended with half a dozen frantic runs, and jumping up with the last of them, took her father's arm and danced out of the room with him. "Perhaps when we come to see the other side of the moon," she said, "we may discover all about it. Or else it's because the moon is supposed to set people crazy." So they passed in to dinner, where Helen was as animated as ever, poor Arthur and his trouble seeming to have vanished completely from her thoughts. In fact, it was not until the meal was nearly over that she spoke of them again. She noticed that it was growing dark outside, and she stepped to the window just as a distant rumble of thunder was heard. "Dear me," she exclaimed. "There's a fearful storm coming, and poor Arthur is out in it. He must be a long way from town by this time, and there is no house where he can go." From the window where she stood she had a view across the hills in back of the town, and could see the black clouds coming swiftly on. "It is like we were imagining this morning," she mused. "I wonder if he will think of it." The dinner was over soon after that, and she looked out again. Just as the first drops of rain were falling, the thunder was rolling louder, bringing to Helen a faint echo of her morning music. She went in and sat down at the piano, her fingers roaming over the keys hesitatingly. "I wish I could get it again," she mused. "It seems like a dream when I think of it. It was so wild and so wonderful. Oh, if I could only remember that march." There came a crash of thunder nearby, as if to help her, but Helen found that all efforts were in vain. Neither the storm music nor the march came back to her, and even when she played a few chords of the great chorus she had sung, it sounded tame and commonplace. Helen knew that the glory of that morning was gone. Where goes the best inspiration of all humanity, back into nothingness and night? It was a shame, she thought, as she rose discontentedly from the piano. "I never was so carried away by music in my life, and the memory of it would have kept me happy for weeks, if Arthur hadn't been here to trouble me. Then, however, as she went to the window again to watch the storm which was now raging in all its majesty, she added more unselfishly, "Poor boy! It is dreadful to think of him being out in it." She saw a bolt of lightning strike in the distance, and she waited breathlessly for the thunder. It was a fearful crash, and it made her blood run faster, and her eyes sparkle. "My," she exclaimed. "But it's fine." And then she added with a laugh, "He can correct his poem by it, if he wants to." She turned to go upstairs. On the way she stopped with a rather conscience-stricken look, and said to herself, "Poor fellow! It seems a shame to be happy." She stood for a moment thinking, but then she added, "Yet I declare, I don't know what to do for him. It surely isn't my fault if I am not in love with him in that mad fashion, and I don't see why I should make myself wretched about it." Having thus silenced her conscience, she went up to unpack her trunks, humming to herself on the way, "Sir Knight, a faithful sister's love this heart devotes to thee, I pray thee ask no other love, for pain that causes me. Quiet would I see thee come, and quiet see thee go, the silent weeping of thine eyes I cannot bear to know." While she was singing, Arthur was in the midst of the tempest, staggering towards his home 10 miles away. He was drenched by the cold rain, and shivering and almost fainting from exhaustion, for he had eaten nothing since early dawn, yet so wretched and sick at heart was he that he felt nothing, and scarcely heard the storm or realized where he was. Chapter 4. Doesn't thou hear my erst's legs, as they canters away? Proputty, 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 that's what I ears MC. But I not a quaker feller as often as told ma this, doan't thou marry for money, but go where money is. Helen had much to do to keep her busy during the next few days. She had in the first place to receive visits from nearly everybody in Oakdale, for she was a general favorite in the town, and besides that everyone was curious to see what effect the trip had had upon her beauty and accomplishments. Then too, she had the unpacking of an incredible number of trunks. It was true that Helen, having been a favored boarder at an aristocratic seminary, was not in the habit of doing anything troublesome herself, but she considered it necessary to superintend the servant. Last of all, there was a great event at the house of her aunt, Mrs. Roberts, to be anticipated and prepared for. It has been said that the marriage of Mr. Davis had been a second romance in that worthy man's career, he having had the fortune to win the love of a daughter of a very wealthy family which lived near Oakdale. The parents had of course been bitterly opposed to the match, but the girl had had her way. Unfortunately, however, the lovers, or at any rate the bride, having been without any real idea of duty or sacrifice, the match had proved one of those that serve to justify the opinions of people who are sensible. The young wife, wearying of the lot she had chosen, had sunk into a state of peevish discontent from which death came to relieve her. Of this prodigal daughter Aunt Polly was the elder, and wiser, sister. She had never ceased to urge upon the other, both before and after marriage, the folly of her conduct, and had lived herself to be a proof of her own more excellent sense, having married a wealthy stockbroker who proved a good investment, trebling his own capital and hers in a few years. Aunt Polly therefore had a fine home upon Madison Avenue in New York, and a most aristocratic country seat a few miles from Oakdale, together with the privilege of frequenting the best society in New York, and of choosing her friends amongst the most wealthy in the neighborhood of the little town. This superiority to her erring sister had probably been one of the causes that had contributed to develop the most prominent trait in her character, which is perhaps the most prominent trait of high society in general, a complete satisfaction with the world she knew, and what she knew about it, and the part she played in it. For the rest, Aunt Polly was one of those bustling little women who rule the world in almost everything, because the world finds it is too much trouble to oppose them. She had assumed, and had generally succeeded in having recognized, a complete superiority to Mr. Davis in her knowledge about life, with the result that, as has been stated, the education of the one child of the unfortunate marriage had been managed by her. When, therefore, Helen had come off the steamer, it had been Mrs. Roberts who was there to meet her, and the arrangement announced was that the girl was to have 3 days to spend with her father, and was then to come for a week or two at her aunt's, who was just opening her country home and who intended to invite a score of people whom she considered, for reasons of her own, proper persons for her niece to meet. Mrs. Roberts spoke very condescendingly indeed of the company which Helen met at her father's, Mr. Davis having his own opinions about the duty of a clergyman toward the non-aristocratic members of his flock. The arrangement, it is scarcely necessary to say, pleased Helen very much indeed. The atmosphere of luxury and easy superiority which she found at her aunt's was much to her taste, and she looked forward to being a center of attraction there with the keenest delight. In the meantime, however, she slaked her thirst for happiness just as well at Oakdale, accepting with queenly grace the homage of all who came to lay their presents at her feet. Sunday proved to be a day of triumph, for all the town had come to church, and was as much stirred by the glory of her singing as Arthur had predicted. After the service everyone waited to tell her about it, and so she was radiant indeed. By Tuesday, however, all that had come to seem a trifling matter, for that afternoon Aunt Polly was to come, and a new world was to be opened for her conquest. Helen was amusing herself by sorting out the motley collection of souvenirs and curios which she had brought home to decorate her room, when she heard a carriage drive up at the door, and a minute later heard the voice of Mrs. Roberts' footman in the hall. Mrs. Roberts herself did not alight, and Helen kept her waiting only long enough to slip on her hat, and to bid her father a hurried farewell. In a minute more she was in the carriage, and was being borne in state down the main street of Oakdale. "You are beautiful today, my dear," said her aunt, beaming upon her. "I hope you are all ready for your triumph." "I think so," said Helen. "I've about seen everybody and everything I wanted to at home. I've been wonderfully happy, Auntie." "That is right, my dear," said Aunt Polly. "You have certainly every cause to be, and you would be foolish not to make the most of it. But I should think this town would seem a somewhat less important place to you, after all that you have seen of the world." "Yes, it does a little," laughed Helen, "but it seemed good to see all the old people again." "Someone told me they saw Arthur here on Saturday," said the other. "Did you see him?" "Oh, yes," said Helen, "that's what he came for. You can fancy how glad I was to meet him. I spent a couple of hours walking in the woods with him." Mrs. Roberts' look of dismay may be imagined, it was far too great for her to hide. "Where is he now?" she asked, hastily. "Oh, he has gone home," said Helen, and she added, smiling, "He went on Saturday afternoon, because he's writing a poem about thunderstorms, and he wanted to study that one." The other was sufficiently convinced of the irresponsibility of poets to be half uncertain whether Helen was joking or not. It was very frequently difficult to tell, anyway, for Helen would look serious and amuse herself by watching another person's mystification, a trait of character which would have been intolerable in anyone less fascinating than she. Perhaps Aunt Polly thought something of that as she sat and watched the girl. Aunt Polly was a little woman who looked as if she herself might have once made some pretense to being a belle, but she was very humble before Helen. "My dear," she said, "every minute that I watch you, I am astonished to see how wonderfully you have grown. Do you know, Helen, you are glorious." "Yes," said Helen, smiling delightedly. "Isn't it nice, Aunt Polly? I'm so glad I'm beautiful." "You funny child," laughed the other. "What a queer thing to say." "Am I not to know I am beautiful?" inquired Helen, looking at her with open eyes. "Why, dear me, I can look at myself in the glass and be just as happy as anyone else. I love everything beautiful." Aunt Polly beamed upon her. "I am glad of it, my dear," she laughed. "I only wish I could say something to you to make you realize what your wonderful beauty means." "How, Aunt Polly?" asked the girl. "Have you been reading poetry?" "No," said the other, "not exactly, but you know very well in your heart what hopes I have for you, Helen, and I only wish you could appreciate the gift that has been given you, and not fling it away in any foolish fashion. With your talents and your education, my dear, there is almost nothing that you might not do. Yes, said Helen, with all of her seriousness, I often think of it, perhaps, Auntie, I might become a poetess. The other looked aghast. Helen had seen the look on her aunt's face at the mention of her walk with Arthur, and being a young lady of electrical wit, had understood just what it meant, and just how the rest of the conversation was intended to bear upon the matter. With that advantage she was quite in her glory. No, indeed, Aunt Polly, she said, you can never tell. Just suppose, for instance, I were to fall in love with and marry a man of wonderful genius, who would help me to devote myself to art. It would not make any difference, you know, if he were poor we could struggle and help each other. And oh, I tell you, if I were to meet such a man, and to know that he loved me truly, and to have proof that he could remember me and be true to me, even when I was far away, oh, I tell you, nothing could ever keep me. Helen was declaiming her glowing speech with real fervor, her hands dramatically outstretched. But she could not get any further, for the look of utter horror upon her auditor's face was too much for her. She dropped her hands and made the air echo with her laughter. Oh, Aunt Polly, you goose, she cried, flinging one arm about her, have you really forgotten me that much in 3 years? The other was so relieved at the happy denouement of that fearful tragedy that she could only protest, Helen, Helen, why do you fool me so? Because you fool me, or try to, said Helen. When you have a sermon to preach on the impropriety of walking in the woods alone with a susceptible young poet, I wish you'd mount formally into the pulpit and begin with the text. My dear, laughed the other, you are too quick, but I must confess. Of course you must, said the girl, and she folded her hands meekly and looked grave. And now I am ready, and if you meet with any difficulties in the course of your sermon, I've an expert at home who has preached 104 every year for 20 years, all genuine and no two alike. Helen, said the other, I do wish you would talk seriously with me. You are old enough to be your own mistress now, and to do as you please, but you ought to realize that I have seen the world more than you, and that my advice is worth something. Tell it to me, said Helen, ceasing to laugh, and leaning back in the carriage and gazing at her aunt. What do you want me to do, now that I am home? I will be really serious if you wish me to, for that does interest me. I suppose that my education is finished. Yes, said the other, it ought to be, certainly, you have had every advantage that a girl can have, a great deal more than I ever had. And you owe it all to me, Helen, you do, really, if it hadn't been for my insisting you'd have gotten all your education at Hilltown, and you'd have played the piano and sung like Mary Nelson across the way. Helen shuddered, and felt that that was cause indeed for gratitude. It is true, said her aunt, I've taken as much interest in you as in any one of my own children, and you must know it. It was for no reason at all but that I saw what a wonderful woman you promised to become, and I was anxious to help you to the social position that I thought you ought to have. And now, Helen, the chance is yours if you care to take it. I am taking it, am I not? Asked Helen. I'm going with you, and I shall be just as charming as I can. Yes, I know, said the other, smiling a little, but that is not exactly what I mean. What do you mean? Of course, my dear, you may enter good society a while by visiting me, but that will not be permanently. You will have to marry into it, Helen dear. Marry, echoed the girl, taken aback. Dear me. You will wish to marry some time, said the other, and so you should look forward to it and choose your course. With your charms, Helen, there is almost nothing that you might not hope for. You must know yourself that you could make any man fall in love with you that you wished. And you ought to know also that if you only had wealth you could enter any society, for you have good birth, and you will discover that you have more knowledge and more wit than most of the people you meet. I've discovered that already, said Helen, laughing. All that you must do, my love, went on the other, is to realize what is before you, and make up your mind to what you want. You know that your tastes are not those of a poor woman, you have been accustomed to comfort, and you need refinement and wealth. You could never be happy unless you could entertain your friends properly, and live as you pleased. But I don't want to marry a man just for his money, protested the girl, not altogether pleased with her aunt's business-like view. No one wants you to, the other responded. You may marry for love if you like, but it is not impossible to love a rich man, is it, Helen? But, Aunt Polly, said Helen, I am satisfied as I am now. I do not want to marry anybody. The very idea makes me shudder. I am not in the least anxious that you should, was the answer. You are young, and you may choose your own time. All I am anxious for is that you should realize the future that is before you. It is dreadful to me to think that you might throw your precious chance away by some ridiculous folly. Helen looked at her aunt for a moment, and then the irrepressible smile broke out. What is the matter, child? Asked the other. Nothing, except that I was thinking about how these thoughts were brought up. How do you mean? Apropos of my woodland walk with poor Arthur. Auntie, I do believe you're afraid I'm going to fall in love with the dear fellow. No, said Aunt Polly, it is not exactly that, for I'd never be able to sleep at night if I thought you capable of anything quite so ghastly. But we must have some care of what people will think, my dear Helen. As a matter of fact, Aunt Polly did have some very serious fears about the matter, as has been hinted before. It was, perhaps, a kind of tribute to the divine fire which even society's leaders pay. If it had been a question of a person of her own sense and experience, the word genius would have suggested no danger to Mrs. Roberts, but it was different with a young and probably sentimental person like Helen, with her inflaming beauty. As a matter of fact, Aunt Polly, said Helen, everybody understands my intimacy with Arthur. Tell me, Helen dear, said the other, turning her keen glance upon her, tell me the honest truth. About what? You are not in love with Arthur. And Helen answered her with her eyes very wide open, no, I certainly am not in the least. And the other drew secretly a great breath of relief. Is he in love with you, Helen? She asked. As Helen thought of Arthur's departure, the question could not but bring a smile. I'm afraid he is, she said a very little. What a ridiculous impertinence, exclaimed the other, indignantly. Oh, that's all right, Auntie, said Helen, he really can't help it, you know. She paused for a moment, and then she went on, such things used to puzzle me when I was very young, and I used to think them quite exciting, but I'm getting used to them now. All the men seem to fall in love with me, they do, honestly, and I don't know how in the world to help it. They all will make themselves wretched, and I'm sure it isn't my fault. I haven't told you anything about my German lovers, have I, Auntie? Gracious, no, said the other, were there any? Any, laughed the girl. I might have robbed the emperor of a whole colonel's staff, and the colonel at the head of it. But I'll tell you about Johann, the funniest one of all. I think he really loved me more than all the rest. Pray, who was Johann? Asked Aunt Polly, thinking how fortunate it was that she learned of these things only after the danger was over. I never will forget the first time I met him, laughed the girl, the first day I went to the school. Johann was a little boy who opened the door for me, and he stared at me as if he were in a trance. He had the most wonderful round eyes, and puffy red cheeks that made me always think I'd happen to ring the bell while he was eating, and every time after that he saw me for 3 years he used to gaze at me in the same helpless wonder, with all lingers of his fat little hands wide apart. What a disagreeable wretch, said the other. Not in the least, laughed Helen, I liked him. But the funniest part came afterwards, for when I came away Johann had grown a whole foot, and was quite a man. I sent for him to put the straps on my trunks, and guess what he did? He stared at me for a minute, just the same as ever, and then he ran out of the room, blubbering like a baby, and that's the last I ever saw of him. Helen was laughing as she told the story, but then she stopped and looked a little conscience-stricken. "Do you know, Aunt Polly," she said, "it is really a dreadful thing to make people unhappy like that. I suppose poor Johann had spent 3 whole years dreaming about the enchanted castle in which I was to be fairy princess." "It was a good chance for a romantic marriage," said the other. "Yes," said the girl, laughing again, "I tried to fancy it. He'd have kept a Worthshaus, I suppose, and I'd have served the guests, and Arthur might have come, and I'd have cut butter brought for him and he could have been my Werther." "Wouldn't Arthur have made a fine Werther, though, Aunt Polly?" "And blown his brains out afterwards," added the other. "No," said Helen, "brains are too scarce, I'd rather have him follow Goethe's example and write a book about it instead. You know I don't believe half the things these poets tell you, for I think they put themselves through their dreadful experiences just to tell about them and make themselves famous. Don't you believe that, Auntie?" "I don't know," said the other. "I don't know much about such things. Nobody reads poetry anymore, you know, Helen, and it doesn't really help one along very much." "It doesn't do any harm, does it?" inquired the girl, smiling to herself, "just a little, once in a while." "Oh, no, of course not," said the other. "I believe that a woman ought to have a broad education, for she never knows what may be the whims of the men she meets, or what turn a conversation may take. All I'm afraid of, Helen, is that if you fill your mind with sentimental ideas you might be so silly as to fancy that you were doing something romantic in throwing your one great chance away upon some worthless nobody. I want you to realize what you are, Helen, and that you owe something to yourself, and to your family, too, for the Roberts have always had wealth and position until your mother chose to marry a poor man. What I warn you of now is exactly what I warned her of. Your father is a good man, but he had absolutely nothing to make your mother happy. She was cut off from everything she had been used to, she could not even keep a carriage. And of course she could not receive her old friends, very few of them cared to have anything more to do with her, and so she simply pined away in discontentment and miserable poverty. You have had an easy life, Helen, and you have no idea of what a horrible thing it is to be poor. You have had the best of teachers, and you have lived at an expensive school, and of course you have always had me to rely upon to introduce you to the right people, but if you married a poor man you couldn't expect to keep any of those advantages. I don't speak of your marrying a man who had no money at all, for that would be too fearful to talk about, but suppose you were to take any one of the young men you might meet at Oakdale even, you'd have to live in a mean little house, and do with 1 or 2 servants, and worry yourself about the butcher's bills and brush your own dresses and drive your own horse. And how long do you suppose it would be before you repented of that? Think of having to be like those poor masons, for instance. They are nice people, and I like them, but I hate to go there, for every time I can't help seeing that the parlor furniture is more dingy, and thinking how miserable they must be, not to be able to buy new things. And their servants' liveries are half worn too, and when you dine there you see that Mrs. Mason is eating with a plated fork, because she has not enough of her best silver to go around. All those things are trifles, Helen, but think of the worry they must give those poor people, who are pinching themselves and wearing themselves out soul and body, trying to keep in the station where they belong, or used to. Poor Mrs. Mason is pale and nervous and wrinkled at 40, and those 3 poor girls, who spend their time making over their old dresses, are so dowdy looking and uneasy that no man ever glances at them twice. It is such misery as that which I dread for you, Helen, and why I am talking to you. There is no reason why you should take upon you such sorrows. You have a clear head, and you can think for yourself and make up your mind about things if you only won't blind yourself by foolish sentimentality. You have been brought up to a certain station in life, and no man has a right to offer himself to you unless he can maintain you in that station. There is really no scarcity of such men, Helen, and you'd have no trouble in finding one. There are hundreds of men in New York who are worth millions, and who would fling themselves and their wealth at your feet if you would have them. and you would find such a difference between the opportunities of pleasure and command that such a chance would give you and the narrow life that you lead in this little town that you would wonder how you could ever have been satisfied. It is difficult for you to realize what I mean, my dear, because you have only a schoolgirl's knowledge of life and its pleasures, but when you are in the world, and have learned what power is, and what it means to possess such beauty as yours, you will feel your heart swelling with a new pleasure, and you will thank me for what I tell you. I have figured a wonderful triumph for you, Helen, and it is time you knew what is before you. Of what use is your beauty, if you do not carry it into a wide enough sphere, where it can bring you the admiration and homage you deserve? You need such a field, Helen, to discover your own powers in. Believe me, my dear, there is really a higher ambition in the world than to be a country clergyman's daughter. Is there any higher than being happy, Auntie? Asked Helen. The importance of that observation was beyond the others' ken, as indeed it was beyond Helen's also. She had thrown it out as a chance remark. Mr. Roberts and I were talking about this last night, went on Aunt Polly, and he told me that I ought to talk seriously to you about it, and get you to realize what a golden future is before you. For it is really true, Helen, as sure as you can trust what I know about the world, that you can have absolutely anything that you want. That is the long and short of the matter, anything that you want. And why should you not have the very best that life can give you? Why should you have to know that other people dwell in finer houses than yours, and are free from cares that make you ill? Why should you have the humiliation of being looked down upon and scorned by other people? Are these other people more entitled to luxury than you, or more able to enjoy it, or could anyone do it more honor than you? You are beautiful beyond telling, you have every gift that a woman can ask to complete enjoyment of life. You are perfect, Helen, you are really perfect. You must know that, you must say it to yourself when you are alone, and know that your life ought to be a queenly triumph. You have only to stretch out your arms and everything will come to you, and there is really and truly no end to the happiness you can taste. Helen was gazing at the other with real earnestness, and the words were sinking deep into her soul, deeper than words generally sunk there. She felt her cheeks burning, and her frame stirred by a new emotion. She had seldom before thought of anything but the happiness of the hour. Just think of it, my love, continued Mrs. Roberts, and know that that is what your old auntie was thinking of when you were only a little tiny girl, sitting upon her knee, and when you were so beautiful that artists used to beg to have you pose for them. I never said anything about it then, because you were too young to understand these things, but now that you are to manage yourself, I have been waiting for a chance to tell you, so that you may see what a prize is yours if you are only wise. And if you wonder why I have cared so much and thought so much of what might be yours, the only reason I can give is that you are my niece, and that I felt that any triumph you might win would be mine. I want you to win a higher place in the world than mine, Helen. I never had such a gift as yours. Helen was silent for a minute, deeply thoughtful. Tell me, Auntie, she asked, and is it really true, then, that a woman is to train herself and grow beautiful and to have so much trouble and money spent upon her only for her marriage? Why, of course, Helen, what else can a woman do? Unless you have money and a husband, you cannot possibly hope to accomplish anything in society. With your talents and your beauty you might go anywhere and rule anywhere, but you have to have money before you can even begin. But where am I to meet such a rich man, Aunt Polly? Asked Helen. You know perfectly well where. Do you suppose that after I have worried myself about you all this time I mean to desert you now, when you are at the very climax of your glory, when you are all that I ever dared dream of? My dear Helen, I am more interested in you just now than in anything else in the world. I feel as a card player feels when millions are at stake, and when he knows that he holds the perfect hand. That is very nice, said Helen, laughing nervously. But there is always a chance of mistake. There is none this time, Helen, for I am an old player, and I have been picking and arranging my hand for long, long years, and you are the hand, my love, and the greatest glory of it all must be yours. Helen's heart was throbbing still faster with excitement, as if she were already tasting the wonderful triumph that was before her. Her aunt was watching her closely, noting how the blood was mounting to her bright cheeks. The girl felt herself suddenly choking with her pent-up excitement, and she stretched out her arms with a strange laugh. "Auntie," she said, "you tell me too much at once." The other had been marshalling her forces like a general during the last few minutes, and she felt just then as if there were nothing left but the rout. "All that I tell you, you may see for yourself," she said. "I don't ask you to take anything on my word, for you have only to look in the glass and compare yourself with the women you meet. You will find that all men will turn their eyes upon you when you enter a room." Helen did not consider it necessary to debate that question. "You have invited some rich man to meet me at your house?" she asked. "I was going to say nothing to you about it at first," said the other, "and let you find out. But I thought afterwards that it would be better to tell you, so that you could manage for yourself. I have invited all the men whom Mr. Roberts and I thought it would be best for you to meet." Helen gazed at her aunt silently for a moment, and then she broke into a nervous laugh. "A regular exposition," she said, "and you'll bring them out one by one and put them through their paces, won't you, Auntie? And have them labeled for comparison, so that I can tell just what stocks they own and how they stand on the street. Do you remember the suitor in Molière, Jai Quin's Mille Livres Durant, Jaile Corsaigne, Jai de Beaux Dents?" It was a flash of Helen's old merriment, but it did not seem so natural as usual, even to her. She forced herself to laugh, for she was growing more and more excited and uneasy. "My dear," said Aunt Polly, "please do not begin making fun again." "But you must let me joke a little, Auntie," said the girl. "I have never been serious for so long before. You ought to be serious about it, my dear." "I will," said Helen. "I have really listened attentively. You must tell me all about these rich men that I am to meet, and what I am to do. I hope I am not the only girl." "Of course not," was the response. "I would not do anything ridiculous. I have invited a number of other girls, but they won't trouble you in the least." "No," said Helen. "I am not afraid of other girls, but what's to be done? It's a sort of housewarming, I suppose." "Yes," was the reply, "I suppose so, for I only came down last week myself. I have asked about 20 people for a week or two. They all know each other, more or less, so there won't be much formality. We shall amuse ourselves with coaching and golf, and anything else we please, and of course there will be plenty of music in the evening." Helen smiled at the significant tone of her aunt's voice. "Are the people there now?" she asked. "Those who live anywhere in the neighborhood are. Most of the men will be down on the afternoon train, in time for dinner." "And tell me who are the men, Auntie." "I'm afraid I won't have time," said Mrs. Roberts, glancing out of the carriage. "We are too near home. But I will tell you about one of them, if you like." "The king bee," laughed Helen. "Is there a king bee?" "Yes," said Mrs. Roberts, "there is. At any rate, my husband and I think he is, and we are anxious to see what you think. His name is Gerald Harrison, and he comes from Cincinnati." "Oh, dear," said Helen, "I hate to meet men from the West. He must be a pork packer, or something horrible." "No," said the other, "he is a railroad president." "And why do you think he's the king bee? Is he very rich?" "He is worth about $10 million, said Aunt Polly. Helen gazed at her wildly. $10 million, she gasped. "Yes," said the other, "about that, probably a little more. Mr. Roberts knows all about his affairs." Helen was staring into her aunt's face. "Tell me," she asked, very nervously indeed. "Tell me, honestly. What? Is that the man you are bringing me here to meet?" "Yes, Helen," said the other quietly. The girl's hands were clasped tightly together just then. "Aunt Polly," she asked, What kind of a man is he? I will not marry a bad man. A bad man, child. How ridiculous. Do you suppose I would ask you to marry a bad man, if he owned all New York? I want you to be happy. Mr. Harrison is a man who has made his own fortune, and he is a man of tremendous energy. Everyone is obliged to respect him. But he must be old, Auntie. He is very young, Helen, only about 40. Dear me, said the girl, I could never marry a man as old as 40, and then, I'd have to go out west. Mr. Harrison has come to New York to live, was the other's reply. He has just bought a really magnificent country seat about 10 miles from here, the old Everson place, if you remember it, and he is negotiating for a house near ours in the city. My husband and I both agreed, Helen, that if you could make Mr. Harrison fall in love with you, it would be all that we could desire. That is not the real problem, Helen said, gazing out of the carriage with a frightened look upon her face. It is whether I can fall in love with him. Aunt Polly, it is dreadful to me to think of marrying. I don't want to marry. I don't care who the man is. We'll see about that later on, said the other, smiling reassuringly, and at the same time putting her arm about the girl. There is no hurry, my love, and no one has the least thought of asking you to do what you do not want to do. But a chance like this does not come often to any girl, my dear. Mr. Harrison is in every way a desirable man. But he's stupid, Aunt Polly, I know he's stupid. All self-made men are. They tell you about how they made themselves, and what wonderful things they have made. You must of course not expect to find Mr. Harrison as cultured as yourself, Helen, was the reply. His education has been that of the world, and not of books. But nobody thinks less of a man for that in the world. The most one can ask is that he does not make pretenses. And he is very far from stupid, I assure you, or he would not have been what he is. I suppose not, said Helen, weakly. And, besides, observed Aunt Polly, laughing to cheer the girl up, I assure you it doesn't make any difference. My husband makes no pretense to being a wit, or a musician, or anything like that. He's just a plain, sensible man, but we get along as happily as you could wish. We each of us go our own way, and understand each other perfectly. So I'm to marry a plain, sensible man, asked the girl, apparently not much comforted by the observation. A plain, sensible man with $10 million, my dear, said Aunt Polly, who adores you and has nothing to do with his money but to let you make yourself happy and glorious with it? But don't worry yourself, my child, because the first thing for you to feel is that if you don't like him you need not take him. It all rests upon you. He won't be here till after the rest, till the evening train, so you can have time to think it over and calculate whether $10 million will buy anything you want. And Mrs. Roberts laughed. Then the carriage having passed within the gates of her home, she kissed the girl upon her cheek. By the way, she added, if you want to meet a romantic person to offset Mr. Harrison, I'll tell you about Mr. Howard. I haven't mentioned him, have I? I never heard of him, said Helen. It's a real romance, said the other. You didn't suppose that your sensible old auntie could have a romance, did you? Tell me about it, laughed Helen. The carriage was driving up the broad avenue that led to the Roberts house. It was a drive of a minute or two, however, and so Aunt Polly had time for a hasty explanation. It was over 20 years ago, she said, before your mother was married, and when our family had a camp up in the Adirondacks. There were only 2 others near us, and in each of them there was a young man about my age. We 3 were great friends for 3 or 4 years, but we've never seen each other since till a short while ago. And one of them is this man. Yes, said Mrs. Roberts, his name is David Howard. I met him quite by accident the other day, and recognized him. He lives all alone, in the winter in New York somewheres, and in the summer up at the same place in the mountains. He's the most romantic man you ever met, and I know you'll find him interesting. He's a poet, I fancy, or a musician at any rate, and he's a very great scholar. Is he rich too? Asked the girl, laughing. I fancy not, was the reply, but I can't tell, he lives very plainly. Aren't you afraid I'll fall in love with him, Auntie? No, said the other, smiling to herself, I'm not worrying about that. Why not? Wait till you see him, my dear, was the reply. If you choose him for a husband I'll give my consent. That sounds mysterious, observed the girl, gazing at her aunt. Tell me, is he here now? Yes, said Aunt Polly, he's been here a day or two, but I don't think you'll see him at dinner, because he has been feeling unwell today. He may be down a while this evening, for I've been telling him about you, and he's anxious to see you. You must be nice to him, Helen, and try to feel as sorry for him as I do. Sorry for him, echoed the girl with a start. Yes, my dear, he is an invalid, with some very dreadful affliction. And Helen stared at her aunt. An affliction, she cried. Aunt Polly, that is horrible. What in the world did you invite an invalid for at this time, with all the other people? I hate invalids. I had asked him before, was the apologetic reply, and so I couldn't help it. I had great difficulty in getting him to promise to come anyway, for he's a very strange, solitary man. But I wanted to have my little romance, and renew our acquaintance, and this was the only time the third party could come. Oh, the third one is here too. He will be in a day or two. Who is he? His name is Lieutenant Maynard, and he's in the Navy. He's stationed at Brooklyn just now, but he expects to get leave for a while. That is a little better, Helen remarked, as the carriage was drawing up in front of the great house. I'd marry a naval officer. No, laughed Aunt Polly, he leaves a wife and some children in Brooklyn. We three are going to keep to ourselves and talk about old times and what has happened to us since then, and so you young folks will not be troubled by us. I hope you will, said the other, for I can't ever be happy with invalids. And there, as the carriage door was opened, the conversation ended abruptly. When Helen had sprung out she found that there were 6 or 8 people upon the piazza, to whom the excitement of being introduced drove from her mind for a time all thoughts which her aunt's words had brought. Chapter V. If chance will have me king, why chance may crown me. Without my stir. Most of the people whom Helen met upon her arrival were of her own sex, so that she did not feel called upon to make special exertions to please them, but she was naturally cheerful and happy with everyone, and the other matters of which Mrs. Roberts had talked took on such vast proportions before her mind that it was a relief to her to put them aside and enjoy herself for a while in her usual way. Helen was glad that most of the men were to arrive later, so that she might make her appearance before them under the most favorable circumstances. When she heard the distant whistle of the afternoon train a couple of hours later, it was with that thought that she retired to her room to rest before dressing. Aunt Polly, following her plan of accustoming the girl to a proper style of living, had engaged a maid to attend her during her stay, and Helen found therefore that her trunks were unpacked and everything in order. It was a great relief to her to be rid of all care, and she took off her dress and flung herself down upon the bed to think. Helen had embodied during her Sunday school days the usual formulas of dogmatic religion, but upon matters of morality her ideas were of the vaguest possible description. The guide of her life had always been her instinct for happiness, her genial sense of youth. She had never formulated any rule of life to herself, but that which she sought was joy, primarily for herself, and incidentally for other people, because unhappy people were disturbing. In debating within herself the arguments which her aunt had brought before her mind, it was that principle chiefly by which she tested them. To the girl's eager nature, keenly sensitive to pleasure and greedy for it, the prospect so suddenly flung wide before her eyes was so intoxicating that again and again as she thought of it it made her tremble and burn. So far as Helen could see at that moment, a marriage with this Mr. Harrison would mean the command of every source of happiness, and upon a scale so magnificent, so belittling of everything she had known before, that she shrank from it as something impossible and unnatural. Again and again she buried her heated brow in her hands and muttered, "I ought to have known it before. I ought to have had time to realize it." That which restrained the girl from welcoming such an opportunity, from clasping it to her in ecstasy and flinging herself madly into the whirl of pleasure it held out, was not so much her conscience and the ideals which she had formed more or less vaguely from the novels and poems she had read, as the instinct of her maidenhood, which made her shrink from the thought of marriage with a man whom she did not love. So strong was this feeling in her that at first she felt that she could not even bear to be introduced to him with such an idea in her mind. It was Aunt Polly's wisdom and diplomacy which finally overcame her scruples enough to persuade her to that first step. Helen kept thinking of her aunt's words that no one wanted to compel her to marry the man, that she might do just as she chose. She argued that it was foolish to worry herself, or to be ill at ease. She might see what sort of a man he was. If he fell in love with her it would do no harm. Helen was not long in discovering by the increased pace of her pulses that she would find it exciting to have everyone know that a multimillionaire was in love with her. As for the rest, she said to herself, we'll see when the time comes, and knew not that one who goes to front his life's temptation with that resolution is a mariner who leaves the steering of his vessel to the tempest. She had stilled her objection by such arguments, and was just beginning to feel the excitement of the prospect once more, when the maid knocked at the door and asked to know if mademoiselle were ready to dress for dinner. And mademoiselle arose and bathed her face and arms and was once more her old refreshed and rejoicing self, ready for that mysterious and wonderful process which was to send her out an hour or two later a vision of perfectness, compounded of the hues of the rose and the odors of evening, with the new and unutterable magic that is all the woman's own. Besides the prospects her aunt had spoken of, there were reasons enough why Helen should be radiant, for it was her first recognized appearance in high society, and so she sat in front of the tall mirror and criticized every detail of the coiffure which the maid prepared, and eyed by turns her gleaming neck and shoulders and the wonderful dress, as yet unworn, which shone from the bed through its covering of tissue paper, and was all the time so filled with joy and delight that it was a pleasure to be near her. Soon Aunt Polly, clad in plain black as a sign that she retired in favor of Helen, came in to assist and superintend the toilet. So serious at the task, and so filled with a sense of its importance and the issues that were staked upon it was she and the maid also, that one would not dare think of the humor of the situation if Helen herself had not broken the spell by declaring that she felt like an Ashanti warrior being decked out for battle with plumes and war paint, or like Ronaldo, or Amatus donning his armor. And Helen was in fact going to war, a war for which nature has been training woman since the first fig tree grew. She carried a bow strong as the one of Ulysses, which no man could draw, and an arrow sharp as the sunbeam and armed with a barb, for a helmet. Beside her treasure of golden hair, she wore one rose, set there with the art that conceals art, so that it was no longer a red rose, but one more bright perfection that had come to ripeness about the glowing maiden. Her dress was of the same color, a color which when worn upon a woman is a challenge, crying abroad that here is perfection beyond envy and beyond praise. When the last touch was finished and Helen gazed upon herself, with her bare shoulders and arms and her throat so soft and white, she knew that she was, compared to all about her, a vision from another world. Chiefest of all, she knew that neither arms and shoulders, nor robe, nor gleaming hair, would ever be thought of when once the face that smiled upon her with its serene perfectness had caught the eye. She knew that as usual, men must start when they saw her, and never take their eyes from her. The thought filled her with an exulting consciousness of power, and reared her form with a new dignity, and made her chest heave and her cheeks burn with yet a new beauty. When everything was ready, Aunt Polly's husband was called in to gaze upon her. A little man was Aunt Polly's husband, with black side whiskers and a head partly bald, a most quiet and unobtrusive person, looking just what he had been represented, a plain, sensible man, who attended to his half of the family affairs, and left the other half to his wife. He gazed upon Helen and blinked once or twice, as if blinded by so much beauty, and then took the end of her fingers very lightly in his and pronounced her absolutely perfect. "And, my dear," he added, "it's after 7, so perhaps we'd best descend. So he led the girl down to her triumph, to the handsome parlors of the house where 8 or 10 men were strolling about. It was quite exciting to Helen to meet them, for they were all strangers, and Aunt Polly had apparently considered Mr. Harrison of so much importance that she had said nothing about the others, leaving her niece at liberty to make what speculations she pleased. It was a brilliant company which was seated in the dining room a short while later. As it was assembled in Helen's honor, Aunt Polly had taken care to bring those who would please the girl, and represent high life and luxury at its best. All of the guests were young, and therefore perfect. The members of the smart set, when they have passed the third decade, are apt to show signs of weariness, a little of their beauty and health is gone, and some of their animation, and all of their joy, so that one may be led to ask himself if there be not really something wrong about their views and ways of living. When they are young, however, they represent the possibilities of the human animal in all things external. In some wonderful way known only to themselves they have managed to manipulate the laws of men so as to make men do for them all the hard and painful tasks of life, so that they have no care but to make themselves as beautiful and as clever and as generally excellent as selfishness can be. Helen, of course, was not in the least troubled about the selfishness, and she was quite satisfied with externals. She saw about her perfect toilets and perfect manners, she saw everyone as happy as she liked everyone to be, and the result was that her spirits took fire, and she was clever and fascinating beyond even herself. She carried everything before her, and performed the real feat of dominating the table by her beauty and cleanness, without being either presumptuous or vain. Aunt Polly replied to the delighted looks of her husband at the other end of the table, and the two only wished that Mr. Harrison had been there then. As a matter of fact, Helen had forgotten Mr. Harrison entirely, and he did not come back to her mind until the dinner was almost over, when suddenly she heard the bell ring. It was just the time that he was due to arrive, and so she knew that she would see him in another half-hour. In the exultation of the present moment all of her hesitation was gone, and she was as ready to meet him as her aunt could have wished. When the party rose a few minutes later and went into the parlors again, Helen was the first to enter, upon the arm of her neighbor. She was thinking of Mr. Harrison, and as she glanced about her, she could not keep from giving a slight start. Far down at the other end of the room she had caught sight of the figure of a man, and her first thought had been that it must be the millionaire. His frail, slender form was more than half concealed by the cushions of the sofa upon which he was seated, but even so, Helen could discover that he was a slight cripple. The man rose as the party entered, and Aunt Polly went towards him. She apparently expected her niece to follow and be introduced to the stranger, but in the meantime the truth had occurred to Helen, that it must be the Mr. Howard she had been told of. She turned to one side with her partner, and began remarking the pictures in the room. When she found opportunity, she glanced over and saw that the man had seated himself on the sofa and was talking to Mrs. Roberts. He looked, as Helen thought, all the invalid her aunt had described him to be, for his face was white and very wan, so that it made her shudder. "Dear me," she exclaimed to herself, "I don't think such a man ought to go into public." And she turned resolutely away, and set herself to the task of forgetting him, which she very easily did. A merry party was soon gathered about her, rejoicing in the glory of her presence, and listening to the stories which she told of her adventures in Europe. Helen kept the circle well in hand that way, and was equally ready when one of the young ladies turned the conversation off upon French poetry in the hope of eclipsing her. Thus her animation continued without rest until Mrs. Roberts escorted one of the guests to the piano to sing for them. "She's keeping me for Mr. Harrison," thought Helen, laughing mischievously to herself, "and I suppose she's picked out the worst musician first, so as to build up a climax." It seemed as if that might have been the plan, for a fact, the performer sang part of Gluck's Jai Perdu mon Eurydice, in strange French, and in a mournful voice which served very well to display the incompatibility of the melody and the words. As it happened, however, Mistress Helen heard not a word of the song, for it had scarcely begun before she turned her eyes towards the doorway and caught sight of a figure that drove all other ideas from her mind. Mr. Harrison had come at last. He was a tall, dignified man, and Helen's first feeling was of relief to discover that he was neither coarse-looking, nor even plain. He had rather too bright a complexion, and rather too large a sandy mustache, but his clothes fitted him, and he seemed to be at ease as he glanced about him and waited in the doorway for the young lady at the piano to finish. While the faint applause was still sounding, he entered with Mrs. Roberts, moving slowly across the room. And now, thought Helen, now for it? As she expected, the two came towards her, and Mr. Harrison was presented. Helen, who was on the watch with all her faculties, decided that he bore that trial tolerably, for while his admiration of course showed itself, he did not stare, and he was not embarrassed. "I am a little late, I fear," he said. "Have I missed much of the music?" "No," said Helen, "that was the first selection." "I am glad of that," said the other. According to the laws which regulate the drifting of conversation, it was next due that Helen should ask if he were fond of singing, and then that he should answer that he was very fond of it, which he did. "Mrs. Roberts tells me you are a skillful musician," he added. "I trust that I shall hear you." Helen of course meant to play, and had devoted some thought to the selection of her program, therefore she answered, "Possibly, we shall see by and by." "I am told that you have been studying in Germany," was the next observation. "Do you like Germany?" "Very much," said Helen. "Only they made me work very hard at music, and at everything else." "That is perhaps why you are a good player," said Mr. Harrison. "You ought to wait until you hear me," the girl replied, following his example of choosing the most obvious thing to say. "I fear I am not much of a critic," said the other. And so the conversation drifted on for several minutes, Mr. Harrison's remarks being so very uninspiring that his companion could find no way to change the subject to anything worth talking about. Evidently, the girl thought, during a momentary lull, he has learned all the rules of talking, and that's why he's at ease. But dear me, what an awful prospect. It would kill me to have to do this often. But then, to be sure I shan't see him in the daytime, and in the evenings we should not be at home. One doesn't have to be too intimate with one's husband, I suppose. And then, I think, said Mr. Harrison, that your aunt is coming to ask you to play. That was Aunt Polly's mission, for a fact, and Helen was much relieved, for she had found herself quite helpless to lift the conversation out of the slough of despond into which it had fallen. She wanted a little time to collect her faculties and think of something clever to start with again. When in answer to the request of Aunt Polly she arose and went to the piano, the crushed feeling of course left her, and her serenity returned, for Helen was at home at the piano, knowing that she could do whatever she chose, and do it without effort. It was a stimulus to her faculties to perceive that a general hush had fallen upon the room, and that every eye was upon her, as she sat down. Therefore, all her old exultation was back. She paused a moment to collect herself, and gave one easy glance down the room at the groups of people. She caught a glimpse as she did so of Mr. Howard, who was still seated upon the sofa, leaning forward and resting his chin in his hand and fixing his eyes upon her. At another time the sight of his wan face might perhaps have annoyed the girl, but she was carried beyond that just then by the excitement of the moment. Her glance came back to the piano, and feeling that everyone was attentive and expectant, she began. Helen numbered in her repertoire a good many pieces that were hopelessly beyond the technique of the average salon pianist, and she had chosen the most formidable with which to astonish her hearers that evening. She had her full share of that pleasure which people get from concerning themselves with great things, a pleasure which is responsible for much of the reading, and especially the discussing, of the world's great poets, and which brings forth many lofty sentiments from the numerous class of persons who combine idealism with vanity. Helen's selection was the first movement of the Sonata Appassionata, and she was filled with a pleasing sense of majesty and importance as she began. She liked the first theme especially because it was striking and dignified and never failed to attract attention, and in what followed there was room for every shading of tone, from delicate softness that showed much feeling and sympathy, to stunning fortissimos that made everyone stare. The girl was relieved of any possible fear by the certainty that the composition was completely beyond her hearer's understanding, and so she soon lost herself in her task, and, as her excitement mounted, played with splendid spirit and abandon. Her calculations proved entirely well made, for when she stopped she received a real ovation, having genuinely astonished her hearers, and she crossed the room, beaming radiantly upon everyone and acknowledging their compliments, more assured of triumph than ever before. To cap the climax, when she reached her seat she found Mr. Harrison betraying completely his profound admiration, his gaze being riveted upon the glowing girl as she sat down beside him. "Miss Davis," he said, with evident sincerity, "that was really wonderful." "Thank you very much," said Helen, radiantly. "It was the most splendid piano playing I have ever heard in my life," the other went on. "Pray what was it that you played? Something new?" "Oh, no," was the answer, "it is very old indeed." "Ah," said Mr. Harrison, "those old composers were very great men." "Yes," said Helen, demurely. "I was astonished to see with what ease you played," the other continued, "and yet so marvelously fast. That must be a fearfully hard piece of music to play." "Yes, it is," said Helen, "but it is quite exciting," she added, fanning herself and laughing. Helen was at the top of her being just then, and in perfect command of things. She had no idea of letting herself be dragged down into the commonplace again. "I think it's about time I was fascinating him," she said to herself, and she started in, full of merriment and life. Taking her last remark as a cue, she told him funny stories about the eccentricities of the sonata's great composer, how he would storm and rage up and down his room like a madman, and how he hired a boy to pump water over his head by the hour, in case of emergency. Mr. Harrison remarked that it was funny how all musicians were such queer chaps, but even that did not discourage Helen. She rattled on, quite as supremely captivating as she had been at the dinner table, and as she saw that her companion was yielding to her spell, the color mounted to her cheeks and her blood flowed faster yet. It is of the nature of such flame to feed itself, and Helen grew the more exulting as she perceived her success, and consequently all the more irresistible. The eyes of the man were soon riveted upon the gorgeous vision of loveliness before him, and the contagion of the girl's animation showed itself even in him, for he brightened a little, and was clever enough to startle himself. It was a new delight and stimulus to Helen to perceive it, and she was soon swept away in much the same kind of nervous delight as her fantasy with the thunderstorm. The sofa upon which the two were seated had been somewhat apart from the rest, and so they had nothing to disturb them. A short half-hour fled by, during which Helen's daring animation ruled everything, and at the end of which Mr. Harrison was quite oblivious to everything about him. There were others, however, who were watching the affair. The keen-eyed Aunt Polly was comprehending all with joy, but she was as ever calculating and prudent, and she knew that Helen's monopoly of Mr. Harrison would soon become unpleasantly conspicuous, especially as she had so far introduced him to no one else. She felt that little would be lost by breaking the spell, for what the girl was doing then she might do any time she chose, and so after waiting a while longer she made her way unobtrusively over to them and joined their conversation. Helen of course understood her aunt's meaning, and acquiesced. She kept on laughing and talking for a minute or two more, and then at a lull in the conversation she exclaimed, "But I've been keeping Mr. Harrison here talking to me, and nobody else has seen anything of him." And so Mr. Harrison, inwardly anathematizing the rest of the company, was compelled to go through a long series of handshakings, and finally to be drawn into a group of young persons whose conversation seemed to him the most inane he had ever heard in his life. In the meantime someone else was giving a piano selection, one which Helen had never heard, but which sounded to everyone like a finger exercise after her own meteoric flight. The girl sat half listening to it and half waiting for her aunt to return, which Mrs. Roberts finally did, beaming with gratitude. "My love," she whispered, "you are an angel, you have done better than I ever dreamed of." And Helen felt her blood give a sudden leap that was not quite pleasant. The surging thoughts that were in her mind at that moment brought back the nervous trembling she had felt in the carriage, so that she leaned against the sofa for support. "Now listen, my dear," the other went swiftly on, perhaps divining the girl's state, "I want you to do a great favor for me." "Was not that for you, Auntie?" asked Helen, weakly. "No, my dear, that was for yourself." "But this. What is it?" "I want you to come and talk to my David Howard a little while." The girl gave a start, and turned a little paler. "Aunt Polly," she exclaimed, "not now. He looks so ill, it makes me nervous even to see him." "But, Helen, my dear, that is nonsense," was the reply. "Mr. Howard is one of the most interesting men you ever met. He knows more than all the people in this room together, and you will forget he is an invalid when you have talked to him a while." Helen was, or wished to think herself, upon the heights of happiness just then, and she shrunk more than ever from anything that was wretched. "Not now, Aunt Polly," she said, faintly. "Please wait until—" "But, my dear," said Aunt Polly, "now is the very time, you will wish to be with Mr. Harrison again soon. And you must meet Mr. Howard, for that is what he came for." "I suppose then I'll have to," said Helen, knitting her brows. "I'll stroll over in a minute or two." "All right," said the other, "and please try to get acquainted with him, Helen, for I want you to like him." "I will do my best," said the girl. "He won't talk about his ailments, will he?" "No," said the other, laughing, "I fancy not. Talk to him about music, he's a great musician, you know." And as her aunt left the room, Helen stole a side glance at the man, who was alone upon the sofa just then. His chin was still resting in his hand, and he was looking at Helen as before. As she glanced at him thus he seemed to be all head, or rather all forehead, for his brow was very high and white, and was set off by heavy black hair. "He does look interesting," the girl thought, as she forced a smile and walked across the room. Her aunt entered at the same time, as if by accident, and the two approached Mr. Howard. As he saw them coming he rose, with some effort as Helen noticed, and with a very slight look of pain. It cost her some resolution to give the man her hand. In a minute or two more, however, they were seated alone upon the sofa, Aunt Polly having gone off with the remark to Helen that she had made Mr. Howard promise to talk to her about music, and that they both knew too much about it for her. "You must tell Helen all about her playing," she added to him, laughingly. And then Helen, to carry on the conversation, added, "I should be very much pleased if you would." "I am afraid it is an ungracious task Mrs. Roberts has chosen me," the man answered, smiling. "Critics are not a popular race." "It depends upon the critics," said Helen. "They must be sincere." "That is just where they get into trouble," was the response. "It looks as if he were going to be chary with his praise," thought Helen, feeling just the least bit uncomfortable. She thought for a moment, and then said, not without truth, "You pique my curiosity, Mr. Howard." "My criticism could not be technical," said the other, smiling, again, "for I am not a pianist." "You play some other instrument?" asked Helen. Afterwards she added, mischievously, "or are you just a critic?" "I play the violin," the man answered. "You are going to play for us this evening?" "No," said the other, "I fear I shall not." "Why not?" Helen inquired. "I have not been feeling very well today," was the response. "But I have promised your aunt to play some evening, we had quite a long dispute." "You do not like to play in public?" asked Helen. The question was a perfectly natural one, but it happened unfortunately that as the girl asked it her glance rested upon the figure of her companion. The man chanced to look at her at the same instant, and she saw in a flash that her thought had been misread. Helen colored with the most painful mortification, but Mr. Howard gave, to her surprise, no sign of offense. "No, not in general," he said, with simple dignity. "I believe that I am much better equipped as a listener." Helen had never seen more perfect self-possession than that, and she felt quite humbled. It would have been difficult to guess the age of the man beside her, but Helen noticed that his hair was slightly gray. A closer view had only served to strengthen her first impression of him, that he was all head, and she found herself thinking that if that had been all of him he might have been handsome, though in a strange, uncomfortable way. The broad forehead seemed more prominent than ever, and the dark eyes seemed fairly to shine from beneath it. The rest of the face, though wan, was as powerful and massive as the brow, and seemed to Helen, little used as she was to think of such things, to indicate character as well as suffering. "It looks a little like Arthur's," she thought. This she had been noticing in the course of the conversation. Then, because her curiosity had really been piqued, she brought back the original topic again. "You have not told me about my playing," she smiled, "and I wish for your opinion. I am very vain, you know." "It gave me great pleasure to watch you," said the man, after a moment. "To watch me," thought Helen. "That is a palpable evasion. That is not criticizing my music itself," she said aloud, not showing that she was a trifle annoyed. "You have evidently been very well taught," said the other, "unusually well, and you have a very considerable technique." And Helen was only more uncomfortable than ever. Evidently the man would have liked to add a but to that sentence, and the girl felt as if she had come near an icicle in the course of her evening's triumph. However, she was now still more curious to hear the rest of his opinion. "Half convinced yet that it must be favorable in the end," she said. "I should not in the least mind your speaking plainly. The admiration of people who do not understand music I really do not care for." And then, as Mr. Howard fixed his deep, clear eyes upon her, Helen involuntarily lowered hers a little. "If you really want my opinion," said the other, "you shall have it. But you must remember that it is yourself who leads me to the bad taste of being serious in company." That last remark was in Helen's own style, and she looked interested. For the rest, she felt that she had gotten into grave trouble by her question, but it was too late to retreat now. "I will excuse you," she said. "I wish to know." "Very well, then," said Mr. Howard, "the truth is that I did not care for your selection." Helen gave a slight start. "If that is all the trouble, I need not worry," she thought, and she added easily, "The sonata is usually considered one of Beethoven's very greatest works, Mr. Howard." "I am aware of that," said the other, "but do you know how Beethoven came to compose it?" Helen had the happy feeling of a person of moderate resources when the conversation turns to one of his specialties. "Yes," she said, "I have read how he said so pocket das Schicksal auf die Pforte." "Do you understand that, Mr. Howard?" "Only partly," said the other, very gently. "Do you?" And Helen felt just then that she had made a very awkward blunder indeed. "Fate is a very dreadful thing to understand, Miss Davis," the other continued, slowly. "When one has heard the knock, he does not forget it, and even the echo of it makes him tremble." "I suppose then," said Helen, glibly, trying to save herself, "that you think the sonata is too serious to be played in public." "Not exactly," was the answer, "it depends upon the circumstances. There are always three persons concerned, you know. In this case, as you have pardoned me for being serious, there is in the first place the great genius with his sacred message. You know how he learned that his life work was to be ruined by deafness, and how he poured his agony and despair into his greatest symphony, and into the sonata. That is the first person, Miss Davis." He paused for a moment, and Helen took a deep breath, thinking that it was the strangest conversation she had ever been called upon to listen to during an evening's merriment. Yet she did not smile, for the man's deep, resonant voice fascinated her. "And the second?" she asked. "The second," said Mr. Howard, turning his dark, sunken eyes full upon the girl, is another man, not a genius, but one who has suffered, I fear, nearly as much as one, a man who is very hungry for beauty, and very impatient of insincerity, and who is accustomed to look to the great masters of art for all his help and courage. Helen felt very uncomfortable indeed. Evidently, she said, I am the third? Yes, said Mr. Howard, the pianist is the third. It is the pianist's place to take the great work and live it, and study it until he knows all that it means, and then. I don't think I took it quite so seriously as that, said Helen, with a poor attempt at humility. No, said Mr. Howard, gravely, it was made evident to me that you did not buy every note you played, for you treated it as if it had been a Liszt showpiece. Helen was of course exceedingly angry at those last blunt words, but she was too proud to let her vexation be observed. She felt that she had gotten herself into the difficulty by asking for serious criticism, for deep in her heart she knew that it was true, and that she would never have dared to play the sonata had she known that a musician was present. Helen felt completely humiliated, her few minutes' conversation having been enough to put her out of humor with herself and all of her surroundings. There was a long silence, in which she had time to think of what she had heard. She felt in spite of herself the folly of what she had done, and her whole triumph had suddenly come to look very small indeed, yet, as was natural, she felt only anger against the man who had broken the spell and destroyed her illusion. She was only the more irritated because she could not find any ground upon which to blame him. It would have been very difficult for her to have carried on the conversation after that. Fortunately a diversion occurred, the young person who had last played having gone to the piano again, this time with a young man and a violin. Aunt Polly has found someone to take your place, said Helen, forcing a smile. Yes, said the other, she told me we had another violinist. The violinist played Raff's cavatina, a thing with which fiddlers all love to exhibit themselves. He played it just a little off the key at times, as Helen might have told by watching her companion's eyebrows. She in the meantime was trying to recover her equanimity, and to think what else she could say. He's the most uncomfortable man I ever met, she thought with vexation. I wish I'd insisted upon keeping away from him. However, Helen was again relieved from her plight by the fact that as the fiddler stopped and the faint applause died out, she saw Mr. Harrison coming towards her. Mr. Harrison had somehow succeeded in extricating himself from the difficulty in which his hostess had placed him, and had no doubt guessed that Helen was no better pleased with her new companion. May I join you? He asked, as he neared the sofa. Certainly, said Helen, smiling. She introduced the two men, and Mr. Harrison sat down upon the other side of the girl. Somehow or other he seemed less endurable than he had just before, for his voice was not as soft as Mr. Howard's, and now that Helen's animation was gone she was again aware of the millionaire's very limited attainments. That was a very interesting thing we just heard, he said. What was it? Do you know? Helen answered that it was Raff's cavatina. Cavatina, said Mr. Harrison. The name sounds familiar, I may have heard it before. Helen glanced nervously at Mr. Howard, but the latter gave no sign. Mr. Howard is himself a violinist, she said. We must be careful what criticisms we make. Oh, I do not make any, I do not know enough about it, said the other, with heartiness which somehow seemed to Helen to fail of deserving the palliating epithet of bluff. Mr. Howard has just been telling me about my own playing, Helen went on, growing a little desperate. I hope he admired it as much as I did, said the unfortunate railroad president. I'm afraid he didn't, said Helen, trying to turn the matter into a laugh. He didn't, exclaimed Mr. Harrison, in surprise. Pray, why not? He asked the question of Mr. Howard, and Helen shuddered, for fear he might begin with that dreadful "there are always three persons concerned, you know." But the man merely said, very quietly, my criticism was of rather a technical nature, Mr. Harrison. I'm sure, for my part I thought her playing wonderful, said the gentleman from Cincinnati, to which the other did not reply. Helen felt herself between two fires and her vexation was increasing every moment, yet, try as she might, she could not think of anything to change the subject, and it was fortunate that the watchful Aunt Polly was on hand to save her. Mrs. Roberts was too diplomatic a person not to see the unwisdom of putting Mr. Harrison in a position where his deficiencies must be so very apparent, and so she came over, determined to carry one of the two men away. She was relieved of the trouble by the fact that, as she came near, Mr. Howard rose, again with some pain as it seemed to Helen, and asked the girl to excuse him. "I have been feeling quite ill today," he explained. Helen, as she saw him walk away with Mrs. Roberts, sank back with a sigh which was only half restrained. "A very peculiar person," said Mr. Harrison, who was clever enough to divine her vexation. "Yes," said the girl, "very, indeed. He seemed to be lecturing you about something, from what I saw," added the other. The remark was far from being in the best taste, but it pleased Helen, because it went to justify her to herself, and at the same time offered her an opportunity to vent her feelings. "Yes," she said. "It was about music. He was very much displeased with me." "So," exclaimed Mr. Harrison. "I hope you do not let that disturb you." "No," said the girl, laughing, "or at any rate, I shall soon recover my equanimity. It is very hard to please a man who plays himself, you know." "Or who says he plays," observed Mr. Harrison. "He didn't play, you notice." Helen was pleased to fancy that there might be wisdom in the remark. "Let us change the subject," she said more cheerfully. "It is best to forget things that make one feel uncomfortable." "I'll leave the finding of a new topic to you," replied the other, with graciousness which did a little more to restore Helen's self-esteem. "I have a very humble opinion of my own conversation." "Do you like mine?" the girl asked with a laugh. "I do, indeed," said Mr. Harrison with equally pleasing frankness. "I was as interested as could be in the story that you were telling me when we were stopped." "Well, we'll begin where we left off," exclaimed Helen, and felt as if she had suddenly discovered a doorway leading from a prison. She found it easy to forget the recent events after that, and Mr. Harrison grew more tolerable to her every moment now that the other was gone. Her self-possession came back to her quickly as she read his admiration in his eyes. Besides that, it was impossible to forget for very long that Mr. Harrison was a multimillionaire, and the object of the envious glances of every other girl in the room, and so when Aunt Polly returned a while later she found the conversation between the two progressing very well, and in fact almost as much enjoyed by both as it had been the first time. After waiting a few minutes she came to ask Helen to sing for the company, a treat which she had reserved until the last. Helen's buoyant nature had by that time flung all her doubts behind her, and this last excitement was all that was needed to sweep her away entirely again. She went to the piano as exulting as ever in her command of it and in the homage which it brought her. She sang an arrangement of the Prelude, and she sang it with all the energy and enthusiasm she possessed, partly because she had a really good voice and enjoyed the song, and partly because an audience appreciates singing more easily than any other kind of music. She really scored the success of the evening. Everybody was as enthusiastic as the limits of good taste allowed, and Helen was compelled, not in the least against her will, to sing again and again. While she was laughing with happiness and triumph, something brought back woe into her mind, and she sang it again, quite as gaily as she had sung it by the streamlet with Arthur. It was enough to delight even the dullest, and perhaps if Mr. Howard had been there even he would have applauded a little. At any rate, as Helen rose from the piano she received a complete ovation, everyone coming to her to thank her and to praise her, and to share in the joy of her beauty. She herself had never been more radiant and more exulting in all her exulting life, drinking in even Mr. Harrison's rapturous compliments and finding nothing exaggerated in them. And in the meantime, Aunt Polly having suggested a waltz to close the festivities, the furniture was rapidly moved to one side, and the hostess herself took her seat at the piano and struck up the invitation to the dance. Mr. Harrison, who had been at Helen's side since her singing had ceased, was of course her partner, and the girl, flushed and excited by all the homage she had received, was soon waltzing delightedly in his arms. The man danced well, fortunately for him, and that he was the beautiful girl's ardent admirer was by this time evident, not only to Helen, but to everyone else. In the mood that she was then, the fact was as welcome to her as it could possibly have been, and when, therefore, Mr. Harrison kept her arm and begged for the next dance, and the next in turn, Helen was sufficiently carried away to have no wish to refuse him. When after the third dance she was tired out and sat down to rest, Mr. Harrison was still her companion. Helen was at the very height of her happiness then, every trace of her former vexation gone, and likewise every trace of her objections to the man beside her. The music was still sounding merrily, and everyone else was dancing, so that her animation did not seem at all out of taste, and so brilliant and fascinating had she become, and so completely enraptured was Mr. Harrison, that he would probably have capitulated then and there if the dancing had not ceased and the company separated when it did. The end of all the excitement was a great disappointment to Helen. She was completely happy just then, and would have gone just as far as the stream had carried her. It being her first social experience was probably the reason that she was less easily wearied than the rest, and besides, when one has thus yielded to the sway of the senses, he dreads instinctively the subsiding of the excitement and the awakening of reason. The awakening, however, is one that must always come. Helen, having sent away the maid, suddenly found herself standing alone in the middle of her own room gazing at herself in the glass, and seeing a frightened look in her eyes. The merry laughter of the guests ceased gradually, and silence settled about the halls of the great house, but even then Helen did not move. She was standing there still when her aunt came into the room. Mrs. Roberts was about as excited as was possible in a matron of her age and dignity. She flung her arms rapturously around Helen, and clasped her to her. "My dear," she cried, "it was a triumph." "Yes, auntie," said Helen, weakly. "You dear child, you," went on the other, laughing, "I don't believe you realize it yet. Do you know, Helen, that Mr. Harrison is madly in love with you? You ought to be the happiest girl in the land tonight." "Yes, auntie," said Helen again, still more weakly. "Come here, my dear," said Mrs. Roberts, drawing her gently over to the bed and sitting down beside her. "You are a little dazed, I fancy, and I do not blame you. I should have been beside myself at your age if such a thing had happened to me. Do you realize, child, what a fortune like Mr. Harrison's is?" "No," said Helen, "it is very hard, Aunt Polly. I'm afraid about it. I must have some time to think." "Think?" laughed the other. "You queer child. My dear, do you actually mean that you could think of refusing this chance of your lifetime?" "I don't know," said Helen, trembling, "I don't. Everybody'd think you were crazy, child. I know I should, for one." And she added, coaxingly, "Let me tell you what Mr. Roberts said." "What, auntie?" "He sent you in this message. He's a great person for doing generous things, when he takes it into his head. He told me to tell you that if you'd accept Mr. Harrison's offer he would give you the finest trousseau that he could buy. Wasn't that splendid of him?" "Yes," said Helen, "thank him for me," and she shuddered. "Don't talk to me any more about it now, though," she pleaded. "Please don't, Aunt Polly. I was so excited, and it was all like a dream, and I'm half dazed now. I can't think about it, and I must think, somehow. It's too dreadful." "You shan't think about it tonight, child," laughed the other, "for I want you to sleep and be beautiful tomorrow. See," she added, beginning to unfasten Helen's dress, "I'm going to be your little mother tonight, and put you to bed." And so, soothing the girl and kissing her burning forehead and trying to laugh away her fears, her delighted protectress undressed her, and did not leave her until she had seen her in bed and kissed her again. "And promise me, child," she said, that you won't worry yourself tonight. Go to sleep, and you'll have time to think tomorrow." Helen promised that she would, but she did not keep her promise. She heard the great clock in the hallway strike many times, and when the darkest hours of the night had passed she was sitting up in bed and gazing about her at the grey shadows in the room, holding the covering tightly about her, because she was very cold. She was muttering nervously to herself, half deliriously, "No, no, I will not do it. They shall not make me do it. I must have time to think." And when at last she fell into a restless slumber, that thought was still in her mind, and those words upon her lips, "I will not do it, I must have time to think." Chapter 6. And yet methinks I see it in thy face. What them shouldst be, occasion speaks thee, and my strong imagination sees a crown dropping upon thy head. When Helen awoke upon the following morning, the resolution to withstand her aunt's urging was still strong within her, as she strove to bring back the swift events of the night before. The first discovery she made was a headache and a feeling of weariness and dissatisfaction that was new to her. She arose and looked in the glass, and seeing that she was pale, vowed again, "They shall not torment me in this way. I do not even mean that he shall propose to me, I must have time to realize it." And so firm was she in her own mind that she rang the bell and sent the maid to call her aunt. It was then only 9 o'clock in the morning, and Helen presumed that neither Mrs. Roberts nor any of the other guests would be awake, they not being fresh from boarding school as she was, but the girl was so nervous and restless, and so weighed upon by her urgent resolution, that she felt she could do nothing else until she had declared it and gotten rid of the matter. "I'm going to tell her once for all," she vowed, "they shall not torment me any more." It turned out, however, that Mrs. Roberts had been up and dressed a considerable time, for a reason which, when Helen learned it, prevented her delivering so quickly the speech she had upon her mind. She noticed a worried expression upon her aunt's face as soon as the latter came into the room. "What is the matter?" she asked, in some surprise. "A very dreadful misfortune, my dear," said Mrs. Roberts. "I don't know how to tell you, you'll be so put out." Helen was quite alarmed as she saw her aunt sink down into a chair, but then it flashed over her that Mr. Harrison might have for some reason been called away. "What is it? Tell me," she asked eagerly. "It's Mr. Howard, my dear," said the other, and Helen frowned. "Oh, bother," she cried, "what about him?" "He's been ill during the night," replied Aunt Polly. "Ill?" exclaimed Helen. "Dear me, what a nuisance." "Poor man," said the other, deprecatingly, "he cannot help it?" "Yes," exclaimed Helen, "but he ought not to be here." "What is the matter with him?" "I don't know," was the reply, "but he has been suffering so all night that the doctor has had to give him an opiate." The wan countenance of Mr. Howard rose up before Helen just then, and she shuddered inwardly. "Dear me, what a state of affairs," she exclaimed. "It seems to me as if I were to have nothing but fright and worry. Why should there be such things in the world?" "I don't know, Helen," said the other, "but it is certainly inopportune for you. Of course the company will all have to leave." "To leave," echoed Helen, she had never once thought of that. "Why, of course," said her aunt. "It would not be possible to enjoy ourselves under such very dreadful circumstances." "But, Aunt Polly, that is a shame," cried the girl. "The idea of so many people being inconvenienced for such a cause. Can't he be moved?" "The doctor declares it would be impossible at present, Helen, and it would not look right anyway, you know. He will certainly have to remain until he is better." "And how long will that be?" "A week, or perhaps more," was the reply. And Helen saw that her promised holiday was ruined. Her emotions, however, were not all of disappointment, for though she was vexed at the interruptions, she recollected with sudden relief that she could thus obtain, and without so much effort of her own, the time to debate the problem of Mr. Harrison. Also there was in her mind, if not exactly pity for the invalid, at any rate the nearest to it that Helen had ever learned to feel, an uncomfortable fright at the idea of such suffering. "I promise you," said Aunt Polly, who had been watching her face and trying to read her emotions, "that we shall only postpone the good time I meant to give you. You cannot possibly be more vexed about it than I, for I was rejoicing in your triumph with Mr. Harrison." "I'm not worrying on that account," said Helen, angrily. "Helen, dear," said Mrs. Roberts, pleadingly, "what can be the matter with you? I think anyone who was watching you and me would get the idea that I was the one to whom the fortune is coming. I suppose that was only one of your jokes, my dear, but I truly don't think you show a realization of what a tremendous opportunity you have. You show much more lack of experience than I had any idea could be possible." "It isn't that, Aunt Polly," protested Helen, "I realize it, but I want time to think." "To think, Helen? But what is there to think? It seems to be madness to trifle with such a chance." "Will it be trifling to keep him waiting a while?" asked Helen, laughing in spite of her vexation. "Maybe not, my dear, but you ought to know that every other girl in this house would snap him up at 1 second's notice. If you'd only seen them watching you last night as I did." "I saw a little," was the reply. "But, Aunt Polly, is Mr. Harrison the only man whom I can find? My husband and I have been over the list of our acquaintances, and not found anyone that can be compared with him for an instant, Helen. We know of no one that would do for you that has half as much money." "I never said he'd do for me," said Helen, again laughing. "Understand me, Auntie," she added, "it isn't that I'd not like the fortune. If I could get it without its attachment. But, my dear, you know you can never get any wealth except by marriage. What is the use of talking such nonsense, even in fun?" "But, listen," objected Helen in turn, "suppose I don't want such a great fortune, suppose I should marry one of these other men?" "Helen, if you only could know as much as I know about these things," said Mrs. Roberts, "if you only could know the difference between being in the middle and at the top of the social ladder. Dear, why will you choose anything but the best when you can have the best if you want it? I tell you once for all, I do not care how clever you are, or how beautiful you are, the great people will look down on you for an upstart if you cannot match them and make just as much of a show. And why can you not discover what your own tastes are? I watched you last night, child, anyone could have seen that you were in your element. You outshone everyone, Helen, and you should do just the same all your life. Can you not see just what that means to you?" "Yes, Auntie," said Helen, "but then—" "Were you not perfectly happy last night?" interrupted the other. "No," protested the other, "that's just what I was going to say. The only reason in the world why you are not, my dear, is that you were tormenting yourself with foolish scruples. Can you not see that if you once had the courage to rid yourself of them it would be all that you need? Why are you so weak, Helen?" "It is not weak," exclaimed the other. "Yes," asserted Mrs. Roberts, "I say it is weak. It is weak of you not to comprehend what your life is to be, and what you need for your happiness. It is a shame for you to make no use of the glorious gifts that are yours, and to cramp and hinder all your own progress. I want you to have room to show your true powers, Helen." Helen had been leaning over the foot of the bed listening to her aunt, stirred again by all her old emotion, and angry with herself for being stirred. Her unspoken resolution was not quite so steady as it had been, though like all good resolutions it remained in her mind to torment her. She sprang up suddenly with a very nervous and forced laugh. "I'm glad I don't have to argue with you, Auntie," she said, "and that I'm saved the trouble of worrying myself ill. You see the fates are on my side, I must have time to think, whether I want to or not." It was that comfort which saved her from further struggle with herself upon the subject. She set hurriedly to work to dress, for her aunt told her that the guests were nearly ready for breakfast. "Nobody could sleep since all the excitement," she said. "I wonder it did not wake you." "I was tired," said Helen, "I guess that was it." You'll find the breakfast rather a somber repast, added Mrs. Roberts, pathetically. I've been up nearly 3 hours myself, so frightened about poor Mr. Howard, I had never seen anyone so dreadfully ill, and I was quite certain he was in his death agony. Aunt Polly, cried Helen with a sudden wild start, why do you talk like that? I won't say any more about it, was the reply, only hurry up. And put on your best looks, my dear, for Mr. Harrison to carry away in his memory. I'll do that much with pleasure, was the answer, and please have the maid come up to pack my trunks again, for you won't want me to stay now, of course. Oh, no, said Mrs. Roberts, not unless you want to. Our house won't be a very cheerful place, I fear. I'll come back in a week or two, when you are ready for me, Helen added, in the meantime I can be thinking about Mr. Harrison. Helen was soon on her way downstairs, for it was terrifying to her to be alone and in the neighborhood of Mr. Howard. She found a somber gathering indeed, for the guests spoke to each other only in half-whispers, and there were few smiles to be seen. Helen found herself placed opposite Mr. Harrison at the table, and she had a chance to study him by glances through the meal. He's well dressed, anyway, she mused, and he isn't altogether bad. I wonder if I'd dare to marry him. After breakfast Helen strolled out upon the piazza, perhaps with some purpose in her mind, for it is not unpleasant to toy with a temptation, even when one means to resist it. At any rate, she was a little excited when she heard Mr. Harrison coming out to join her there. Rather a sad ending of our little party, wasn't it, Miss Davis? He said. Yes, answered the girl, I feel so sorry for poor Mr. Howard. He seemed to be rather ill last night, said the other. He was going to add that the fact perhaps accounted for the invalid's severity, but he was afraid of shocking Helen by his levity, a not entirely necessary precaution, unfortunately. You are going back to town this morning, with the others? Helen asked. No, said Mr. Harrison, somewhat to her surprise, I have a different plan. Good heavens, does he suppose he's going to stay here with me, thought the girl. I received your aunt's permission to ask you, continued Mr. Harrison, and so I need only yours. For what? Helen inquired, with varied emotions. To drive you over to Oakdale with my rig, said the other. I had it brought down, you know, because I thought there might be a chance to use it. Helen had turned slightly paler, and was staring in front of her. Are you not fond of driving, then, Miss Davis? Asked the other, as she hesitated. Yes, said Helen, but I don't like to trouble you. I assure you it will be the greatest pleasure in the world, said Mr. Harrison, I only regret that I shall not be able to see more of you, Miss Davis, it is only for the present, I hope. Thank you, said Helen, still very faintly. And I have a pair of horses that I am rather proud of, added Mr. Harrison, laughing, I should like you to tell me what you think of them. Will you give me the pleasure? And Helen could not hesitate very much longer without being rude. If you really wish it, Mr. Harrison, she said, very well. And then someone else came out on the piazza and cut short the conversation. Helen had no time to think any more about the matter, but she had a disagreeable consciousness that her blood was flowing faster again, and that her old agitation was back in all its strength. Soon afterwards Mrs. Roberts came out and joined the two. Miss Davis has granted me the very great favor, said Mr. Harrison, I fear I shall be happier than I ought to be, considering what suffering I leave behind. It will do no good to worry about it, said Mrs. Roberts, a reflection which often keeps the world from wasting its sympathy. I shall have your carriage brought round. Isn't it rather early to start? Asked Helen. I don't know, said her aunt, is it? We can take a little drive if it is, said Mr. Harrison, I mean that Miss Davis shall think a great deal of my horses. Helen said nothing, but stood gazing in front of her across the lawns, her mind in a tempest of emotions. She could not put away from her the excitement that Mr. Harrison's presence brought. The visions of wealth and power which gleamed before her almost overwhelmed her with their vastness. But she had also the memory of her morning resolve to trouble her conscience. The result was the same confused helplessness, the dazed and frightened feeling which she so rebelled against. "I do not want to be troubled in this way," she muttered angrily to herself, again and again. "I wish to be let alone, so that I can be happy." Yet there was no chance just then for her to find an instant's peace, or time for further thought. There were half a dozen people about her, and she was compelled to listen to and answer commonplace remarks about the beauty of the country in front of her, and about her singing on the previous evening. She had to stifle her agitation as best she could, and almost before she realized it her aunt had come to summon her to get ready for the drive. Helen hoped to have a moment's quiet then, but there was nothing to be done but put on her hat and gloves, and Mrs. Roberts was with her all the time. "Helen," she said pleadingly, as she watched the girl surveying herself in the glass, "I do hope you will not forget all that I told you." "I wish you would let me alone about it," cried Helen, very peevishly. "If you only knew, my dear girl, how much I have done for you," replied the other, "and how I've planned and looked forward to this time, I don't think you'd answer me in that way." "It isn't that, Aunt Polly," exclaimed Helen, "but I am so confused and I don't know what to think. I am trying my poor, humble best to show you what to think. And you could not possibly feel more worried than I just now, Helen. You could be rid of all these doubts and struggles in one instant, if you chose. Ask yourself if it is not true. You have only to give yourself into the arms of the happiness that calls you. And you never will get rid of the matter in any other way, indeed you will not. If you should fling away this chance, the memory of it would never leave you all your life. After you knew it was too late, you would torment yourself 1,000 times more than ever you can now." "Oh, dear, dear," cried Helen, half hysterically, "I can't stand that, Aunt Polly. I'll do anything, only let me alone. My head is aching to split, and I don't know where I am." "And you will never find another chance like it, Helen," went on the other, with sledgehammer remorselessness. "For if you behave in this perfectly insane way and lose this opportunity, I shall simply give you up in despair at your perversity." "But I haven't said I was going to lose it," the girl exclaimed. "He won't be any the less in love with me if I make him wait, Aunt Polly. Mr. Harrison was going back to Cincinnati in a day or two," put in Mrs. Roberts, swiftly. "He will stay if I wish him to," was the girl's reply. "There is no need for so much worry. One would think I was getting old." "Old," laughed the other. "You are so beautiful this morning, Helen, that I could fall in love with you myself." She turned the girl towards her, seeing that her toilet was finished. "I haven't a thought in the world, dear, but to keep you so beautiful," she said. "I hate to see you tormenting yourself and making yourself so pale. Why will you not take my advice and fling all these worries aside and let yourself be happy? That is all I want you to do, and it is so easy. Why is it that you do not want to be happy? I like to see you smile, Helen." And Helen, who was tired of struggling, made a wry attempt to oblige her, and then broke into a laugh at herself. Meanwhile the other picked a rose from a great bunch of them that lay upon the bureau, and pinned it upon her dress. "There, child," she said, "he can never resist you now, I know." Helen kissed her excitedly upon the cheek, and darted quickly out of the door, singing, in a brave attempt to bring back her old, merry self: "The flowers that bloom in the spring, tra-la-la, have nothing to do with the case." A moment later, however, she recollected Mr. Howard and his misfortune, and her heart sank. She ran quickly down the steps to get the thought of him from her mind. It was easy enough to forget him and all other troubles as well when she was once outside upon the piazza, for there were plenty of happy people, and everyone crowded about her to bid her good-bye. There too was Mr. Harrison standing upon the steps waiting for her, and there was his driving cart with 2 magnificent black horses, alert and eager for the sport. Helen was not much of a judge of horses, having never had one of her own to drive, but she had the eye of a person of aristocratic tastes for what was in good form, and she saw that Mr. Harrison's turnout was all of that, with another attraction for her, that it was daring, for the horses were lithe, restless creatures, thoroughbreds, both of them, and it looked as if they had not been out of the stable in a week. They were giving the groom who held them all that he could do. Mr. Harrison held out his hand to the girl as she came down the steps, and eyed her keenly to see if her flushed cheeks would betray any sign of fear. But Helen's emotions were surging too strongly for such thoughts, and she had, besides, a little of the thoroughbred nature herself. She laughed gaily as she gave her hand to her companion and sprang into the wagon. He followed her, and as he took the reins the groom sprang aside and the two horses bounded away down the broad avenue. Helen turned once to wave her hand in answer to the chorus of goodbyes that sounded from the porch, and then she faced about and sank back into the seat and drank in with delight the fresh morning breeze that blew in her face. "Oh, I think this is fine," she cried. "You like driving, then?" asked the other. "Yes indeed," was the reply. "I like this kind ever so much." "Wait until we get out on the high road," said Mr. Harrison, "and then we will see what we can do. I came from the West, you know, Miss Davis, so I think I am wise on the subject of horses." The woods on either side sped by them, and Helen's emotions soon began to flow faster. It was always easy for her to forget everything and lose herself in feelings of joy and power, and it was especially easy when she was as much wrought up as she was just then. It was again her ride with the thunderstorm, and soon she felt as if she were being swept out into the rejoicing and the victory once more. She might have realized, if she had thought, that her joy was coming only because she was following her aunt's advice, and yielding herself into the arms of her temptation, but Helen was thoroughly tired of thinking, she wanted to feel, and again she drank in deep breaths of the breeze. It was only a minute or so before they passed the gates of the Roberts place, and swept out of the woods and into the open country. It was really inspiring then, for Mr. Harrison gave his horses the reins, and Helen was compelled to hold on to her hat. He saw delight and laughter glowing in her countenance as she watched the landscape that fled by them, with its hillsides clad in their brightest green and with its fresh plowed farmlands and snowy orchards. The clattering of the horses' hoofs and the whirring of the wheels in the sandy road were music and inspiration such as Helen longed for, and she would have sung with all her heart had she been alone. As was her way, she talked instead, with the same animation and glow that had fascinated her companion upon the previous evening. She talked of the sights that were about them, and when they came to the top of the hill and paused to gaze around at the view, she told about her trip through the Alps, and pictured the scenery to him, and narrated some of her mountain climbing adventures, and then Mr. Harrison, who must have been a dull man indeed not to have felt the contagion of Helen's happiness, told her about his own experiences in the Rockies, to which the girl listened with genuine interest. Mr. Harrison's father, so he told her, had been a station agent of a little town in one of the wildest portions of the mountains. He himself had begun as a railroad surveyor, and had risen step by constant exertion and watchfulness. It was a story of a self-made man, such as Helen had vowed to her aunt she could not bear to listen to, yet she did not find it disagreeable just then. There was an exciting story of a race with a rival road, to secure the right to the best route across the mountains. Helen found it quite as exciting as music, and said so. "Perhaps it is a kind of music," said Mr. Harrison, laughing. "It is the only kind I have cared anything about, excepting yours." "I had no idea people had to work so hard in the world," said Helen, dodging the compliment. "They do, unless they have someone else to do it for them," said the other. "It is a fierce race, nowadays, and a man has to watch and think every minute of the time. But it is glorious to triumph." Helen found herself already a little more in a position to realize what $10 million amounted to, and very much more respectful and awe-stricken in her relation to them. She was sufficiently oblivious to the flight of time to be quite surprised when she gazed about her, and discovered that they were within a couple of miles of home. "I had no idea of how quickly we were going," she said. "You are not tired, then?" asked the other. "No indeed," Helen answered, "I enjoyed it ever so much." "We might drive farther," said Mr. Harrison, "these horses are hardly waked up." He reined them in a little and glanced at his watch. "It's just 11, he said, "I think there'd be time," and he turned to her with a smile. "Would you like to have an adventure?" he asked. "I generally do," replied the girl. "What is it?" "I was thinking of a drive," said the other, "one that we could just about take and return by lunchtime. It is about 10 miles from here." "What is it?" asked Helen. "I have just bought a country place near here," said Mr. Harrison. "I thought perhaps you would like to see it." "My aunt spoke of it," Helen answered, "the Eversons' old home." "Yes," said the other, "you know it, then." "I only saw it once in my life, when I was a very little girl," Helen replied, "and so I have only a dim recollection of its magnificence. The old man who lived there never saw any company. It had to be sold because he failed in business," said Mr. Harrison. "Would you like to drive over?" "Very much," said Helen, and a minute later, when they came to a fork in the road, they took the one which led them to Fairview, as the place was called. "I think it a tremendously fine property myself," said Mr. Harrison. "I made up my mind to have it the first time I saw it. I haven't seen anything around here to equal it, and I hope to make a real English country seat out of it. I'll tell you about what I want to do when we get there, and you can give me your advice. A man never has good taste, you know." "I should like to see it," answered Helen, smiling. "I have a passion for fixing up things." "We had an exciting time at the sale," went on Mr. Harrison reminiscently. "You know Mr. Everson's family wanted to keep the place themselves, and the 3 or 4 branches of the family had clubbed together to buy it. When the bidding got near the end, there was no one left but the family and myself." "And you got it," said Helen. "How cruel." "The strongest wins," laughed the other. "I had made up my mind to have it." "The Eversons are a very aristocratic family, aren't they?" "Yes," said Helen, "very, indeed. They have lived in this part of the country since the Revolution." As Mr. Harrison went on to tell her the story of the sale, she found herself vividly reminded of what her aunt had told her of the difference between having a good deal of money and all the money one wanted. Perhaps, also, her companion was not without some such vaguely felt purpose in the telling. At any rate, the girl was trembling inwardly more and more at the prospect which was unfolding itself before her. As excitement always acted upon her as a stimulant, she was at her very best during the rest of the drive. She and her companion were conversing very merrily indeed when Fairview was reached. The very beginning of the place was imposing, for there was a high wall along the roadway for perhaps a quarter of a mile, and then 2 massive iron gates set in great stone pillars. They were opened by the gatekeeper in response to Mr. Harrison's call. Once inside, the two had a drive of some distance through what had once been a handsome park, though it was a semi-wilderness then. The road ascended somewhat all the way, until the end of the forest was reached, and the first view of the house was gained. Helen could scarcely restrain a cry of pleasure as she saw it, for it was really a magnificent old mansion, built of weather-beaten grey stone, and standing upon a high plateau, surrounded by a lawn and shaded by half a dozen great oaks. Below it the lawn sloped in a broad terrace, and in the valley thus formed gleamed a little trout pond, set off at the back by a thickly wooded hillside. "Isn't it splendid?" the girl exclaimed, gazing about her. "I thought it was rather good," said Mr. Harrison, deprecatingly. "It can be made much finer, of course. When you take your last year's hay crop from the lawn, for one thing," laughed she. "But I had no idea there was anything so beautiful near our little Oakdale. Just look at that tremendous entrance." "It's all built in royal style," said Mr. Harrison. "The family must have been wealthy in the old days." "Probably slave dealers, or something of that kind," observed Helen. Is the house all furnished inside? Yes, said the other, but I expect to do most of it over. Wouldn't you like to look? He asked the question as he saw the gatekeeper coming up the road, presumably with the keys. The girl gazed about her dubiously. She would have liked to go in, except that she was certain it would be improper. Helen had never had much respect for the proprieties, however, being accustomed to rely upon her own opinions of things, and in the present case, besides, she reflected that no one would ever know anything about it. We'd not have time to do more than glance around, continued the other, but we might do that, if you like. Yes, said Helen, after a moment more of hesitation, I think I should. Her heart was beating very fast as the two ascended the great stone steps, and as the door opened before them, her mind could not but be filled with the overwhelming thought that all that she saw might be hers if she really wanted it. The mere imagining of Mr. Harrison's wealth had been enough to make her thrill and burn, so it was to be expected that the actual presence of some of it would not fail of its effect. It is to be observed that the great temptation took place upon a high mountain, where the kingdoms of the earth could really be seen, and Helen as she gazed around had the further knowledge that the broad landscape and palatial house, which to her were almost too splendid to be real, were after all but a slight trifle to her companion. The girl entered the great hallway, with its huge fireplace and its winding stairway, and then strolled through the parlors of the vast house. Helen had in all its fullness the woman's passion for spending money for beautiful things, and it had been her chief woe in all her travels that the furniture and pictures and tapestry which she gazed at with such keen delight must be forever beyond her thoughts. Just at present her fancy was turned loose and madly reveling in these memories, while always above her wildest flights was the intoxicating certainty that there was no reason why they should not all be possible. She could not but recollect with a wondering smile that only yesterday she had been happy at the thought of arranging one dingy little parlor in her country parsonage, and had been trying to persuade her father to the extravagance of recovering 2 chairs. It would have been hard for Helen to keep her emotions from Mr. Harrison, and he must have guessed the reason why she was so flushed and excited. They were standing just then in the center of the great dining room, with its massive furniture of black mahogany, and she was saying that it ought to be papered in dark red, and was conjuring up the effect to herself. Something rich, you know, to set off the furniture, she explained. And you must take that dreadful portrait from over the mantel, she added, laughing. I had thought of that myself, said Mr. Harrison. It's the founder of the Eversons. There's a picture gallery in a hall back of here, with 2 whole rows of ancestors in it. Why don't you adopt them? Asked Helen mischievously. One can buy all the ancestors one wants to, nowadays, laughed Mr. Harrison. I thought I'd make something more interesting out of it. I'm not much of a judge of art, you know, but I thought if I ever went abroad I'd buy up some of the great paintings that one reads about, some of the old masters, you know. I'm afraid you'd find very few of them for sale, said Helen, smiling. I'm not accustomed to fail in buying things that I want, was the other's reply. Are you fond of pictures? Very much indeed, answered the girl. As a matter of fact, the mere mention of the subject opened a new kingdom to her, for she could not count the number of times she had sat before beautiful pictures and almost wept at the thought that she could never own one that was really worth looking at. I brought home a few myself, she said to her companion, just engravings, you know, half a dozen that I thought would please me. I mean to hang them around my music room. Tell me about it, said Mr. Harrison. I have been thinking of fixing up such a place myself, you know. I thought of extending the house on the side that has the fine view of the valley, and making part a piazza, and part a conservatory or music room. It could be both, exclaimed the girl, eagerly. That would be the very thing. There ought not to be anything in a music room, you know, except the piano and just a few chairs, and the rest all flowers. The pictures ought all to be appropriate pictures of nature, of things that dance and are beautiful. Oh, I could lose myself in such a room as that, and Helen ran on, completely carried away by the fancy, and forgetting even Mr. Harrison for a moment. I have often dreamed of such a place, she said, where everything would be sympathetic. It's a pity that one can't have a piano taken out into the fields, the way I remember reading that Haydn used to do with his harpsichord. If I were a violinist, that's the way I'd do all my playing, because then one would not need to be afraid to open his eyes. Oh, it would be fine. Helen stopped. She was at the height of her excitement just then, and the climax came a moment afterwards. "Miss Davis," asked the man, "would you really like to arrange such a music room?" The tone of his voice was so different that the girl comprehended instantly. It was this moment to which she had been rushing with so much exultation, but when it came her heart almost stopped beating, and she gave a choking gasp. "Would you really like it?" asked Mr. Harrison again, bending towards her earnestly. "Why, certainly," said Helen, making one blind and desperate effort to dodge the issue. "I'll tell you everything that is necessary." "That is not what I mean, Miss Davis." "Not," echoed Helen, and she tried to look at him with her frank, open eyes, but when she saw his burning look, she could not. She dropped her eyes and turned scarlet. "Miss Davis," went on the man rapidly, "I have been waiting for a chance to tell you this. Let me tell you now." Helen gazed wildly about her once, as if she would have fled, then she stood with her arms lying helplessly at her sides, trembling in every nerve. "There is very little pleasure that one can get from such beautiful things alone, Miss Davis, and especially when he is as dulled by the world as myself. I thought that some day I might be able to share them with someone who could enjoy them more than I, but I never knew who that person was until last night. I know that I have not much else to offer you, except what wealth and position I have gained, and when I think of all your accomplishments, and all that you have to place you so far beyond me, I almost fear to offer myself to you. But I can only give what I have: my humble admiration of your beauty and your powers, and the promise to worship you, to give the rest of my life to seeing that you have everything in the world that you want. I will put all that I own at your command, and get as much more as I can, with no thought but of your happiness." Mr. Harrison could not have chosen words more fitted to win the trembling girl beside him. That he should recognize as well as she did her superiority to him, removed half of his deficiency in her eyes. "Miss Davis," the other went on, "I cannot know how you will feel towards such a promise, but I cannot but feel that what I possess could give you opportunities of much happiness. You should have all the beauty about you that you wished, for there is nothing in the world too beautiful for you, and you should have every luxury that money can buy, to save you from all care. If this house seemed too small for you, you should have another wherever you desired it, and be mistress of it, and of everything in it, and if you cared for a social career, you should have everything to help you, and it would be my one happiness to see your triumph. I would give 1,000 times what I own to have you for my wife." So the man continued, pleading his cause, until at last he stopped, waiting anxiously for a sign from the girl. He saw that she was agitated, for her breast was heaving, and her forehead flushed, but he could not tell the reason. "Perhaps, Miss Davis," he said, humbly, "you will scorn such things as I have to offer you. Tell me, is it that?" Helen answered him, in a faint voice, "It is not that, Mr. Harrison, it is." "What, Miss Davis?" "It has been but a day. I have had no time to know you, to love you." And Helen stopped, afraid at the words she herself was using, for she knew that for the first time in her life she had stooped to a sham and a lie. Her whole soul was ablaze with longing just then, with longing for the power and the happiness which this man held out to her, and she meant to take him. She had no longer a thought of resistance. It was all the world which offered itself to her, and she meant to clasp it to her, to lose herself quite utterly and forget herself in it, and she was already drunk with the thought. Therefore she could not but shudder as she heard the word love upon her lips, and knew that she had used it because she wished to make a show of hesitation. "I did not need but one day, Miss Davis," went on the other pleadingly, "to know that I loved you, to know that I no longer set any value on the things that I had struggled all my life to win, for you are perfect, Miss Davis." You are so far beyond me that I have scarcely the courage to ask you what I do. But I must ask you, and know my fate." He stopped again and gazed at her, and Helen looked at him wildly, and then turned away once more, trembling. She wished that he would only continue still longer, for the word was upon her lips, and yet it was horror for her to utter it, because she felt she ought not to yield so soon, because she wanted some delay. She sought for some word that would be an evasion, that would make him urge her more strongly. She wished to be wooed and made to surrender, and yet she could find no pretext. "Answer me, Miss Davis," exclaimed the other, passionately. What do you wish me to say?" asked Helen faintly. "I wish you to tell me that you will be my wife. I wish you to take me for what I can give you for your happiness and your glory. I ask nothing else, I make no terms. If you will do it, it will make me the happiest man in the world. There is nothing else that I care for in life." And then, as the girl still stood, flushed and shuddering, hovering upon the verge, he took her hand in his and begged her to reply. "You must not keep me in suspense," he exclaimed. "You must tell me, tell me." And Helen, almost sinking, answered him yes. It was such a faint word that she scarcely heard it herself, but the other heard it, and trembling with delight, he caught her in his arms and pressed a burning kiss upon her cheek. The effect surprised him, for the fire which had burned Helen and inflamed her cheeks had been ambition, and ambition alone. It was the man's money that she wanted, and she was stirred with no less horror than ever at the thought of the price to be paid. Therefore the touch of his rough mustache upon her cheek acted upon her as an electric contact, and all the shame in her nature burst into flame. She tore herself loose with almost a scream. "No, no," she cried. "Stop." Mr. Harrison gazed at her in astonishment for a moment, scarcely able to find a word to say. "Miss Davis," he protested, "Helen, what is the matter?" "You had no right to do that," she cried, trembling with anger. "Helen," protested the other, "have you not just promised to be my wife?" And the words made the girl turn white and drop her eyes in fear. "Yes, yes," she panted helplessly, "but you should not, it is too soon." The other stood watching her, perhaps divining a little of the cause of her agitation, and feeling, at any rate, that he could be satisfied for the present with his success. He answered, very humbly, "Perhaps you are right, I am very sorry for offending you," and stood silently waiting until the girl's emotions had subsided a little, and she had looked at him again. "You will pardon me?" he asked. "Yes, yes," she said, weakly, "only. And you will not forget the promise you have made me?" "No," she answered, and then she gazed anxiously toward the door. "Let us go," she said imploringly, "it is all so hard for me to realize, and I feel so very faint." The two went slowly down the hallway, Mr. Harrison not even venturing to offer her his arm. Outside they stood for a minute upon the high steps, Helen leaning against a pillar and breathing very hard. She dared not raise her eyes to the man beside her. "You wish to go now?" he asked, gently. "Yes, please," she replied, "I think so, it is very late." Helen scarcely knew what happened during the drive home, for she passed it in a half-dazed condition, almost overwhelmed by what she had done. She answered mechanically to all Mr. Harrison's remarks about his arrangements of the house and his plans elsewhere, but all reference to his wealth seemed powerless to waken in her a trace of the exultation that had swept her away before, while every allusion to their personal relationship was like the touch of fire. Her companion seemed to divine the fact, and again he begged her anxiously not to forget the promise she had given. Helen answered faintly that she would not, but the words were hard for her to say, and it was an infinite relief to her to see Oakdale again, and to feel that the strain would soon be over, for the time at any rate. "I shall stay somewhere in the neighborhood," said Mr. Harrison. "You will let me see you often, Helen, will you not?" "Yes," answered Helen, mechanically. "I will come tomorrow," said the other, "and take you driving if you like. I promised to go back and lunch with your aunt today, as I thought I was to return to the city. In a moment more the carriage stopped in front of Helen's home, and the girl, without waiting for anyone to assist her, leaped out and with a hasty word of parting, ran into the house. She heard the horses trotting away, and then the door closed behind her, and she stood in the dark, silent hallway. She saw no one, and after gazing about her for a moment she stole into her little music room and flung herself down upon the couch, where she lay with her head buried in her hands. It was a long time afterwards when she glanced up again. She was trembling all over, and her face was white. "In heaven's name, how can I have done it?" she whispered hoarsely, to herself. "How can I have done it? And what am I to do now? Nur wer der min mocht and sagt, nur wer der Liebe Lust verjagt." Chapter 7. Weekums, das du so traurig bist? Da als Frau erscheint? Man sieht die in den Augen. Gewiss, du hast geweint. Helen might have spent the afternoon in that situation, tormenting herself with the doubts and fears that filled her mind, had it not been for the fact that her presence was discovered by Elizabeth, the servant, who came in to clean the room. The latter of course was astonished to see her, but Helen was in no mood to vouchsafe explanations. "Just leave me alone," she said. "I do not feel very well. And don't tell father I am here yet." "Your father, Miss Helen," exclaimed the woman, "didn't you get his letter?" "What letter?" And then poor Helen was made aware of another trouble. "Mr. Davis wrote Mrs. Roberts last night," answered the servant. "He's gone away." "Away?" cried the girl. "Where to?" "To New York." Then the woman went on to explain that Mr. Davis had been invited to take the place of a friend who was ill, and had left Oakdale for a week. Helen understood that the letter must have reached her and after her own departure. "Dear me," the girl exclaimed, "how unfortunate! I don't want to stay here alone." But afterwards it flashed over her that if she did she might be able to have a week of quiet to regain her self-possession. "Mr. Harrison couldn't expect to visit me if I were alone," she thought. "But then, I suppose he could, too," she added hastily, "if I am engaged to him. And I could never stand that." "Miss Helen," said the servant, who had been standing and watching her anxiously, "you look very ill, is anything the matter?" "Nothing," Helen answered, "only I want to rest." "Leave me alone, please, Elizabeth." "Are you going to stay?" the other asked. "I must fix up your room." "I'll have to stay," said Helen. "There's nothing else to do." "Have you had lunch yet?" "No, but I don't want any, just let me be, please." Helen expected the woman to protest, but she did not. She turned away, and the girl sank back upon the couch and covered her face again. "Everything has gone wrong," she groaned to herself. "I know I shall die of despair. I don't want to be here all alone with Mr. Harrison coming here. Dear me, I wish I had never seen him." And Helen's nervous impatience grew upon her, until she could stand it no more, and she sprang up and began pacing swiftly up and down the room. She was still doing that when she heard a step in the hall and saw the faithful servant in the doorway with a tray of luncheon. Elizabeth asked no questions about matters that did not concern her, but she regarded this as her province, and she would pay no attention to Helen's protests. "You'll be ill if you don't eat," she vowed. "You look paler than I ever saw you." And so the girl sat down to attempt to please her, Elizabeth standing by and talking to her in the meantime, but Helen was so wrapped up in her own thoughts that she scarcely heard a word until the woman chanced to ask one question: "Did you hear about Mr. Arthur?" And Helen gazed up at her. "Hear about him," she said. "Hear what about him?" "He's very ill," said Elizabeth. Helen gave a start. "Ill?" she gasped. "Yes," said Elizabeth. "I thought you must know, Mr. Davis was over to see him yesterday." "What is the matter?" "The doctor said he must have been fearfully run down, and he was out in the storm and caught a cold, and he's been in a very bad way, delirious and unconscious by turns for 2 or 3 days. Helen was staring at the servant in a dumb fright. "Tell me, Elizabeth," she cried, scarcely able to say the words, "he is not dangerously ill." "The danger is over now," the other answered, "so the doctor said, or else Mr. Davis would never have left, but he's in a bad way and it may be some time before he's up again." Perhaps it was the girl's overwrought condition that made her more easily alarmed just then, for she was trembling all over as she heard those words. She had forgotten Arthur almost entirely during the past 2 days, and he came back to her at that moment as another thorn in her conscience. "Mr. Davis said he wrote you to go and see him," went on the servant. "Shall you, Miss Helen?" I don't know," said Helen faintly. "I'll see." As a matter of fact, she knew that she almost certainly would not go to see Arthur after what had just passed. Even to have him find out about it was something of which she simply could not think. She felt dread enough at having to tell her father of what had occurred with Mr. Harrison, and to see Arthur, even though he did not know about it, she knew was not in her power. "Perhaps I ought not to have told you about it until after you had had your lunch. You are not eating anything, Miss Helen." "I don't want anything," said Helen, mournfully. "Take it now, please, Elizabeth, and please do not trouble me any more. I have a great deal to worry me." When the woman had left the room, Helen shut the door and then sat down on a chair, staring blankly before her. There was a mirror just across the room, and her own image caught her eye, startling her by its pale and haggard look. "Dear me, it's dreadful," she cried aloud, springing up. "Why did I let people trouble me in this way? I can't help Arthur, and I couldn't have helped him in the beginning. It's every bit of it his own fault, and I don't see why I should let it make me ill. And it's the same with the other thing. I could have been happy without all that wealth if I'd never seen it, and now I know I'll never be happy again. Oh, I know it." And Helen began once more pacing up and down. "I never was this way before in my life," she cried with increasing vexation, "and I won't have it." She clenched her hands angrily, struggling within herself to shake off what was tormenting her. But she might as well have tried to shake off a mountain from her shoulders. Hers had been none of the stern experience that gives power and command to the character, and of the kind of energy that she needed she had none, and not even a thought of it. She tried only to forget her troubles in some of her old pleasures, and when she found that she could not read, and that the music she tried to play sounded hollow and meaningless, she could only fling herself down upon the sofa with a moan. There, realizing her own impotence, she sank into dull despair, unable any longer to realize the difficulties which troubled her, and with only one certainty in her mind, that she was more lost and helpless than she had ever thought it possible for her to be. Time is not a thing of much consequence under such circumstances, and it was a couple of hours before Helen was aroused. She heard a carriage stop at the door, and sprang up in alarm, with the thought that it might be Mr. Harrison. But as she stood trembling in the middle of the room, she heard a voice inquiring for her, and recognized it as that of her aunt. A moment later Mrs. Roberts rushed into the room, and catching sight of Helen, flung her arms eagerly about her. "My dear girl," she cried, "Mr. Harrison has just told me about what has happened." And then, as she read her niece's state of mind in her countenance, she added, "I expected to find you rejoicing. Helen, what is the matter?" In point of fact, the woman had known pretty well just how she would find Helen, and having no idea of leaving her to her own tormenting fancies, she had driven over the moment she had finished her lunch. "I received your father's letter," she said, without waiting for Helen to answer her, "so I came right over to take you back." "To take me back?" echoed Helen. "Yes, my dear, you don't suppose I mean to leave you here all alone by yourself, do you? And especially at such a time as this, when Mr. Harrison wants to see you." "But, Aunt Polly," protested Helen, "I don't want to see him." "Don't want to see him? Why, my dear girl, you have promised to be his wife." Mrs. Roberts saw Helen shudder slightly, and so she went on quickly, he is going to stay at the hotel in the village, you won't find it the same as being in the house with him. But I do assure you, child, there never was a man more madly in love than he is. But, auntie, dear, that Mr. Howard, too, protested Helen, trembling. He will not interfere with you, for he never makes any noise, and you'll not know he's there. Of course, you won't play the piano, but you can do anything else you choose. And Mr. Harrison will probably take you driving every day. Then, seeing how agitated Helen was, her aunt put her arms around her again, and led her to the sofa. "Come, Helen," she said, "I don't blame you for being nervous. I know just how you feel, my dear." "Oh, Aunt Polly," moaned the girl. "I am so wretched." "I know," laughed Aunt Polly, "it's the idea of having to marry him, I suppose. I felt the very same way when I was in your place. But you'll find that wears off very quickly, you'll get used to seeing him. And besides, you know that you've got to marry him, if you want any of the other happiness." And Mrs. Roberts stopped and gazed about her. "Think, for instance, my dear," she went on, "of having to be content with this dingy little room, after having seen that magnificent place of his. Do you know, Helen, dear, that I really envy you, and it seems quite ridiculous to come over here and find you moping around. One would think you were a hermit and did not care anything about life." "I do care about it," said the other, "and I love beautiful things and all, but, Aunt Polly, I can't help thinking it's dreadful to have to marry." "Come and learn to like Mr. Harrison," said the other, cheerfully. "Helen, you are really too weak to ruin your peace of mind in this way, for you could see if you chose that all your troubles are of your own making, and that if you were really determined to be happy, you could do it. Why don't you, dear?" "I don't know," protested the girl, faintly, "perhaps I am weak, but I can't help it." "Of course not," laughed the other, "if you spend your afternoons shut up in a half-dark room like this. When you come with me you won't be able to do that way, and I tell you you'll find there's nothing like having social duties and an appearance to maintain in the world to keep one cheerful. If you didn't have me at your elbow I really believe you'd go all to pieces." "I fear I should," said the girl, but she could not help laughing as she allowed herself to be led upstairs, and to have the dust bathed from her face and the wrinkles smoothed from her brow. In the meantime her diplomatic aunt was unobtrusively dropping as many hints as she could think of to stir Helen to a sense of the fact that she had suddenly become a person of consequence, and whether it was these hints or merely the reaction natural to Helen, it is certain that she was much calmer when she went down to the carriage, and much more disposed to resign herself to meeting Mr. Harrison again. And Mrs. Roberts was correspondingly glad that she had been foreseeing enough to come and carry her away. She had great confidence in her ability to keep Helen from foolish worrying, and to interest her in the great future that was before her. "And then it's just as well that she should be at my house where she can find the comfort that she loves," she reflected. "I can see that she learns to love it more every day." The great thing, of course, was to keep her ambition as much awake as possible, and so during the drive home Mrs. Roberts' conversation was of the excitement which the announcement of Helen's engagement would create in the social world, and of the brilliant triumph which the rest of her life would be, and of the vast preparations which she was to make for it. The trousseau soon came in for mention then, and what woman could have been indifferent to a trousseau, even for a marriage which she dreaded? After that the conversation was no longer a task, for Helen's animation never failed to build itself up when it was once awake. She was so pleased and eager that the drive was over before she knew it, and before she had had time for even one unpleasant thought about meeting Mr. Harrison. It proved not to be a difficult task after all, for Mr. Harrison was quiet and dignified, and even a little reserved, as Helen thought, so that it occurred to her that perhaps he was offended at the vehemence with which she had repelled him. She did not know, but it seemed to her that perhaps it might have been his right to embrace her after she had promised to marry him. The thought made her shudder, yet she felt sure that if she had asked her aunt she would have learned that she was very much in the wrong indeed. Helen's conscience was very restless just at that time, and it was pleasant to be able to lull it by being a little more gracious and kind to her ardent lover. The latter of course responded joyfully, so that the remainder of the afternoon passed quite pleasantly. When Mr. Roberts arrived and had been acquainted with the tidings, he of course sought the first opportunity to see the girl, and to congratulate her upon her wonderful fortune. Helen had always found in her uncle a grave, business-like person, who treated her with indifference, and therefore inspired her with awe. It was not a little stirring to her vanity to find that she was now a person of sufficient consequence to reverse the relation. This fact did yet a little more to make her realize the vastness of her sudden conquest, and so throughout dinner she was almost as exulting in her own heart as she had been at the same time on the previous day. Her animation mounted throughout the evening, for Mr. Harrison and her aunt talked of the future of endless trips abroad, and of palatial houses and royal entertainments at home until the girl was completely dazed. Afterwards, when she and Mr. Harrison were left alone, Helen fascinated her companion as completely as ever, and was radiant herself, and rejoicing. As if to cap the climax, Mr. Harrison broached the subject of a trip to New York, to see if she could find anything at the various picture dealers to suit her music room, and also of a visit to Fairview to meet an architect and discuss her plan there. The girl went up to her room just as completely full of exultation as she had been upon the night before, yet more comfortable in the conviction that there would be no repetition of that night's worry. Yet even as the thought occurred to her, it made her tremble, and as if some fiend had arranged it especially for her torment. As she passed down the hall a nurse came silently out of one of the rooms, and through the half-open doorway Helen fancied that she heard a low moan. She shuddered and darted into her own room and locked the door, yet that did not exclude the image of the sufferer, or keep it from suggesting a train of thought that plunged the girl into misery. It made her think of Arthur, and of the haggard look that had been upon his face when he left her, and all Helen's angry assertions that it was not her fault could not keep her from tormenting herself after that. Always the fact was before her that however sick he might be, even dying, she could never bear to see him again, and so Arthur became the embodiment of her awakening conscience. The result was that the girl slept very little that night, spending half of it in fact alternately sitting in a chair and pacing the room in agitation, striving in vain to find some gleam of light to guide her out of the mazes in which she was lost. The grey dawn found her tossing feverishly about upon her pillow, yearning for the time when she had been happy, and upbraiding herself for having been drawn into her present trouble. When she arose later on, she was more pale and wearied than she had been upon the morning before. Then she had at least possessed a resolution, while this time she was only helpless and despairing. Thus her aunt found her when she came in to greet her, and the dismay of the worthy matron may be imagined. However, being an indefatigable little body, she set bravely to work again. First of all, by rebuking the girl for her weakness she managed to rouse her to effort once more, and then by urging the necessity of seeing people and of hiding her weakness, she managed to obtain at last a semblance of cheerfulness. In the meantime Mrs. Roberts was helping her to dress and to remove all traces of her unhappiness, so that when Helen descended to breakfast she had received her first lesson in one of the chief tasks of the social regime. Full many in the silent night have wept their grief away, and in the morn you fancy their hearts were ever gay. And Helen played her part so well that Mrs. Roberts was much encouraged, and beamed upon her across the table. As a matter of fact, because her natural happiness was not all crushed, and because playing a part was not easy to the girl, she was very soon interested in the various plans that were being discussed. When Mr. Harrison called later on and proposed a drive, she accepted with genuine pleasure. To be sure, she found it a trifle less thrilling than on the day before, for the novelty was gone, but that fact did not cause her much worry. In all her anticipations of the pleasure before her, it had occurred to her as little as it occurs to others in her situation to investigate the laws of the senses through which the pleasure is to be obtained. There is a whole moral philosophy to be extracted from the little word ennui by those who know, but Helen was not of the knowing. She believed that when she was tired of the horses she could delight herself with her beautiful house, and that when she was tired of the house she could have a new one. All her life she had been deriving ecstasy from beautiful things, from dresses, and flowers, and books, and music, and pictures, and of course it was only necessary to have an infinite quantity of such things in order to be infinitely happy. The way to have the infinite quantity was to marry Mr. Harrison, or at any rate that was Helen's view, and she was becoming more and more irritated because it did not work well in practice, and more convinced that her aunt must be right in blaming her weakness. In the meantime, being in the open air and among all the things that she loved, she was bound to rejoice once more, and rejoice she did, not even allowing herself to be hindered by Mr. Harrison's too obvious failures to comprehend her best remarks. Helen argued that she was not engaged to the man because of his cleverness, and that when she had come to the infinite happiness towards which she was traveling so fast, she would have inspiration enough for two. She had enough for the present to keep them both happy throughout the drive, and when she returned she found that some of the neighbors had driven over to see her, and to increase her excitement by their congratulations. The Machiavellian Aunt Polly had told the news to several friends on the day before, knowing full well that it would spread during the night, and that Helen would have her first taste of triumph the next day. And so it continued, and exactly as on the night before, the feverish excitement swept Helen on until the bedtime hour arrived. Then she went up into her room alone, to wrestle with the same dreadful spectre as before. The story of that day was the story of all that followed. Helen was destined to find that she might sweep herself away upon the wings of her ambition as often as she chose, and revel all she pleased in the thought of Mr. Harrison's wealth, but when the excitement was over, and she came to be all alone, she could think only of the one dreadful fact of the necessity of marrying him. She was paying a Faustus price for her happiness, and in the night time the price stared at her, and turned all her happiness to misery. A state of mind such as this was so alien to Helen that it would have been strange indeed if she had sunk into it without protest and rebellion. As day after day passed, and the misery continued, her dissatisfaction with everything about her built itself into a climax. More and more plainly she was coming to see the widening of the gulf between the phantom she was pursuing and the place where she stood. Finally there came one day, nearly a week after her engagement, when Helen was so exhausted and so wretched that she had made up her mind to remain in her room, and had withstood all her aunt's attempts to dissuade her. She had passed the morning in bed, between equally vain attempts to become interested in a book and to make up for the sleep she had missed during the night, and was just about giving up both in despair when the maid entered to say that Elizabeth wished to see her. Helen gave a start, for she knew that something must be wrong. When the woman entered she asked breathlessly what it was. "It's about Mr. Arthur," was the hurried reply, and Helen turned paler than ever, and clutched the bedclothing in her trembling hands. "What is it?" she cried. "Why, you know, Miss Helen," said Elizabeth, "your father wrote me to go and see him whenever I could, and I've just come from there this morning." "And how is he?" "He looked dreadful, but he had gotten up today, and he was sitting by the window when I came in. He was hardly a shadow of himself." Helen was trembling. "You have not been to see him?" asked the woman. "No," said Helen, faintly, and then she stopped. "Why not?" Elizabeth inquired anxiously. "He did not ask for me, did he?" asked the girl, scarcely able to utter the words. "No," said the woman, "but you know, everybody told me you were engaged to a rich man." And Helen started forward with a cry. "Elizabeth," she gasped, you didn't." "Yes," said the other, "I told him." And then seeing the girl's look of terror, she stopped short. Helen stared at her for fully half a minute without uttering a word, and then the woman went on, slowly, "It was very dreadful, Miss Helen, he went almost crazy, and I was so frightened that I didn't know what I should do. Please tell me what is the matter." Helen was still gazing dumbly at the woman, seeming not to have heard the last question. I can't tell you," she said, when it was repeated again, "you ought not to have told him, Elizabeth." "Miss Helen," cried the woman, anxiously, "you must do something. For I am sure that I know what is the matter. He loves you, and you must know it, too. And it will certainly kill him." Weak as he was, he rushed out of the house, and I could not find him anywhere. "Miss Helen, you must go and see him." The girl sat with the same look of helpless fright upon her face, and with her hands clenched tightly between her knees. The other went on talking hurriedly, but Helen scarcely heard anything after that. Her mind was too full of its own thoughts. It was several minutes more before she even noticed that the woman was still insisting that she must go to see Arthur. "Please leave me now," she cried wildly, "please leave me. I cannot explain anything, I want to be alone." And when the door was shut she became once more dumb and motionless, staring blankly ahead of her, a helpless victim of her own wretched thoughts. "That is the end of it," she groaned to herself. "Oh, that is the end of it. Wink dir nicht hold die hier Berg?" Chapter 8. Thou wouldst be happy. Endlessly happy. Or endlessly wretched. Helen was quite powerless to do anything whatever after that last piece of misfortune. It seemed as if she could have remained just where she was for hours, shuddering at the sight of what was happening, yet utterly helpless before it. The world was taking a very serious aspect indeed to the bright and laughing girl, who had thought of it as the home of birds and flowers, yet she knew not what to make of the change, or how she was to blame for it, and she could only sit still and tremble. She was in the same position and the same state of mind when her aunt entered the room some minutes later. Mrs. Roberts stood watching her silently, and then as Helen turned her gaze of pleading misery upon her, she came forward and sat down in a chair by the bedside, and fixed her keen eyes upon the girl. "Oh, Aunt Polly," cried Helen, "what am I to do? I am so wretched." "I have just been talking to Elizabeth," said Mrs. Roberts, with some sternness, "and she's been telling you about Arthur. Is that what is the matter with you, Helen?" "Yes," was the trembling response. "What can I do?" "Tell me, Helen, in the first place," demanded the other. "When you saw Arthur that day in the woods, what did you do? Did you make him any promises?" "No, Auntie." "Did you hold out any hopes to him? Did you say anything to him at all about love?" I told him it was impossible," said Helen, eagerly, clutching at that little crumb of comfort. "Then in heaven's name, child," cried the other in amazement, "what is the matter with you? If Arthur chooses to carry on in this fashion, why in the world should you punish yourself in this horrible way? What is the matter with you, Helen? Are you responsible to him for your marriage? I don't know which is the most absurd, the boy's behavior, or your worrying about it." "But, Auntie," stammered the girl, "he is so ill he might die." "Die, bosh," exclaimed Mrs. Roberts, "he frightened Elizabeth by his ravings. It is the most absurd nonsense, he a penniless school teacher, and the Lord only knows what besides. I only wish I'd been there to talk to him, for I don't think he'd have frightened me. What in the world do you suppose he wants, anyway? Is he mad enough to expect you to marry him?" "I don't know, Aunt Polly," said Helen, weakly. "I'd never have believed that Arthur could be capable of anything so preposterous as this behavior," vowed Mrs. Roberts, "and then to come up here and find you wearing yourself to a skeleton about it." "It isn't only that, Auntie," protested Helen, "there is so much else. I am miserable." "Yes," said the other, grimly, "I see it as well as you, and there's just about as much reason in any of it as in the matter of Arthur." Then Mrs. Roberts moved her chair nearer, and after gazing at Helen for a moment, began again. "I've been meaning to say something to you, and it might just as well be said now. For all this matter is coming to a climax, Helen, it can't go on this way very much longer, for you'll kill yourself. It's got to be settled one way or the other, once and for all." And Mrs. Roberts stopped and took a deep breath, preparing for one more struggle. Helen still gazed at her helplessly. "I'm not going to say anything more about Arthur," declared the woman. "If you choose to torment yourself about such absurdities, I can't help it. Arthur's behavior is not the least your fault, and you know it, but all the other trouble is your fault, and there's nobody else to blame. For the question is just as simple as the day, Helen, and you must see it and decide it. You've got to choose between one of two things, either to marry Mr. Harrison or to give him up, and there's no excuse for your hesitating and tormenting yourself one day longer." Then the indomitable woman set to work at her old task of conjuring up before the girl's eyes all the allurements that had so often made her heart throb. She pictured Fairview and all its luxuries, and the admiration and power that must be hers when she was mistress of it, and she mentioned every other source of pleasure that she knew would stir Helen's eager thirst. After having hammered away at that theme until she saw signs of the effect she desired, she turned to the other side of the picture. "Helen," she demanded, "is it really possible for you to think of giving up these things and going back to live in that miserable little house at Oakdale? Can you not see that you would be simply burying yourself alive? You might just as well be as ugly as those horrible Nelson girls across the way. Helen, you know you belong to a different station in life than those people. You know you have a right to some of the beautiful things in the world, and you know that after this vision of everything perfect that you have seen, you can never possibly be happy in your ignorant girlish way again. You have promised Mr. Harrison to marry him, and made him go to all the expense that he has, and you've told everybody you know, and all the world is talking about your triumph, and you've had Mr. Roberts go to all the trouble he has about your trousseau. Surely, Helen, you cannot dream of changing your mind and giving all this up. It is ridiculous to talk about it." "I don't want to give it up," protested the girl, moaning, "but, oh, I can't." "I know," exclaimed the other. "I've heard all that 1,000 times. Don't you see, Helen, that you've simply got to marry him? There is no other possibility to think of, and all of your weakness is that you don't perceive that fact, and make up your mind to it. Just see how absurd you are, to make yourself ill in this way." "But I can't help it, Auntie, indeed I can't." "You could help it if you wanted to," vowed the other. "I am quite disgusted with you. I have told you 1,000 times that this is all an imaginary terror that you are conjuring up for yourself, to ruin your health and happiness. When you have married him you will see that it's just as I tell you, and you'll laugh at yourself for feeling as you did. But it's in the meantime, Aunt Polly, it's having to think about it that frightens me." "Well, let me tell you one thing," said Mrs. Roberts, "if I found that I couldn't cure myself of such weakness as this, sooner than let it ruin my life and make everyone about me wretched, I'd settle the matter right now and forever. I'd marry him within a week, Helen." And the resolute little woman clenched her hands grimly. "Yes, I would," she exclaimed, "and if I found I hadn't strength enough to hold my resolution, I'd marry him tomorrow, and there'd be an end to it. You don't realize, Helen, how you treat Mr. Harrison," she went on, as the girl shuddered, "and how patient he is. You'd not find many men like him in that respect, my dear. For he's madly in love with you, and you treat him as coldly as if he were a stranger. I can see that, for I watch you, and I can see how it offends him. You have promised to be his wife, Helen, and yet you behave in this ridiculous way. You are making yourself ill, and you look years older every day, yet you make not the least attempt to conquer yourself." So she went on, and Helen began to feel more and more that she was doing a very great wrong indeed. Mrs. Roberts' sharp questioning finally drew from her the story of her reception of Mr. Harrison's one kiss, and Helen was made to seem quite ridiculous and even rude in her own eyes. Her aunt lectured her with such unaccustomed sternness that she was completely frightened, and came to look upon her action as the cause of all the rest of her misery. "It's precisely on that account that you still regard him as a stranger," Mrs. Roberts vowed. "Of course he makes no more advances, and you might go on forever in that way." Helen promised that the next time she was alone with Mr. Harrison she would apologize for her rudeness, and treat him in a different manner. "I wish," Mrs. Roberts went on, "that I could only make you see as plainly as I see, Helen, how very absurd your conduct is. Day by day you are filling your mind with the thought of the triumph that is to be yours, so that it takes hold of you and becomes all your life to you, and all the time you know that to possess it there is one thing which you have got to do. And instead of realizing the fact and reconciling yourself to it, you sit down and torment yourself as if you were a creature without reason or will. Can you not see that you must be wretched? Yes, I see, said Helen, weakly. You see it, but you make no effort to do anything else. You make me almost give you up in despair. You will not see that this weakness has only to be conquered once, and that then your life can be happy. But, Auntie, dear, exclaimed Helen, it is so hard. Anything in life would be hard for a person who had no more resolution than you, responded the other. Because you know nothing about the world, you fancy you are doing something very unusual and dreadful, but I assure you it's what every girl has to do when she marries in society. And there's no one of them but would laugh at your behavior. You just give Mr. Harrison up, and see how long it would be before somebody else would take him. Oh, child, how I wish I could give you a little of my energy. You would go to the life that is before you in a very different way, I promise you. For really the only way that you can have any happiness in the world is to be strong and take it, and if you once had a purpose and some determination you would feel like a different person. Make up your mind what you wish to do, Helen, and go and do it, and take hold of yourself and master yourself, and show what you are made of. Aunt Polly was quite sublime as she delivered that little exordium, and to the girl, anxious as she was for her old strength and happiness, the words were like music. They made her blood flow again, and there was a light in her eyes. Oh, Auntie, she said, I'll try to. Try, echoed the other, what comes of all your trying? You have been reveling for a week in visions of what is to be yours, and that ought surely to have been enough time for you to make up your mind, and yet every time that I find you alone, all your resolution is gone, you simply have no strength, Helen. Oh, I will have it, cried the girl, I don't mean to do this way any more, I never saw it so plainly. You see it now, because I'm talking to you, and you always do see it then. But I should think the very terror of what you have suffered would serve as a motive, and make you quite desperate. Can you not see that your very safety depends upon your taking this resolution and keeping it, and not letting go of it, no matter what happens? From what I've seen of you, Helen, I know that if you do not summon all your energies together, and fling aside every purpose but this, and act upon it now, while you feel it so keenly, you will surely fail. For anybody can withstand a temptation for a while, when his mind is made up, all the trouble is in keeping it made up for a long time. I tell you, if I found I was losing, sooner than surrender I would do anything, absolutely anything. Mrs. Roberts had many more words of that heroic kind. She was a vigorous little body, and she was quite on fire with enthusiasm just then, and with zeal for the consummation of the great triumph. Perhaps there is no occupation of men quite without its poetry, and even a society leader may attain to the sublime in her devotion to life as she sees it. Besides that, the overzealous woman was exalted to eloquence just then by a feeling that she was nearer her goal than ever before, and that she had only to spur Helen on and keep her in her present glow to clinch the matter, for the girl was very much excited indeed, and showed both by what she said and by the change in her behavior that she was determined to have an end to her own wretchedness and to conquer her shrinking from her future husband at any cost. During all the time that she was dressing, her aunt was stirring her resolution with the same appeal, so that Helen felt that she had never seen her course so clearly before, or had so much resolution to follow it. She spread out her arms and drank deep breaths of relief because she was free from her misery, and knew how to keep so, and at the same time, because she still felt tremblings of fear, she clenched her hands in grim earnestness. When she was ready to descend she was flushed and trembling with excitement, and quite full of her resolution. She won't have to go very far, Mrs. Roberts mused, for the man is madly in love with her. I want you to look as beautiful as you can, dear, she said aloud, by way of changing the subject. Besides Mr. Harrison, there'll be another visitor at lunch today. A stranger, echoed Helen. You remember, dear, when I told you of Mr. Howard I spoke of a third person who was coming, Lieutenant Maynard." "Oh, yes," said the girl, "is he here?" "Just until the late train this evening," answered the other. "He got his leave as he expected, but of course he didn't want to come while Mr. Howard was so ill." Helen remembered with a start having heard someone say that Mr. Howard was better. "Auntie," she cried, "he won't be at lunch, will he?" "I don't want to see him." "He won't, dear," was the reply. "The doctor said he could leave his room today, but it will be afterwards, when you have gone driving with Mr. Harrison." "And will he leave soon?" asked Helen, shuddering. The mention of the invalid's name had instantly brought to her mind the thought of Arthur. "He will leave tomorrow, I presume. He probably knows he has caused us trouble enough," answered Mrs. Roberts, and then reading Helen's thought, and seeing a sign upon her face of the old worry, she made haste to lead her down the stairs. Helen found Mr. Harrison in conversation with a tall, distinguished-looking man in naval uniform, to whom she was introduced by her aunt. The girl saw that the officer admired her, which was only another stimulant to her energies, so that she was at her cleverest during the meal that followed. She accepted the invitation of Mr. Harrison to go with him to Fairview during the afternoon, and after having been in her room all the morning, she was looking forward to the drive with no little pleasure, as also to the meeting with the architect whom Mr. Harrison said would be there. It seemed once as if the plan were to be interrupted, and as if her excitement and resolution were to come to naught, for a telegram arrived for Mr. Harrison, and he announced that he was called away to New York upon some business. But as it proved, this was only another circumstance to urge her on in carrying out her defiant resolution, for Mr. Harrison added that he would not have to leave until the evening, and her aunt gazed at the girl significantly, to remind her of how little time there was. Helen felt her heart give a sudden leap, and felt a disagreeable trembling seize upon her. Her animation became more feverish yet in consequence. After the luncheon, when she ran up for her hat and gloves, her aunt followed her, but Helen shook her off with a laughing assurance that everything would be all right, and then ran out into the hallway. She did not go on, however, for something that she saw caused her to spring quickly back, and turn pale. "What is it?" whispered her aunt, as Helen put her finger to her lips. "It's he," replied the girl, shuddering. "Wait." He was the unfortunate invalid, who was passing down the hallway upon the arm of Lieutenant Maynard. Helen shook her head at all her aunt's laughing protests, and could not be induced to leave the room until the two had passed on. Then she ran down, and leaving the house by another door, sprang into the carriage with Mr. Harrison and was whirled away, waving a laughing goodbye to her aunt. The fresh air and the swift motion soon completed the reaction from Helen's morning unhappiness, and as generally happened when she was much excited, her imagination carried her away in one of her wild flights of joy, so that her companion was as much lost as ever in admiration and delight. Helen told him countless stories, and made countless half-comprehended witticisms, and darted a great many mischievous glances which were comprehended much better, when they had passed within the gates of Fairview. Being on private land she felt even less need of restraint, and sang Dyke, Thier Halley, Grossich Wieder, and laughed at her own cleverness quite as much as if her companion had understood it all. After that it was a new delight to discover that work was progressing rapidly upon the trimming of the forest and the turning of the grass-grown road into a broad avenue. Likewise the hay crop was in, and the lawn plowed and raked and ready for grass seed, and the undesirable part of the old furniture carted away, all of which things Helen knew had been done according to her commands. And scarcely had all this been appreciated properly before the architect arrived. Helen was pleased with him because for one thing he was evidently very much impressed by her beauty, and for another because he entered so understandingly into all her ideas. He and the girl spent a couple of the happiest hours in discussing the details of the wonderful music room, a thing which seemed to her more full of delightful possibilities than any other in all her radiant future. It was a sort of a child's dream to her, with a fairy godmother to make it real, and her imagination ran riot in a vision of banks of flowers, and of paintings of all things that embody the joys of music, the shapes that haunt thought's wildernesses. At night the whole was to be illuminated in such a way as to give these verisimilitude, and in the daytime it would be no less beautiful, because it was to be almost all glass upon two sides. Helen was rejoiced that the architect realized the importance of the fact that a music room ought to be out of doors, and then as she made the further welcome discovery that the moon would shine into it, she vowed eagerly that there would be no lights at all in her music room at those times. Afterwards she told a funny story of how Schumann had been wont to improvise under such circumstances, until his next-door neighbor was so struck by the romance of it that he proceeded to imitate it, and to play somebody or other's technical studies whenever the moon rose, at which narrative Helen and the architect laughed very heartily, and Mr. Harrison with them, though he would not have known the difference between a technical study and the Moonlight Sonata. Altogether, Helen was about as happy as ever throughout that afternoon, though one who watched her closely might have thought there was something nervous about her animation, especially later on, when the talk with the architect was nearing its end. Helen's eyes had once or twice wandered uneasily about the room, and when finally the man rose to leave, she asked him with a sudden desperate resolution to look over the rest of the rooms and see what he thought of her suggestions. The latter expressed himself as pleased to oblige her, but he would probably have been somewhat chagrined had he known how little Helen really attended to his remarks. Her mind was in a whirl, and all that he said sounded distant and vague. Her one wish was that he might stay and give her time to think. But Helen found the uselessness of shrinking, and the time came at last when she saw to her despair that there was no more to say, and that the man must go. In a few minutes more he was actually gone, and she was left all alone in the great house with Mr. Harrison. The two went back into the dining room, where Mr. Harrison stood leaning his hand upon the table, and Helen stood in front of him, her lips trembling. Twice she made a faint attempt to speak, and then she turned and began pacing up and down the room in agitation. Mr. Harrison was watching her, seeing that there was something on her mind, and also that her emotion made her more beautiful and more disturbing to him than ever. At last Helen went and sat down upon a sofa at one side, and clenching her hands very tightly about her knees, looked up at him and said, in a faint voice, "I had something to say to you, Mr. Harrison." Then she stopped, and her eyes fell, and her breath came very hard. "What is it, dear?" asked Mr. Harrison gently. And Helen's lips trembled more than ever, and her voice sank still lower as she said, I don't know how to begin." The other was silent for a few moments more, after which he came slowly across the room and sat down beside her. "Helen," he said, "I had something to say to you also, suppose I say it first." The girl's chest was heaving painfully, and her heart throbbing violently, but she gazed into his eyes, and smiled, and answered him very well. He took one of her burning hands in his, and she made no resistance. "Helen, dear," he said, "do you remember it was nearly a week ago that we stood in this same room, and that you promised to be my wife? You were very cold to me then. I have been waiting patiently for you to change a little, not venturing to say anything for fear of offending you. But it is very hard." He had bent forward pleadingly, and his face was very close to hers, trying to read her heart. Perhaps it was well that he could not, for it would have frightened him. The moment was one of fearful suffering for Helen, though there was no sign of it, except that she was trembling like a leaf, and that her lips were white. There was just a moment of suspense, and then with a cruel effort she mastered herself and gazed up at the man, a smile forcing itself to her lips again. "What is it that you wish?" she asked. "I want you to care for me," the other said, "to love me just a little. Helen, will you?" I think so," was the reply, in a scarcely audible voice. And Mr. Harrison pressed her hand in his and bent forward eagerly. "Then I may kiss you, dear?" he asked, "you will not mind?" And Helen bowed her head and answered, "No." In this same instant, as she sank forward, the man clasped her in his arms, he pressed her upon his bosom, and covered her cheeks and forehead with his passionate, burning kisses. Helen, crushed and helpless in his grasp, felt a revulsion of feeling so sudden and so overwhelming that it was an agony to her, and she almost screamed aloud. She was choking and shuddering, and her cheeks were on fire, while in the meantime Mr. Harrison, almost beside himself with passion, pressed her tighter to him and poured out his protestations of devotion. Helen bore it until she was almost mad with the emotion that had rushed over her, and then she made a wild effort to tear herself free. Her hair was disordered, and her face red, and her whole being throbbing with shame, but he still held her in his tight embrace. "You are not angry, Helen dear?" he asked. "No," the girl gasped. "You told me that I might kiss you," he said, and she was so choking with her emotion that she could not answer a word, she could only shudder and submit to his will. And Mr. Harrison, supposing that her emotions were very different from what they were, rested her head upon his shoulder, smoothing back her tangled hair and whispering into her ear how beautiful she was beyond any dream of his, and how the present moment was the happiest of his lifetime. "I thought it would never come, dear," he said, kissing her forehead again, "you were so very cold." Helen had not yet ceased fighting the fearful battle in her own heart, and so as he looked into her eyes, she gazed up at him and forced another ghastly smile to her lips. They looked so very beautiful that Mr. Harrison kissed them again and again, and he would probably have been content to kiss them many times more, and to forget everything else in the bliss, had Helen been willing. But she felt just then that if the strain continued longer she would go mad. With a laugh that was half hysterical, she tore herself loose by main force, and sprang up, reminding the other that he had a train to catch. Mr. Harrison demurred, but the girl would hear no more, and she took him by the hand and led him to the door, still laughing, and very much flushed and excited, so that he thought she was happier than ever. It would have startled him could he have seen her as he went to call for the horses, how she staggered and clung to a pillar for support, as white as the marble she leaned against. He did not see her, however, and when the two were driving rapidly away she was as vivacious as ever. Helen had fought yet one more conflict, and her companion was not skilled enough in the study of character to perceive that it was a desperate and hysterical kind of animation. Poor Helen was facing gigantic shadows just then, and life wore its most fearful and menacing look to her. She had plunged so far in her contest that it was now a battle for life and death, and with no quarter. She had made the choice of Der Atlas, of endless joy or endless sorrow, and in her struggle to keep the joy she was becoming more and more frantic, more and more terrified at the thought of the other possibility. She knew that to fail now would mean shame and misery more overwhelming than she could bear, and so she was laughing and talking with frenzied haste, and every now and then she would stop and shudder, and then race wildly on. Like one, that on a lonesome road doth walk in fear and dread, and having once turned round walks on, and turns no more his head, because he knows a frightful fiend doth close behind him tread. And so all through the ride, because the girl's shame and fear haunted her more and more, she became more and more hysterical and more desperate, and Mr. Harrison thought that he had never seen her so brilliant, and so daring, and so inspired, nor did he have the least idea how fearfully overwrought she was, until suddenly as they came to a fork in the road he took a different one than she expected, and she clutched him wildly by the arm. "Why do you do that?" she almost screamed. "Stop." "What?" he asked in surprise. "Take this road." "Yes," exclaimed Helen. "Stop. Stop." "But it's only half a mile or so farther," said Mr. Harrison, reining up his horses, "and I thought you'd like the change." "Yes," panted Helen, with more agitation than ever. "But I can't, we'd have to go through Hilltown." The wondering look of course did not leave the other's face at that explanation. "You object to Hilltown?" he asked. "Yes," said Helen, shuddering, "it is a horrible place." "Why, I thought it was a beautiful town," laughed he. "But of course it is for you to say." Then he gazed about him to find a place to turn the carriage. "We'll have to go on a way," he said. "The road is too narrow here." "I'm sorry I didn't ask you, but I had no idea it made any difference." They continued, however, for fully a mile, and the road remained narrow, so that there was danger of upsetting in the ditch if they tried to turn. "What do you wish me to do?" Mr. Harrison asked with a smile. "The more we go on the longer it will take us if we are to go back, and I may miss my train. Is your prejudice against Hilltown so very strong, Miss Davis?" "Oh, no," Helen answered, with a ghastly smile. "Pray go on, it's of no consequence." As a matter of fact, it was of the greatest consequence, for that incident marked the turning point of the battle in Helen's heart. Her power seemed to go from her with every turn of the wheels that brought her nearer to that dreaded place, and she became more and more silent, and more conscious of the fearful fact that her wretchedness was mastering her again. It seemed to her terrified imagination as if everything was growing dark and threatening, as before the breaking of a thunderstorm. "You must indeed dislike Hilltown, Miss Davis," said her companion, smiling. "Why are you so very silent?" Helen made no reply. She scarcely heard him. In fact, so taken up was she with what was taking place in her own mind, all her thoughts then were about Arthur and what had become of him, and what he was thinking about her, and chiefest of all, because her cheeks and forehead had a fearfully conscious feeling, what he would think, could he know what she had just been doing. Thus it was that as the houses of Hilltown drew near, remorse and shame and terror were rising, and her frantic protests against them were weakening, until suddenly every emotion was lost in suspense, and the shadows of the great elm trees that arched the main street of the town closed them in. Helen knew the house where Arthur lodged, and knew that she should pass it in another minute. She could do nothing but wait and watch and tremble. The carriage rattled on, gazed at by many curious eyes, for everyone in Hilltown knew about the young beauty and the prize she had caught, but Helen saw no one, and had eyes for only one thing, the little white house where Arthur lodges. The carriage swept by and she saw no one, but she saw that the curtain of Arthur's room was drawn, and she shuddered at the thought, suppose he should be dying. Yet it was a great load off her mind to have escaped seeing him, and she was beginning to breathe again and ask herself if she still might not win the battle, when the carriage came to the end of the town, and to a sight that froze her blood. There was a tavern by the roadside, a low saloon that was the curse of the place, and she saw from the distance a figure come out of the door. Her heart gave a fearful throb, for it was a slender figure, clad in black, hatless, and with disordered hair and clothing. In a moment more, as Helen clutched the rail beside her and stared wildly, the carriage had swept on and come opposite the man, and he glanced up into Helen's eyes, and she recognized the face. In spite of all its ghastly whiteness and its sunken cheeks, it was Arthur. There was just an instant's meeting of their looks, and then the girl was whirled on, but that one glance was enough to leave her as if paralyzed. She made no sound, nor any movement, and so her companion did not even know that anything had happened until they had gone half a mile farther. Then as he chanced to glance at her he reined up his horses with a cry. "Helen," he exclaimed. "What is the matter?" The girl clutched his arm so tightly that he winced, powerful man that he was. "Take me home," she gasped. "Oh, quick, please take me home." Chapter 9. Peace. "Sit you down. And let me wring your heart, for so I shall. If it be made of penetrable stuff." Helen ran up to her room when she reached home, and shut herself in, and after that she had nothing to do but suffer. All of her excitement was gone from her then, and with it every spark of her strength. The fiends that had been pursuing her rose up and seized hold of her, and lashed her until she writhed and cried aloud in agony. She was helpless to resist them, knowing not which way to turn or what to do, completely cowed and terrified. But there was no more sinking into the dull despair that had mastered her before. The face of Arthur, as she had seen it in that one glimpse, had been burned into her memory with fire, and she could not shut it from her sight. When the fact that he had come from the tavern, and what that must mean rose before her, it was almost more than she could bear. Cry out as she might that she could not help it, that she never could have helped it, that she had nothing to do with it. Moreover, if there was any possibility of the girl's driving out that spectre, there was always another to take its place. It was not until she was alone in her room, until all her resolution was gone, and all of her delusions, that she realized the actual truth about what she had done that afternoon. It was like a nightmare to her then. She seemed always to feel the man's arms clasping her, and whenever she thought of his kisses her forehead burned her like fire, so that she flung herself down by the bedside, and buried it in the pillows. It was thus that her aunt found her when she came in to call Helen to dinner, and this time the latter's emotions were so real and so keen that there was no prevailing over them, or persuading her to anything. "I don't want to eat," she cried again and again in answer to her aunt's alarmed insistence. "No, I am not coming down. I want to be alone." "Alone? Aunt Polly, please leave me alone." "But, Helen," protested Mrs. Roberts, "won't you please tell me what is the matter? What in the world can have happened to you?" "I can't tell you," the girl cried hysterically. "I want you to go and leave me alone." And she shut the door and locked it, and then began pacing wildly up and down the room, heedless of the fact that her aunt was still standing out in the hallway. The girl was too deeply shaken just then to have any thought about appearances. She was thinking about Arthur again, and about his fearful plight. There rushed back upon her all the memories of their childhood, and of the happiness which they had known together. The thought of the broken figure which she had seen by the roadside became more fearful to her every moment. It was not that it troubled her conscience, for Helen could still argue to herself that she had done nothing to wrong her friend, that there had been nothing selfish in her attitude towards him. She had wished him to be happy. It seemed to her that it was simply a result of the cruel perversity of things that she had been trampling upon her friend's happiness in order to reach her own, and that all her struggling had only served to make things worse. The fact that it was not her fault, however, did not make the situation seem less tragic and fearful to her. It had come to such a crisis now that it drove her almost mad to think about it, yet she was completely helpless to know what to do, and as she strode up and down the room, she clasped her hands to her aching head and cried aloud in her perplexity. Then too her surging thoughts hurried on to another unhappiness, to her father, and what he would say when he learned the dreadful news. How could she explain it to him? And how could she tell him about her marriage? At the mere thought of that the other horror seized upon her again, and she sank down in a chair by the window and hid her face in her hands. "Oh, how can I have done it?" she gasped to herself. "Oh, it was so dreadful. And what am I to do now?" That last was the chief question, the one to which all others led, yet it was one to which she could find no answer. She was completely confused and helpless, and she exclaimed aloud again and again, "Oh, if I could only find someone to tell me. I do not know how I can keep Arthur from behaving in that dreadful way, and I know that I cannot ever marry Mr. Harrison." The more she tortured herself with these problems, the more agitated she became. She sat there at the window, clutching the sill in her hands and staring out, seeing nothing, and knowing only that the time was flying, and that her anxiety was building itself up and becoming an agony which she could not bear. "Oh, what am I to do?" she groaned again and again, and she passed hours asking herself the fearful question. The twilight had closed about her, and the moon had risen behind the distant hills. So oblivious to all things about her was she, that she failed at first to notice something else, something which would ordinarily have attracted her attention at once, a sound of music which came to her from somewhere near. It was the melody of Grieg's and Den Frühling played upon a violin, and it had stolen into Helen's heart and become part of her own stormy emotion before she had even thought of what it was or whence it came. The little piece is the very soul of the springtime passion, and to the girl it was the very utterance of all her yearning, lifting her heart in a great throbbing prayer. When it had died away her hands were clenched very tightly, and her breath was coming fast. She remained thus for a minute, forgetful of everything, then at last she found herself thinking it must be Mr. Howard, and waiting to see if he would play again. But he did not do so, and Helen sat in silence for a long time, her thoughts turned to him. She found herself whispering, "So he is a wonderful musician after all, and noticing that the memory of his wan face frightened her no longer, it seemed just then that there could be no one in the world more wretched than herself. She was only wishing that he would begin again, for that utterance of her grief had seemed like a victory, and now in the silence she was sinking back into her despair. The more she waited, the more impatient she grew, until suddenly she rose from her seat. "He might play again if I asked him," she said to herself. "He would if he knew I was unhappy. I wonder where he can be." Helen's window was in the front of the house, opening upon a broad lawn whose walks were marked in the moonlight by the high shrubbery that lined them. Some distance beyond, down one of the paths, were two summer houses, and it seemed to her that the music had come from one of them, probably the far one, for it had sounded very soft. No sooner had the thought come to her than she turned and went quietly to the door. She ran quickly down the steps, and seeing her aunt and Mr. Roberts upon the piazza, she turned and passed out by one of the side doors. Helen had yielded to a sudden impulse in doing thus, drawn by her yearning for the music. When she thought about it as she walked on, it seemed to her a foolish idea, for the man could not possibly know of her trouble, and moreover was probably with his friend the lieutenant. But she did not stop even then, for her heart's hunger still drove her on, and she thought, "I'll see, and perhaps he will play again without my asking. I can sit in the near summer house and wait." She went swiftly on with that purpose in mind, not going upon the path, because she would have been in the full moonlight, and in sight of the two upon the piazza. She passed silently along by the high hedge, concealed in its shadows, and her footsteps deadened by the grass. She was as quiet as possible, wishing to be in the summer house without anyone's knowing it. And she had come very close to it indeed, within a few yards, when suddenly she stopped short with an inward exclamation. The silence of the twilight had been broken by a voice, one that seemed almost beside her, and that startled her with the realization of the mistake she had made. The two men were themselves in the house to which she had been going. It was Mr. Howard's voice which she heard. He was speaking very low, almost in a whisper, yet Helen was near enough to hear every word that he uttered. "Most people would think it simply a happy and beautiful piece of music," he said. "Most people think that of the springtime, but when a man has lived as I, he may find that the springtime too is a great labor and a great suffering. He does not forget that for the thousands of creatures that win the great fight and come forth rejoicing, there are thousands and tens of thousands that go down, and have their might of life crushed out, and find the law very stern indeed. Even those that win do it by a fearful effort, and cannot keep their beauty long, so that the springtime passion takes on a kind of desperate intensity when one thinks of it." The voice ceased again for a moment, and Helen stood gazing about her. The words were not without a dimly felt meaning to her just then, and the tone of the man's voice seemed like the music she had heard him play. She would have liked to stay and listen, though she knew that she had no right to. She was certain that she had not been seen, because the little house was thickly wrapped about with eglantine, and she stood, uncertain as to whether she ought to steal back or go out and join the two men. In the meantime the voice began again. "It gives a man a new feeling of the preciousness of life to know keenly what it means to fail, to be like a tiny spark, struggling to maintain itself in the darkness, and finding that all it can do is not sufficient, and that it is sinking back into nothingness forever. I think that is the meaning of the wild and startled look that the creatures of the forest wear, and it is a very tragic thing indeed to realize, and makes one full of mercy. If he knows his own heart he can read the same thing in the faces of men, and he no longer even laughs at their pride and their greediness, but sees them quite infinitely wretched and pitiable. I do not speak merely of the poor and hopeless people, the hunted creatures of society, for this terror is not merely physical. It is the same imperative of life that makes conscience, and so every man knows it who has made himself a slave to his body, and sees the soul within him helpless and sinking, and every man who has sinned and sees his evil stamped upon the face of things outside him, in shapes of terror that must be forever. Strange as it may seem, I think the man who lives most rightly, the man of genius, knows the feeling most of all, because his conscience is the quickest. It is his task to live from his own heart, to take the power that is within him and wrestle with it, and build new universes from it, to be a pioneer of the soul, so to speak, and to go where no man has ever been before, and yet all his victory is nothing to him, because he knows so well what he might have done. Every time that he shrinks, as he must shrink, from what is so hard and so high in his own vision, he knows that yet another glory is lost forever, and so it comes that he stands very near indeed to the tears of things. Mr. Howard stopped again, and Helen found herself leaning forward and wondering. I know more about those tears than most people, the man went on slowly, after a long pause, for I have had to build my own life in that way. I know best of all the failure, for that has been my lot. When you and I knew each other, I was very strong in my own heart, and I could always find what joy and power I needed for the living of my life, but there have come to me since, in the years that I have dwelt all alone with my great trial, times when I think that I have stood face to face with this thing that we speak of, this naked tragedy and terror of existence. There have been times when all the yearning and all the prayer that I had could not save me, when I have known that I had not an ounce of resource left, and have sat and watched the impulse of my soul die within me, and all my strength go from me, and seen myself with fearful plainness as a spark of yearning, a living thing in all its pitifulness and hunger, helpless and walled up in darkness. To feel that is to be very near indeed to the losing creatures and their sorrow, and the memory of one such time is enough to keep a man merciful forever. For it is really the deepest fact about life that a man can know, how it is so hazardous and so precious, how it keeps its head above the great ocean of the infinite only by all the force it can exert. It happens sometimes that a man does not discover that truth until it is too late, and then he finds life very cruel and savage indeed, I can tell you. Mr. Howard stopped, and Helen drew a deep breath. She had been trembling slightly as she stood listening, then as he spoke again, her heart gave a violent throb. Some day, he said, this girl that we were talking about will have to come to that part of her life's journey. It is a very sad thing to know. She will understand her sonata better, said the officer. No, was the reply, I wish I could think even that. I know how sorrow affects a person whose heart is true, how it draws him close to the great heart of life, and teaches him its sacredness, and sends him forth merciful and humble. But selfish misery and selfish fear are no less ugly than selfish happiness. A person who suffers ignobly becomes only disgusted and disagreeable, and more selfish than ever. But let us not talk any more about Miss Davis, for it is not a pleasant subject. To a man who seeks as I do to keep his heart full of worship, the very air of this place is stifling, with its idleness and pride. It gives the lie to all my faith about life, and I have only to go back into my solitude and forget it as soon as I can. That ought not to be a difficult thing to do, said the officer. It is for me, the other answered, it haunts my thoughts all the time. He paused for a while, and then he added, I happened to think of something I came across this morning, in a collection of French verse I was reading. William, did you ever read anything of Auguste Boileau? The other answered in the negative. He has some qualities that are very rare in French poetry, went on Mr. Howard. He makes one think of Wordsworth. I happened to read a homely little ballad of his, a story of some of that tragedy of things that we spoke of. One could name hundreds of such poems quite as good, I suppose, but this happened to be the one I came across, and I could not help thinking of Miss Davis and wondering if she were really so cold and so hard that she could have heard the story without shuddering. For it really shook me very much. What is it? The other asked. I can tell you the story in a few words, said Mr. Howard. To me it was one of those flashes of beauty that frighten one and haunt him long afterwards, and I do not quite like to think about it again. The speaker's voice dropped, and the girl involuntarily crept a little nearer to hear him. There was a tree in front of her, and she leaned against it, breathing very hard, though making no sound. The ballad is called Jacques the Mason, said Mr. Howard. There are 3 little pictures in it. In the first of them you see 2 men setting off to their work together, one of them bidding his wife and children goodbye, and promising to return with his friend for an evening's feast. because the great building is to be finished. Then you see them at work, swarming upon the structure and rejoicing in their success, and then you hear the shouts of the crowd as the scaffolding breaks, and see those two men hanging over the abyss, clinging to a little plank. It is not strong enough to hold them both, and it is cracking, and that means a fearful death. They try to cling to the stones of the building and cannot, and so there comes one of those fearful moments that makes a man's heart break to think of. Then in the fearful silence you hear one of the men whisper that he has 3 children and a wife, and you see the other gaze at him an instant with terror in his eyes, and then let go his hold and shoot down to the street below. And that is all of the story. Mr. Howard stopped, and there followed a long silence. Afterwards he went on, his voice trembling, "That is all," he said, "except of course that the man was killed. And I can think of nothing but that body hurled down through the air, and the crushed figure and the writhing limbs. I fancy the epic grandeur of soul of that poor ignorant laborer, and the glory that must have flamed up in his heart at that great instant, so I find it a dreadful poem, and wonder if it would not frighten that careless girl to read it." Mr. Howard stopped again, and the officer asked if the story were true. "I do not know that," answered the other, "nor do I care. It is enough to know that every day men are called upon to face the shuddering reality of existence in some such form as that. And the question which it brought to my heart is, if it came to me, as terrible as that, and as sudden and implacable, would I show myself the man or the dastard? And that filled me with a fearful awe and humility, and a guilty wonder whether somewhere in the world there might not be a wall from which I should be throwing myself, instead of nursing my illness as I do, and being content to read about greatness. And oh, I tell you, when I think of such things as that, and see the pride and worthlessness of this thing that men call high life, it seemed to me no longer heedless folly, but dastardly and fiendish crime, so that one can only bury his face in his hands and sob to know of it. And William, the more I realized it, the more unbearable it seemed to me that this glorious girl with all her God-given beauty, should be plunging herself into a stream so foul. I felt as if it were cowardice of mine that I did not take her by the hand and try to make her see what madness she was doing. "Why do you not?" asked the lieutenant. "I think I should have, in my more quixotic days," replied the other, sadly, "and perhaps some day I may find myself in a kind of high life where royal sincerity is understood. But in this world even an idealist has to keep a sense of humor, unless he happens to be dowered with an Isaiah's rage." Mr. Howard paused for a moment and laughed slightly, then, however, he went on more earnestly, "Yet, as I think of it, I know that I could frighten her. I think that if I should tell her of some of the days and nights that I have spent in tossing upon a bed of fire, she might find the cup of her selfishness a trifle less pleasant to drink. It is something that I have noticed with people, that they may be coarse or shallow enough to laugh at virtue and earnestness, but there are very few who do not bow their heads before suffering. For that is something physical, and they may harden their conscience if they please, but from the possibility of bodily pain they know that they can never be safe, and they seem to know that a man who has walked with that demon has laid his hand upon the grim reality of things, before which their shams and vanities shrink into nothingness. The sight of it is always a kind of warning of the seriousness of life, and so even when people feel no sympathy, they cannot but feel fear. I saw for instance, that the first time this girl saw me she turned pale, and she would not come anywhere near me." As the speaker paused again, Lieutenant Maynard said, very quietly, "I should think that would be a hard cross to bear, David." "No," said Mr. Howard, with a slight smile, "I had not that thought in my mind. I have seen too much of the reality of life to trouble myself or the world with vanity of that very crude kind. I can sometimes imagine myself being proud of my serenity, but that is one step beyond at any rate. A man who lives in his soul very seldom thinks of himself in an external way. When I look in the glass it is generally to think how strange it is that this form of mine should be that which represents me to men, and I cannot find anything they might really learn about me, except the one physical fact of suffering." "They can certainly not fail to learn that," said the other. "Yes," replied Mr. Howard sadly, "I know, if any man does, what it is to earn one's life by suffering and labor. That is why I have so mastering a sense of life's preciousness, and why I cannot reconcile myself to this dreadful fact of wealth. It is the same thing, too, that makes me feel so keenly about this girl and her beauty, and keeps her in my thoughts. I don't think I could tell you how the sight of her affected me, unless you knew how I have lived all these lonely years. For I have had no friends and no strength for any of the world's work, and all my battle has been with my own soul, to be brave and to keep my self-command through all my trials. I think my illness has acted as a kind of nervous stimulus upon me, as if it were only by laboring to dwell upon the heights of my being night and day that I could have strength to stand against despair. The result is that I have lived for days in a kind of frenzy of effort, with all my faculties at white heat, and it has always been the artist's life, it has always been beauty that brought me the joy that I needed, and given me the strength to go on. Beauty is the sign of victory, and the prize of it, in this heart's battle. The more I have suffered and labored, the more keenly I have come to feel that, until the commonest flower has a song for me. And William, the time I saw this girl, she wore a rose in her hair, but she was so perfect that I scarcely saw the flower. There is that in a man's heart which makes it that to him the fairest and most sacred of God's creatures must always be the maiden. When I was young, I walked about the earth half drunk with a dream of love, and even now, when I am twice as old as my years, and burnt out and dying, I could not but start when I saw this girl. For I fancied that she must carry about in that maiden's heart of hers some high notion of what she meant in the world, and what was due to her. When a man gazes upon beauty such as hers, there is a feeling that comes to him that is quite unutterable, a feeling born of all the weakness and failure and sin of his lifetime. For every true man's life is a failure, and this is the vision that he sought with so much pain, the thing that might have been, had he kept the faith with his own genius. It is so that beauty is the conscience of the artist, and that there must always be something painful and terrible about high perfection. It was that way that I felt when I saw this girl's face, and I dreamt my old dream of the sweetness and glory of a maiden's heart. I thought of its spotlessness and of its royal scorn of baseness, and I tell you, William, if I had found it thus I could have been content to worship and not even ask that the girl look at me. For a man, when he has lived as I have lived, can feel towards anything more perfect than himself a quite wonderful kind of humility. I know that all the trouble with my helpless struggling is that I must be everything to myself, and cannot find anything to love, and so be at peace. That was the way I felt when I saw this Miss Davis, all that agitation and all that yearning, and was it not enough to make a man mock at himself, to learn the real truth? I was glad that it did not happen to me when I was young and dependent upon things about me. Is it not easy to imagine how a young man might make such a woman the dream of his life, how he might lay all his prayer at her feet, and how, when he learned of her fearful baseness, it might make of him a mocking libertine for the rest of his days? "You think it baseness?" asked Lieutenant Maynard. I tried to persuade myself at first that it must be only blindness. I wondered to myself, can she not see the difference between the life of these people about her and the music and poetry her aunt tells me she loves? I never waste any of my worry upon the old and hardened of these vulgar and worldly people. It is enough for me to know why the women are dull and full of gossip, and to know how much depth there is in the pride and in the wisdom of the men. But it was very hard for me to give up my dream of the girl's purity. I remember I thought of Heine's "Thou art as a flower," and my heart was full of prayer. I wondered if it might not be possible to tell her that one cannot combine music and a social career, and that one cannot really buy happiness with sin. I thought that perhaps she might be grateful for the warning that in cutting herself off from the great deepening experience of woman she was consigning herself to stagnation and wretchedness from which no money could ever purchase her ransom. I thought that possibly she did not see that this man knew nothing of her preciousness and had no high thoughts about her beauty. That was the way I argued with myself about her innocence, and you may fancy the kind of laughter that came over me at the truth. It is a ghastly thing, William, the utter hardness, the grim and determined worldliness, of this girl. For she knew very well what she was doing, and all the ignorance was on my part. She had no care about anything in the world until that man came in, and the short half-hour that I watched them was enough to tell her that her life's happiness was won. But only think of her, William, with all her God-given beauty, allowing herself to be kissed by him. Try to fancy what new kind of fiendishness must lie in her heart. I remember that she is to marry him because he pays her millions, and the word prostitution keeps haunting my memory. When I try to define it, I find that the millions do not alter it in the least. That is a very cruel thought, a thought that drives away everything but the prayer, and I sit and wonder what fearful punishment the hand of fate will deal out for such a thing as that, what hatefulness it will stamp upon her for a sign to men. And then, because the perfect face still haunts my memory, I have a very Christ-like feeling indeed, that I could truly die to save that girl from such a horror. There was another long silence, and then suddenly, Mr. Howard rose from his seat. "William," he said in a different voice, "it is all useless, so why should we talk so? The girl has to live her own life and learn these things for herself. And in the meantime, perhaps I am letting myself be too much moved by her beauty, for there are many people in the world who are not beautiful, but who suffer things they do not deserve to suffer, and who really deserve our sympathy and help." "I fancy you'd not be much thanked for it in this case," said the other, with a dry laugh. Mr. Howard stood for some moments in silence, and then turned away to end the conversation. "I fear," he said, "that I have kept you more than I have any right to. Let us go back to the house. It is not very polite to our hostess to stay so long." "It must be nearly time for my train, anyhow," said the officer, and a moment later the two had passed out of the summer house and up the path, Lieutenant Maynard carrying Mr. Howard's violin case in his hand. The two did not see Helen as they passed her. The reason was that Helen was stretched out upon the ground by the side of the hedge. It was not that she was hiding, she had no thought of that, it was because she had been struck there by the scathing words that she had heard. Some of them were so bitter that they could only have filled her with rage had she not known that they were true, and had she not been awed by what she had learned of this man's heart. She could feel only terror and fiery shame, and the cruel words had beaten her down, first upon her knees, and then upon her face, and they lashed her like whips of flame and tore into her flesh and made her writhe. She dared not cry out, or even sob, she could only dig into the ground with her quivering fingers, and lie there, shuddering in a fearful way. Long after the two men were gone her cruel punishment still continued, for she still seemed to hear his words, seared into her memory with fire as they had been. What Mr. Howard had said had come like a flash of lightning in the darkness to show her actions as they really were. The last fearful sentences which she had heard had set all her being aflame, and the thought of Mr. Harrison's embraces filled her now with a perfect spasm of shame and loathing. "I sold myself to him for money," she panted. "Oh, God, for money." But then suddenly she raised herself up and stared about her, crying out, half hysterically, "No, no, it is not true. It is not true. I could never have done it, I should have gone mad." And a moment later Helen had staggered to her feet. "I must tell him," she gasped. "He must not think so of me." Mr. Howard had come to her as a vision from a higher world, making all that she had known and admired seem hideous and base, and her one thought just then was of him. "He will still scorn me," she thought, "but I must tell him I really did suffer." And heedless of the fact that her hair was loose about her shoulders and her dress wet with the dew of the grass, the girl ran swiftly up the lawn towards the house, whispering again and again, "I must tell him." It was only a minute more before she was near the piazza, and could see the people upon it as they stood in the lighted doorway. Mr. Howard was one of them, and Helen would have rushed blindly up to speak to him, had it not been that another thought came to her to stop her. Suppose he should know of Arthur, she muttered, clenching her hands until the nails cut her flesh. "Oh, what would he think then? And what could I tell him?" And she shrank back into the darkness, like a black and guilty thing. She crept around the side of the house and entered by another door, stealing into one of the darkened parlors, where she flung herself down upon a sofa and lay trembling before that new terror. When a few minutes had passed and she heard a carriage outside, she sprang up wildly, with the thought that he might be going. She had run halfway to the door before she recollected that the carriage must be for the lieutenant, and then she stopped and stood still in the darkness, twisting her hands together nervously and asking herself what she could do. It occurred to her that she could look down the piazza from the window of the room, and so she went swiftly to it. The officer was just descending to the carriage, Mr. Roberts with him, and her aunt and Mr. Howard standing at the top of the steps, the latter's figure clearly outlined in the moonlight. Helen's heart was so full of despair and yearning just then that she could have rushed out and flung herself at his feet, had he been alone, but she felt a new kind of shrinking from her aunt. She stood hesitating, therefore, muttering to herself, "I must let him know about it somehow, and he will tell me what to do. Oh, I must. And I must tell him now, before it is too late." She stood by the window, panting and almost choking with her emotion, kneading her hands one upon the other in frenzied agitation, and then she heard Mr. Howard say to her aunt, "I shall have to ask you to excuse me now, for I must not forget that I am an invalid." And Helen clutched her burning temples, seeing him turn to enter the house, and seeing that her chance was going. She glanced around her, almost desperate, and then suddenly her heart gave a great leap, for just beside her was something that had brought one resource to her mind. She had seen the piano in the dim light, and had thought suddenly of the song that Mr. Howard had mentioned. He will remember, she thought swiftly, as she ran to the instrument and sat down before it. With a strength born of her desperation she mastered the quivering of her hands, and catching her breath, began in a weak and trembling voice the melody of Rubinstein. "Thou art as a flower. So pure and fair thou art. I gaze on thee, and sorrow doth steal into my heart. I would lay my hands upon thee, upon thy snowy brow, and pray that God might keep thee so pure and fair as now." Helen did not know how she was singing, she thought only of telling her yearning and her pain. She was so choked with emotion that she could scarcely utter a sound at all, and the song must have startled those who heard it. It was laden with all the tears that had been gathering in Helen's heart for days. She did not finish the song, she was thinking, will he understand? She stopped suddenly as she saw a shadow upon the porch outside, telling her that Mr. Howard had come nearer. There was a minute or so of breathless suspense, and then, as the shadow began to draw slowly backwards, Helen clenched her hands convulsively, whispering to herself, "He will think it was only an accident. Oh, what can I do?" There are some people all of whose emotions take the form of music. There came into Helen's mind at that instant a melody that was the very soul of her agitation and her longing. MacDowell's "To a Water Lily." The girl thought of what Mr. Howard had said about the feeling that comes to suffering mortals at the sight of something perfect and serene, and she began playing the little piece, very softly, and with trembling hands. It is quite wonderful music, to Helen with her heart full of grief and despair. The chords that floated so cold and white and high were almost too much to be borne. She played desperately on, however, because she saw that Mr. Howard had stopped again, and she did not believe that he could fail to understand that music. So she continued until she came to the pleading song of the swan. The music is written to a poem of Gibel's which tells of the snow-white lily, and of the bird which wonders at its beauty, afterwards, because there is nothing in all nature more cold and unapproachable than a water lily, and because one might sing to it all day and never fancy that it heard him, the first melody rises again, as keen and as high as ever, and one knows that his yearning is in vain, and that there is nothing for him but his old despair. When Helen came to that she could go no farther, for her wretchedness had been heaping itself up, and her heart was bursting. Her fingers gave way as she struck the keys, and she sank down and hid her face in her arms, and broke into wild and passionate sobbing. She was almost choking with her pent-up emotions, so shaken that she was no longer conscious of what went on about her. She did not hear Mr. Howard's voice, as he entered, and she did not even hear the frightened exclamations of her aunt, until the latter had flung her arms about her. Then she sprang up and tore herself loose by main force, rushing upstairs and locking herself in her own room, where she flung herself down upon the bed and wept until she could weep no more, in the meantime not even hearing her aunt's voice from the hallway, and altogether unconscious of the flight of time. When she sat up and brushed away her tangled hair and gazed about her, everything in the house was silent. She herself was exhausted, but she rose, and after pacing up and down the room a few minutes, seated herself at the writing desk, and in spite of her trembling fingers, wrote a short note to Mr. Gerald Harrison. Then with a deep breath of relief, she rose, and going to the window knelt down in front of it and gazed out. The moon was high in the sky by that time, and the landscape about her was flooded with its light. Everything was so calm and still that the girl held her breath as she watched it, but suddenly she gave a start, for she heard the sound of a violin again, so very faint that she at first thought she was deluding herself. As she listened, however, she heard it more plainly, and then she realized in a flash that Mr. Howard must have heard her long-continued sobbing, and that he was playing something for her. It was Schumann's Traumerei, and as the girl knelt there her soul was borne away upon the wings of that heavenly melody, and there welled up in her heart a new and very different emotion from any that she had ever known before. It was born, half of the music, and half of the calm and the stillness of the night, that wonderful peace which may come to mortals either in victory or defeat, when they give up their weakness and their fear, and become aware of the infinite presence. When the melody had died away, and Helen rose, there was a new light in her eyes, and a new beauty upon her countenance, and she knew that her soul was right at last. Chapter X. Our acts are angels are, or good or ill. Are fatal shadows that walk by us still. Naturally there was considerable agitation in the Roberts family on account of Helen's strange behavior. Early the next morning Mrs. Roberts was at her niece's door, trying to gain admittance. This time she did not have to knock but once, and when she entered she was surprised to see that Helen was already up and dressing. She had been expecting to find the girl more prostrate than ever, and so the discovery was a great relief to her. She stood gazing at her anxiously. "Helen, dear," she said, "I scarcely know how to begin to talk to you about your extraordinary—" "I wish," interrupted Helen, "that you would not begin to talk to me about it at all." "But you must explain to me what in the world is the matter," protested the other. "I cannot possibly explain to you," was the abrupt reply. Helen's voice was firm, and there was a determined look upon her face, a look which quite took her aunt by surprise. "But, my dear girl," she began once more. "Aunt Polly," said the other, interrupting her again, "I wish instead of talking about it you would listen to what I have to say for a few moments. For I have made up my mind just what I am going to do, and I am going to take the reins in my own hands and not do any arguing or explaining to anyone. And there is no use of asking me a word about what has happened, for I could not hope to make you understand me, and I do not mean to try." As Helen uttered those words she fixed her eyes upon her aunt with an unflinching gaze, with the result that Mrs. Roberts was quite too much taken aback to find a word to say. Without waiting for anything more Helen turned to the table. "Here is a letter," she said, "which I have written to Mr. Harrison. You know his address in New York, I suppose." "His address," stammered the other, "why, yes, of course. But what in the world—" "I wish this letter delivered to him at once, Aunt Polly," Helen continued. "It is of the utmost importance, and I want you to do me the favor to send someone into the city with it by the next train." "But, Helen, dear—" "Now please do not ask me anything about it," went on the girl, impatiently. "I have told you that you must let me manage this affair myself. If you will not send it I shall simply have to get someone to take it. He must have it, and have it at once. Will it not do to mail it, Helen?" "No, because I wish him to get it this morning." And Helen put the letter into her aunt's hands, while the latter gazed helplessly, first at it, and then at the girl. There is an essay of Bacon's in which is set forth the truth that you can bewilder and master anyone if you are only sufficiently bold and rapid. Mrs. Roberts was so used to managing everything and being looked up to by everyone that Helen's present mood left her quite dazed. Nor did the girl give her any time to recover her presence of mind. "There is only one thing more," she said. "I want you to have breakfast as soon as you can, and then to let me have a carriage at once." "A carriage?" echoed the other. "Yes, Aunt Polly, I wish to drive over to Hilltown immediately." "To Hilltown?" gasped Aunt Polly with yet greater consternation, and showing signs of resistance at last. "Pray what?" But Helen only came again to the attack, with yet more audacity and confidence. "Yes," she said, "to Hilltown. I mean to go to see Arthur." For answer to that last statement, poor Mrs. Roberts had simply no words whatever. She could only gaze, and in the meantime, Helen was going calmly on with her dressing, as if the matter were settled. "Will Mr. Howard be down to breakfast?" she asked. "As he is going away today, I presume he will be down," was the reply, after which Helen quickly completed her toilet, her aunt standing by and watching her in the meantime. "Helen, dear," she asked at last, after having recovered her faculties a trifle, "do you really mean that you will not explain to me a thing of what has happened, or of what you are doing?" "There is so much, Aunt Polly, that I cannot possibly explain it now. I have too much else to think of. You must simply let me go my way, and I will tell you afterwards." "But, Helen, is that the right way to treat me? Is it nothing to you, all the interest that I have taken in this and all that I have done for you, that you should think so little of my advice?" "I do not need any advice now," was the answer. "Aunt Polly, I see exactly what I should do, and I do not mean to stop a minute for anything else until I have done it. If it seems unkind, I am very sorry, but in the meantime it must be done." And while she was saying the words, Helen was putting on her hat, then taking up her parasol and gloves she turned towards her aunt. "I am ready now," she said, "and please let me have breakfast just as soon as you can." The girl was so much preoccupied with her own thoughts and purposes that she scarcely even heard what her aunt said. She went down into the garden where she could be alone, and paced up and down impatiently until she heard the bell. Then she went up into the dining room, where she found her aunt and uncle in conversation with Mr. Howard. Helen had long been preparing herself to meet him, but she could not keep her cheeks from flushing or keep from lowering her eyes. She bit her lips together, however, and forced herself to look at him, saying very resolutely, "Mr. Howard, I have to drive over to Hilltown after breakfast, and I wish very much to talk to you about something. Would you like to drive with me?" "Very much indeed," said he, quietly, after which Helen said not a word more. She saw that her aunt and uncle were gazing at her and at each other in silent wonder, but she paid no attention to it. After eating a few hurried mouthfuls she excused herself, and rose and went outside, where she saw the driving cart which had been bought for her use, waiting for her. It was not much longer before Mr. Howard was ready, for he saw her agitation. "It is rather a strange hour to start upon a drive," she said to him, "but I have real cause for hurrying. I will explain about it." And then she stopped, as her aunt came out to join them. It was only a moment more before Mr. Howard had excused himself, and the two were in the wagon, Helen taking the reins. She waved a farewell to her aunt and then started the horse, and they were whirled swiftly away down the road. All the morning Helen's mind had been filled with things that she wished to say to Mr. Howard. But now all her resolution seemed to have left her, and she was trembling very much, and staring straight ahead, busying herself with guiding the horse. When they were out upon the main road where they might go as fast as they pleased without that necessity, she swallowed the lump in her throat and made one or two nervous attempts to speak. Mr. Howard in the meantime had been gazing in front of him thoughtfully. "Miss Davis," he said suddenly, turning his eyes upon her, "may I ask you a question?" "Yes," said Helen faintly. "You heard all that I said about you last night?" And Helen turned very red and looked away. Yes, I heard it all, she said, and then there was a long silence. It was broken by the man, who began in a low voice, I scarcely know how, Miss Davis, I can apologize to you. And then he stopped short, for the girl had turned her glance upon him, wonderingly. Apologize, she said, she had never once thought of that view of it, and the word took her by surprise. Yes, said Mr. Howard, I said so many hard and cruel things that I cannot bear to think of them. Helen still kept her eyes fixed upon him, as she said, Did you say anything that was not true, Mr. Howard? The man hesitated a moment, and then he answered, I said many things that I had no right to say to you. That is not it, said Helen simply. Did you say anything that was not true? Again Mr. Howard paused. I am quite sure that I did, he said at last. Most of what I said I feel to have been untrue since I have seen how it affected you. Because it made me so ashamed, said Helen. And then some of the thoughts that possessed her forced their way out, and she hurried on impetuously, that was the first thing I wanted to tell you. It is really true that you were wrong, for I am not hard-hearted at all. It was something that people were making me do, and all the time I was wretched. It was dreadful, I know, but I was tempted, because I do love beautiful things. And it was all so sudden, and I could not realize it, and I had nobody to advise me, for none of the people I meet would think it was wrong. You must talk to me and help me, because I've got to be very strong, my aunt will be angry, and when I get back perhaps Mr. Harrison will be there, and I shall have to tell him. Then the girl stopped, out of breath and trembling with excitement. Mr. Howard turned abruptly and fixed his dark eyes upon her. Tell him, he said. Tell him what? That I shall not marry him, of course, answered Helen. The other gave a start, but she was so eager that she did not even notice it. I could not lose a minute, she said. For it was so very dreadful, you know. And you really mean not to marry him? Asked the other. Mean it? Echoed the girl, opening her eyes very wide. Why, how in the world could you suppose? And then she stopped short, and laughed nervously. Of course, she said, I forgot, you might suppose anything. But, oh, if I could tell you how I have suffered, Mr. Howard, you would understand that I could never have such a thought again in the world. Please do understand me, for if I had really been so base I should not come to you as I do after what I heard. I cannot tell you how dreadfully I suffered while I was listening, but after I had cried so much about it, I felt better, and it seemed to me that it was the best thing that could have happened to me, just to see my actions as they seemed to someone else, to someone who was good. I saw all at once the truth of what I was doing, and it was agony to me to know that you thought so of me. That was why I could not rest last night until I had told you that I was really unhappy, for it was something that I was unhappy, wasn't it, Mr. Howard? Yes, said the other, it was very much indeed. And oh, I want you to know the truth, Helen went on swiftly. Perhaps it is just egotism on my part, and I have really no right to tell you all about myself in this way, and perhaps you will scorn me when you come to know the whole truth. But I cannot help telling you about it, so that you may advise me what to do. I was all helpless and lost, and what you said came last night like a wonderful light. And I don't care what you think about me if you will only tell me the real truth, in just the same way that you did, for I realized afterwards that it was that which had helped me so. It was the first time in my life that it had ever happened to me. When you meet people in the world, they only say things that they know will please you, and that does you no good. I never realized before how a person might go through the world and really never meet with another heart in all his life, and that one can be fearfully lonely, even in a parlor full of people. Did you ever think of that, Mr. Howard? Mr. Howard had fixed his keen eyes upon the girl as she went breathlessly on. She was very pale, and the sorrow through which she had passed had left. I have been so cold and wicked, that you will soon scorn me altogether. I do not think that is possible, said her companion, gently, as he saw the girl choking back a sob. "Well, listen then," Helen began, but then she stopped again. "Do you wish me to tell you?" she asked. "Do you care anything about it at all, or does it seem?" "I care very much about it, indeed," the other answered. "However dreadful it may seem," said Helen. "Oh, please know that while I have been doing it, it has made me utterly wretched, and that I am so frightened now that I can scarcely talk to you, and that if there is anything that I can do, oh, absolutely anything, I will do it." Then the girl bit her lips together and went on with desperate haste, "It's what you said about what would happen if there were someone else to love me, and to see how very bad I was." "There is some such person?" asked the man, in a low voice. "Yes," said she. "It is someone I have known as long as I can remember. And he loves me very much indeed, I think, and while I was letting myself be tempted in this way he was very sick, and because I knew I was so bad I did not dare go near him, and yesterday when he heard I was going to marry this man, it almost killed him, and I do not know what to fear now." Then, punishing herself very bravely and swallowing all her bitter shame, Helen went on to tell Mr. Howard of Arthur, and of her friendship with him, and of how long he had waited for her. She narrated in a few words how he had left her, and then how she had seen him upon the road. Afterwards she stopped and sat very still, trembling, and with her eyes lowered, quite forgetting that she was driving. "Miss Davis," said the other, gently, seeing how she was suffering, "if you wish my advice about this, I should not worry myself too much. It is better, I find in my own soul's life, to save most of the time that one spends upon remorse, and devote it to action." "To action?" asked Helen. "Yes," said the other. "You have been very thoughtless, but you may hope that nothing irrevocable has happened, and when you have seen your friend and told him the truth just as you have told it to me, I fancy it will bring him joy enough to compensate him for what he has suffered." "That was what I meant to do," the girl went on. "But I have been terrified by all sorts of fancies, and when I remember how much pain I caused him, I scarcely dare think of speaking to him. When I saw him by the roadside, Mr. Howard, he seemed to me to look exactly like you, there was such dreadful suffering written in his face." "A man who lives as you have told me your friend has lived," said the other, "has usually a very great power of suffering. Such a man builds for himself an ideal which gives him all his joy and his power, and makes his life a very glorious thing, but when anything happens to destroy his vision or to keep him from seeking it, he suffers with the same intensity that he rejoiced before. The great hunger that was once the source of his power only tears him to pieces then, as steam wrecks a broken engine." "It's very dreadful," Helen said, "how thoughtless I was all along. I only knew that he loved me very much, and that it was a vexation to me." Mr. Howard glanced at her. "You do not love him?" he asked. "No," said Helen, quickly. "If I had loved him, I could never have had a thought of all these other things. But I had no wish to love anybody, it was more of my selfishness." "Perhaps not," the other replied gently. "Some day you may come to love him, Miss Davis." "I do not know," Helen said. Arthur was very impatient. "When a man is swift and eager in all his life," said Mr. Howard, smiling, "he cannot well be otherwise in his love. Such devotion ought to be very precious to a woman, for such hearts are not easy to find in the world." Helen had turned and was gazing anxiously at Mr. Howard as he spoke to her thus. "You really think," she said, "that I should learn to appreciate Arthur's love?" "I cannot know much about him from the little you have told me," was the other's answer. "But it seems to me that it is there you might find the best chance to become the unselfish woman that you wish to be." "It is very strange," the girl responded, wonderingly, "how differently you think about it. I should have supposed I was acting very unwisely indeed if I loved Arthur. Everyone would have told me of his poverty and obscurity, and of how I must give up my social career." "I think differently, perhaps," Mr. Howard said, "because I have lived so much alone. I have come to know that happiness is a thing of one's own heart, and not of externals, the questions I should ask about a marriage would not be of wealth and position. If you really wish to seek the precious things of the soul, I should think you would be very glad to prove it by some sacrifice, and I know that two hearts are brought closer, and all the memories of life made dearer, by some such trial in the early days. People sneer at love in a cottage, but I am sure that love that could wish to live anywhere else is not love. And as to the social career, a person who has once come to know the life of the heart soon ceases to care for any kind of life that is heartless. A social career is certainly that, and in comparison very vulgar indeed. Helen looked a little puzzled, and repeated the word vulgar inquiringly. Mr. Howard smiled. That is the word I always use when I am talking about high life, he said, laughing. You may hurl the word selfish and worldly at it all you please, and never reach a vital spot, but the word vulgar goes straight to the heart. You must explain to me why it is that, said Helen, with so much seriousness that the other could not help smiling again. Perhaps I cannot make anyone else see the thing as I do, was his reply. And yet it seems very simple. When a man lives a while in his own soul, he becomes aware of the existence of a certain spiritual fact which gives life all its dignity and meaning. He learns that this sacred thing demands to be sought for, and worshipped, and that the man who honors it and seeks it is only hailed as gentleman and aristocrat, and that he who does not honor it and seek it is vulgar, though he be heir of 100 earls, and leader of all society, and lord of millions. Every day that one lives in this presence that I speak of, he discovers a little more how sacred a thing is true nobility, and how impertinent is the standard that values men for the wealth they win, or for the ribbons they wear, or for anything else in the world. I fancy that you, if you came once to love your friend, would find it very easy to do without the admiration of those who go to make up society. They would come to seem to you very trivial and empty people, and afterwards, perhaps, even very cruel and base. Mr. Howard stopped, but then seeing that Helen was gazing at him inquiringly once more he added, gravely, one could be well content to let vain people strut their little hour and be as wonderful as they chose, if it were not for the painful fact that they are eating the bread of honest men, and that millions are toiling and starving in order that they may have ease and luxury. That is such a very dreadful thing to know that sometimes one can think of nothing else, and it drives him quite mad. The girl sat very still after that, trembling a little in her heart. Finally she asked, her voice shaking slightly, Mr. Howard, what can one do about such things? Very little, was the reply, for they must always be, but at least one can keep his own life earnest and true. A woman who felt such things very keenly might be an inspiration to a man who was called upon to battle with selfishness and evil. You are thinking of Arthur once more? Asked the girl. Yes, answered the other, with a slight smile. It would be a happy memory for me, to know that I have been able to give you such an ideal. Some of these days, you see, I am hoping that we shall again have a poet with a conviction and a voice, so that men may know that sympathy and love are things as real as money. I am quite sure there never was a nation so ridiculously sodden as our own just at present. All of our maxims and ways of life are as if we were the queer little Nibelung creatures that dig for treasure in the bowels of the earth, and see no farther than the ends of their shovels. We live in the city of God, and spend all our time scraping the gold of the pavements. Your uncle told me this morning that he did not see why a boy should go to college when he can get a higher salary if he spends the 4 years in business. I find that there is nothing to do but to run away and live alone, if one wants really to believe that man is a spiritual nature, with an infinite possibility of wonder and love, and that the one business of his life is to develop that nature by contact with things about him, and that every act of narrow selfishness he commits is a veil which he ties about his own eyes, and that when he has tied enough of them, not all the pearl and gold of the gorgeous East can make him less a pitiable wretch. Mr. Howard stopped again, and smiled slightly. Helen sat gazing thoughtfully ahead, thinking about his way of looking at life, and how very strange her own actions seemed in the light of it. Suddenly, however, because throughout all the conversation there had been another thought in her consciousness, she glanced ahead and urged the horse even faster. She saw far in the distance the houses of the place to which she was bound, and she said nothing more, her companion also becoming silent as he perceived her agitation. Helen had been constantly growing more anxious, so that now the carriage could not travel fast enough. It seemed to her that everything depended upon what she might find at Hilltown. It was only the thought of Arthur that kept her from feeling completely free from her wretchedness. She felt that she might remedy all the wrong that she had done, and win once more the prize of a good conscience, provided only that nothing irretrievable had happened to him. Now as she came nearer she found herself imagining more and more what might have happened, and becoming more and more impatient. There was a balance dangling before her eyes, with utter happiness on one side and utter misery on the other. The issue depended upon what she discovered at Hilltown. The two sat in silence, both thinking of the same thing, as they whirled past the place where Helen had seen Arthur before. The girl trembled as she glanced at it, for all of the previous day's suffering rose before her again, and made her fears still more real and importunate. She forced herself to look, however, half thinking that she might see Arthur again, but that did not happen, and in a minute or two more the carriage had come to the house where he lived. She gave the reins to Mr. Howard, and sprang quickly out. She rang the bell, and then stood for a minute, twitching her fingers, and waiting. The woman who kept the house, and whom Helen knew personally, opened the door. The visitor stepped in and gasped out breathlessly, "Where is Arthur?" Her hands shook visibly as she waited for the reply. "He is not in, Miss Davis," the woman answered. "Where is he?" Helen cried. "I do not know," was the response. "He has gone." "Gone?" And the girl started back, catching at her heart. "Gone where?" "I do not know, Miss Davis." "But what," began the other. "This will tell you all I know," said the woman, as she fumbled in her apron, and put a scrap of crumpled paper into Helen's trembling hands. The girl seized it and glanced at it, then she staggered back against the wall, ghastly pale and almost sinking. The note, in Arthur's hand, but so unsteady as to be almost illegible, ran thus: "You will find in this my board for the past week. I am compelled to leave Hilltown, and I shall not ever return." And that was all. Helen stared at it and stared again, and then let it fall and gazed about her, echoing, in a hollow voice, "And I shall not ever return." "That is all I can tell you about it," went on the woman. "I have not seen him since Elizabeth was here yesterday morning. He came back late last night and packed his bag and went away." Helen sank down upon a chair and buried her face in her hands, quite overwhelmed by the suddenness of that discovery. She remained thus for a long time, without either sound or motion, and the woman stood watching her, knowing full well what was the matter. When Helen looked up again there was agony written upon her countenance. "Oh, are you sure you have no idea where I can find him?" she moaned. "No, Miss Davis," said the woman. "I was astounded when I got this note. But someone must know. Oh, surely they must. Someone must have seen him, or he must have told someone." "I think it likely that he took care not to," was the reply. The thought was a death knell to Helen's last hope, and she sank down, quite overcome. She knew that Arthur could have had but one motive in acting as he had, that he meant to cut himself off entirely from all his old life and surroundings. He had no friends in Hilltown, and having lived all alone, it would be possible for him to do it. Helen remembered Mr. Howard's saying of the night before, how the sight of her baseness might wreck a man's life forever, and the more she thought of that, the more it made her tremble. It seemed almost more than she could bear to see this fearful consequence of her sin, and to know that it had become a fact of the outer world, and gone beyond her power. It seemed quite too cruel that she should have such a thing on her conscience, and have it there forever. Most maddening of all was the thought that it had depended upon a few hours of time. "Oh, how can I have waited?" she moaned. "I should have come last night. I should have stopped the carriage when I saw him. Oh, it is not possible." Perhaps there are no more tragic words in human speech than "too late." Helen felt just then as if the right even to repentance were taken from her life. It was her first introduction to that fearful thing of which Mr. Howard had told her upon their first meeting. In the deep loneliness of her own heart Helen was face to face just then with fate. She shrank back in terror, and she struggled frantically, but she felt its grip of steel about her wrist, and while she sat there with her face hidden, she was learning to gaze into its eyes, and front their fiery terror. When she looked up again her face was very white and pitiful to see, and she rose from her chair and went toward the door so unsteadily that the woman put her arm about her. "You will tell me," she gasped faintly, "you will tell me if you hear anything." "Yes," said the other gently, "I will." So Helen crept into the carriage again, looking so full of wretchedness that her companion knew that the worst must have happened, and took the reins and silently drove towards home, while the girl sat perfectly still. They were fully halfway home before she could find a word in which to tell him of her misery. "I shall never be happy in my life again," she whispered. "Oh, Mr. Howard, never in my life." When the man gazed at her, he was frightened to see how grief and fear had taken possession of her face, and yet there was no word that he could say to soothe her, and no hope that he could give her. When the drive was ended, she stole silently up to her room, to be alone with her misery once more. Chapter 11. Thou majestic in thy sadness. Upon the present occasion there was no violent demonstration of emotion to alarm the Roberts household, for Helen's grief was not of the kind to vent itself in a passionate outburst and pass away. To be sure, she wept a little, but the thoughts which haunted her were not of a kind to be forgotten, and afterwards she was as wretched as ever. What she had done seemed to her so dreadful that even tears were not right, and she felt that she ought only to sit still and think of it, and be frightened. It seemed to her just then as if she would have to do the same thing for the rest of her days. She spent several hours in her room without once moving, and without being disturbed, for her aunt was sufficiently annoyed at her morning's reception not to visit her again. The lunch hour passed, therefore, unthought of by Helen, and it was an hour or two later before she heard her aunt's step in the hall, and her knock upon the door. Mrs. Roberts entered and stood in the center of the room, gazing at Helen, and at the look of helpless despair which she turned towards her, the woman's own lips were set very tightly. "Well," she said abruptly, "have you had your wish, and are you happy?" Helen did not answer, nor did she half realize the question, so lost was she in her own misery. She sat gazing at her aunt, while the latter went on, "You have had your way in one thing, at any rate, Helen. Mr. Harrison is downstairs to see you." The girl gave a slight start, but then she answered quietly, "Thank you, Auntie, I shall go down and see him." "Helen," said Mrs. Roberts, "do you still refuse to tell me anything of what I ask you?" Helen was quite too much humbled to wish to oppose anyone just then, and she answered mournfully, "What is it that you wish?" "I wish to know in the first place why you wanted to see Mr. Harrison." "I wanted to see him to tell him that I could not marry him, Aunt Polly." And Mrs. Roberts sat down opposite Helen and fixed her gaze upon her. "I knew that was it," she said grimly. "Now, Helen, what in the world has come over you to make you behave in this fashion?" "Oh, it is so much to tell you," began the girl, "I don't know." "What did you find at Hilltown?" went on her aunt persistently. "Did you see Arthur?" "No, Aunt Polly, that is what is the matter, he has gone." "Gone? Gone where?" "Away, Aunt Polly. Nobody saw him go, and he left a note saying that he would never return. And I am so frightened." Mrs. Roberts was gazing at her niece with a puzzled look upon her face. She interrupted her by echoing the word frightened inquiringly. "Yes, Auntie," cried the girl, "for I may never be able to find him again, to undo what I have done." And Mrs. Roberts responded with a wondering laugh, and observed, "For my part, I should think you'd be very glad to be rid of him so." She saw Helen give a start, but she could not read the girl's mind, and did not know how much she had done to estrange her by those words. It was as if Helen's whole soul had shrunk back in horror, and she sat staring at her aunt with open eyes. "I suppose you think," the other went on grimly, "that I am going to share all this wonderful sentimentality with you about that boy, but I assure you that you don't know me. He may get you to weep over him because he chooses to behave like a fool, but not me." Helen was still for a moment, and then she said, in an awe-stricken voice, "Aunt Polly, I have wrecked Arthur's life." Mrs. Roberts responded with a loud guffaw, which was to the other so offensive that it was like a blow in the face. "Wrecked his life," the woman cried scornfully. "Helen, you talk like a baby. Can't you know in the first place that Arthur is doing all this high tragedy acting for nothing in the world but to frighten you? Wrecked his life. And there you were, I suppose, all ready to get down on your knees to him, and beg his pardon for daring to be engaged, and to promise to come to his attic and live off bread and water, if he would only be good and not run away." Mrs. Roberts' voice was bitter and mocking, and her words seemed to Helen almost blasphemy. It had never occurred to her that such grief as hers would not be sacred to anyone. Yet there was no thought of anger in her mind just then, for she had been chastened in a fiery furnace, and was too full of penitence and humility for even that much egotism. She only bowed her head, and said, in a trembling voice, "Oh, Aunt Polly, I would stay in an attic and live off bread and water for the rest of my days, if I could only clear my conscience of the dreadful thing I have done." "A beautiful sentiment indeed," said Mrs. Roberts, with a sniff of disgust, and she stood surveying her niece in silence for a minute or two. Then, smothering her feelings a little, she asked her in a quieter voice, "And so, Helen, you are really going to fling aside the life opportunity that is yours for such nonsense as this? There is no other reason." "There is another reason, Aunt Polly," said Helen. "It is so dreadful of you to ask me in that way. How can you have expected me to marry a man just because he was rich?" "Oh," said the other, "so that is it? And pray what put the idea into your head so suddenly?" She paused a moment, and then, as the girl did not raise her head, she went on, sarcastically, "I fancy I know pretty well where you got all of these wonderful new ideas. You have not been talking with Mr. Howard for nothing, I see." "No, not for nothing," said Helen gently. "A nice state of affairs," continued the other angrily. "I knew pretty well that his head was full of nonsense, but when I asked him here I thought at least that he would know enough about good manners to mind his own affairs." "So he has been talking to you, has he? And now you cannot possibly marry a rich man." Mrs. Roberts stopped, quite too angry to find any more words, but as she sat for a minute or two, gazing at Helen, it must have occurred to her that she would not accomplish anything in that way. She made an effort to swallow her emotions. "Helen, dear," she said, sitting down near her niece, "why will you worry me in this dreadful way, and make me speak so crossly to you? I cannot tell you, Helen, what a torment it is to me to see you throwing yourself away in this fashion. I implore you to stop and think before you take this step, for as sure as you are alive you will regret it all your days. Just think of it, how you will feel, and how I will feel, when you look back at the happiness you might have had, and know that it is too late. And, Helen, it is due to nothing in the world but to your inexperience that you have let yourself be carried away by these sublimities. You must know, child, and you can see if you choose, that they have nothing to do with life. They will not butter your bread, Helen, or pay your coachman, and when you get over all this excitement, you will find that what I tell you is true. Look about you in the world, and where can you find anybody who lives according to such ideas?" "What ideas do you mean, Aunt Polly?" asked Helen, with a puzzled look. "Oh, don't you suppose," answered the other, "that I know perfectly well what kind of stuff it is that Mr. Howard has talked to you? I used to hear all that kind of thing when I was young, and I believed some of it, too, about how beautiful it was to marry for love, and to have a fine scorn of wealth and all the rest of it, but it wasn't very long before I found out that such opinions were of no use in the world." "Then you don't believe in love, Aunt Polly?" asked Helen, fixing her eyes on the other. "What's the use of asking such an absurd question, was the answer. Of course I believe in love. I wanted you to love Mr. Harrison, and you might have, if you had chosen. I learned to love Mr. Roberts. Naturally, a couple have to love each other, or how would they ever live happily together? But what has that to do with this ridiculous talk of Mr. Howard's? As if two people had nothing else to do in the world but to love each other. It's all very well, Helen, for a man who chooses to live like Robinson Crusoe to talk such nonsense, but he ought not to put it in the mind of a sentimental girl. He would very soon find, if he came out into life, that the world isn't run by love, and that people need a good many other things to keep them happy in it. You ought to have sense enough to see that you've got to live a different sort of a life, and that Mr. Howard knows nothing in the world about your needs. I don't go alone and live in visions, and make myself imaginary lives, Helen, I look at the world as it is. You will have to learn some day that the real way to find happiness is to take things as you find them, and get the best out of life you can. I never had 1/10 of your advantages, and yet there aren't many people in the world better off than I am, and you could be just as happy, if you would only take my advice about it. What I am talking to you is common sense, Helen, and anybody that you choose to ask will tell you the same thing. So Mrs. Roberts went on, quite fairly underway in her usual course of argument, and rousing all her faculties for this last struggle. She was as convinced as ever of the completeness of her own views, and of the effect which they must have upon Helen. Perhaps it was not her fault that she did not know to what another person she was talking. In truth, it would not be easy to tell how great a difference there was in the effect of those old arguments upon Helen, while she had been sitting in her room alone and suffering so very keenly. The girl had been, though she did not know it, very near indeed to the sacred truths of life, and now as she listened to her aunt, she was simply holding her breath. The climax came suddenly, for as the other stopped, Helen leaned forward in her chair, and gazing deep into her eyes asked her, "Aunt Polly, can it really be that you do not know that what you have been saying to me is dreadfully wicked?" There was perhaps nothing that the girl could have done to take her complacent relative more by surprise. Mrs. Roberts sat for a moment, echoing the last word, and staring as if not quite able to realize what Helen meant. As the truth came to her she turned quite pale. "It seems to me," she said with a sneer, "that I remember a time when it didn't seem quite so wicked to you. If I am not mistaken you were quite glad to do all that I told you, and to get as much as ever you could." Helen was quite used to that taunt in her own heart, and to the pain that it brought her, so she only lowered her eyes and said nothing. In the meantime Mrs. Roberts was going on in her sarcastic tone. "Wicked indeed," she ejaculated, "and I suppose all that I have been doing for you was wicked too. I suppose it was wicked of me to watch over your education all these years as I have, and to plan your future as if you were my own child, so that you might amount to something in the world, and it was wicked of me to take all the trouble that I have for your happiness, and wicked of Mr. Roberts to go to all the trouble about the trousseau that he has. The only right and virtuous thing about it all is the conduct of our niece who causes us to do it all, and who promises herself to a man and lets him go to all the trouble that he has, and then gets her head full of sanctimonious notions and begins to preach about wickedness to her elders." Helen had nothing to reply to those bitter words, for it was only too easy just then to make her accuse herself of anything. She sat meekly suffering, and thinking that the other was quite justified in all her anger. Mrs. Roberts was, of course, quite incapable of appreciating her mood, and continued to pour out her sarcasm, and to grow more and more bitter. To tell the truth, the worthy matron had not been half so unselfish in her hopes about Helen as she liked to pretend, and she showed then that like most people of the world who are perfectly good-natured on the surface, she could display no little ugliness when thwarted in her ambitions and offended in her pride. It was not possible, however, for her to find a word that could seem to Helen unjust, so much was the girl already humbled. It was only after her aunt had ceased to direct her taunts at her, and turned her spite upon Mr. Howard and his superior ideas, that it seemed to Helen that it was not helping her to hear any more. Then she rose and said, very gently, "Aunt Polly, I am sorry that you feel so about me, and I wish that I could explain to you better what I am doing. I know that what I did at first was all wrong, but that is no reason why I should leave it wrong forever. I think now that I ought to go and talk to Mr. Harrison, who is waiting for me, and after that I want you to please send me home, because father will be there today, and I want to tell him about how dreadfully I have treated Arthur, and beg him to forgive me." Then, without waiting for any reply, the girl left the room and went slowly down the steps. The sorrow that possessed her lay so deep upon her heart that everything else seemed trivial in comparison, and she had put aside and forgotten the whole scene with her aunt before she had reached the parlor where Mr. Harrison was waiting. She did not stop to compose herself or to think what to say, but went quickly into the room. Mr. Harrison, who was standing by the window, turned when he heard her. She answered his greeting kindly, and then sat down and remained very still for a moment or two, gazing at her hands in her lap. At last she raised her eyes to him, and asked, "Mr. Harrison, did you receive the letter I wrote you?" "Yes," the other answered quickly, "I did. I cannot tell you how much pain it caused me." "And, Helen, or must I call you Miss Davis?" "You may call me Helen," said the girl simply. "I was very sorry to cause you pain," she added, "but there was nothing else that I could do." "At least," the other responded, "I hope that you will not refuse to explain to me why the step is necessary." "No, Mr. Harrison," said Helen, "it is right that I should tell you all, no matter how hard it is to me to do it. It is all because of a great wrong that I have done. I know that when I have told you, you will think very badly of me indeed, but I have no right to do anything except to speak the truth." She said that in a very low voice, not allowing her eyes to drop, and wearing upon her face the look of sadness which seemed now to belong to it always. Mr. Harrison gazed at her anxiously, and said, "You seem to have been ill, Helen." "I have been very unhappy, Mr. Harrison," she answered, "and I do not believe I can ever be otherwise again." "Did you not notice that I was unhappy?" "I never thought of it until yesterday," the other replied. "Until the drive," said Helen, "that was the climax of it. I must tell you the reason why I was so frightened then, that I have a friend who was as dear to me as if he were my brother, and he loved me very much more than I deserved to be loved by anyone, and when I was engaged to you he was very ill, and because I knew I was doing so wrong I did not dare to go and see him. That was why I was afraid to pass through Hilltown. The reason I was so frightened afterwards is that I caught a glimpse of him, and he was in such a dreadful way. This morning I found that he had left his home and gone away, no one knows where, so that I fear I shall never see him again." Helen paused, and the other, who had sat down and was leaning forward anxiously, asked her, "Then it is this friend that you love?" "No," the girl replied, "it is not that. I do not love anybody." "But then I do not understand," went on Mr. Harrison, with a puzzled look. "You spoke of its having been so wrong, was it not your right to wish to marry me?" And Helen, punishing herself as she had learned so bravely to do, did not lower her eyes even then. She flushed somewhat, however, as she answered, "Mr. Harrison, do you know why I wished to marry you?" The other started a trifle, and looked very much at a loss indeed. "Why?" he echoed. "No, I do not know, that is, I never thought." "It hurts me more than I can tell you to have to say this to you," Helen said, "for you were right and true in your feeling. But did you think that I was that, Mr. Harrison? Did you think that I really loved you?" Probably the good man had never been more embarrassed in his life than he was just then. The truth to be told, he was perfectly well aware why Helen had wished to marry him, and had been all along, without seeing anything in that for which to dislike her. He was quite without an answer to her present question, and could only cough and stammer, and reach for his handkerchief. The girl went on quickly, without waiting very long for his reply. "I owe it to you to tell you the truth," she said, "and then it will no longer cause you pain to give me up. For I did not love you at all, Mr. Harrison, but I loved all that you offered me, and I allowed myself to be tempted thus, to promise to marry you. Ever afterwards I was quite wretched, because I knew that I was doing something wicked, and yet I never had the courage to stop. So it went on until my punishment came yesterday. I have suffered fearfully since that." Helen had said all that there was to be said, and she stopped and took a deep breath of relief. There was a minute or two of silence, after which Mr. Harrison asked, "And you really think that it was so wrong to promise to marry me for the happiness that I could offer you?" Helen gazed at him in surprise as she echoed, "Was it so wrong?" And at the same moment, even while she was speaking, a memory flashed across her mind, the memory of what had occurred at Fairview the last time she had been there with Mr. Harrison. A deep, burning blush mantled her face, and her eyes dropped, and she trembled visibly. It was a better response to the other's question than any words could have been, and because in spite of his contact with the world he was still in his heart a gentleman, he understood and changed color himself and looked away, feeling perhaps more rebuked and humbled than he had ever felt in his life before. So they sat thus for several minutes without speaking a word, or looking at each other, each doing penance in his own heart. At last, in a very low voice, the man said, "Helen, I do not know just how I can ever apologize to you." The girl answered quietly, "I could not let you apologize to me, Mr. Harrison, for I never once thought that you had done anything wrong." "I have done very wrong indeed," he answered, his voice trembling, "for I do not think that I had any right even to ask you to marry me. You make me feel suddenly how very coarse a world I have lived in, and how much lower than yours all my ways of thinking are. You look surprised that I say that," he added, as he saw that the girl was about to interrupt him, "but you do not know much about the world. Do you suppose that there are many women in society who would hesitate to marry me for my money?" "I do not know," said Helen, slowly, "but, Mr. Harrison, you could certainly never be happy with a woman who would do that." "I do not think now that I should," the man replied, earnestly, "but I did not feel that way before. I did not have much else to offer, Helen, for money is all that a man like me ever tries to get in the world." "It is so very wrong, Mr. Harrison," put in the other, quickly. "When people live in that way they come to lose sight of all that is right and beautiful in life, and it is all so selfish and wicked." "I know," said Mr. Harrison, "and I used to believe in such things, but one never meets anyone else that does, and it is so easy to live differently. When you spoke to me as you did just now, you made me seem a very poor kind of a person indeed." The man paused, and Helen sat gazing at him with a worried look upon her face. "It was not that which I meant to do," she began, but then she stopped, and after a long silence, Mr. Harrison took up the conversation again, speaking in a low, earnest voice. "Helen," he said, "you have made me see that I am quite unworthy to ask for your regard, that I have really nothing fit to offer you. But I might have one thing that you could appreciate, for I could worship, really worship, such a woman as you, and I could do everything that I could think of to make myself worthy of you, even if it meant the changing of all my ways of life. Do you not suppose that you could quite forget that I was a rich man, Helen, and still let me be devoted to you?" There was a look in Mr. Harrison's eyes as he gazed at her just then which made him seem to her a different sort of a man, as indeed he was. She answered very gently. "Mr. Harrison," she said, "it would be a great happiness to me to know that anyone felt so about me. But I could never marry you, I do not love you." "And you do not think," asked the other, "that you could ever come to love me, no matter how long I might wait?" "I do not think so," Helen said in a low voice. "I wish that you would not ever think of me so." "It is very easy to say that," the man answered, pleadingly, "but how am I to do it? For everything that I have seems cheap compared with the thought of you. Why should I go on with the life I have been leading, heaping up wealth that I do not know how to use, and that makes me no better and no happier? I thought of you as a new motive for going on, Helen, and you must know that a man cannot so easily change his feelings. For I really loved you, and I do love you still, and I think that I always must love you." Helen's own suffering had made her alive to other people's feelings, and the tone of voice in which he spoke those words moved her very much. She leaned over and laid her hand upon his, something which she would not have thought she could ever do. "Mr. Harrison," she said, "I cannot tell you how much it hurts me to have you speak to me so, for it makes me see more than ever how cruelly unfeeling I have been, and how much I have wronged you. It was for that I wished to beg you to forgive me just out of the goodness of your heart, for I cannot offer any excuse for what I did. It makes me quite wretched to have to say that, and to know that others are suffering because of my selfishness. If I had any thought of the sacredness of the beauty God has given me, I would never have let you think of me as you did, and caused you the pain that I have. But you must forgive me, Mr. Harrison, and help me, for to think of your being unhappy about me also would be really more than I could bear. Sometimes when I think of the one great sorrow that I have already upon my conscience, I feel that I do not know what I am to do, and you must go away and forget about me, for my sake if not for your own. I really cannot love anyone, I do not think that I am fit to love anyone, I only do not want to make anyone else unhappy." And Helen stopped again, and pressed her hand upon Mr. Harrison's imploringly. He sat gazing at her in silence for a minute, and then he said, slowly, "When you put it so, it is very hard for me to say anything more. If you are only sure that that is your final word, that there is really no chance that you could ever love me." "I am perfectly sure of it," the girl answered, "and because I know how cruel it sounds, it is harder for me to say than for you to hear. But it is really the truth, Mr. Harrison. I do not think that you ought to see me again until you are sure that it will not make you unhappy." The man sat for a moment after that, with his head bowed, and then he bit his lip very hard and rose from his chair. "You can never know," he said, "how lonely it makes a man feel to hear words like those." But he took Helen's hand in his and held it for an instant, and then added, "I shall do as you ask me. Goodbye." And he let her hand fall and went to the door. There he stopped to gaze once again for a moment, and then turned and disappeared, closing the door behind him. Helen was left seated in the chair, where she remained for several minutes, leaning forward with her head in her hands, and gazing steadily in front of her, thinking very grave thoughts. She rose at last, however, and brushed back the hair from her forehead, and went slowly towards the door. It would have seemed lack of feeling to her, had she thought of it, but even before she had reached the stairs the scene through which she had just passed was gone from her mind entirely, and she was saying to herself, "If I could only know where Arthur is this afternoon." Her mind was still full of that thought when she entered the room, where she found her aunt seated just as she had left her, and in no more pleasant humor than before. "You have told him, I suppose?" she inquired. "Yes," Helen said, "I have told him, Aunt Polly." "And now you are happy, I suppose?" "No, indeed, I am very far from that," said Helen, and she went to the window. She stood there, gazing out, but with her thoughts equally far away from the scene outside as from Mrs. Roberts' warnings and sarcasms. The latter had gone on for several minutes before her niece turned suddenly. "Excuse me for interrupting you, Aunt Polly," she said, "but I want to know whether Mr. Howard has gone yet." "His train goes in an hour or so," said Mrs. Roberts, not very graciously. "I think I will see if he is downstairs," Helen responded. "I wish to speak to him before he goes." And so she descended and found Mr. Howard seated alone upon the piazza. Taking a seat beside him, she said, "I did not thank you when I left you in the carriage, Mr. Howard, for having been so kind to me, but I was so wrapped up in my worry." "I understood perfectly," put in the other. "I saw that you felt too keenly about your discovery to have anything to say to me." "I feel no less keenly about it now," said Helen, "but I could not let you go away until I had spoken to you." She gazed very earnestly at him as she continued, "I have to tell you how much you have done for me, and how I thank you for it from the bottom of my heart. I simply cannot say how much all that you have shown me has meant to me. I should have cared for nothing but to have you tell me what it would be right for me to do with my life, if only it had not been for this dreadful misfortune of Arthur's, which makes it seem as if it would be wicked for me to think about anything." Mr. Howard sat gazing in front of him for a moment, and then he said gently, "What if the change that you speak of were to be accomplished, Miss Davis, without your ever thinking about it? For what is it that makes the difference between being thoughtless and selfish, and being noble and good, if it be not simply to walk reverently in God's great temple of life, and to think with sorrow of one's own self? Believe me, my dear friend, the best men that have lived on earth have seen no more cause to be pleased with themselves than you." "That may be true, Mr. Howard," said Helen, sadly, "but it can do me no good to know it. It does not make what happens to Arthur a bit less dreadful to think of." "It is the most painful fact about all our wrong," the other answered, "that no amount of repentance can ever alter the consequences. But, Miss Davis, that is a guilt which all creation carries on its shoulders. It is what is symbolized in the fall of man that he has to realize that he might have had infinite beauty and joy for his portion, if only the soul within him had never weakened and failed. Let me tell you that he is a lucky man who can look back at all his life and see no more shameful guilt than yours, and no consequence worse than yours can be." As Mr. Howard spoke he saw a startled look cross the girl's face, and he added, "Do not suppose that I am saying that to comfort you, for it is really the truth. It often happens too, that the natures that are strongest and most ardent in their search for righteousness have the worst sins to remember." Helen did not answer for several moments, for the thought was strange to her. Then suddenly she gazed at the other very earnestly and said, "Mr. Howard, you are a man who lives for what is beautiful and high. Suppose that you had to carry all through your life the burden of such guilt as mine." The man's voice was trembling slightly as he answered her, "It is not hard for me to suppose that, Miss Davis, I have such a burden to carry." As he raised his eyes he saw a still more wondering look upon her countenance. "But the consequences," she exclaimed. "Surely, Mr. Howard, you could not bear to live if you knew." "I have never known the consequences," said the man, as she stopped abruptly, "just as you may never know them, but this I know, that yours could not be so dreadful as mine must be. I know also that I am far more to blame for them than you." Helen could not have told what caused the emotion which made her shudder so just then as she gazed into Mr. Howard's dark eyes. Her voice was almost a whisper as she said, "And yet you are good." "I am good," said the man gently, "with all the goodness that any man can claim, the goodness of trying to be better. You may be that also." Helen sat for a long time in silence after that, wondering at what was passing in her own mind. It was as if she had caught a sudden glimpse into a great vista of life. She had always before thought of this man's suffering as having been physical, and the deep movement of sympathy and awe which stirred her now was one step farther from her own self-absorption, and one step nearer to the suffering that is the heart of things. But Helen had to keep that thought and dwell upon it in solitude. There was no chance for her to talk with Mr. Howard any more, for she heard her aunt's step in the hall behind her. She had only time to say, "I am going home myself this afternoon. Will you come there to see me, Mr. Howard? I cannot tell you how much pleasure it would give me." "There is nothing I should like to do more," the man answered. "I hope to keep your friendship." "When would you like me to come?" "Any time that you can," replied Helen. "Come soon, for I know how unhappy I shall be." That was practically the last word she said to Mr. Howard, for her aunt joined them, and after that the conversation was formal. It was not very long before the carriage came for him, and Helen pressed his hand gratefully at parting, and stood leaning against a pillar of the porch, shading her eyes from the sun while she watched the carriage depart. Then she sat down to wait for it to return from the depot for her, which it did before long, and so she bid farewell to her aunt. It was a great relief to Helen, and while we know not what emotions it may cause to the reader, it is perhaps well to say that he may likewise pay his last respects to the worthy matron, who will not take part in the humble events of which the rest of our story must be composed. For Helen was going home, home to the poor little parsonage of Oakdale. She was going with a feeling of relief in her heart second only to her sorrow, the more she had come to feel how shallow and false was the splendor that had allured her, the more she had found herself drawn to her old home, with its memories that were so dear and so beautiful. She felt that there she might at least think of Arthur all that she chose, and meet with nothing to affront her grief, and also she found herself thinking of her father's love with a new kind of hunger. When she arrived, she found Mr. Davis waiting for her with a very anxious look upon his countenance. He had stopped at Hilltown on his way, and learned about Arthur's disappearance, and then heard from Elizabeth what she knew about Helen's engagement. The girl flung herself into his arms, and afterwards, quite overcome by the emotions that surged up within her, sank down upon her knees before him and sobbed out the whole story, her heart bursting with sorrow and contrition, as he lifted her up and kissed her and whispered his beautiful words of pardon and comfort. Helen found it a real homecoming indeed. Mr. Davis was also able to calm her worry a little by telling her that he did not think it possible that Arthur would keep his whereabouts secret from him very long. "When I find him, dear child," he said, "it will all be well again, for we will believe in love, you and I, and not care what the great world says about it. I think I could be well content that you should marry our dear Arthur." "But, father, I do not love him," put in Helen faintly. "That may come in time," said the other, kissing her tenderly, and smiling. "There is no need to talk of it, for you are too young to marry, anyway. And in the meantime we must find him." There was a long silence after that. Helen sat down on the sofa beside her father and put her arms about him and leaned her head upon his bosom, drinking in deep draughts of his pardon and love. She told him about Mr. Howard, and of the words of counsel which he had given her, and how he was coming to see her again. Afterwards the conversation came back to Arthur and his love for Helen, and then Mr. Davis went on to add something that caused Helen to open her eyes very wide and gaze at him in wonder. "There is still another reason for wishing to find him soon," he said, "for something else has happened today that he ought to know about." "What is it?" asked Helen. "I don't know that I ought to tell you about it just now," said the other, "for it is a very sad story. But someone was here to see Arthur this morning, someone whom I never expected to see again in all my life." "To see Arthur?" echoed the girl in perplexity. "Who could want to see Arthur?" As her father went on she gave a great start. "It was his mother," said Mr. Davis. And Helen stared at him, gasping for breath as she echoed the words, "His mother." "You may well be astonished," said the clergyman. "But the woman proved beyond doubt that she was really the person who left Arthur with me." "You did not recognize her?" "No, Helen, for it has been 21 or 2 years since I saw her, and she has changed very much since then. But she told me that in all that time she has never once lost sight of her boy, and has been watching all that he did." "Where has she been?" "She did not tell me," the other answered, "but I fancy in New York. The poor woman has lived a very dreadful life, a life of such wretched wickedness that we cannot even talk about it. I think I never heard of more cruel suffering. I was glad that you were not here to see her, or know about it until after she was gone. She said that she had come to see Arthur once, because she was going away to die." "To die?" exclaimed the girl, in horror. "Yes," said Mr. Davis, "to die. She looked as if she could not live many days longer. I begged her to let me see that she was provided for, but she said that she was going to find her way back to her old home, somewhere far off in the country, and she would hear of nothing else. She would not tell the name of the place, nor her own name, but she left a letter for Arthur, and begged me to find him and give it to him, so that he might come and speak to her once if he cared to do so. She begged me to forgive her for the trouble she had caused me, and to pray that God would forgive her too, and then she bade me farewell and dragged herself away." Mr. Davis stopped, and Helen sat for a long time staring ahead of her, with a very frightened look in her eyes, and thinking, "Oh, we must find